Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was master of darkness and luminescence? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original stories link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Black and red. Blood red. That was all he could see. Or feel? Were his eyes even capable of seeing anymore? Or was this pain, resonating through his whole body, the source of the images flashing through his head? Images blurry and vague, just as if someone tried, expressing suffering by splashing red paint over a black canvas. Beautiful. Terrifyingly, painfully beautiful. A flash of ruby red eyes. Cruel eyes. Frightening eyes. Eyes of a predator. And he knew he was his prey. Harry, a voice that sent shivers through his spine. It resonated through his very soul. A voice he knew, only he couldn't remember where he'd heard it. And then nothing. Darkness with splashes of red. And so much pain. Was he dying? Was this what death felt like? How much more could he take before the end finally came? Harry didn't know. But a part of him, a part he held on to desperately, refused to give up, no matter how painful it was going to be. Because a part of him, no matter how crazy that part was, longed to see those eyes, to hear that voice, at least once more. Even if it meant feeling all this pain all over again. Because even though he knew he, Harry, was the prey, even though it should have been impossible, the predator seemed much more broken, sad, and lost. Because even though Harry was supposed to be the victim, it seemed like he wasn't the one who needed to be saved. Harry Potter woke up with a start. Someone was banging on the door, loudly, blinking against the attack of warm sunlight coming in through his bedroom window. He sat up and fumbled around for his glasses, which must have fallen off his face while he slept. He was quite confused by the sudden transition from the black and red dream world of pain into the bright, sunlit morning of Privet Drive. He didn't remember falling asleep, but he must have. For how else would it suddenly be morning? Are you deaf, boy? Wake up! The banging on the bedroom door continued, now joined by his uncle's angry voice. Harry didn't want to respond, to move, to do anything at all, because this was the first time since the graveyard that he even slept most of the night. And although surprisingly realistic and painful dreams weren't really what he desired, he still felt like it was an improvement, at least compared to the haunting jumbled images of Cedric's dead body. Eyes staring unblinkingly into the sky, the feeling of Wormtail's blade against his arm, Amos Diggory's pained cries, Voldemort's cold laughter, a flash of blinding green light, the overwhelming feelings of guilt, dread, utter helplessness. Kill the spare. No, he thought, this has to stop. Finding he had somehow ended up with his head between his knees, both hands clapped over his ears and fingernails digging their way into the skin on his skull, he attempted to sit straight up, only to find that he was shaking. Not again. Uncontrollable shivers were coursing through his whole body, as if it wasn't the middle of the summer holidays, and it felt like there wasn't enough air for him to breathe properly. Surely, he wasn't going to start hyperventilating too? Either you get up this instant and make us breakfast, or you don't get to eat at all. Uncle Vernon shouted and banged on the door a few more times, following with a powerful kick. Then, only the stomping of his large feet could be heard as the big man finally headed downstairs. Harry wasn't sure if he even wanted to eat at all. Maybe it really wasn't worth getting up anyway. He wasn't really hungry, nor did he think he deserved to be. It was him who was supposed to die that night. It was him who suggested to Cedric that they take the damned cup together. It was him who caused the Hufflepuff to die. If it wasn't for Harry, Cedric would still be alive. If it wasn't for Harry, trying to seem nice and generous and whatnot, the other Hogwarts champion, the true Hogwarts champion, his mind supplied unhelpfully, would have survived. But no, Harry just had to be selfish and try to push half of the win onto the other boy. Why? So he would escape even more attention? Because he had no real desire to win? Because he never entered the bloody tournament in the first place? So what? He should have done what anyone else would have and taken the stupid Porky himself. Then it would only be him who died. Or would he? Harry didn't really understand how he was still alive. For a moment there, back in the graveyard, It seemed as if Voldemort was hesitant to kill him, despite his words. He hadn't really full-on tried to murder him either. Harry was sure if that was the case, not even his extraordinary amount of sheer dumb luck would have prevented it. Lord Voldemort was powerful, too powerful for him to have been able to escape, the raven-haired boy realized. Even in the weakened state he'd been in, even still adjusting to the new body the potion and the ritual had given him, there should have been no chance at all for whoever was his target to get away. No, had Voldemort really wanted him dead, Harry was sure he wouldn't be breathing anymore. And that's why it was so confusing. It almost felt like the Dark Lord had wanted him to escape. But why? Harry had no idea. It made no sense, and trying to figure out the Dark Wizard's reasoning was only giving him a headache. A sigh escaped his lips. No, he realized he had no desire to eat after all. But he didn't want Uncle Vernon to come back and shout again either. And he knew the man would eventually return and disturb his quiet world of self-loathing. If not to make him cook breakfast, Dursley would find another reason to drag Harry out of his self-induced separation. He'd want to dump some other trivial task on him. Maybe Harry should even be grateful. Tedious as all the odd jobs Dursley's forced him to take care of were, they at least provided a shift of focus he so desperately needed. Maybe he should get up, go make the stupid breakfast for the Dursleys, and then, as he always did, pretend that everything was okay until the night came again. Maybe he would even manage to reply to his friend's worried letters today. That is if Hedwig decides to come back. His owl had been sulking, and for a good reason, since Harry didn't really show her enough affection lately. She'd flown off a few nights prior, probably to hunt, and hasn't returned since. Harry didn't blame her. Following this train of thought, Harry's eyes landed on the last 2 letters he received from Ron and Hermione, unread, unopened, just laying on the floor where he'd thrown them. He imagined the worried faces of his friends when they didn't receive any replies from him, and that was what forced him to at least try functioning properly. He didn't want to be hurting anybody with his behavior just because he was having problems dealing with things. You need to stop this, he told himself again, forcing his breathing to calm down and finally sitting up again. You need to stop wallowing in those feelings. He knew that if he was to keep his sanity, he should stop dwelling on everything that's happened. Yes, he would always feel guilty for Cedric's death. Not even time or ignorance would change that, and the fact that he was the reason another parent lost their child. But he also knew, hoped even, that by pushing through this and becoming stronger, he would at least get the chance to attempt preventing anyone else's undeserved ends. He was the bloody boy who lived, however much he hated that title. And if by doing exactly that, living, he could help somebody else or spare them any more pain, who was he to refuse? He finally calmed down somewhat and got up, putting on random clothes. He'd never bothered with matching them. No old worn clothes of Dudley's could look even remotely good on him anyway. And he had nobody to impress here. Deep down, he also doubted that any amount of work he'd put into his looks would be enough to impress anyone either way. People did stare at him from time to time, but he was sure his looks had nothing to do with it. At least not in a positive sense. After a half attempt to brush his unruly black hair, he finally left the quiet of his room and headed downstairs. It's been like this all summer so far. He'd wake up from nightmares, take some time calming himself down, and then get on with his day. He'd get his work around the house done as quickly as possible, and then spend the day roaming around Little Whinging, picking up old newspapers and trying to see if anything important was happening. He was sure that if there was something serious going on in his world, even the Muggle newspaper would cover it. He just needed to look for any unexplained, strange events. He'd also look through the Daily Prophet every day, just skimming through the headlines, because again, if the idiots out there finally put one and one together and admitted that he who must not be named was indeed back, that kind of news would make the front page. He'd find that no, Voldemort still hadn't made any significant moves since his return, at least not moves that would get detected by Muggles or ignorant wizards, which would both calm him down a bit, provide a temporary sense of relief, and make him nervous all over again. And then it would be evening once more, and the nightmares would return. But still, today was different, because for the first time his nightmare had been about something new, although it did feel awfully familiar. On some level he had yet to understand. But Harry wasn't going to complain or try to dig into it more, because he really didn't want the Cedric ones to return. Later that day, Harry found himself sitting on a swing in an empty children's playground. Today was an extremely hot day, so the playground and the streets around were almost deserted, nobody but the freak from number 4 wanting to stay outside and cook alive. But he didn't care. At least it was peaceful here, no Uncle Vernon spitting insults at anyone and everyone he could think of, no Aunt Petunia smacking him on the head with a soapy frying pan. Yes, Harry felt hot, and Dudley's old t-shirt was sticking uncomfortably to his skin due to all the sweat, but at least he was alone. Harry was angry, which maybe was a good thing, a shift from the all-consuming sadness and guilt he'd been feeling most of the time lately. He was originally going to sit down here, reread the letters his friends had sent him, and finally come up with acceptable answers for them. But after reading them, he found out there wasn't much to go on. Judging by the content of both recent letters, Ron and Hermione were somewhere together, doing a lot of things and being quite busy, yet they offered no further information. Harry could feel stabs of anger at how little actual facts his friends were sharing with him. Both of them, and even Sirius, who he thought would do everything in his power to at least get some information to his godson, even if he was unable to get Harry away from his Muggle relatives. Could they not understand how he must be feeling, stuck in the Muggle world, cut off from everything and everyone he cares for? How was he supposed to heal, to stop dwelling on painful memories, to stop blaming himself for what had happened every fucking second of every day, if he wasn't even allowed the relief of the company of his loved ones? Harry Potter. Suddenly, he heard his name spoken in a sibilant, quiet voice, which almost reminded him of a hiss. If he dared, he might have even guessed Parseltongue. A slight tingling feeling in his scar followed, and he braced himself against the pain that would surely come next. But nothing more happened, only a ghost of a sensation around the cursed lightning bolt, almost as if someone tried to touch it in the gentlest, most careful manner, just to see if they could. Harry rubbed his scar, confused, and tried to look around for the source of the voice without necessarily alerting its owner of the fact that he knew they were here. For a moment, he even imagined Lord Voldemort lurking around in the nearby bushes and watching him, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. But no matter how much he strained his eyes in an attempt to uncover something, he didn't see a thing. He sighed again. It must have been his imagination after all. Didn't he also imagine a sound of someone operating to or from Privet Drive earlier that day? He was so starved for his true home, the world he truly belonged to, that he was starting to lose it, surely. There were no other wizards in Little Whinging as far as he was aware, and according to what Dumbledore said, Lord Voldemort had no idea where his safe house was. It had been the only reason why they still haven't moved him from the Dursleys in the first place, right? With all the wards and protections and whatnot, that only worked as long as he lived with his mother's relatives. And Harry was certain of one thing. As of now, there were no other Parselmouths in Britain besides him and the Dark Lord. Logically knowing all that, it still didn't stop him from trying to see bloodthirsty red eyes gleaming at him from the nearby shrubbery, and feeling a slight relief when he once again looked around and found nothing. The fleeting thought of Albus Dumbledore did, however, bring about another wave of anger and guilt alike. Ever since the tournament ended in such a tragedy, the headmaster had been avoiding Harry, and the boy felt like he was being blamed for what happened even by the old wizard. It hurt him more than he wanted to admit to himself. Dumbledore was someone he looked up to, someone he thought would always be there to offer advice and maybe a kind word, the closest thing the boy had to a trustworthy authoritative figure. And yet it seemed that the headmaster had turned his back on Harry. Was he really blaming him? Angry with him for what happened? How on earth was Harry supposed not to fall into Voldemort's trap? The man was not only much more intelligent, experienced, and magically powerful than him, an almost 15-year-old boy, but he was also the most cunning wizard Great Britain has known in centuries. Was it really expected of Harry to somehow outsmart him? He knew that logically he should not be the one at fault here, but some part of Harry still couldn't help blaming himself. And the fact that Dumbledore seemed to share the sentiment pained him. The sound of loud voices stopped Harry's train of thought. He glanced up to see Dursley and his gang, walking along, laughing about something. A sudden urge to antagonize his cousin almost overcame him. He wanted to do something at least a bit irresponsible, as if that could help lift at least some of this impossible weight off his shoulders. It would be so much fun to watch Dudley try to control himself, out of fear of what the freak might do to him, yet wanting nothing more to punch his smaller cousin like he used to before. Harry wasn't really afraid of Dudley anymore. He hasn't been for a few years now, but it was fun to watch Dudders realize that for himself and not being able to figure out what to do about it. Not to mention that the thought of forcing the boy into an argument using words and wits, which Dudley didn't have much of, was simply hilarious. Maybe he could allow himself just a little bit of indulgence today. Wasn't he being spectacularly good and sensible otherwise? Reaching that conclusion, Harry decided to follow his cousin. This probably wasn't the healthiest coping mechanism. Dudley could still get angry and actually hurt Harry. But there was nobody to tell the green-eyed boy that. He probably wouldn't even listen anyway. He just really wanted some relief from everything that's been haunting him lately. And all things considered, provoking his cousin was still a better choice than running away and trying to fly to the burrow on his broomstick, for example. He caught up with his cousin as they entered Magnolia Crescent, Dudley's gang already having gone their separate ways. Harry smirked. This was the opportunity he'd hoped for. The moment of temporary relief was coming. "Hey, Big D." He used the nickname Dudley got from his gang on purpose. Dudley turned around, and seeing who was talking to him, he scowled at Harry. "Oh," he said, sounding slightly annoyed already by the other's presence. "It's you." "Cool nickname," Harry grinned, "but you'll always be Ickle Diddykins to me." He was now walking beside his cousin, watching with satisfaction how the other's hands were already clenched into fists. "Shut it," said Dudley. It was so easy to rile his cousin up, Harry found it almost laughable. "I take it the boys don't know what Mommy calls you, do they?" he continued. "What about Popkin and Dinky Diddydums, then?" Dudley said nothing. Harry could almost see the sheer effort it was taking him not to hit the smaller boy right in the face. All the while they continued walking, turning down the narrow alleyway where Harry had first seen Sirius and which formed a shortcut between Magnolia Crescent and Wisteria Walk. There were no street lamps here, so the alleyway was much darker than the other streets, which were also currently welcoming the calm of a warm summer night. It took Dudley a while to speak again. "You think you're so brave when you have that thing," he said, glancing sideways at Harry's pocket, in which he had put his wand earlier. "You wouldn't take me on without it." Harry shrugged. "At least I don't need 4 mates behind me to beat up a 10-year-old, he said, relishing with satisfaction how his cousin seemed to be thinking hard about how to turn this around and insult him too. "You dash," he began, still obviously fighting between rage and attempts to find words. "You just wait till I tell Dad dash." Harry only laughed. It was certainly possible that Dudley would indeed rat on him to Uncle Vernon. But Harry didn't count on it. First of all, he would have to actually do something with his wand, which he wasn't planning to do. And mostly, second of all, Dudley was visibly embarrassed about being scared of the freak's little magic stick. Harry doubted his cousin's pride would allow him to go telling anything about this to anyone. "Not this brave at night, are you?" sneered Dudley. "This is night, Diddykins," Harry replied, smirking and pointing around. "That's what we call it when it goes all dark like this. I mean when you're in bed." Dudley snarled. He had stopped walking. Harry stopped too, staring at his cousin. Judging by the little he could see of Dudley's large face, he was wearing a strangely triumphant look. It likely took him so much effort to even come up with this particular insult, and it was visible that he was overly pleased with himself for saying something so clever. "What do you mean? I'm not brave in bed," said Harry, a nasty foreboding of what was coming already invading his thoughts. He still tried to play it off as a joke, though, although his "am I supposed to be afraid of pillows or something?" sounded awfully unconvincing even to his own ears. He already suspected what Dudley was referring to, and he really didn't want to hear his cousin say anything he was about to say. "I hear you at night," Dudley said, a hint of triumph still in his voice. "Talking in your sleep. What do you mean?" Harry repeated dumbly, although he knew precisely what his cousin was talking about. He was visiting the graveyard in his dreams so often it would have been a miracle if none of the Dursleys heard him talk in his sleep. It felt as if a block of ice had been dropped into the pit of his stomach, freezing all humor and selfish victory from his mind. Maybe it really wasn't the greatest idea to pick a fight with Dudley today after all. Even in the coming night's darkness, Harry could see the victorious grin on his cousin's face as he started veiling in a high-pitched, almost girly-sounding mockery of Harry's voice. "Don't kill Cedric. Don't kill Cedric." Who's Cedric? Your boyfriend? Shut up, Harry said, cold anger taking over him. Dudley had no right, absolutely no right, to even mention Cedric's name. He had no right to belittle the tragedy of his death. No right to make fun of the immense guilt and fear Harry had been feeling during those nightmares. No right to use any of his traumatic experiences against him. No right to. But wait, there was another two, wasn't there? You've been moaning his name in your sleep even more. Dudley was now visibly grinning, as he delivered what he thought was a death blow. If this Cedric isn't your boyfriend, is he then? Harry was stuck between another shut up and a what do you mean? He didn't remember calling out to anyone else, at least not lately. What else had Dudley heard? He was just about to voice his confusion when, "Who's Tom?" and Harry snapped. "Don't point that thing at me," Dudley yelled. Harry didn't even realize how it happened, but he was now pointing his wand directly at Dudley's heart. He wanted nothing more than to jinx his cousin into oblivion, to make him pay for even implying what he was implying. He hadn't even dreamed of Tom Riddle for years. Not really, if you don't count Voldemort in the graveyard as Tom. He had gotten over the fascination with his arch-enemy's younger self years ago, and the fact that his cousin still remembered this particular name and even dared to use it against him in this childish, disgusting manner was making him nauseous and enraged. Harry tried hard to remember to breathe evenly, not wanting his magic to lash out. No, if he was going to jinx his cousin for the sheer audacity of this, he would pick the spell himself. "Don't you ever dare mention this name," he snarled, still not removing the wand. "Do you understand? Put that thing away." "Do you understand?" I said, "Put that thing dash." Suddenly, there was a change in the air around them, as if someone was slowly sucking all the warmth out of their surroundings. The dark blue evening sky turned pitch black, and even the stars seemed to lose their light. Darkness was enveloping them in its cold embrace, vanishing all Harry's rage and giving way to fear instead. Silence stifled all the sounds of the evening suburb, leaving behind a creeping feeling of void. Harry could see nothing, hear nothing but his own and his cousin's breathing. Had he done accidental magic again because of his heightened emotions? Somehow Harry doubted he would be capable of causing as much change as this. Even if he was very angry with his cousin, the all-consuming darkness and cold was too much for him to conjure up. It seemed more likely that someone or something else was causing this sudden change, turning the hot summer night into a cold night of void and dark. The feeling was somehow frighteningly familiar. Suddenly, Dudley gave an odd, shuddering gasp, and as a feeling of utter despair creeped up on him, Harry knew. Dementors. It was that night when the dreams of Tom Riddle returned. Harry wasn't sure what exactly brought them on. Maybe Dudley mentioning his name had been the catalyst. There was a distinct possibility, yes, but for some reason Harry didn't think that was it. Most likely it was the fear of Dementors that so inexplicably showed up in Little Whinging, the whole mental strain of it all, and the realization that the magical world has been so much closer than he knew. For all those years, Mrs. Figg had been a squib, loyal to Albus Dumbledore, and sent here to monitor Harry, maybe to spy on him even. And there were others like that man named Mundungus Fletcher, and who knows who else. Harry had never been as alone as he thought, yet never once in his life had anyone thought it necessary to let him know. They must have seen and known how badly the Dursleys were treating him, and yet for years and years, nobody even lifted a finger to help. Harry didn't understand why. Even now, when he was apparently going to face a disciplinary hearing to determine whether or not he'd be able to remain a student at Hogwarts, nobody cared to tell him anything but the bare basics. So now he was doubting everything and everyone, unsure who to trust. So maybe, just maybe, that was why on this particular night he dreamt once again of the Slytherin boy from the diary. The boy he admired for a while during his second year. The boy he, although he wouldn't admit it now, even trusted for the short period of time he'd interacted with the journal. Maybe this was a way for his brain to let him know that even now, he was missing that one trustworthy person in his life he obviously so desperately needed. Regardless of what the reason for his appearance was, though, there he was now. Tom Marvolo Riddle, looking as 16 and as handsome, Harry's mind supplied unhelpfully, as he had as a memory, sitting in a plush red chair, shockingly similar to ones Harry knew from the Gryffindor common room. He was looking at him with a curious, almost intrigued look in his eyes. Questioning even. There was nothing else in the dream to focus on, the rest of the room strangely washed out, almost all white and blurred. It felt kind of like they were just floating, suspended in midair. "Riddle," Harry said, acknowledging his presence, feeling almost annoyed. "Potter," repeated the older boy in kind. Harry glared. "What are you doing here?" he blurted out, not caring how rude he was sounding. After all, this was young Voldemort, and he was invading his dreams. There was no need to be civil with him. Riddle said nothing, just continued to stare at him, almost as if he was trying to figure something out, calculating. And it was quickly getting on Harry's nerves. "Hey, Riddle, I'm talking to you," said Harry harshly, patience not being his strong point at the best of times. "Either tell me why the fuck did you have to appear in my dream, or get out of here." Tom's handsome features twisted into a smirk as he appraised Harry, still silent. There was a slight change in the way he was looking at him now, more amused than anything else. Harry gulped. Suddenly he was feeling somehow nervous. Why, though, he didn't understand, nor was he sure it was even worth trying to. "Who knows?" said Tom finally, slowly, his voice smooth and calm. "Maybe you could tell me instead. Why are you dreaming of me?" "The hell I know why." Harry threw his hands up in the air dramatically. "I never wanted for you to appear in my dreams." And it was true. Riddle was the last person Harry wanted to see right now. It had been a very exhausting day, even without Slytherin prefects of the past disturbing his sleep. Doubly so, given that it was probably said prefect's older self that sent the Dementors after him in the first place. Honestly, he'd wish for a dreamless night more than anything today. He wanted to clear his head of all that's happened. But no, of course his idiot brain had to supply him with an image of the stupidly handsome would-be murderer of his parents. He glared at Riddle again, wishing more than anything for him to disappear. "So," the older boy said, sounding almost bored, like he was just making an unimportant sort of remark. "You're saying you prefer to relive the memories from the graveyard, rather than seeing my face?" Harry blinked a few times, shocked. How in the name of Merlin's sweaty socks did Riddle even know about him reliving his older self's resurrection almost every night? He shouldn't know any of this. He wasn't there. He was just a memory from an old diary. A dead one, to be exact. This wasn't right. Harry didn't like it at all. Oh, of course. It didn't take more than a few seconds for him to realize this, but he still felt stupid when it all dawned on him. Of course Riddle knew about the graveyard dreams. Of course he would mention them. He was a bloody creation of Harry's own subconscious, for crying out loud. Harry almost sighed, fighting the urge to facepalm, and glanced over at Riddle again. He was still sitting in the same chair, still looking at him questioningly. Not that dreaming of Tom Riddle of all people was a very healthy coping mechanism either, but the truth was Harry actually preferred this weird Riddle dream over the graveyard nightmares. At least nobody was screaming in pain. There were no killing curses flying around, no resurrected Dark Lords. Just a 16-year-old Slytherin prefect. The problem was said prefect was still Tom Riddle. He was still the past self of Lord Voldemort. And Harry wasn't having him in his head this way or another. Not tonight when he needed some actual sleep. "And what if I do?" he snarled at the older boy. For a moment, Riddle's eyes narrowed at him dangerously. It seemed like he was about to retort something, point out the fact that Harry was in fact lying. But no such thing happened. "Is that so?" he said instead, still in the same neutral, calm voice. And then the dream faded away, and Harry found himself once again in the graveyard, tied to Riddle Sr.'s tombstone, watching the Dark Lord's resurrected form rise from the cauldron. Chapter and notes. Thank you even more if you've made it this far. This chapter is just a little test to see if anyone would like me to continue. I don't really have any idea as to where this will end up going. Whenever I write something, the stories and characters just tend to go their own ways no matter what I plan, so I've just decided to let things flow. Anyway, those of you who have made it this far and would like me to continue, I'd appreciate it if you let me know either by commenting or leaving kudos. I'll add proper tags and everything soon, just working out how it all works, haha. Family. Chapter summary. Harry moves in with the Order and decides to stop being hostile to his dream visions of Riddle. Chapter notes. Hello, everyone. I honestly didn't expect the first chapter to be as well received as it was, and it really warmed my heart to receive such encouragement. So here you go. Another chapter is here. Hope you like it. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Over the course of the following days, Harry Potter has learned that he could no longer dream of anything but three specific things. First of all, there were the graveyard flashback nightmares. These were almost the easiest to bear for him, as crazy as it might sound. At least he understood what was bringing them on, why they were occurring, and he knew what to expect of them. They would always cause the same feeling of guilt, helplessness, and terror, and Harry would have to first make himself calm down upon waking up. But at least he knew, rationally, why this was happening, even if he was powerless against it. And although they still left him feeling overwhelmingly guilty afterwards, still made him scream with terror into the night, they were becoming less and less frequent. Harry couldn't say he minded, or wouldn't have minded if the circumstances were any different. There were, as infrequent as they were, the nightmares filled with only darkness, pain, and splashes of red, which, the more Harry thought about it, and he was trying not to most of the time, reminded the boy of fresh blood. He would always feel both appalled and entranced by the displays, wondering what brought them on. They felt almost foreign in his head, like they weren't really a part of who he was, not necessarily. But then again, they probably were, because how else would he end up dreaming of them? Amidst the darkness and pain, he would end up musing over whether this was what death felt like, until the pain became almost unbearable, effectively stopping him from even attempting to think, and making him only wish the end would come quickly. In the midst of the worst pain, there would sometimes be a voice. Harry, it would always say just his name, nothing more, barely a whisper. A whisper that sounded so lost, so pained, so broken. And then Harry would make his mind to bear the pain, to survive, to make it out of this black and red hell. Because no matter how terrible he felt, the one word, his name whispered so quietly, sounded almost like a plea. Most importantly, though, there now were the dreams of Tom Riddle. These were the only ones Harry was aware of as dreams right from the get-go, and they were becoming more and more frequent as time went by. They would always start out the same, a flash of light, and then there he always was, sitting in that washed-out, blurred replica of the Gryffindor common room, his long legs crossed as he looked at him. Sometimes Harry couldn't help but think how utterly out of place the older boy looked in such a setting, the red of the plush chair not suiting him at all compared to the Slytherin green of his robes. Riddle never said anything on his own accord, seemingly just content with watching the younger boy, studying him. Some time ago, Harry had noticed a difference between this dream Riddle and the Riddle he'd met in the diary during his second year. This Tom, no matter how similar he was to the diary memory, had red, blood-red eyes. The same eyes Harry remembered from Lord Voldemort, which, honestly, was of little consequence to the boy, though it made Tom look a little more frightening than he necessarily needed to during the dreams. Not like Harry could change anything about that. His subconscious clearly decided to point out at least some similarity between this boy and his older, murderous self, and so it became. And the color of the boy's irises was definitely not as pressing of a matter as the fact that he was appearing in Harry's dreams at all. Sometimes there would be genuine interest in the boy's eyes as he watched him. Sometimes he would appear almost bored. Only when Harry inevitably grew irritated about the situation and spoke, usually to tell Riddle to disappear from his dreamscape, would the Slytherin prefect respond. But he would say, smoothly, calmly, voice almost sweet, "What makes you think I have any control whatsoever over what you dream of?" Or something along those lines, which, in response, would make Harry wonder why exactly was his brain bringing back the memory of Tom Marvolo Riddle in the form of dreams so often recently. Maybe he was really going mad. He would muse, not like it was so surprising after all he'd been through. "Because I sure as hell don't want to dream about you of all people," he would snap back. Most of the time, Riddle would disappear right after that, and the dream would morph into one of the other two. This new arrangement of his nightly projections wasn't really something Harry enjoyed particularly. However, as he reminded himself often upon waking up, at least he wasn't dreaming about the upcoming disciplinary hearing, about being expelled and having to live his life like a common muggle, stuck with the Dursleys, wand snapped in two. But as the days went by, and Harry found himself unable to get rid of Riddle, as much as it sounded like a stupid pun, it was true. No matter how much he tried, the boy began to think that maybe, just maybe, he didn't have to be all dismissive and rude during those dreams. After all, it was not like he was hurting anyone by having a memory of a handsome 16-year-old appear in his dreams. This Riddle, at least, he was sure wasn't really dangerous. It was just a way his brain was attempting to grant him some relief. A sense of security, a place for him to, what? Talk about his worries? Unload some of the stress he's been feeling? Maybe his brain was just trying to give him someone to trust with his troubles. Those things Harry wouldn't voice out loud, ever, not even with only Ron and Hermione present. Maybe, subconsciously, this was what Harry wanted. Yes, that persona in particular wasn't something Harry would have chosen willingly. But then again, if he were to be completely honest with himself, he didn't even know whose face his supposed dream confidant should have otherwise. Because even after he had been moved to the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, even when he now had the Weasleys, Ron, Hermione, and Sirius around him, he didn't think he could confess everything he felt to their faces. He didn't want to bother them, didn't want them to think that he wasn't handling things well enough. And Riddle, he realized with a slightly painful tightening feeling in his chest, Diary Riddle at least, had truly been the only person he'd ever wanted to trust with everything. Every secret, every worry, and even his dark thoughts, unbefitting the boy who lived, even if it was only for a little while. Would it really be so terrible if Harry, only for the duration of those dreams, allowed himself to do so once more? He wasn't stupid. He knew not to connect his dream Tom with the reality of the Dark Lord. They were two completely different entities, and Harry would sooner kill himself than tell Lord Voldemort whatever he thought he might soon confide in his dream Riddle. That's it. He finally decided one day, after waking up from a dream where Tom Riddle had flashed him an almost hurt look at the rude dismissal. He was going to use these dreams as a diary of sorts, just a little harder to find for prying eyes. YEA I. He couldn't help but chuckle at that thought. Maybe in the end, this was exactly the kind of coping mechanism he needed. Or maybe he was really losing his mind. Whatever. During the days spent at the headquarters, Harry found himself so busy he didn't even have the time to think about the coming disciplinary hearing. As it turned out, the Order had taken to using Sirius's old family home as a base. And the house was, well, to put it lightly, not as cared for as it could have been in the years when nobody used it. With only a slightly strange, slightly mad old house elf, who only had an exponentially madder portrait of Sirius's mother to give him orders, left to take care of the black ancestral home. The house had fallen into disrepair. And when they tried to clean it, restore it, make it at least livable Aegon, it almost seemed like it was hell-bent on fighting back. Like it actually wanted to stay dark, gloomy, and dirty. It almost felt like they weren't simply trying to do some cleaning. It felt more like they were at war with the old building itself. One day, Harry decided to ask Sirius about it. They'd just finished a particularly unpleasant repellent attack on some nasty, old, doxy-infested curtains, and were taking a well-deserved break and eating some sandwiches. They were standing in what appeared to be a drawing room. At least Harry thought it was. Seriously, this house had just too many useless rooms. In front of a huge tapestry, embroidered with a golden thread that was still shining despite the tapestry looking old and faded. It depicted the family tree of the House Black all the way to the Middle Ages. His godfather only shrugged at the question. "It's always been gloomy like this," he said dismissively. "Suppose my hag of a mother liked it that way. Not this dirty, mind you, but the gloom was always here, even when I was a kid." Harry considered this, looking at the tapestry. He was trying to imagine how it must have felt to be growing up here. The house was rather depressing. He looked at the faces of all the blacks and wondered if the lack of sunlight in their ancestral home was the reason they all had such pale complexions. "But you're not here," he exclaimed a moment later, not being able to find his godfather's face. Sirius chuckled darkly. "Of course I'm not. I hated them, you know," he said, venom almost dripping from his words. "The whole rotten lot of them. My parents with their stupid pure-blood supremacy nonsense. My younger brother for believing them. My charming, deranged cousin. But they didn't like me either." Another chuckle escaped his lips. This, he He pointed at a blackened scorch mark right next to the face named Regulus Arcturus Black. Is what my dear mommy did after I ran from home. Burned me off the tapestry. Said she's gonna disown me. Made Regulus the heir instead. Like I could care less. Back then, I never thought I'd set a foot in this house ever again. Sirius sounded sour. You ran away? Harry asked, eyes widening with surprise. He knew that Sirius had been born into a pure-blood supremacist Slytherin family that didn't take well to his being sorted in Gryffindor and all, but not that it was so bad he was forced to run away. Where did you go? To your dad's, Sirius admitted, sighing, a small, sad smile forming on his lips at the memory. In many ways, the Potters were more of a family to me than my blood relatives ever were. James Potter was like a brother, even if we weren't related by blood. And sometimes it just feels so wrong to think how early this all had ended. Harry honestly wasn't sure how to react to this. A part of him wanted to tell his godfather how sorry he was that he'd lost his best friend, who, as it seemed, was more of a brother to him than his own little brother could ever be. He wanted to promise the man that from now on, Harry, would be his family. But would that be enough? Harry was never enough for anyone, not once in his life. He couldn't even think about replacing the hole that the death of James Potter must have left in this man's heart. But then, there was also this impossible wish of Harry's that had been floating around in his head ever since he found out his godfather had been innocent back in his 3rd year. A wish he'd only dared to voice once before, when he thought that Sirius would be a free man soon enough. And after it proved impossible, after Wormtail ran, he never dared to broach the subject again. But now, facing the sad smile on his godfather's face, he was reminded of it once again. A wish for a family of his own, for an actual home to come back every summer break. I'm sorry, Sirius said suddenly, effectively stopping Harry's train of thought. I'm here crying over not having spent enough time with James, when you, his son, barely had the chance to meet him at all. Harry shook his head. It's okay, he said. Just because you weren't actually related doesn't mean you don't have the right to miss him. He took a deep breath, willing himself to be brave. Maybe it was too late. Should he have shown more interest during the past year? Of course, there had been the tournament taking most of his time, resources, and thoughts. There had been a Death Eater out for his life. And then the Dark Lord got resurrected and Harry shut himself off from the world. But still, he might have at least written more if not anything, right? He suddenly felt like he hadn't done enough to deserve even asking for anything. Not enough to earn Sirius' trust. Maybe after such negligence, Sirius didn't want Harry around at all. Not when, even after more than a year, they still knew almost nothing about one another. Nothing could replace James, and Harry was sure he himself was just a pale, washed-out copy of his father, maybe even less. Sirius wouldn't want him clinging to his side, would he? Suddenly, Harry wanted to disappear. But at the same time, he knew Black was probably expecting a response. He should say something. Anything. And he did want a family, a place to belong, as selfish as the wish was. Would suggesting what he wanted to suggest really be that bad? He took one more steadying breath. You're a Gryffindor. Just do it, he told himself. I'm sure the Potters loved you just as much, he heard himself saying, looking the man in the eyes. And I'd love to become closer to you too, if you don't mind, of course. I'm sure it won't be the same or as good as it used to, but we could at least try. Really try this time? Find our own way. Now he was looking at Sirius with almost pleading eyes. I consider it an honor to be considered your family. Harry was rambling. He knew he was probably not making much sense, and so he let his eyes drop, looking at the old, dusty floor. He shouldn't have said anything. The Dursleys' voices, telling him that he was nothing, a useless waste of space, a freak, came back to him in his thoughts, morphing slowly into something more sinister. Why had he said anything? Hadn't he determined at the beginning of the summer that he didn't deserve happiness? Not after what he allowed to happen with Cedric. He shouldn't have. Harry, said Sirius, making the green-eyed boy look up at him once more. I already consider you family. I've always had, and always will. You have to know that. As pleasant warmth spread through Harry's whole being upon hearing that, and partly because he wanted to hide the tears of relief that were pushing themselves into his eyes, partly because he couldn't help it, he threw himself into Sirius's open arms. Never before had Harry felt so much like a child. Was it strange, considering he no longer was 10 and frightened, hiding inside his cupboard, that right here, right now, he felt so impossibly young and fragile? Was this what having a family did to a person? Family. Harry thought that even though he'd never had much of a good understanding of the word, he still had enough time to start learning. And maybe, just maybe, him and Sirius could start looking for their own meaning of the word together. He'd certainly love that. They spent a little more time looking at the tapestry after that. Sirius showed him his grandfather, Arcturus, who had apparently been the only of the elders to disagree with his disownment, and who consequently was the reason Sirius was still able to use his family's estate at all. I didn't even know he liked me at all until he stood up for me, Sirius admitted. When I asked him, he said it wasn't about me personally, but about keeping the family alive. He died, still thinking of me as Quilty for Peter's murder, shortly after you began your first year at Hogwarts. Harry looked at the face on the tapestry, thinking that maybe one day he would ask his godfather more about the man. He didn't seem to have been necessarily a bad person, but then again this, and a passing remark about how he'd given the ministry loads of gold to get awarded an Order of Merlin, were the only pieces of information he got so far. My brother got his middle name after Grandpa. He pointed at a picture of a boy whose face was very similar to his own. Or maybe great-uncle Regulus, who knows. But he was so proud of it, trying to live up to the name and make the family proud in exchange. He laughed mirthlessly. It almost sounded like the bark of a very sad, tired dog. Stupid little brother. Joined you-know-who right after he finished Hogwarts and got himself killed in his service not long after. He said, a hint of sadness betraying his voice. Probably got scared of what he'd signed up for and wanted to leave. But you don't just stop being a Death Eater. You become one, you die one. You mean that Voldemort killed him? Asked Harry, studying Regulus's face. No, I doubt he was important enough for that. Sirius shook his head. Probably some other Death Eater murdered him at his lord's command. Still, he sighed, he made my parents infinitely prouder than I ever could. Harry tried to think about what could possibly have driven anyone to join the dark side. He couldn't even imagine anyone willingly wanting to become a Death Eater. But then again, he wasn't a prejudiced pureblood with a groundless hatred for muggles, so maybe he would never be able to. Before he could voice any of his thoughts, though, his godfather's focus shifted on another part of the tapestry, pointing at another burned part. Oh, so Andromeda isn't here either, he mused. She was, is my favorite cousin. I obviously haven't spoken to her in ages, but we used to be kind of close. You see, she married a muggle-born Ted Tonks, so of course she would be burned off of here too. On the other hand, both of her sisters married respectable pure-blood wizards, so they're still here. Sirius gestured to the other two women, named Narcissa and Bellatrix. Both their names rang very familiar with Harry, but only with one could he even know why right off the bat. You're related to the Malfoys, he exclaimed, surprised, as he looked at the thread connecting Narcissa to the name of one Lucius Malfoy, and then their son, Draco. Does it really matter? Sirius retorted, looking at the same with a disgusted expression. All pure-blood families are somehow related anyway. But at least Narcissa was, well, somehow sane, which can't be said about the oldest sister. Harry shifted his focus on Bellatrix's face. And then the understanding dawned on him. She was a witch with long, wild locks of midnight black hair he'd seen in Dumbledore's pensive memory of the trial of Barty Crouch Jr., although here on the tapestry. Her hair looked less unruly. She was, Harry had to admit grudgingly, actually quite beautiful. Bella's still in Azkaban, as far as I know, Sirius said matter-of-factly when he saw what his godson was looking at. Bloody deranged, if you ask me. Not sure she's always been, though, but definitely ever since she fell head over heels for you-know-who. Must have messed up her brain quite a bit. She what? Harry gaped. How could anyone ever feel anything like that towards Voldemort, of all people? He didn't understand, and even thinking about it made him slightly sick to his stomach. Yeah, she was bloody obsessed with the man, his godfather grimaced. More than just average admiration and devotion. As was her husband, by the way. Such a charming couple of Death Eaters they were. He's with her in Azkaban, by the way. Then, Sirius became silent. The look of disgust on his face was saying everything, though. He hated them, really hated them all, and wished more than anything he wasn't related to any of them. Harry thought he could understand. Yes, Dursleys were horrible people and horrible relatives, but at least they weren't Death Eaters. Anyway, Sirius shook his head finally and turned his eyes to Harry. They're not my family as far as I'm concerned. None of them are. Decided as much when I ran away. You, Harry, are the only family I've got left. And with a smile, much more genuine one this time, he added, ruffling Harry's already messy hair. And that's plenty enough for me. Harry could do nothing but smile back. He felt so happy and content at the moment. Happier than he had been feeling recently. Sirius, he asked, if they really expel me at the disciplinary hearing, would it be okay if I moved here with you? And there it was. He finally voiced the concern he had been trying to bury beneath hard work and musings about dreams. What if really they would decide to snap his wand in two and expel him from Hogwarts? He didn't even want to imagine having to return back to the Dursleys and live there, ripped off of any connection to the world where he truly belonged. There was a beat of silence. Before Harry could even start questioning himself again, Sirius spoke. It must be really bad with your aunt and uncle if you'd rather live here, he said, gesturing at the room, and probably the whole house. Harry could tell he meant it somehow jokingly, but there was a hint of uncertainty behind the man's words. Like he didn't want to let himself hope. It doesn't matter what the house looks like, Harry answered earnestly. What's important is that I'd be with you. And you're more of a family to me than the Dursleys could ever be. At that, he earned another hug from his godfather. We'll see, Sirius only said. We'll see. Soon after, Molly Weasley returned to the room, and with her came more work on cleaning up the old house. Harry dove into the work with more enthusiasm than the others, thinking that maybe one day it would become his home, and he wanted it to be at its best. Sometime during the afternoon, his scars started prickling a little again, like someone was trying to gently probe it to see what it would do, but he decided not to acknowledge it. Voldemort was back after all. That could, and probably also was the cause of the discomfort he'd been feeling from time to time. It wasn't like there were any books or articles on this particular type of magical scarring, given the fact that Harry was the only known survivor of the Avada Kedavra curse. So he couldn't exactly refer to anything. Who knows how his scar operated? Maybe now that Voldemort was back, it would just remind him of the fact like this from time to time. Just so he doesn't forget that someone who'd already tried to murder him before could be out for his blood once again. And he is, Harry thought mirthlessly. But he sure as hell knew that whatever his scar was doing, it had nothing in common with Voldemort being anywhere close. Because there was just no way he would get around the Fidelius charm. Yes, his scar was acting weird and all, but it wasn't even painful, so no need to panic. He decided to focus on the cleaning instead, pushing the tingling sensation in his scar aside, and thought only about the prospect of having a family for the remainder of the day. That evening, still feeling somewhat warm and happy inside, Harry decided he'd try acting civil with Tom Riddle in his dreams. He would stop being rude, start actually talking to the boy, and maybe even put the diary plan into motion. Perhaps gaining a safe space to voice his thoughts would really do him good, even if the space was just inside of his own head. And so, when the Slytherin's form inevitably appeared in the whiteness of the dreamscape, instead of his usual annoyed reaction, he smiled. "Hello, Tom," he said. It might honestly have been worth doing it just to see the reaction on Tom's face, because the older boy's eyes actually widened in surprise. Soon enough, though, Riddle composed himself, putting up a mask of casual nonchalance. "Hello," he said, no hint of the surprise he'd just shown reaching his voice. "Aren't you in a good mood today? What caused the sudden change, may I ask?" And there it was again. Riddle was looking at him like he was trying to solve a puzzle. Questioning, a tad intrigued. "Well," Harry drawled, suddenly feeling a bit cheeky. "Wouldn't you like to know?" He grinned at the older boy. Harry was sure this was confusing Riddle, but he didn't want to show it. To show that he didn't understand something would be very humiliating. And apparently, even his own mind's construct Tom Riddle felt the same way. At that thought, he almost chuckled but managed not to. Laughing at the older boy would probably not bring the kind of truce he wanted to manage here. "You don't have to tell me if you don't wish to," the prefect said, although his eyes were telling something different entirely. "Although I do find myself wondering what happened to cause such a dramatic change." "Nothing much," Harry just shrugged, deciding to go with the truth. or at least a part of it. Just decided being a jerk to a fragment of my subconscious is quite counterproductive, even if the fragment has your face. I see. Riddle nodded lightly. I suppose that makes sense. Quiet followed. Now that Harry decided he didn't want to be openly hostile, he found that he had no idea how else to interact with the other. The Slytherin prefect didn't look like he was going to give him any pointers either. He was still just looking at him, eyes calculating. Harry rubbed the back of his neck, feeling suddenly very awkward and uncomfortable. Maybe he didn't think this through at all. What could he possibly discuss with a 50-year-old memory of a Slytherin? So he just sat down on the washed-out white floor next to where Riddle was, leaning his back against the old plush chair. It was way more comfortable than he'd imagined it would be, probably because it was a dreamscape they were in, and therefore the floor didn't necessarily have to be cold. You know, this is harder than I thought it would be, he sighed, closing his eyes. What is? Riddle's voice probed gently, just as Harry knew it would. Somehow, it sounded so like Tom really didn't want to force him into anything. That at least made Harry a little more comfortable, and he decided he would explain. Talking to you, normally like I would to an average person. Or like I used to when you were just a diary I'd found in my second year, he confessed. There were a few more moments of silence before Tom answered this time. When he did, he said the words slowly, almost carefully, like he was either trying to convince Harry to believe him, or maybe attempting to calm down his temper. Harry absentmindedly thought that, wow, his subconscious was really good at this. There's no need for you to talk if you're not comfortable with it, he said, and almost as if he remembered he should, added, this is your dream after all. And so they just sat there in silence, Harry quickly slipping into his own thoughts, feeling strangely comfortable and almost at ease. He decided to use this time to sort out his thoughts about what he'd experienced earlier that day. The Blacks were, for the most part, apparently the kind of family he wouldn't really get along with. Be it the obvious disdain for Muggles and Muggleborns, be it the number of Death Eaters in their midst, or just the way they treated their own relatives, Harry felt that maybe just a few of them, namely his godfather and Andromeda Tonks, or maybe, just maybe, even Arcturus, at least to some degree, were at least decent people. He would certainly love to know more about Andromeda, his godfather's supposed favorite cousin. Maybe one day, once Sirius is pardoned, and Harry just knew that had to happen. Eventually, he was innocent after all. They could pay her a visit. That would surely be nice. He was also honestly curious about Regulus. Maybe if Sirius ever wanted to talk about his younger brother more, it would help Harry figure out why anyone ever thought that joining the Dark Lord had been a good idea. Was Regulus's room still there in the house? And would Harry be allowed to look? Of course, he'd love to hear stories about his parents too. But that topic seemed so painful to Sirius. Harry doubted he'd have the guts to ask anytime soon. Who knows, though, maybe one day the man would want to share something with his godson, even without being asked to. And finally, Sirius had agreed to become more of a family to him. Even if the consent was just vague, it felt very genuine, and the boy was just happy to get at least that kind of promise. It was going to take some time and effort, sure, and it would be so much easier if Sirius could just get a fair trial and become a free man again. But so far, that seemed impossible yet, so they had to work what they had available to them. Harry still wasn't sure what exactly a family entitled, what it really meant, but he was determined to work hard on it. Because the warm feeling of actually having one was definitely worth it. Suddenly, he was very painfully aware of the fact that the boy claiming the only available chair in this dream space never even had the option to try. And as that thought entered his mind, he suddenly couldn't stay quiet anymore. Hey, Tom, he said quietly, gently. I'm sorry. What for? Asked the older boy. Harry turned around, finding that he was already, or maybe still, being looked at by the Slytherin prefect. I'm sorry you never had any family, he said, looking into those disturbingly red eyes that, for now, only seemed lonely to him. Harry Potter woke up right after that, confused and slightly unsure as to why he even told Riddle anything like that. Chapter and notes. Can you tell I absolutely adore Harry and Sirius interactions? It always seemed to me that in the books, they weren't really close enough, or not as much as they could have been, so let me rectify this in this timeline at least a little bit. I've decided that for the time being, this story will be updated every Friday/Saturday, depending on which of those days I have work. Hopefully that's agreeable. I have also kind of added all the tags that I could think of might apply to this story. I think more may appear later on. I also know, even now, it won't stay as sweet and innocent forever. Once our good old Valdi properly enters the scene, expect it to take quite the turn. So consider yourselves warned, I guess. This may also turn out to be quite the slow burn, but on the other hand, probably not as bad as it could be. Winky face. Friendships and connections. Chapter summary. Tom is confused, enraged, surprised. Tom is a mess. Tom is not Tom. And Harry needs all hugs ever. Just saying. Trigger warning. Mention of mistreatment, abuse, starvation in passing. Feel free to skip Harry's memories. The paragraph is marked with an asterisk. Chapter notes. I'm aware this chapter is a bit shorter than the other two, but it felt like writing any more would ruin it somehow. Anyway, enjoy. See the end of the chapter for more notes. After he told his dream version of Tom Riddle, he was sorry about him never having any family. Harry hadn't dreamt of the boy for a while. Instead, the nightmares of Cedric's death returned with more force. Now somehow including dementors or the Minister of Magic from time to time. There were still the dreams of pain and death too, but the most confusing yet least painful ones were suddenly gone. Harry realized after he hadn't seen those for a third day in a row that he was against all odds actually missing Riddle's presence. He was also angry with the boy for just disappearing on him like that just when he decided he'd be civil with him and actually use the dreams for his own good. Couldn't the stupid Slytherin have fucked off while Harry had still wanted him to? No, of course not. That would be just too simple, wouldn't it? Great, he thought sourly every time his mind came round to that. I'm going completely mental. Forget getting expelled from Hogwarts. I should get myself locked up at St. Mungo's because this isn't normal. Maybe it was the lack of sleep, his increasing worries about the upcoming disciplinary hearing together with an increased amount of nightmares brought. Or perhaps his brain was going crazy because now that Riddle was gone, he had no contact with anyone even similar to his age at all. Maybe it all came down to the fact that he was currently not speaking with his friends. Harry would probably never admit it to their faces, but ever since his first day at Grimmauld Place, he'd sort of been avoiding Ron and Hermione. He hadn't planned to, and was doing it, more or less subconsciously at first, but still, he was avoiding them nevertheless. The very first day in the old house, he'd snapped and yelled at his friends, so upset about not hearing anything of worth from them all summer. Hermione had cried, and Ron had looked at him with such accusatory eyes that Harry did a very un-Gryffindor thing. He ran for it, and although his anger at not being told anything dissipated since, he hadn't yet found the courage to try and talk to his best friends again. Sometimes he caught one or the other, looking at him, maybe expecting him to do something, to go up to them, to talk, to yell again. But Harry would quickly turn his eyes away and, if possible, even exit the room. And as the time went by, he found it harder and harder to attempt communication. Instead, he spent most of his days in the company of Sirius, who, although they never touched on the topic of maybe living together as a family again, started slowly sharing stories of his relatives, or even the times he, James, Remus, and Peter were still at Hogwarts. He talked about what mischief they did, how immensely their antics bothered the school staff, and how later on, Lily Evans, and sometimes Remus Lupin too, had tried to coax at least some responsibility into them. Harry was little by little learning so much about the kind of people his parents had been, building a mental picture of them in his head. He could sometimes almost imagine the young man, who was so similar to himself, laughing happily, hand in hand with a beautiful redhead woman. For a reason unknown to him, his mental image of Lily Evans reminded him a lot of Ginny Weasley, but he never thought of it as important. Ron's sister was, after all, by far the most familiar redhead girl to him, so it made sense for him to project her visage onto his mental images to a degree. He felt sorry he never got to know his parents properly, but at least he still had someone to hear stories of them from at least. Something Tom Riddle probably never had. His mind would remind him from time to time, and Harry would feel a conflicting mix of pity and disgust towards the Dark Lord in exchange. It confused him, and he tried not to dwell on it so much, because the last thing he needed was to start pitying the man who murdered his parents and even tried to kill him too. Accompanying the time they were spending together, there was a sense of closeness Harry now felt around Sirius. The man was really becoming something similar to family to him, and Harry hoped his godfather felt the same about him. He never dared to ask, though, fearful of the possibility that he might break this fragile relationship between them before it had the chance to strengthen and become more stable. Besides, even if he felt much closer to the man now, every time Sirius asked about Harry's life, Harry's family, Harry's experience with the Dursleys, the boy just couldn't bring himself to open up. It wasn't always that bad, he would say. It's just they're not really fond of magic is all. And Sirius, sensing it wasn't the right time to ask yet, would not push further. Such was their delicate relationship. But as of now, what mattered the most to both of them was that they were at least trying their best. Harry often wondered if there would be a time when he would truly share everything with Sirius. A time when he would open up about how horribly he'd been treated his whole life. But he didn't see it coming anytime soon. He was just so ashamed of how far he let his relatives take things more often than not, and of what he'd sometimes had to do. He remembered the times his aunt had kicked him out of the house without even breakfast or a sip of water and refused to let him back in until late in the evening. He would end up walking around the neighborhood, the inhabitants of Little Whinging avoiding him like the plague. Sometimes he would get so hungry he'd almost faint. Then he would desperately rummage through trash cans, trying to find anything edible that would stop his head from spinning out of pure hunger and exhaustion. His head would throb painfully because he was so dehydrated. If he was truly desperate, he would then risk a little sip out of a rain puddle, which would usually cause him to get sick. But his aunt and uncle wouldn't acknowledge it. And besides, he would always get better on his own unnaturally soon anyways. He suspected now it had been his magic that was helping him most of the time. Yes, ever since he got Dudley's second bedroom and started going to Hogwarts, his life had improved a lot. The Dursleys not daring to do anything as drastic anymore. But these old memories filled Harry with so much shame he didn't think he would ever admit to having lived like this to anyone. And so for now, he just kept reassuring Sirius that although there was no love between him and his relatives, he was doing fine. And he wasn't planning to change that anytime soon. Because what if then his godfather saw him in a different light? What if he decided to get rid of such a disgraceful freak of a godson? Harry would never risk that. As for Hermione and Ron, he was now almost sure he'd done something so bad by yelling at them that he wouldn't be able to fix it even if he tried. Because who knows, maybe Ron and Hermione were actually glad to be rid of him. Who was he, trying to force his presence on them? He was, after all, just a worthless freak, a waste of space. I think you should talk to them, said Sirius one day when Harry mentioned they still weren't talking to each other. I think they're waiting for you to take the first step. No, Harry hadn't said anything about his worries. It just slipped out that they weren't on talking terms and he was feeling sorry. You think so? He looked at his godfather, who in turn nodded seriously. Definitely. Even friends get mad at each other from time to time, kid. It's nothing that can't be fixed. And so, Harry gathered the courage and decided to try. He was going to try with Ron first, since the redhead still sat with him at dinner, and they still shared a room together. Harry figured it would be easier to get himself to apologize if there were more opportunities, and then they could maybe figure out how to get Hermione to forgive him together. Look, I'm really sorry, he blurted out that day over dinner. He just couldn't stop himself, wanting more than anything to be friends with the boy again. It wasn't the most elegant or thought-through way of fixing things, but Ron looked at him from across the table and grinned anyway. It's okay, mate, he waved his hand, dismissing the matter easily. I mean, I'd be pissed too if I were you. It sucks, you know, Harry sighed, not knowing anything. I bet it does. For all it's worth, I'm really sorry for not telling you more, said Ron. I know you are. It wasn't your fault, admitted Harry finally, feeling like a boulder just got lifted off his chest. And I'm sorry for being about it. And that was it. Ron was once again talking to him. Harry couldn't believe how easy it had been. They later found Hermione, and this time with a little more of a forethought. Harry apologized to her too. She got teary-eyed again, talked about how stupid Harry was for even thinking they'd stop talking to him over such a trivial matter, and told him how glad she was that he was speaking to them again. Harry hadn't felt this happy since the beginning of the summer. But at the back of his mind, a little voice kept reminding him that there was still one person he should be angry with. Albus Dumbledore. Harry didn't understand why the old wizard would keep everything from him. Why withhold such important information? Was Harry so stupid or so untrustworthy that he didn't deserve to be told anything? Was Dumbledore really blaming him for Cedric's death? And if that was the reason, What had he been blamed for before that made the old wizard mistrust Harry from the very beginning? He would very much like to ask the headmaster himself. But whenever he even set foot in the headquarters, and that admittedly wasn't that often, it had only been brief, and the man seemed to be purposely ignoring Harry. "I'm sure he's just busy," Hermione said when he brought it up the evening before his disciplinary hearing, repeating Harry's own earlier thoughts. "Yeah, mate," nodded Ron. "He's Dumbledore, after all." Harry nodded. They were probably right. It's not like he was expecting the old wizard to devote all of his time to Harry. There were probably much more pressing matters on Dumbledore's mind. But no matter that, he realized he'd given anything to just have a chance of a chat. A quick chat, a reassurance, maybe a promise that everything would be explained in time. "Still," he said, sighing, "it would have been nice if he talked to me at all. You know, maybe even just to give me some pointers for tomorrow." Both of his friends looked at him sympathetically. The disciplinary hearing Harry had tried so hard not to think about was coming. No, was practically happening already, and the boy felt incredibly uneasy just at the thought of it. "Are you nervous, Harry?" asked Hermione gently. Harry's first impulse at that was to shake his head and reassure her that no, he wasn't that nervous. He wanted to tell her he was okay, but the words just got stuck in his throat like a lump of goo. Harry nodded instead. "They can't expel you, they just can't," the bushy-haired girl said. "I've read up on it, and the law clearly states that even underage witches and wizards can in fact use their magic in extreme, life or death situations. Yeah, even in front of muggles." Ron nodded vigorously, while Hermione tried to catch her breath. She then quickly continued, "And besides, the muggle in question is your cousin who already knows, so it's not like you were really exposing the truth to anyone. Thank you, Hermione." Harry stopped her mid-sentence then, seeing she was beginning to ramble. I'm sure you're right." As he looked at both of his friends, trying to reassure him as best as they knew, he felt so grateful, so happy that they hadn't cast him away. Harry wasn't sure he would ever be able to voice it properly, but this, the support, the care, meant so much to him. Especially when he sighed as he remembered that detail. Most of the wizarding world now thought of him as an attention-seeking liar, according to what the prophet was publishing. "Do you think they will even bother to listen to me?" He voiced his concern. "You know, with the newspaper printing all that stupid stuff about me?" "But that's just a load of hippogriff crap," Ron scowled. "Anyone with a brain can see that." Hermione seemed to think about the matter for a little longer. "It's truly a vile campaign," she said with disgust in her voice. "But it shouldn't prevent you from having a fair trial. At least I hope so." "Fudge has gone crazy, I'm telling you," mused Ron. "Paranoid, useless guy him. I mean, if Dumbledore really wanted his place, he'd already have gotten it like 1,000 times. There wouldn't be a need for him to manufacture the return of you-know-who and intimidate the whole of Britain into submission." "Huh, yeah," nodded Harry slowly. "Makes no sense whatsoever. I get that he doesn't want him to be back. Honestly, who does, but really? He'll just open the door to him without even putting up a fight if he continues acting like that." Now he was angry again. This time, he was furious with Fudge, the Ministry, the Prophet, everyone who treated him, or Dumbledore, although there was anger for the man as well, like the source of all problems. They were focusing on the wrong thing entirely. If they just believed what he'd said, there might not have even been a reason for him to use the Patronus in the first place. Because who else apart from the Dark Lord would even send Dementors after him? But no, Fudge chose to close his eyes and ears and to pretend everything was fine. Just so he what? Wouldn't lose his post? Could enjoy this false peace for a little longer? Could throw shade at Dumbledore and Harry? "I think they're going to expel me anyway," he sighed, suddenly feeling incredibly tired. "No, Harry, you mustn't think like that," exclaimed Hermione. "The law is on your side." Harry laughed mirthlessly. "Maybe it is, but if nobody listens, what good will it do?" Tired, he was just so tired. Maybe he should just go to bed and sleep. The sooner the next day would come, the sooner it would all end. One way or the other. As soon as the thought of going to bed entered his mind, there was a throbbing in his scar. It started to gradually increase until it was almost painful. "Great," thought Harry, "and now this too." "Guys," he said finally, managing a slight smile at least. "Thanks so much for trying to cheer me up, but I think I'll just go and sleep on it, so I'm rested for whatever tomorrow brings, that is." He saw Ron and Hermione exchange looks. Worried, he realized, I'm fine, really. He tried to smile more convincingly. I just don't think that talking about it will make the hearing any less terrible. So I might as well try and get some extra sleep. Are you sure, Harry? Asked Hermione. You look pale. Pale was he? Well, it would be a surprise if he wasn't, because his scar was now really hurting. Please, just let me sleep this off, he thought. Yeah, everything's fine. He lied anyway. Okay, we'll let you rest, said his friend, and finally got up to leave. So, I'm gonna go with Mione for a bit. Yeah, said Ron, rubbing the back of his neck. But if you need anything, we're just downstairs with the others, okay, mate? Harry nodded. Please, just make it stop, please. I'll be fine. Just leave me be. Of course, thanks, guys. He managed one more smile before Ron and Hermione finally left the room. Now he could fall down on the bed, clutching his head at last. Harry Potter. He heard his name spoken in that familiar, sibilant voice he'd heard before the Dementor attack. And then his scar imploded, and Harry felt like he was being pulled into himself in a whirlwind of pain. His vision blurred, and blackness enveloped him. Tom Riddle was getting impatient. He had already taken the calming draft and was now sitting in a comfortable chair in the guest wing of Malfoy Manor he'd taken as his temporary base lately, waiting for Harry Potter to fall asleep. After the boy had told him he felt sorry for him, he had felt confused at first, angry too, maybe a bit scared. This boy, this little, aggravating, insignificant, and yet for an unknown reason so important, reckless Gryffindor felt sorry for him. The greatest sorcerer of all time? How laughable was that? He didn't want his pity, nor did he need it. And family? He hadn't felt a need for that. Probably never. Or at least he didn't remember. Even though it was still true that when he heard the raven-haired boy, his prophesized enemies, say those words, first truly kind words he'd heard in an eternity, and saw such sincerity reflect in those emerald green eyes, something in the vicinity in his chest clenched almost painfully. But not to the full extent, Tom realized. It hadn't felt the way it should have had. There was a feeling of something missing, a piece of him that was supposed to feel something more somehow, but it just wasn't there. It was a highly unnerving sensation, and he had decided he wanted none of it. So he stopped trying to enter the boy's open mind while he slept. It didn't matter, he still hadn't discovered why this unique connection between the two of them even existed in the first place. Why it was so easy to slip into the youngster's unguarded, sleepy brain. The boy's secrets didn't matter if his own peace of mind, his sanity, was at stake. No, he decided he would stop trying to figure that out for now and sort out his thoughts instead. And so he did, cutting off the access to the boy's dreams completely for the time being. Sleep didn't come to him easily anyway, so instead of taking a calming draft and making himself drift off, he started spending his nights in deep pondering. Definitely not about Harry Potter, though. Instead, he threw himself into planning the overthrow of the Ministry again, which, admittedly, he had been neglecting the past few weeks due to his interest wandering elsewhere. He had several fruitful meetings with his Death Eaters, was pleased to hear that everything was going according to his plan. The cowardly minister was still playing exactly into his cards, while all the time his faithful followers were placing more and more ministry officers under the imperious curse. Even the plan for a mass breakout from Azkaban that he was going to orchestrate to get his most faithful back to him was going swimmingly. Indeed, Tom was very pleased with the progress. It took him 3 full days before he decided he'd done enough and would now address the problem of Harry Potter again. Actually, it was Lucius's offhand remark about the boy facing a disciplinary hearing the next day that made him want to try and see into the youth's head once more. He wasn't exactly concerned about the boy, but he was curious. What had the boy who lived done to have aggravated the ministry to the point where he was now facing expulsion from Hogwarts? Of course, he knew about the slandering campaign the minister was working on alongside the Daily Prophet. He even sometimes fed into some of the rumors, especially if they could harm Albus Dumbledore's pristine reputation. But the whole disciplinary hearing, seemed like quite a drastic action to him, and he couldn't help but wonder what Harry Potter must have done to bring it forth. But would he ask the slippery worm in front of him? No, of course not. Not wanting to appear too eager, because of course he wasn't, and he definitely wasn't trying his hardest not to think of the boy and his mystery for the past few days. He didn't ask Lucius about anything more. That night, he thought, almost smirking at the thought, he would enter Potter's dreams again, and maybe if he tried being friendly, the boy would tell him more on his own. After all, it had looked like he wanted to be, what do they say, civil with him now. Tom was sure he could use that, and while he would still focus on uncovering the reason behind their strange connection, maybe the foolish Gryffindor would now even tell him more. After all, from what he'd gathered about the boy so far, he trusted others far too easily, probably not thinking anyone would dare cross the great, famous boy who lived. He sneered internally, and therefore getting him to play this little game for him would be very easy. The waiting period had ended last time he'd entered the dreamscape. He was sure of it, and now everything would be easier. He just had to tap into the connection once more. He would get to the bottom of this. He would uncover the mystery that was Harry Potter. He would figure out why it was this particular boy the prophecy had spoken about, maybe even get said boy to recover the recording of it for him. And then, when he had no more use for the boy, he would finally kill him, just like he was going to all those years ago. Just like he would have if that foolish mudblood hadn't decided to stand in his way. And lastly, he would figure out why in Salazar's name the boy thought it was needed to tell him he was sorry that Tom never had any family. First step, though, just like he'd already decided to do, was to enter the boy's mind again, to make him believe utterly and completely that this dream version of himself was a friend. But now that he decided to show himself in his dreams again, the boy dared to be up late? Tom hated not knowing, not having answers, not getting what he wanted. Tom despised tardiness. And having to wait for Harry Potter, of all people, to fall asleep was aggravating him to no end. He'd been so patient with the boy before, but now at this moment, for a reason unknown to him, his patience was slowly running out. Tom would not wait for Harry Potter anymore. He would make the boy come to him. But how was he going to do that? So, you're calling yourself Tom now? A mocking mental voice laughed at him. Very unhelpfully, by the way. He hadn't even realized he'd been referring to himself by his filthy muggle father's name in his thoughts. He frowned at that realization. He was definitely not calling himself Tom. Of course he wasn't. It was just a temporary slip-up. Because he'd been acting as Tom for some time now, feeding into Potter's silly notion of him being just a dream. He had been ever since the first dream. He didn't know why Potter even thought of him as Tom Riddle, or why he'd appeared in his younger form the first time he landed in the dreamscape. But if that was how he'd win the boy's trust and consequently learn all of his secrets, who cared? He could handle pretending for a little while. But he wasn't Tom. He hadn't been him for over 50 years now, ever since he split his soul for the first time. He had discarded the weak human boy back then. He traded him and his fragile human soul, filled with emotion, for something greater. And he would never revert back to such a weak state. He was Lord Voldemort. And Lord Voldemort waited for no one. He grumbled, annoyed, and wanting for the boy to realize that he'd better go to sleep right this instant. Tried to find the entrance to their strange connection again. It was surprisingly easy, even though the boy was still awake. It almost seemed as if the connection was wishing for him to tap into it. That as if it ever had any means to wish for anything. He felt his way through what seemed like a dark, narrow mental tunnel until he saw a light in the shape of a lightning bolt. He knew he was now in Potter's inner headscape, but the owner of it wasn't present. Soon enough, he found the boy was still stubbornly awake, and his anger soared. He so hated waiting. Harry Potter, he hissed angrily, willing the stupid boy to feel his anger and impatience. The dark mindscape flashed red for a second, splattering what seemed like a splutter of red over the lightning bolt silhouette. Pain. Only that one word came back to him through that strange link. Good, thought Voldemort. Let him feel the pain. Let him feel my anger. He should have come when I wanted him to. Maybe a part of him realized it was unreasonable to expect the teenager to fall asleep whenever he wanted him to, but it did nothing to lessen his irritation at the boy. After all, he hated Harry Potter with a burning, insatiable passion. The feeling of hatred was much stronger than anything Voldemort was aware he could feel at the moment, or even anything he would have felt back before that ill-fated Halloween night. He wanted the boy dead. But why haven't I killed him then? He mused in a quiet voice that nobody but himself was here to hear. He knew he could have done it back at the graveyard, easily even, and he wanted to, but there was just something about the boy that made him hesitate. But what was it? Before he could even attempt to answer that question, he felt the connection shift. The pain was gone, but so was the lightning bolt-shaped light. The boy passed out. Harry awoke back in the washed-out Gryffindor common room that was his dreamscape. He was laying face down on the floor, his glasses askew. He felt a little confused for a while as to why he was here, but gathered himself quite quickly. He sat up as he saw a shadow loom over him. It didn't take him too long to notice the tall boy's figure standing just a few feet away. And as he looked up, he already knew who it was. Tom Riddle was there, a serene smile on his face. He was extending his arm towards him, as if to help him up to his feet. Harry blinked confusedly a few times. Okay, so the Riddle dreams were now back. Before he knew it, Lord Voldemort was finally sucked into the dreamscape. Harry Potter was there, right in front of him, unceremoniously laying on the floor. It looked like he was still unconscious, or at least somewhere in between, which gave Voldemort a little time to check that yes, he was still wearing the face of Tom Riddle. He took a few steps towards the boy, waiting for him to wake up, and upon seeing him stir and struggle to sit up, decided to offer him his arm and help. Be friendly, he reminded himself, wiping the signs of his earlier anger off his face and replacing them with a smile. Get the boy to trust you. Killing him can come later. And then, as the raven-haired youth looked up, fixing the oddly Avada Kedavra green eyes upon him, the world came to a hypothetical standstill. Because as those two emeralds stared into two red rubies, Lord Voldemort suddenly knew what their strange connection was. He realized why his instinct had stopped him from murdering the boy back at the graveyard. Harry Potter was important. Much more important than just a child of a prophecy. More important than he would have ever imagined. Everything fell apart, shifted, and put itself together again. Only now, everything made much more sense, yet made no sense at all at the same time. Because Harry James Potter was Lord Voldemort's Horcrux. Hey, said the boy nervously, and Tom wished he'd never decided to go back into the dreamscape in the first place. Chapter and notes. Q and our cutie Valdi. I do enjoy writing Tom Voldy immensely. In this FIC, he'll be more like what I've always imagined him like in my head. Hopefully it's not too OOC. But even if, I'll just continue writing him as this because, well, he's always been like that in my brain. That's it for now. Thank you so much for reading. Hopefully this little update was enjoyable, love. Next chapter to be updated in about a week. Not here to harm you. Chapter summary. Harry is in denial. Tom's obsession begins. Also, the disciplinary hearing happens, sort of. Chapter notes. First of all, I'm really sorry for the gap in posting. This sadly might happen from time to time, as due to some personal mental stuff, I'm not always in full control of my time and body. It tends to be better and worse from time to time, and I can't really control it very well. I don't want to broadcast the exact reason all over this website, so please just believe I'm not doing this on purpose, and an absence doesn't mean I'm abandoning the story. Anyway, for those still here, hoping you'll enjoy this little chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Harry was very nervous, for a reason he couldn't explain, as he looked up into the ruby-red eyes of Tom Riddle. He didn't understand why he was feeling so at all. After all, this was his dream, his own mindscape, and he was safe here. Riddle was here just because right now he really needed someone to talk to, someone other than his friends. He appeared because he'd wish for someone to share the worries about tomorrow with. He was a fragment of Harry's imagination. It wasn't like the Slytherin in front of him was real or anything. So why was there this strange feeling of meeting someone you'd offended and got estranged from? Why even be nervous? He had no clue whatsoever. He hesitantly took the other's hand and let the older boy help him to his feet. Riddle's hand felt comfortably warm and surprisingly soft. Unexpectedly, it was a very nice, even welcome sensation. As Harry realized that, he jerked his hand back, feeling strangely embarrassed. Somehow he knew he was beginning to blush. Riddle, on the other hand, seemed to be completely unaffected by this, only looking at him contemplatively, ruby eyes even darting up to Harry's scar for a fleeting moment. Harry shifted on his feet, embarrassment growing, and hastily swept a few locks of his ebony hair over the lightning bolt scar. He didn't want Tom, of all people, to look at it. It made him feel almost naked, like his very soul was laid bare in the open, like it was possible for the scar to be broadcasting his innermost thoughts up onto his forehead, in a language only the older boy would understand. He of course hated when people stared at his scar. Any people really, but with Riddle, there somehow seemed to be much more to it. It felt so much more personal, more intimate somehow. Probably Harry thought it was because he, or a different version of him, had been the one who gave Harry the scar in the first place. Riddle smiled lightly and finally moved away from him a little, sitting down comfortably in the same red armchair as always. "Why are you here?" Harry blurted out, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu. Hadn't he said the exact thing the first time these dreams appeared? "This is where I'm supposed to be," said Riddle in response this time, raising his eyebrows slightly. He said it like it actually explained everything. But in reality, it didn't. It only made Harry more confused. "No, I mean, he struggled to find the right words after the last time when you disappeared after I, said something dumb. I just thought that was it, and you wouldn't appear again." He shrugged helplessly, giving up on trying to elaborate. "Have you missed me?" asked Tom almost teasingly, a slight smile resembling a smirk playing on his lips again. Harry gaped. He was sure his face was as red as a tomato at this point, and he couldn't even fathom what Riddle meant by that question. All of a sudden, there was this slight tingle in the pit of his stomach that he couldn't or wouldn't dare to try to explain. There also was this little voice in the back of his head that asked, "Is Tom Riddle flirting with me right now?" Which didn't help whatsoever, merely made Harry gape at the other uselessly for a few more seconds. No, that definitely wasn't the case. Because if it was, wouldn't it have meant that Harry subconsciously wanted Tom to flirt with him? Well, of course he didn't. That would be ridiculous. Weird. No, just no. Whatever the reason was, though, the whole meeting just got 100% more confusing, and Harry wasn't sure he liked it. But had he missed Riddle? No, he denied, but then admitted, looking at his feet. "Well, I don't know, maybe a little. But it wasn't like that. I didn't want to make you appear again." Even to him, it sounded like he was making excuses, trying to convince himself. Truthfully, over the past few days, he did want Tom back. He wanted a break from all the nightmares, and these strange Riddle dreams seemed to be the only cure for those. And during the last one, before he went and screwed up with the family thing, there had actually been a moment of such peace between the two of them. The kind of peace Harry secretly longed for. So yeah, he did want the older boy back, but really it was more for the brief relief period these dreams provided, no matter how confusing they were. Naturally, Riddle only commented, so Kama was making Harry feel even more embarrassed and angry. He sat down cross-legged on the floor, glaring at the older boy. They stayed like that for a couple of moments, Harry slowly calming down and the other boy just studying him quietly, seemingly deep in his own thoughts. "You're quite late today," Tom said finally after a while, his carefully neutral voice betraying just a little bit of curiosity. "What's kept you up so long?" Harry, who had turned his eyes down to look at his fingers after a while, looked up again. This was it. Riddle had asked the very question he needed him to ask. Now he would have the opportunity to finally open up about his problems and worries. This was the start of what he had wanted to use these dreams for. All he had to do was talk. But why was it suddenly so hard? Looking up at Tom, just sitting there, awaiting an answer patiently, Harry felt a lump forming in his throat. His whole life, he had been used to bottling up all the negative feelings, storing them away in the back of his mind where they'd wait for him, lurking. Later on, usually when he was all alone in his cupboard and later his room, everything he'd push back would come crashing down on him like a tidal wave and consume him for a while, until it eventually passed. But he would always have to deal with everything on his own. He'd never had a supportive family, never had anyone he'd trust, enough to share his burdens and fears with. The Dursleys had made sure early on that the freak never bothered them with his nonsense. And after the first few attempts that resulted in a punishment instead of comfort, Harry had stopped trying. And even now, when things were getting so much better with Sirius, even with his best friends around, he couldn't bring himself to open up. Somehow, he didn't want to bother them unnecessarily when in reality, he knew from experience he was perfectly capable of dealing with things on his own. Or something close enough to that. So he figured he'd try letting go at least in dreams. And now he couldn't? Not even in his own head. There surely must be something fundamentally wrong with him if he can't even talk openly to a fragment of his own subconscious, Harry thought bitterly. "Just had a lot on my mind," he mumbled finally, cursing himself internally for being a coward right after. What could possibly even happen to him? if he told his own flicking mental projection of Riddle all that's been weighing on his mind. Tom sighed and got up from the armchair. He easily closed the distance between the two of them and sat on the floor in front of Harry, forcing the younger boy to look directly at him just by the sheer aura of his presence. Harry felt like a deer trapped in the headlights of a speeding truck as he looked the prefect in the face. The unfairly handsome face he used to idolize back in his second year. The face he'd had to learn to associate with the shadow of the hated Dark Lord instead afterwards. There was no malice in the older boy's features. No irritation. No impatience either. Riddle was looking at him almost reassuringly. "You know you don't have to be afraid, right?" Tom said, and there was such gentleness both in his voice and the look he gave him that Harry found himself temporarily stunned. "I'm not here to harm you." The emerald green eyes went even wider. Harry almost felt dizzy, realizing just then he'd forgotten to breathe. He felt shy, embarrassed, shocked, all of that in combination with this strange fluttery feeling traveling inside of his body, making a way towards his very soul. The feeling was almost pleasant even if it was so foreign, and that by itself was scaring him. A part of him wanted to escape this situation right then. He wanted to say something hurtful to Riddle, to point out that harming him had in fact been the only thing the Slytherin had ever done. His first instinct was to do anything and everything to avoid talking about anything that's been bothering him. To curl up inside the cupboard under the stairs that was his mind, and never leave the safety of the small, dark space. But that was not what he really needed, was it? He looked into the other's eyes again. The red was still a little disturbing, but somehow, the ruby irises were glowing with sincerity so strong that Harry found himself almost incapable of disbelief anymore. After all, it wouldn't make sense for his own mental construct to want to hurt him. Harry just needed to accept that and learn to work with it. "Sorry," he said with a sigh. "I'm not really good at this whole sharing stuff deal. Never had anyone who'd care enough to let me, or anyone I'd even want to share stuff with." He half expected the other boy to disappear at that, the dream to morph into one of his nightmares. And if not that, maybe Tom would laugh at him, dismiss his discomfort, make fun of his weakness, whatever. But none of that happened. Riddle only looked at him for a little moment before answering. "That's quite all right, neither am I." His voice was quiet, and for the first time ever, Harry witnessed him casting his eyes towards the floor. The following sentence was barely a whisper. "I've never had anyone to confide in either." In those words rang such raw, sad truth, like it was the other boy laying his own soul bare in front of Harry now. It felt like Riddle just shared a secret, something he'd never told anyone yet, and that he himself wasn't sure how it'd be received. The quiet voice almost sounded lonely. Suddenly, Harry had an inexplicable wish to hug the other boy, to tell him everything was all right. Even though logically he knew there was no need to, the thought of another child being in the same position as he'd been, even if the child was technically a baby Voldemort, just made his heart ache. Strangely, though, it was this exact display of vulnerability, the flash of fragile humanity in this dreamscape Riddle that finally made him shed his worries. Slowly, as if not to startle the other, he put his hand on Tom's shoulder. "Maybe we can have each other now, what do you think?" he breathed out as the older boy looked up at him again. There was just a moment of silence before a slight smile appeared on the prefect's handsome face. "I was hoping you'd say that," he told him, and they stood once again. Another plush chair appeared in the dreamscape for the first time then, and Harry realized this was the sign he'd needed. A second chair materializing right in front of the other must have meant only one thing. He was now truly ready to talk about everything he wanted to. At least here, with only his imaginary Tom Riddle to hear him. And for now, that was enough. He'd learned to trust the real, living people later. This, after all, was just the first step in the right direction. Harry sank into the comfortable chair almost gratefully. "You know what?" He dared smile at the other boy. "I really hope this will work out. Somehow. I did like you back in my second year. After all, your diary version, at least." To Harry, the look of surprise on Riddle's face right then might just have been worth all the insecurity and embarrassment up till now. "So, would you like to tell me what's really bothering you?" Riddle probed gently a while later, his eyes curious again. He was sitting cross-legged in his own plush chair now, looking straight at the black-haired boy, and his legs were just so impossibly long. Harry noticed without even meaning to. He wasn't sure if he was more fascinated or envious, and suddenly he didn't want to dodge this question as much as before. "Just nervous about tomorrow, I guess," Harry replied, rubbing the back of his neck again in a slightly nervous gesture. "Because I'm probably going to get expelled from Hogwarts." A small frown appeared on Tom's forehead. "Why would you get expelled?" he asked. "I used magic in the middle of a muggle neighborhood," Harry sighed. "Cast a Patronus right in front of my muggle cousin. And with the Ministry trying to make me into some kind of a loony liar, well, let's just say I don't think they'll be keen on listening to my explanations at all." If there was a look of surprise on the other's face at the mention of him being able to produce a Patronus at the age of 15, it vanished quickly. Harry could still swear he saw it, though, and an involuntary feeling of pride flickered in his chest. He wouldn't admit it out loud, but it made him feel good to be able to surprise the other with his abilities. Tom seemed to consider Harry's words for a while, eyes going unfocused for a second as he put together the pieces of information he had. "Why did you do it, though?" he then asked carefully. "Surely you had a reason, and they should let you explain." Harry sighed again and rubbed his temples. He looked so impossibly tired at that moment. Even more impossibly, because this all was technically a dream. He let out a short, mirthless laugh. "Of course I had a reason," he exclaimed, and then, like a switch had just been pressed, it was as if an invisible dam had broken, because words started spilling out of his mouth, quick, angry, disappointed, hurt. "There were 2 dementors coming after me and my cousin. 2 flicking dementors in the middle of a muggle suburb. How else was I supposed to react?" He was finally letting go. He was letting it all out. All he's been bottling up inside of him ever since the beginning of this summer. And then, led by the energy of his outburst, the need to finally get some relief, he spoke of things he'd never dared to mention to anyone. He felt angry tears forming in his eyes, but he wouldn't let that stop him. He blinked the stupid, salty water away, all the while continuing with his angry rambling. "Maybe I should have let them suck both our souls out. That'd surely make everyone happy. Then they'd be rid of the fucking lying freak Harry Potter for good. Fudge would satisfy his stupid paranoia. Dumbledore wouldn't be in need to ignore me for screwing up and letting Cedric die. Even Voldemort would get his wish and have me disposed of. And then maybe the bunch of idiots at the Ministry would finally realize I wasn't a liar after all and start doing something. Not like I would care because, surprise, I'd have no soul anymore dash." What happened next was so sudden Harry didn't realize what was happening at first, because his companion unexpectedly went from calm and attentive to basically flipping out in less than a second. A pair of hands grabbed Harry by the shoulders almost painfully, effectively, shutting him up. Riddle was now directly in front of him, holding his shoulders in a tight grip, staring at his face, red eyes wide in actual fear. He looked absolutely terrified. "Someone sent dementors after you?" he hissed. Harry blinked, recognizing the sibilant tones of parcel tongue into which Riddle had probably unconsciously slipped. He watched the utter fear in the other's expression morph into a blazing inferno of anger in another sudden switch. Right now, the young man really, honestly resembled the Dark Lord, and not just only because of his red eyes. Were this in a different environment, Harry would probably find the display terrifying. At the moment, safe in his own head though, he actually didn't. He found Riddle's reaction merely a little strange, even if it still sent chills down his spine. "You know," he said dryly, matter-of-factly almost, "that it was probably you who sent them, right? Your older self, I mean." The grip on his shoulders tightened even more. Harry flinched. It really was painful. "I would never do such a thing," Tom hissed angrily, still not switching out a parcel tongue. "Not to the soul you carry. Do you understand? Never." Harry was taken aback at such a violent response. He hadn't expected Riddle to actually react so strongly to the news of him being attacked by dementors. But then again, maybe this was his brain trying to give the reaction he was due. "Okay," he let out, confused. "I need you to tell me you understand." Riddle was now almost staring holes into his soul, gaze so intense Harry found himself trying to focus on breathing properly, and if possible, not let panic invade his mind. For a reason he didn't quite understand, it seemed like he, or rather his soul, mattered to Tom a great deal. This was the first time Harry had even seen the boy lose his temper so completely, both back as a memory piece or now in these dreams, maybe even as Lord Voldemort. There was such raw fear and anger about him that the boy seemed completely unhinged. Mad, murderous, out of control. This certainly wasn't the outcome Harry had hoped to achieve in these dreams, and he wasn't sure what to do to undo it. Maybe the best course of action was to just do what the Slytherin told him to do. I understand, he repeated, slipping into the snake language himself and trying to hold the other's gaze unwaveringly. Riddle seemed to finally deflate at those words. Good, he breathed out, letting go of Harry's shoulders and finally backed away. The blazing inferno of fear, anger, and madness was diminishing inside his eyes until there was nothing left but the same calm rubies as before. You have to know that losing one soul is the worst punishment of all. I doubt even the Dark Lord would have wanted that for you, he added. Harry couldn't do anything but nod at that. Maybe Tom was right. Voldemort wanted him dead. That was true. But dead and soulless weren't the same things. Plus, according to Harry's experience, he wanted to be the one to personally murder him. Maybe it really wouldn't give the Dark Wizard equal satisfaction to just have some dark creature finish the pesky boy who lived off instead. Now that he thought about it, it actually made almost no sense for Voldemort to be the one who sent those dementors after him. He looked at Tom and nodded again. You're probably right, he admitted with a sigh. But then, who else could have sent the dementors after me? This was a nice revelation, all right, but in the end hardly helped Harry with anything. What's been done has been done, and the Ministry with its stupid propaganda was still going to use it against him anyway. It didn't matter to them who'd sent the dementors after him, or if they'd even really been there in the first place. All that mattered was an excuse to get Harry expelled. I don't know, admitted Riddle, a hint of anger still in his voice, but I do know that if the Dark Lord ever hears of this, he's going to hunt them down and make them wish they've never been born. The transition to Parseltongue felt much more deliberate this time. Somehow it was like the words spoken in the language of snakes had more depth to them, held more value, rang true more than just simple English. It occurred to Harry at that exact moment that he might really be losing his marbles, because those words, the little promised vengeance on his behalf, however untrue and unlikely, made the fluttery feeling explode in his stomach once again. He'd never had anyone promise to take revenge for him being hurt. Never had anyone willing to do so much for him. And even if it was wrong, Harry found that the idea of someone hurting those who hurt him and doing it for him was doing something to his soul, morphing it maybe into something bad, yet so happy at the thought of Voldemort of all people taking revenge for him. No, this was ridiculous. He had no reason, need, nor right to be thinking this way. So, he said, clearing his throat and trying not to focus on the confusing sensation. Do you have any tips for me for tomorrow? To, not get expelled and all? And so, Harry Potter spent the night before his disciplinary hearing being lectured about how to behave in court by his dream version of Tom Riddle, in blissful ignorance of the fact that the older boy had been acting too real to actually be only a dream. All that mattered to him was that, as unbelievable as it might have seemed, talking to Riddle had actually really helped him get at least some stress relief. When Harry was woken up and given breakfast the next morning, he was pleasantly surprised at how calm he felt. During the night, Riddle had managed to make him realize he's really done nothing wrong, that the law was actually on his side. He was going to walk into the courtroom with his head held high, tell them what really happened, and even if the outcome didn't turn out exactly as he wanted, it wouldn't be the end of the world. As he entered the kitchen that morning, ready for breakfast, he saw his godfather already, sitting at the table, drinking coffee, and looking like he hadn't forced himself to be up so early in ages. "Mornin', Harry," mumbled Sirius. "Are you feeling all right?" "Sirius," Harry smiled at him lightly. "You didn't have to wake up so early for this." "Of course I did." The other shook his head and handed the boy a buttered toast. "What kind of a lousy godfather would I be otherwise?" Harry bit into the toast gratefully, feeling pleasantly warm inside. This felt really, really nice. "Thank you," he told the man with another slight smile. "I'm glad to have you here for moral support." And he meant it. Even though they mostly ate in silence afterwards, it meant loads to Harry just to have the companionship, to see that he mattered to someone enough. Soon enough, it was time for the boy to go, so they both stood up. Sirius. Harry then tried again. Encouraged both by his godfather's presence and his talk with the dream riddle during the night. What will happen if they really expel me today? Sirius smiled at him kindly. Don't worry, Harry. No matter what, you still have family here with me, he said, and they hugged before Harry went on his way. He was much calmer than he'd think possible given the situation. Most of that calm shattered the moment he and Mr. Weasley arrived at the ministry and got notified that the time and place of the hearing had been changed. Apparently, they were now running late and even had to go to some old, no longer used courtroom at the very bottom of the ministry dungeons, even past the Department of Mysteries, which normally would have been a fascinating place for Harry to get all curious and ask loads of questions about. But at the moment, he had no room in his brain for anything, but how screwed he was if he didn't hurry more at least. Harry was sure this was a setup to make him look bad and lose even the little bit of support he might have had. But he couldn't do anything to help it other than run to the courtroom with all his might. The hearing itself had been even worse than he'd imagined. Fudge and his toad-like undersecretary never let him speak properly, were condescending at best towards anything he'd managed to say, and were showing such clear disrespect not only towards him, but even the squib witness, Mrs. Fig. It was making Harry feel angry and sick to his stomach. He wanted to yell, to spit at them, to throw up on that stupid bough on the witch's head, which so reminded him of a big fly sitting on top of an even bigger toad. And the fact that Dumbledore, although present, apparently didn't deem him worthy of sparing at least one glance at, made it all even worse. He felt filthy, discarded, like the freak he was, and he wanted everyone in here to pay for making him feel that way. It was only the memory of Tom from last night's dream, telling him that to make the absolute best impression, he must under all and any circumstances remain calm, or at least look it, that made Harry stop himself from outright flipping out. He would do this, and he would do this the right way, he told himself, so if everything still resulted in a bad outcome, he would know he tried his absolute best. To his big surprise, and probably to an even bigger disappointment of Fudge and the Toad Witch, the Wizengamot ended up voting in his favor, and he was cleared of all charges. Suddenly, everything was better, and Harry felt like a huge boulder had just been lifted off his shoulders. He'd hoped during the trial that maybe he could even be so lucky and speak to Dumbledore after it ended, just for a little while. But the headmaster left without even glancing his way. That was very disappointing indeed. And if it wasn't for the fact that he'd just been officially allowed to attend Hogwarts again, Harry would have probably started feeling like a disgusting piece of filth again. At the moment, though, he just sighed and let the happiness and relief of the moment overpower the negative feelings that were threatening to come through. Cleared of all charges, he grinned at Mr. Weasley, who had been waiting for him in front of the courtroom, and they made their way towards the exit slowly. The members of the court were beginning to leave too. Merlin's beard, exclaimed Arthur as he looked at all the witches and wizards. Did the whole Wizengamot get called about this simple matter? Seems so, Harry replied. Now that he thought about it, it really seemed a little strange. Guess Fudge wanted a big audience. Didn't seem like he was expecting me to get out of this. He couldn't help but grin at the thought. At the moment, he felt like he had won. For a moment at least. And the fact that just a moment later, he saw the minister having a very suspicious conversation with none other than Lucius Malfoy, who he'd explicitly pointed out as a Death Eater to the man just at the end of the school year, probably bothered him way less than it otherwise would have. They arrived back at Grimmauld Place not long after. Harry felt almost amused when he watched all the worried faces of his friends and Sirius morph into relief and happiness. Everyone was congratulating him and insisting they knew all along he wouldn't get expelled. Funny though, he laughed and accepted one of the bottles of butterbeer that someone, probably his godfather, had brought to toast with, "How worried all of you look before. For people who had so much faith in me and all." There was no malice in his words though. He just felt happy and free to joke around with the others for a while. There was just this little piece of happiness missing, belonging to a place Harry didn't understand or know. It left him feeling a little confused, the happiness clouded and incomplete, and he wanted to fill this hole somehow. Only a few moments later did it occur to him. He couldn't wait for it to be evening, couldn't wait to go to sleep and dream again, so he could tell Tom he'd won. And that actually was scary, because as the conversation slowly started turning into something different and nobody wanted him to reenact the whole hearing anymore. He realized something, even before he knew it consciously. Tom Riddle had been the single person he absolutely needed to tell. Chapter and notes. If you read till here, thank you so much for reading. Hopefully you enjoyed. I won't be promising any dates to update, but I will try to make it happen sooner this time. Thank you for your patience. Love how Tom's just losing it at the idea of dementors even getting near his precious soul piece. By the way, XD. P.S. Harry Potter is in denial/clueless AF should be the only official relevant tag for this FIC, and yet I can't find it anywhere. PPS. Also, I have a Tumblr now. For the first time ever. If you'd like to interact with me there, feel free to. Mind Chronicles and Brain Fluff. Trust. Chapter Summary. Harry, my poor sweet cinnamon bun, you lovely, oblivious, little Gryffindor, you poor, innocent soul, you don't deserve this. At Here Lies an Idiot on CH4. I have a feeling this particular comment fits not only this chapter, but the whole story too. Alternatively, Harry puts his trust in the wrongest person possible. Tom, in turn, wants to murder someone again. So what's new? Chapter notes. Warning. This chapter is full of depictions of abuse, neglect, and several symptoms of self-hatred and suicidal thoughts. Parts of this chapter might be triggering for some people. However, it is necessary to understand the kind of Harry I'm portraying here. So, according to my word count thingy, this chapter has around 5K words, about 15 pages, making it the longest yet. I have no idea how that happened, but here you go. See the end of the chapter for more notes. As much as Harry wanted to talk to Tom as soon as possible after the disciplinary hearing had ended, he found himself getting more and more nervous, yet again, as the day progressed. Mrs. Weasley allowed him to skip the housework for the day, saying he needed time to recover from recent events, and Harry wasn't going to refuse. After all, the opportunity to skip on cleaning a bunch of surely cursed objects from another room and maybe even getting out of de-doxifying more old window curtains was just too sweet of an offer to decline. So while the others were headed for work after lunch, he quietly made his way to the most secluded place he could think of, what used to be Walburga Black's bedroom and now was Buckbeak's room. "Hello there," he greeted the hippogriff and bowed, waiting for the creature to fall to its knees in response before approaching him and petting the silky feathers lightly. "How have you been?" Buckbeak, of course, didn't say anything in response, but his intelligent eyes watched Harry intently nevertheless. "Mind if I stay here for a while?" Harry asked, and the hippogriff huffed slightly, turning away from him. Then, uncaring if the young wizard was still present in the room or not, he continued feeding on some pieces of meat Sirius must have brought earlier, clearly telling Harry to do whatever he wanted. So he sat down on the floor in the corner of the room, leaning his back against a wall. And there, he finally had, after all the stress and the relief he'd experienced earlier that day, time to think more about what had happened during the latest riddle dream. Or more precisely, all that he'd told the other boy. And his nervosity about their next meeting only grew. Don't get it wrong, he was still looking forward to telling Tom he'd won. He wanted to tell him more than anyone, if he was completely honest with himself. He wanted to thank the boy for all the advice about appearing calm too. Hell, for a reason unknown to him. He was even looking forward to simply seeing the boy again. It felt hauntingly similar to the way things had been in his second year, back when he'd idolized Riddle perhaps a little too much. He remembered wanting to do nothing but to write in the diary, to get the insight of a boy much older, much more talented, and much better at everything than Harry, a scrawny 12-year-old, could ever dream to be. You could even say Tom Riddle was his first crush of sorts, or as close to it as he could have been, although Harry certainly hadn't seen it that way, being so young. It was a fact, though, that the handsome prefect had been someone he'd looked up to, someone he'd hoped to become like when he grew up. And now he was surprised how quickly a similar feeling came back 3 years later, even after the discovery of the fact that the Slytherin boy had in fact grown into Lord Voldemort. Of course, since this riddle was just Harry's own mental projection, it was a little bit different than the last time, at least when he thought back about it. But at the moment, in the dream, Harry just saw the Slytherin prefect being there for him, willing to listen, to understand, or at the very least try to. And that was all Harry could ever ask for. Therefore, He was looking forward to talking to Tom once again, even if he was just an unreal, dream version of the boy, shaped in such a way that Harry needed him to be. This dream Tom was a safe space, an escape he'd created for himself to stop spiraling into darker thoughts. He was there to make Harry feel more stable, for him to confide in, for him to let go in front of. That's what Harry's brain had created the older boy for. But it apparently didn't stop him from second-guessing himself about last night. It had been the first time he'd ever opened up to this extent. To anyone. The first time he went and crossed the imaginary line into actually really, truly sharing things. Yes, last night had been just the tip of the iceberg. Harry was aware of that. He didn't get too far into the whole self-loathing hole. Mostly because that wasn't what he wanted to do. Not yet. Also, because Tom stopped him before he could spiral into talking openly about the fact that his biggest true wish, the wish he'd so carefully hidden at the very back of his mind, had always been to die. Truth to be told, somewhere deep down in his soul, somewhere he'd never let anyone enter, and where even he himself went only in the darkest moments of self-loathing. Harry Potter absolutely despised himself. He'd always been called a freak, an abomination, a disgrace. Throughout his whole childhood, he'd been reminded every waking hour of just how much of a bother, an eyesore, a disgusting waste of space he was, and how infinitely better off his only living relatives would be if it just wasn't for him. Every day, he'd been shown just how much simply him living in the same house as them and breathing their air upset them. And when his relatives were angry enough, they'd even tell him that by dying, he would be doing the world a big favor. Whenever his uncle lost his temper, he'd beat Harry up just to relieve some stress. He'd always show up at school wearing clothes that didn't fit, glasses held together by duct tape, and more often than not, some bruises decorating his thin frame. Harry didn't know if any authorities ever tried to do anything about his situation, and the one time one of his teachers showed any concern, he'd lied and told her he'd gotten into a fight with some other children instead. For that, he was punished. It felt to him like the biggest kind of irony, being beaten up again for showing up at school beaten up in the first place. But he'd been so scared of his uncle back then that he did nothing to fight back. He, after all, was a freak that deserved to be punished just for existing. So naturally, as he grew up hearing the daily insults and being subjected to frequent beatings, he'd adopted those dark thoughts too. Oftentimes he'd wish that he could just claw his own heart out, because then he'd die and everyone would be happy. It became somehow normal to him to be thinking with every insult his cousin threw at him, with every shout of his aunt's shrill voice, with every hit his uncle gave him, how better, how peaceful death would be compared to what his life was. How much good he'd be doing for the world if he simply disappeared. He just wished that when he finally stopped polluting this world's air by his presence, he would be dying for something that mattered. He wanted, as selfish as it was, for his death to have a meaning, since his life, so painfully obviously, hadn't had any. And that one wish, as stupidly selfish as it was, had been the one thing that kept him alive all those years. So later on, when he learned about his role in the wizarding world, he couldn't really understand. All those people who he'd never even met before seemed so happy that he was alive. How come? He remembered not really being able to wrap his mind around it, and to be honest, even now it sometimes was hard to imagine he'd hold any amount of importance in anyone's life. Yes, as he'd gained friends and now, thanks to Sirius, even something close to a real family, he'd buried those dark thoughts deep within. They wouldn't surface often nowadays, and Harry felt like he was getting so much better at actually wanting to live as the years went by. He felt strangely proud of it. But the wish for his death to have a meaning still lingered, as well as some of the dark thoughts, which would resurface from time to time. Mostly in nightmares, and definitely not as strong as before. And whenever he felt like he'd disappointed someone in the magical world, the world he so strongly believed was his home, the world he needed to be a part of, his heart broke, and he was left feeling like the same old useless freak he'd always been. That's why Dumbledore's ignorance hurt so much. The way the old headmaster just simply dismissed Harry's existence felt like a stab in the stomach, and it always threatened to send Harry down the spiral of self-loathing and blame. At least, whenever he was happy enough, he could focus on other things, and as time went by, he realized the sharpness of the blame's blade dulled somewhat. Probably one of the biggest reasons why the darkness had been at bay lately was Sirius. Harry hoped with all his heart that one day it could be his godfather instead of a made-up version of a long-gone memory boy that he would be able to share everything with. He really wanted to open up to the Black Heir, to show him his bruised self, his vulnerability. But for now, how could Harry be planning so far ahead if he couldn't even trust his own mental projection? Harry sighed, resurfacing back from his memories. He knew this was going to be hard, but he'd never think it would be this hard. But he wasn't a Gryffindor for nothing. He would get through this, he promised himself, and then everything would finally start being okay. Truly okay. When evening came and Harry found himself once more in the familiar space of his dreamscape, he was still feeling a little strange. The fact that, after thoroughly checking his surroundings, he'd found that he was alone, no Tom in sight, didn't help at all. Maybe he has abandoned me, was his first thought, and he sank into one of the empty armchairs. He should have expected that. He should have expected to be abandoned even by his own mind's construct. Hell, why did he even think it would be different? Why did he think his own brain wanted to help itself heal? No, of course not. Riddle wasn't here. He would probably never appear again. And so all the thoughts and nervousness have been for nothing. Well, of course, just his luck. Now he was stuck dreaming of an empty space that looked like a pitiful ghost of his beloved Gryffindor common room. Maybe when his brain realized there was nothing to dream of this time, it would even transition into a Cedric nightmare or whatever the other red and black was. Just perfect. As he was wondering if this was his subconscious laughing right in his face and telling him that no, he didn't deserve any leisure or any chance to get better at all, minutes ticked by. Harry felt strangely, bitterly lonely. But the dream was still not morphing into a nightmare of any sorts, so at least that was nice. As depressing as this empty space suddenly seemed, it was still 100 times better than the alternatives. Even so, he soon found himself trying his hardest to conjure up the older boy using the power of will. "Tom, where are you?" He called out in his thoughts almost desperately, fearing that even his own mind's projection had somehow really abandoned him. And so when his scar suddenly prickled slightly and the form of the other finally appeared, sitting in the same old chair as always, Harry felt a sense of relief so strong that he once again failed to notice the clear signs, almost screaming at him that something was not right with this dream. A wide smile spread across his face, and he just relished the feeling of not being left all alone after all. In the following days, Harry established a steady routine. During the day, he mostly hung out with the Weasleys and Hermione, helping out around the house. They still had loads to do to make the place really livable after all. The little fight they'd had over nothing at the beginning of the summer was now long forgotten, and Harry found that they were getting along, maybe even better than before. He suspected that venting to Tom from time to time in his dreams, and therefore having a place to release some stress, was making him calmer in front of the actual, living people. He liked the change, and although his friends guessed the reason for it wrong, now that you're not nervous about the disciplinary hearing, you're back to your old self, said Ron happily a few days into Harry's new regime. He knew they felt relieved by the change nonetheless. He also wasn't about to tell them what the real reason had been. Tom was his little secret. He also tried to spend as much time as he could with Sirius, getting to know the man more, and growing closer to him. The Black Heir even started helping out with the cleaning to spend more time with his godson. Very reluctantly at first, but with so much more enthusiasm after Harry had told him he was planning to spend Christmas here with him this year. Harry could almost laugh with happiness when he mentioned it, and his godfather's face lit up with actual excitement, as it would every time he'd suggested any activity the two of them could do together. One of the most memorable of those times, though, was when he asked Sirius if there was any way to alter the man's animagus form appearance slightly, so he could at least go on walks around London with him in dog form. Sirius seemed so excited for any way to get out of the house that it soon became a part of their daily routine to research in the Black Library, trying to find a suitable glamour spell that would at least alter the black dog's fur color for a little while. After Hermione had learned what they were trying to do, she even went with them to help from time to time, although she, according to her own words, wasn't sure this was such a great idea at all. Harry had promised Sirius that if they wouldn't find the right spell before the school year started, he'd ask Professor McGonagall the first chance he got, and they would at least be able to go on walks during the winter break. He knew very well that the man hated this house and despised the feeling of being trapped in it, and he wanted to help. A portion of the day was even sometimes left out for befriending Creature, the grumpy and slightly mad in Harry's opinion, old house elf. Sirius had said they needed to keep the elf around on Dumbledore's request, that it was dangerous to let him go when he'd already heard things about the Order. So Harry had suggested, with a little help from Hermione again, that maybe they should try being nice to him and make him actually want to be on their side. And it was somewhat funny to watch both Sirius and Creature struggling to even communicate. Sirius was probably reminded of his family too much to be civil to the Creature for an extended period of time, and whenever he did try being kinder, Creature just outright ignored any of the man's requests. Apparently, if the orders weren't strict enough or given in such a manner that said explicitly that they had to be followed, he had no problem disregarding them completely. The elf liked Harry a lot better, though. Even if it was just because around him, he was allowed to say whatever was on his mind, including calling him a blood traitor or a filthy little half-blood. Or maybe it was due to the fact that Harry really tried to help him out with the tasks given, and if he was fighting particularly hard to keep a certain object they were about to throw out, he'd put a word in with Sirius and deliver said object to the elf's little cupboard in the kitchen. The elf especially started to warm up to him the day Harry saved an old locket that nobody could open. It was objectively quite a pretty trinket, probably expensive too, beautifully engraved with a glittering snake-like S on the top. Harry honestly got a little bit of the creeps from the thing, because when he held it as he took it to the elf, there was this unnerving need to put it around his neck and wear it to never remove it. Like it belonged there, belonged with him. The bloody thing felt just so right in its place with him, and Harry hated it, sure that it was probably full of some obscure dark magic. Needless to say, he was glad to be rid of it as soon as possible, and the old elf actually burst into real tears when he received the trinket for safekeeping, calling it Master Regulus's locket. Harry was careful to specify it wasn't to be Creature's property per se, but more of a safeguarding situation, just in case. He didn't know if a locket counted as a piece of clothing and didn't want to free the elf by accident. He wasn't sure if he even had the right to free him in the first place, but better be safe than sorry. But the elf hadn't seemed to mind in the slightest, clutching the locket to his chest like it was his most prized, precious possession. Ever since that day, he stopped calling Harry foul names and actually started addressing him as Master Potter, which Harry thought was a huge improvement. He joked later with the others that maybe by the end of the summer, he would actually be able to convince Creature to cook something edible for them for once. Hermione was not amused, but the others seemed to appreciate the joke. Regulus was your brother, right? Harry asked his godfather later over lunch, his mind still concentrating on the strange locket's previous owner. The one who joined the Death Eaters and died young? Yeah, Sirius nodded. Why are you asking about him? There was this kind of weariness about his features, a bit of sadness, even maybe regret too. Harry couldn't decipher it quite well, but it made him regret asking so hastily. Family was, after all, the man's sore spot he hardly enjoyed talking about. Maybe he should have just kept quiet. But he was so terribly curious, and to his own surprise, actually wanted to understand Creature and his motives better. Because who knows, maybe it would help make living in this house easier later on. And Harry planned to do just that, although he hadn't fully told Sirius yet. It would not happen for a while yet anyway. First he'd have to somehow get his godfather's name cleared and all. But it never hurt to be prepared, right? But seeing how suddenly uncomfortable the man seemed, it made him almost wish he hadn't brought it up at all. And so Harry took his time, swallowing the bite of a sandwich he'd taken before answering. Actually, he said carefully, Creature mentioned him earlier today. Apparently the old locket we wanted to throw out was his. I wondered why he'd fight to keep it here so fiercely, like, was he very loyal to your brother? Oh, Sirius nodded, relaxing a little. Well, the elf bloody worshipped my brother. Seems right he'd want to keep any of his possessions in the house. Is that so? Harry said thoughtfully. Now that would explain why Creature cried when I gave him the locket for safekeeping too. Indeed, murmured Sirius, now staring intensely into his cup of tea. Guess Hermione had a point then. Harry didn't know at first what his friend had to do with all this. And so he asked, With what exactly? Sirius sighed. That we should treat the house elves better. See, Regulus was always the kindest a creature, he said, looking again very tired. Well then, Harry smiled lightly, trying to turn the conversation more optimistic, and he hoped his words sounded encouraging. We'll just try hard to fix our relationship with him. I'm sure he'll warm up to us soon enough. And seeing Sirius's doubtful expression, he added, both of us. Don't worry, it's not too late. Sirius chuckled at that. You're something else? You know that pup? He smiled at his godson fondly. Just trying to build a good family environment, Harry grinned in response. The warm feeling of closeness was back. And while they never got back to talking about Regulus that day, Harry at least managed to finally make Sirius take befriending creatures seriously. Not to mention that soon after, Hermione joined them too. And it was just impossible not to smile as she started chatting to the man enthusiastically about all her spew goals, and even somehow forced him to buy, and wear, at least for the day, a membership badge she coincidentally had on her that day. All was well at Grimmauld Place. There were also times when some other Order members would show up, either to just give reports, or sometimes even to stay for dinner. While Severus Snape never stayed back and nobody really particularly wanted him to, Harry found that his least favorite Order member was probably Mundungus. There was just something untrustworthy about the man, something that reminded him slightly of Pettigrew. And even though he was apparently on good terms with his godfather, Harry couldn't shake the feeling of uneasiness whenever he was around. Maybe it had something to do with the fact that it had been him who disregarded his duties that one summer day and let Dementor get to him and his cousin. Or maybe it was the way Mundungus always stared at anything, seemingly of value in the house. Poorly hidden greed shining in his bloodshot basset dog-like eyes. No worries, pup. He's harmless, Sirius assured Harry when he brought it up one time. And besides, the Order needs people like him, with the connections to the not-so-clean and guiltless parts of society. I know, sighed Harry at that. But I still don't like him. He was sure that if he ever told Tom, the Slytherin boy would agree and dislike Mundungus as well. He wasn't going to, though, at least not yet. He hadn't even managed to talk to the boy about the Order so far, nor did he think he should have, so suddenly blurting things out about a random member would surely be strange. In the evenings, Harry would quietly slip into his and Ron's bedroom and go to sleep quickly. Not too quickly, though. He didn't want anyone to notice there was something going on after all. But still, he was suddenly managing quite a consistent schedule, careful to go to bed at more or less the same time every night. Because even though he was now overall happy, or as close to happiness he'd been in a long time, his dreams of Tom Riddle had become the true highlights of the day. Tom was never absent anymore, always waiting in the dreamscape for Harry to arrive, and there was just something about it that made the raven-haired boy feel like he needed to maintain the schedule, like the other would show up on time just because he knew Harry would too. Which, of course, was nonsense, or was it? Harry didn't understand why his brain worked this way. The other two nightmares seemed to have disappeared completely, now that Harry was fully accepting and even looking forward to the Riddle dreams. There also was always this nervous fear that maybe today was the day the Tom dreams would stop, and the longer sleep avoided him, the more scared of the possibility Harry got. Too quickly have the dreams become the place of solace, the place for him to let go and feel peace. And if Harry was being honest with himself, he didn't know if he could deal with everyday life, the shade the prophet was throwing at him, and the occasional burning of his scar without alerting his friends and Sirius that something was wrong. If he didn't have Tom anymore, from time to time, he caught himself thinking how odd it was for him to get accustomed to the dreams so quickly, to start relying on his mind's projection of riddles so much, but he usually dismissed the thought quickly. This was, after all, helping him. He wouldn't be like this forever. He transitioned into being more trusting towards real, living people soon. But for now, he had the dreams, and they made the whole living thing just so much more bearable. And so every time the dreamscape welcomed him back to the washed-out version of Gryffindor Common Room, and Harry saw Tom just patiently sitting there, waiting, his whole self would flood with relief. Tom was never late anymore, always there, ready in the back of the boy's subconscious. Most of the time, they wouldn't talk about anything important, if they even talked at all. There were times they'd just say hello to one another and spend the night in mutual silence, peace and comfort spreading around them. Harry would use such times to sort out his thoughts, and Tom almost never interrupted him. But whenever Harry decided to say something, no matter what it was, he would be met with a kind, attentive gaze of the other boy. He felt accepted, cared for, even as unlikely as it was given the situation and the identity of the other. And sharing the tiny, trivial matters of his day with Tom slowly became as easy as breathing for him as the time progressed. Tom never asked for more, never pressed him to talk about a certain topic. He just let the younger boy get whatever he needed to get off his chest, and if there was nothing, he wouldn't force him to talk or open up at all. Tom would also never, ever call him by his first name, which Harry found strange, as he himself was using the older boy's name quite often. He wasn't sure what brought the hesitation on, or if Tom was even realizing the fact himself, which in turn led to Harry questioning why in the world his brain would make it so, and later on a conclusion that he himself wasn't too fond of his name, and not being called by it made him feel even more safe, more secure. Like he was simply just himself in the dreams, not the Harry Potter with all the unwelcome connotations to the name. On the other hand, Tom seemed to have developed a few nicknames for him. He mostly called him, quite simply, Dear, but from time to time, Harry got also called a darling, precious, and one time, there was even an instance of Tom addressing him as my soul, said with a tone bordering almost on fondness, which made Harry's heart flutter slightly, blush, and turn away from the boy, which honestly was the weirdest of them all. Not like the Slytherin gave any explanation, so Harry ended up dismissing it altogether. The real mystery here was why even bother to not use his given name. Was it for all the reasons he'd thought of already? Even though he had reached those conclusions, Harry still often wondered what the reason behind Tom avoiding his first name was. But he never got to ask, and tried not to dwell on why his mind was arranging it so in the first place. The Slytherin boy was just there to listen, offer an occasional comment, not to answer to an overly curious Gryffindor's probing. Harry never found the courage to share anything more meaningful with him again either. Not yet, at least, although he suspected such time would come again, sooner or later. That was always the plan, but so far, he hasn't felt a need to open up more. Not since the night before the disciplinary hearing. He never thought the time of sharing would come on the same day he gave Creature the old locket. Harry was still full of thoughts about the elf, and about how similar his status actually was to Harry's own back at Privet Drive, when he appeared in the dreamscape. Due to that, he even failed to greet Tom. "You seem quite lost in your own world today," the prefect commented, his voice snapping Harry out of his reverie. "Oh, sorry," Harry said apologetically. "I was just thinking." "What about?" inquired Tom, the old curiosity that hadn't been there for a while resurfacing in his eyes once again. And this time, not having doubts anymore, Harry answered without any hesitation. "House elves," he said truthfully. Tom's eyes grew a little wide at that. He clearly wasn't expecting such an answer. "House elves," he repeated, visibly confused. "Why would you even think about them?" "Because their lives are just so similar to mine," Harry admitted with a sigh. He could tell his companion was still very much confused, judging by the slight arch of his eyebrows, the subtle way his ruby eyes were still wider than usual. He almost smiled. It wasn't often that he'd caught his mental Tom so off guard, and he would be lying if he said he didn't enjoy every single time he did. It made Riddle look so much more human, much more, well, approachable, while that word didn't describe what it was perfectly, and let's admit it, probably wasn't a valid word at all. Harry didn't think he knew any other that would fit better. "I'm sorry, but I don't understand," admitted Tom after Harry didn't elaborate further for a while. "How could your life be similar to the one of a house elf?" Harry wasn't sure if he should smile or sigh again at this, so he settled on only shrugging instead. Of course, he was used to people assuming things about him, but somehow he thought Tom might be different, and he didn't know how to deal with the fact that he wasn't. "How much do you know about me, Tom? I mean, how much do you really know?" he asked instead of properly answering right off. He was unsure. After all, how did this work? Was Riddle supposed to know everything just because he'd appeared in his brain space and was therefore just a subconscious coping mechanism? Or was he here to make Harry talk about everything so he could come to terms with things and learn to live with them? Maybe I should just explain, he thought, dismissing the slight painful tightening in his chest that manifested for no reason whatsoever, since there was no logic at all to feeling hurt by someone who, in fact, didn't even exist outside his own head. Feeling once again like he might be going mad slightly, he decided to just tell the boy then. But before he could, the Slytherin spoke first. And that's when things turned worse. "You're the boy who lived, aren't you?" he stated, looking straight at him. "You made the greatest dark wizard disappear when you were just a little baby. People admire you, or used to at least. You must have lived a pretty comfortable life." Suddenly, as those words left his companion's mouth, there was this powerful pang of sadness. Against all his logical reasoning, Harry felt hurt by the other boy's words and by the realization they brought. This whole dream world, this inner garden of peace he'd been surrounding himself with for the past almost 2 months, it was all a lie, wasn't it? Riddle didn't truly know him, didn't truly understand. Never mind the fact the older boy wasn't even real. Against all logic, Harry felt betrayed. "Well, guess what?" he grumbled, hiding his hurt behind a facade of anger. "I have it. It was here again." Those dark feelings, memories of mistreatment, and sometimes outright abuse, came clashing into Harry's mind all at once, the voices of his relatives calling him, names floating around his head in a swirl of pain. He'd always been like this, a waste of space, a freak. He never did enough to earn the love of his relatives. He never did enough for his friends. Hell, he couldn't even save Cedric back at the graveyard. He was so useless. Of course, not even his own stupid brain's projection of Riddle would bother knowing about him. It was getting harder to breathe, and Harry felt that a panic attack was approaching for the first time since he'd started dreaming of Tom. He turned around, his back to the older boy, and tried to focus hard on breathing. Logically, he knew that this reaction was overboard and made no sense. First of all, how was Tom supposed to magically know? He was made the way Harry's brain wanted him to be, needed him to be even. So technically, he just had to talk to make all of this better. There was no reason whatsoever for him to be reacting like this. So, why was he? He wanted to disappear. There was a sound of cautious steps behind him, and Harry knew Tom was getting closer. "Don't do this," a quiet voice said. "Don't turn away from me like this." Harry focused on the voice's tone, trying to imagine what kind of face Tom might be making at the moment, and his breathing began to slow down steadily. Several moments passed, Tom waiting patiently, silently, before Harry finally turned back around. "I said it once, but let me say it again," continued the older boy once Harry laid his eyes on him. Although he was looking only at his shoes, "I'm not here to harm you. You can talk to me freely, dearest." Harry said nothing, only passively noting the use of a nickname again, followed by a feeling of warm tingles in his stomach. Those were slowly chasing away the darkness, or at least keeping it at bay, making way to a flustered feeling of nervousness. Harry blinked, refusing to glance up yet. Tom made a few more steps towards him. The feeling of being trapped like a deer in the headlights came back to Harry as he watched the Slytherin's hand raise steadily, almost as if in slow motion, and he felt the slender fingers gently get a grip on his chin. He could do nothing to resist, frozen as he was, as the other slowly turned Harry's face upwards, making him look right into his ruby eyes. Tom was ensuring eye contact, and with it not only washing away all the budding panic from before, but also getting Harry's undivided attention. There, once again, was nothing mocking, nothing condescending, no malice in the red orbs, only an immense desire to learn. A true, raw wish to just know. "In fact, I wish to know more," Tom said quietly. "I yearn to understand you, my precious, precious soul." His voice bore traces of something akin to fondness, which was leaking into his crimson eyes as well. Harry felt a pang of uncertain, bittersweet longing, realizing he'd wanted his whole life to hear someone, anyone, say such words and truly mean them. But the first time anyone has just had to be in his own head, and the person telling him so be none other than a mental projection of his mortal enemy's younger self. His Tom, he thought, his idealized, perfect version of Tom. "You probably know," he finally spoke up, "that I've spent my childhood living with my Muggle relatives." He paused, taking time and effort to break eye contact, and moved slowly back to his chair, sitting down. "Yes," Tom said simply, watching him intently. But that's the only part of what's generally known about me that's true. You should probably sit down. This is going to take a while to explain. Harry half expected Tom to not listen, but the Slytherin quite obediently took his own place. I'm listening, he said softly, expectant. You see, Harry began, clearing his throat, unsure how to even start. And then, just like before, encouraged by Tom's calm, almost caring look, words started coming out of his mouth. My relatives, they don't like magic. Hell, they despise anything that's not normal in their eyes. Me included. So my childhood with them never could be happy no matter how hard I tried to make them like me. At first, I didn't even understand why my aunt and uncle would treat me so differently from Dudley. He's my cousin, by the way. Why I deserved so much scorn. True, strange things would happen around me from time to time, usually when I wanted to avoid being publicly humiliated by whatever my aunt did to my hair or clothes, when I was too hungry or thirsty, or whenever Dudley beat me up too much. But I never did anything to hurt any of them, and I tried so hard to please them. I couldn't be much different from them, right? A short, mirthless laugh escaped his lips. Well, turns out I was. But I didn't even know until I was 11 and finally got my hands on my Hogwarts letter. They never told me I was a wizard. In fact, Uncle Vernon even screamed at me several times that such a thing as magic didn't exist. I suppose now they wanted to beat the freakishness out of me, and when it didn't work, it just made them more angry. It was slowly getting hard to speak. Harry felt a lump forming in his throat, all the bad memories circling through his head and bringing back all the feelings of desperation. Pain, confusion, fear, and self-loathing. And Tom was quiet. Too quiet. Was he even there anymore? Harry wasn't sure. Just then did he notice he was once again staring at his own hands, rather than risk looking at him. What if he'd now tell him to stop making stuff up, just as Dumbledore once did? Had he offended the other boy already? Should he apologize for bringing this up? He tried but found that his voice was too quiet. I've never told anyone about it, not all of it. Not with every single detail, and I'm honestly not sure how to go about it, or if I even can. And then he was silent again. He didn't know how to do it. He couldn't. Maybe he shouldn't either. You don't have to talk about it if it's too painful. Tom's voice came through the haze in his mind, and encouraged by its relative calmness, Harry dared to look up. Tom was now slowly approaching him again, his features visibly controlled to appear calm by sheer force of will. As he sat down in front of Harry's chair and looked at him from closer distance, the boy could see there was a battle going on behind those blood-red irises. Irritation, fear, anger, a hint of a strange fondness. All of it swirled together with a distinct bloodthirsty desire in those two rubies, and even though the final effect could seem terrifying to some, to Harry, it looked merely fascinating. Because the very thought of him, the little freak he was, invoking so many emotions in someone, felt like a miracle to him. But if you really wish to share, just not with words, continued Tom, and now Harry could hear it even in his voice, that he was trying hard to keep it level, to not lash out like he had weeks prior to this. I might have a way for you to. The emerald green eyes went wide. Do you? He asked weakly. I do indeed, Tom nodded. But only if you honestly want me to know. It took Harry only a moment to consider this. He didn't want him to know. He wanted to finally open up. He needed to finally have someone who would listen. He needed to get this all off his chest. Because only by doing that would he get better in the long run. Only by doing that would he learn to trust. What do I have to do? He asked. There was a slight smile ghosting Riddle's lips for a second. But then again, it might only have been a play of light or Harry's own imagination. You have to open your memories to me, answered Tom after a moment, voice careful, gaze searching for any look of discomfort on the younger boy's face. Look me right in the eyes, and let me into your mind. Establish a connection of sorts. Once you feel me there, just thinking of what you'd like to show me should suffice. Harry frowned slightly. Wasn't this what he was not supposed to do? Having someone, particularly the younger version of the Dark Lord, digging through his brain didn't sound safe at all. But then again, was this really Voldemort? No. Was this inside his own head? Yes. Was it then most likely just a way out his brain was providing him, so he could technically share whatever he needed to without having to talk? Okay, he said finally, slowly, and focused on not breaking eye contact with the other this time. I trust you. A slight flicker of surprise ran across Tom's features then. Harry was vaguely aware that telling the other that he trusted him of all people, was probably highly unusual, even bordering on insane. But it was true nevertheless. This Tom wasn't the cruel, murderous madman of his awake life. This was his Tom, and he trusted his Tom. "Look into my eyes then," instructed the other, putting his slender hands on both Harry's cheeks, holding his head in place, and making it easier to maintain the connection of their gazes. "Look into my eyes, think of nothing, and just let go." The slip into Parseltongue was so smooth this time that Harry didn't even notice at first. And then, he wasn't even sure Tom himself was aware of it. He didn't ask. Instead, he simply did as he was told. He was half expecting for the transition process to be painful, just like when he used to get glances of Voldemort's perspective of the world. But apart from a slight tingling sensation around his scar and a ghost of pressure as their minds connected, he didn't feel any discomfort at all. The sensation of Tom's consciousness coexisting with his own was alarmingly pleasant. There was something about it that just felt right, like the two of them were the final pieces of a puzzle, only complete with one another. Harry felt warm, nicely so, and wondered why he hadn't ever done this earlier. He was also curious if it would be like this every time one opens up his mind to another and lets them in willingly, or if it was just his mind making things up as it went, because there had been no precedence in his life, no actual experience to base the feeling off of. Maybe it would indeed hurt in reality, and this was just one of the many special traits his Tom had. Either way, this felt like a warm embrace, something Harry had missed most of his life. And he found he enjoyed the closeness of another being, the way another mind was pressed against his own. It was strangely intimate too, he realized, but caught up in the moment, he couldn't help reveling in it instead of feeling embarrassed. This felt so right and so good. It took Tom's voice sounding inside his head and telling him he could begin sharing memories now, to snap Harry out of the strange state he found himself in. Oh yeah, he thought, I was doing this for a reason. He was sure he was actually beginning to blush now. What the hell? He tried to shrug the fog off his mind and focused on simply showing Tom what he was talking about earlier. Harry was afraid. Dudley and his gang were after him once again, chasing Harry and beating him up being one of their favorite pastime activities. He didn't want to be all bruised again, didn't want to go back home with his clothes dirty and torn, didn't want to give his aunt another reason to screech like some kind of a wild bird, didn't want to get beaten up by his uncle for not looking presentable enough. He also didn't want to feel the pain. He just wished he could outrun his cousin, but he hadn't had anything to eat that day yet, and he was getting dizzy, his stamina leaving him. Please, he thought desperately as he pushed himself to keep running. Let me be safe, at least one time. It was no use, his legs were giving up on him. He had no energy left. He felt like he was about to pass out any second, and his cousin and the gang were now closing down on him. And suddenly, he was on the roof of the school cafeteria, no idea how he got there. He collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily, reveling in the temporary feeling of safety. He got beaten up bloody that evening anyway, although Dudley wasn't the one who did it. He was now in the Dursleys' living room, watching his uncle burn his Hogwarts letters right in front of his eyes. "No, they're mine," he protested weakly, facing Vernon Dursley's evil grin. "Yours?" the big man chuckled. "Who the hell would even write to you, freak?" and proceeded to burn them all. Harry wanted to protest. He wanted to lunge forward, snatch the letters and run inside his cupboard, where he knew the big man would never fit, and stash them into the small hole in the ground he'd used to keep his most prized possessions. But he did none of it. Maybe the letters weren't really his. Maybe this was just some elaborate, sick joke his relatives were playing on him just to make him more miserable. It might have been a payback for what had happened at the Zoo on Dudley's birthday. Never mind, it hadn't been his fault the glass disappeared. He didn't want it to, nor did he expect to be able to talk to the Burmese python. And even if, it was Dudley who brought all of this on himself with the way he'd acted. How was any of it Harry's fault? Why should he be punished for what he'd had no control over? But Uncle Vernon was of course right. Harry had no friends, nobody who'd care for him. He was a disgusting little freak. Of course nobody would write to him. Maybe the envelopes were all empty. He still wished he could confirm though. Besides, his uncle continued, seeing the boy still hadn't left. Nothing in this house belongs to you. Nothing at all. You understand, boy? Harry nodded. Yes, Uncle Vernon, and finally left the room, shoulders slumped in defeat. If there really was someone trying to get that letter to him, they would surely try again. And at that time, Harry would be ready. He would snatch one for sure and uncover the mystery behind the elegant writing in emerald green ink. See for himself what the letter sealed with a wax seal had to offer. He would just have to wait. He'd have to be smart about it. It was Dudley's 10th birthday, and Aunt Marge was visiting. Harry didn't care about the expensive gift she brought her nephew, nor the insults the woman was throwing his way. He only had eyes for the huge 3-layer chocolate cake his cousin was currently stuffing himself with, not even bothering to offer a slice to anyone else in the room. Harry hadn't eaten almost anything the whole day, too busy preparing said cake. He did try to at least lick off the excess chocolate before washing the dishes, but Aunt Petunia had caught him and yelled at him to get out of her kitchen immediately. He'd gotten out of the dishwashing duty, yes, but also out of the reach of any leftover icing or chocolate he could have eaten otherwise. He did get a cracker and a cherry tomato later, so technically he wasn't without any food, but looking at the feast in front of him, the Dursleys enjoying it without offering him any, and Dudley just gorging himself on the cake, almost made him feel sick. His stomach hurt and twisted with hunger, and he felt queasy and unstable on his feet. "Hey you," Aunt Marge snapped her fingers at him at one moment. "Bring me a glass of water." "Now." "Yes, Aunt Marge," nodded Harry automatically, and willing the spinning to go away from his head, he headed to the sink to fill a glass with water for the woman. Unlucky for him, Marge's bulldog Ripper had decided that was the right moment to follow the boy curiously. Harry, not noticing the dog as he was too focused on not outright passing out, and wobbling slightly as he reached the kitchen, accidentally stepped on its paw. Ripper wailed and proceeded to snap his teeth at Harry's legs, who in turn immediately bolted towards the garden, as fast as his fragile state allowed him. Harry ended up in a tree, clinging on a branch for dear life, Ripper barking at him threateningly from down below. Marge, much to the Dursleys' delight, refused to call the dog off until well past midnight. Dudley even claimed it was the best birthday he'd had in ages. Harry was 6 and currently lay on his mattress, huddled into a ball. Everything around him was dark. He vaguely remembered screaming. As he did, a wave of terror overcame him. He had made a noise. He'd made a noise in the middle of the night. He'd woken up with nightmares full of green lights, high cold voices, and a woman's cries, and made the huge mistake of crying out loud in his sleep. He knew what was coming the moment he heard heavy steps descending down the stairs above his head. There was no escaping it. He'd made a sound. His uncle had heard and wasn't very pleased with that. He was, in fact, outraged to be disturbed while trying to fall asleep himself. The door to his cupboard swung open. "What did I tell you, freak?" the big man growled, yanking Harry out of his safe space by the collar of his too big t-shirt and grabbing him by the scruff of his neck, like a disease-infected stray dog. "Tita never disturb anyone during the night," the young frail boy stuttered, now shaking with fear. He was flung against the cupboard door, hard, the impact nearly knocking the breath out of him. "Exactly, you disgusting little piece of garbage," Uncle Vernon continued. "So how come you still dare shriek like that at fucking 1 in the morning?" A hard slap across the face followed, that made Harry's head spin, and he saw stars dancing across his vision. "I'm so sorry, Uncle Vernon." He got on his knees, bowing so deep his head was almost touching the ground. "I had an end nightmare, I couldn't help it dash." And then he was once again floating in the air, held only by his uncle's one hand. The angry red face of the man was all he could see. "Then help it next time, or I'll fucking make it so that you never make another sound again, freak," he snarled threateningly and proceeded to punch Harry several times in the gut, then release him, letting the boy just fall to the ground. Harry instinctively scrambled away, fear making his body shiver as he stared up at the huge man in pure panic. His uncle kicked him a few times more before sending one last disgusting glance his way and making his way back up the stairs, huffing. As soon as the big man was gone, Harry fled into his cupboard. He curled up on his uncomfortable, moth-eaten mattress, covering himself with his thin blanket. "Why?" he whispered into the darkness of the tight space, feeling hot tears burn in his eyes. Quiet sobs started to escape his lips again, and he tried his best to muffle them so no sound reached his uncle and aunt's bedroom. He felt so sad, so alone, and didn't understand why it had to be so. He just wanted them to like him. He just wanted them to accept him. He just wanted them to care. But they didn't. He was a freak, an abomination, a waste of space. He was the wrong sort of a person, rotten to the core, dirty, unworthy of love and care. He was just a nuisance. It was getting hard to breathe, and Harry felt like something was pressing hard on his lungs, not allowing enough air in. The Dursleys must be right, he thought, clenching a spot over his heart with his little fist. You're the only flaw in their perfect life. He was heaving, all the while trying desperately to be as silent as possible. Be grateful they even tolerate you around, you useless dumbass. His heart was hurting so bad he thought it might split in half any second. They shouldn't even suffer living under the same roof with such a pile of filth. He let out a silent scream of suffering. You'd be so much better off dead. And now he was shaking again, unable to breathe properly, unable to stop the pain from spreading into every fiber of his already aching body. He hated this, hated his life, hated himself. He should end this, shouldn't he? He should just drop dead on the spot. That would surely make everyone so happy, and him being gone would magically fix all the problems in this world. Stop! He heard Tom's voice hiss just as his memory was about to shift to another, and the connection broke. Harry was no longer his younger self, no longer felt the pain his relatives inflicted upon him. Instead, he was now looking back into the crimson eyes of the teenage Dark Lord. He quickly realized he was hyperventilating and clenching his fists so hard his nails were digging into his flesh, almost drawing blood. Why? He asked, his voice breathy and unsteady. He knew it would be bad to open the gate towards all those memories openly, so no surprise there. But why had Tom told him to stop? In the state he was in, he couldn't think properly, so he tried his best to focus on every little feature of the prefect's face, every little glint in those ruby irises, to will the panic away. He was safe here. This was his own mindscape, his sanctuary, and his Tom. Are you seriously asking me that now? Tom answered, his voice strangely strained, slowly being able to focus more. Harry saw how tightly clenched the older's jaw was. He was clearly fighting hard to appear calm, and it seemed like he was almost about to lose the battle. There were so many contradictory emotions in those eyes: fear, loathing, sadness, pity, and a blood-red rage mixing together in a swirl of vengeful intent, replaced by that strange fondness the following second only to morph back into hatred the very next. Yes, he offered, only confused. You can't mean that, hissed Tom again, not really in Parseltongue now, but dangerously close. There was a blazing inferno of murderous intent in those eyes now, and Harry quickly cast his gaze down, as if it had burnt him. He wasn't sure, but was it possible that Tom was angry with him? I thought you said to show you everything, he mumbled uncertainly. He tried to stop clenching his hands so strongly, noticing only now they were also trembling. Tom said nothing for a while, and Harry worked on loosening his finger muscles so he could stop hurting himself. With not much success. I'm sorry, he blurted out soon after, discouraged by the other boy's silence and too afraid to look back up at him in case he was angry still. I shouldn't have bothered you with such dash. No, Tom cut him off right then, hissing again. A few beats of silence followed, and Harry started to spiral towards despair again. Had he ruined it? Had he really ruined his own little place of solace by opening up his mind? He might have. How typical. He felt so unbelievably sad. Suddenly, two slender hands gently grabbed his own. Harry watched in fascination how his own muscles instinctively relaxed and let Tom's fingers easily pry them away from his still, subtly shaking palms. Comfort spread throughout his whole being at the moment. Like just this simple touch of Tom Riddle's skin was washing away all the terror brought up by his painful memories. My precious, precious soul, Tom said quietly, voice impossibly gentle. I'm not angry with you at all. Harry glanced up at that. Those red irises were still watching him intently, the blazing hatred and bloodthirsty vengeance in them giving way for an expression akin to concern. No, Harry questioned. So, why ask me to stop? There was another second of silence as Tom quietly considered him. And when he spoke again, the whole gentle act broke just a little. Because I'm not sure if you'd like me to murder your only living relatives in the most horrendous, painful way imaginable. A slight pause followed, as if Tom was deciding whether to say any more. but finally his. Control slipped just a little, words coming unbidden now. I'd make them suffer just as they made you. I'd make them beg, plead, lay at my feet, wishing for their pitiful, dirty lives to end. I'd make them go insane from all the pain before I'd finally put an end to their miserable existences, he hissed, a stream of cold hatred mixed with blazing bloodlust coming out of his mouth in the sibilant tones of Parseltongue, before he suddenly switched back to English. And that's what would have happened had I seen any more. Another beat of silence, and Harry was unable to speak. He felt tiny tendrils of fear creep up his spine. This young man in front of him, once more, didn't even resemble his Tom. No, this Riddle right now was just so similar to the living version of Voldemort. But that couldn't be right, because the real, living Dark Lord would never, ever want to do something like that for Harry of all people. No, surely not. Harry was just feeling slightly insane due to all the painful memories. In fact, I'm not sure I can stop myself from doing that anyway, Tom added quietly, looking almost broken. If I do, don't ever hate me for that, my soul. It felt so strange for his hands to be held so gently by the others, all the while the other in question was talking about murdering Harry's only family in cold blood. But then again, did Harry mind? He found, with a slight guilty pang in his chest, that he didn't. He didn't care if the Dursleys lived. Not really. In fact, being told that the other boy could do all that for him made him feel strangely cherished. He almost smiled at that, a warm feeling spreading through his chest against his will. But still, murder was a bad thing. Even a theoretical one committed only in his own head by his own mind's construct. You don't need to do anything, he shook his head, squeezing Tom's hands instinctively. They're not as bad anymore. And besides, I'm not going to be living with them much longer. Tom looked unconvinced at that. I know you'd loathe the very thought, being as pure as you are, he almost whispered, voice now laced with the same strange fondness. And so I shall show restraint. Harry did smile at that. His mind was really something. He marveled because right then he could almost believe this whole thing wasn't just his own imagination. Thank you, though, he told Tom sincerely, giving those pale hands one more squeeze before letting go. Nobody's ever let me open up as much before. Nobody has ever cared for me like this. It means a lot, and I'm grateful to have you here, even if you're not exactly real. With that, as soon as Harry let go of those hands, the dream started to disappear. He only managed to notice a look of surprise flicker across Riddle's features before everything faded into blackness. I wonder, darling, what you'd do if you found out how real I really am, whispered Lord Voldemort as he watched his Horcrux's consciousness slip away while the boy fell into a deeper, dreamless sleep. He was sure Harry Potter never heard him, though. Only as the morning slowly brought his mind to wakefulness did Harry realize, with the same stab of the bittersweet longing from this night's dream, that this was the first time he'd realized he actually did want for his Tom to be real. And as that realization dawned on him, he looked at his hands the other boy had held oh so gently earlier. And there, on his palms, clear as day, he saw the marks. They were in the same exact places where his own nails had dug into the flesh earlier. Chapter and notes. Harry trusting Tom, and probably being the very first person to do so, is making my heart ache in a strange way. I might be hurting myself with this FIC. LOL. But I still can't stop writing it. Hopefully you enjoyed. I've read Tom calling Harry my soul in a few fics before, and I liked it, so I will probably be using that here too. Any thoughts, opinions, or stones to throw to be left in the comments. Next update is going to appear hopefully soonish and will most likely contain a Tom POV. Also, I have a Tumblr now. If you'd like to interact with me there, feel free to. Mind Chronicles and Brain Fluff. Something strange. Chapter summary. Tom takes some time to think things over. So do Severus and Lucius. Harry thinks something's off about his dreams, finally, and decides to ask Sirius about it. Chapter notes. Trigger warning. Depictions of violence, torture, mutilation, and the like. Just your typical Voldy stuff. Will be marked with an asterisk before and after those passages if you'd rather skip. A new chapter so quickly? Am I sick? Or am I just on vacation? Also, are we moving forward in the plot now? Whoa! See the end of the chapter for more notes. At the same time as Harry was going through his morning realization, Lord Voldemort awoke in his own bedchambers back at Malfoy Manor. He got up, put on a silk black night robe, and sat comfortably in a rich velvet armchair by the window, snapping his fingers for a house elf to get him his morning coffee. His endless patience had finally paid off tonight, and the boy had opened himself up to him. What he'd shown him, though, admittedly wasn't anything like the Dark Lord had expected. He was beginning to realize that his only source of information on the boy, Severus Snape, might not have been a very reliable one after all. Hadn't the potion master been on very bad terms with Potter Sr.? He was almost certain it had been so. Maybe the hatred for the father had clouded his opinion of the son slightly. Or, of course, the slippery double agent might have been feeding him lies all along. He would have to determine that soon. And if Severus did indeed lie to him? Voldemort felt his wand hand twitch expectantly, already imagining the punishment he'd administer. He did not take kindly to being lied to. But for now, he didn't want to focus on such matters. Harry had presented him with a lot of study material after all, and so he had much to ponder about even without the possible traitor present. If he was completely honest with himself, he wasn't sure what to do with the boy anymore. At first, he'd only intended to gain Potter's trust to make him into a useful tool. For example, the boy could quite easily retrieve the prophecy he'd been wanting to get his hands on for him. Maybe he could even learn how to possess him the same way he did Nagini, the Horcrux connection providing an easy gateway between the two of them. Harry would make the most exquisite spying device. He was sure nobody would suspect the good, light Harry Potter to be gaining intel from inside the Order and passing it on to him, even if unintentionally. Voldemort was sure, though, that with the right words, the right stimuli, it wouldn't even need to be unintentional. The boy was so easy to manipulate it was almost laughable. He was sure Albus Dumbledore arranged it that way for his own goals in the first place. The old fool probably wanted to use the boy against him. Why else would he have knowingly let him be placed in an abusive home, if not to make him desperate for care, kindness, and validation? But now he was in on it, and he would be the one to show Potter how amazing it felt to be needed, to be accepted, to be cared about. There would never be anyone in this world who would show as much care, as much appreciation to him. Just Tom. He'd make the boy feel cherished, and so he would do anything for him. And then, when the pesky little boy who lived wasn't useful anymore, he'd take his sweet time breaking him, making sure the boy would never be his undoing. He might even kill him in the end, even if he was the bearer of a piece of his own soul. What was one destroyed Horcrux after all? He had more. And this one wasn't even intentional anyway. But he'd much rather keep him locked up, somewhere hidden, in discomfort and desperation. Yes, but alive. He would enjoy the sight of his prophesied enemy broken, empty, rendered, completely useless at his feet. And meanwhile, he'd search for a way to separate the soul piece from its unaware guardian. Maybe then would he finally murder Harry Potter, and he would savor it accordingly. That was the original plan, or at least the basic gist of it. It had to start by gaining the boy's trust, though. In the beginning, he thought it impossible to bear. To have to smile kindly, listen to every stupid thing the boy had to say, and look interested enough. Luckily, Potter didn't seem to want to talk much, so he was only subjected to such tedious practices from time to time. The two of them would spend their nights in quiet pondering mostly, and he was glad for it. The incident with the Dementors being an exception, an instance when an actual feeling of fear and rage overcame him. He wasn't afraid for the boy, though, not in the slightest. But the thought of such a foul creature getting so close to one of his soul pieces had him seeing red. He wasn't lying when he said he'd hunt down whoever was responsible and make them wish they'd never been born. Other than that one moment, he hardly found anything of interest in the boy's mind. Harry Potter quite obviously had some issues with confidence, self-love, and general sense of self-worth. That much was sure. He was so starved for affection, it almost reminded Tom. No, not Tom. He had to remind himself he was only letting the boy use that name so that he's more comfortable and therefore easier to control. Of his younger years back at Wolves, back when he still thought that love was important and that he needed it. He'd of course learned since then that caring for anyone but himself was a weakness. A terrible one that fogged one's mind and made them act irrationally. And when the object of such care inevitably turned their back on him, It would only bring unnecessary hurt and sadness that could be easily avoided by not forming those bonds in the first place. But Harry apparently still believed in the importance of such foolish feelings, which would only make him much easier to bend to his will if he played his cards right. And he would, and the visage of Tom Riddle's handsome face would help him, as much as he loathed looking like his filthy muggle father. Maybe I should invest time into a glamour, he caught himself thinking one time. Appearances hardly mattered to him personally. It was always power that counted the most. What use was a pretty face if you couldn't even cast a proper spell? None. But he also knew from experience that a pleasant facade could get one almost as far as an imperious would. He almost smirked at the memory of poor, old Hepzibah Smith, her being the perfect example of how easily people could be controlled by a beautiful individual. Yes, maybe thinking of a suitable glamour spell would be in order indeed, just in case he ever needed one, just in case he would ever, say, want to meet his Harry in person. As the dreams, or rather the trips into the boy's head, became a daily occurrence, he found himself faking less and less of the interactions. At first, he was surprised at all the reactions the boy was able to draw out of him. Oftentimes, he didn't necessarily need to calculate his words and actions for them to have the right effect. Salazar. There were even times he'd shared his own secrets without realizing what he was doing. But it was safe, he thought. The boy thought he was just a fragment of his subconscious. And maybe being truthful and seeming human enough was the way to get his trust the quickest. He did indeed notice that whenever he seemingly opened up, the boy who lived would likely respond in kind. Trust for trust, a secret for a secret. It did make sense. To his endless surprise, there were even times when he genuinely wanted to open up, to let his human Horcrux see a part of himself he'd never shown to anyone. Why? Harry Potter of all people had such a strange power over him. He couldn't understand. And Harry himself baffled him even more. It had nothing to do with the boy's skills, although learning that he indeed understood Parseltongue and could even produce a corporeal Patronus, both rumors he'd heard before now confirmed, was surprising by itself. The real enigma was the boy's mind, his soul. Harry Potter was nothing like he'd been described to him before, he now realized. Also, surprisingly, nothing like he'd expect him to turn out after what they've done to him either. How has Harry Potter not turned into an obscurus yet? The thought was circling around the Dark Lord's mind more and more often lately. He was sure that any child would, were they subjected to similar circumstances. But no, not Harry. After the initial wariness and distrust were gone, so much pure kindness was revealed in him. He would just casually ask if Tom was okay whenever he seemed stressed, never tried to force him to talk, never tried to bother him unnecessarily. He would also seem genuinely happy every time they found themselves in the boy's mindscape, and he saw that Tom was still there. Something akin to happiness bubbled up inside the man's chest at the thought of someone, even Harry Potter of all people, being purely happy to have him around. The relief that would always flood the boy's features at the sight of him was making his heart clench somewhat in a strange, warming way. Although the feeling was mostly muted, probably due to his soul not being in one piece, it was still a pleasant sensation the dark wizard hadn't expected to be gleaning from the meetings. From time to time, he caught himself wondering what it would have felt like had he not split his own soul so many times. And from time to time, he wished there was a way to know. Has there ever been anyone who would truly look forward to meeting him? The Dark Lord wasn't sure, and just until a few weeks ago, he didn't even know how much he craved the feeling of being needed. How much he actually wanted to matter to someone like that. Oh, and the time the previous night Harry told Tom he trusted him. Tom, no, not Tom, practically purred at that memory, reveling in it like it was a healing spring in an oasis he didn't even know existed for his maimed, drained soul. He wasn't sure he'd even been told that by anyone, ever, certainly not with such conviction, accompanied by a look of those impossibly green eyes that just radiated genuinity. Harry Potter was just too good for this world, and a part of Voldemort felt almost happy that it had been him of all people who'd accidentally received a piece of his soul. The sweet little nicknames came to him naturally, and he often wondered what Harry's name would sound like said in his 16-year self's voice. For a reason unknown to him, though, he never tested it. The boy didn't seem to mind either way, and the terms of endearment would sometimes result in a slight blush coloring his cheeks a lovely pink. Which Tom? Was he really not Tom? He found that sometimes, caught up in his act, he wasn't sure anymore. Enjoyed seeing immensely. He hadn't lied when he told the boy he yearned to understand. He did. He needed to know more to understand the marvelous mystery named Harry Potter. And he would. He would learn everything there was to learn about the boy. He would use the knowledge. He would make it so that Harry Potter, the child of the prophecy that should have been his undoing, would live for him instead. He would make Harry cherish him. He would make him worship the very ground he walked on. He would become the only person Harry could trust. He would be the only living being Harry would smile for. He would burn the whole world down for that smile, because only he would care for Harry enough. He would keep him from harm. He would never, ever let anything hurt this precious little soul ever again. And he'd punish everyone that had ever caused any harm to him. Harry Potter was his Horcrux, his precious, precious pure soul. And Tom Riddle, maybe he did like when Harry called him that, protected all that was his. The Dark Lord didn't even notice when his thoughts took such a sudden shift from plans to get rid of the boy to plans of protection, too caught up in his musings. Most of it didn't matter anyway. It certainly didn't change the way things would play out in the end. Those were, after all, only his immediate thoughts after learning of the horrors the boy had been through. It was clear to him, though, that he'd have to think carefully about everything some more. Allow himself enough time to analyze what he'd learned from young Harry Potter so far, before reaching the final conclusion. But one thing he knew for sure. He wanted the Dursleys to suffer. He wanted them dead. How dare they treat such a precious being like he was just a dirty little house elf? Hell, even worse? Those monsters that dared to hurt the bearer of his soul peace. Those disgusting pieces of dirt that mistreated a magical child would suffer endlessly for their crimes. He felt rage so strong he wasn't sure he'd even felt anything similar before, burning inside of his chest just thinking about those piles of filth that dared call themselves human beings. His magic swirled expectantly, blood loss coiling around the back of the Dark Lord's mind like a hungry, vengeful serpent. He wanted to inflict pain, to cause suffering, to torture. He could almost feel the sweet taste of power the Cruciatus always left in his mouth. He could almost imagine the screams of agony those three would produce, yelling their vocal cords raw until nothing but bleeding stumps of useless muscle remained, making them unable to speak another foul thing against his human Horcrux ever again. He would crack their limbs one by one and mend them, only to crack them again, and again. He would make them watch themselves bleed out, snap their necks, so their eyes would have to focus on all the broken bones sticking out of their mangled bodies. But not so they would die, no, just enough so they could see the bloody mess their bodies have become. He would revel in the agony and fear in their eyes. And then, when they'd finally reached the end of the suffering, he would mend them again just to start the whole procedure anew. Maybe he'd tear that disgusting walrus man's limbs off, just for good measure, to ensure he would never ever lay hands on the precious little miracle called Harry Potter. Maybe he'd claw their stomachs open with his bare hands and make them watch their guts spill out on the kitchen floor. Or maybe he'd rather use a knife, a dagger, a cutting spell, and why not all? He could always heal them and do it again. Oh, how he would enjoy all the pained cries, how he'd bask in the metallic smell of blood, smeared everywhere, saturating the walls and floors of the boring Muggle house. He'd give the Dursleys' home a brand new paint job, a red one. How he'd marvel at his work. Just the thoughts brought a sadistic smile to the pale man's face. He would do all that and more for his precious little Horcrux. The problem was, he realized almost at the same time as he swore revenge internally, Harry still thought him only a fragment of his own imagination. While that played into his cards perfectly on one hand, it also left him strangely powerless. As much as he wanted to, he couldn't very well just go and murder the Dursleys in cold blood. Not yet, at least. Harry Potter was clueless, yes, extremely wonderfully so in some ways. But he was not that big of an idiot. He'd put the pieces together sooner or later. And if it happened too soon, Voldemort was sure all of his hard work he'd put into making the boy warm up to him so far would just go to waste. Not to mention that he did promise the boy he would show restraint. That single word left a foul taste in his mouth. He needed to put those disgusting, filthy muggles through at least some suffering. Or at the very least, he needed to torture someone. Anyone. The need to see pain was getting quite unnerving. He would have to think about this some more indeed. A knock on his chamber door stopped his train of thought. "Enter," he said simply, transfiguring his clothing into something more fitting than a knight robe quickly, before his quest even opened the door. "You wish to speak to me, my lord." Lucius Malfoy fell to his knees in front of him immediately. "Raise, Lucius," commanded Voldemort in a cold voice. Everything about the man screamed of how nervous he was, facing his lord, and Voldemort almost smirked. Lucius had always been weak, cowardly even. He knew so. But even if it was out of fear rather than true loyalty, the man had stayed by his side, had come back after he'd finally achieved resurrection, and let him occupy his home. He was also very useful, due to the important position he occupied both at the Ministry and at Hogwarts School's Board of Governors. The Dark Lord realized that, but at times like this, when he had to watch the man basically shake in fear, he wished Abraxas was still alive. His son, sadly, paled in comparison to him. "Any news you might have for me?" he asked casually, almost imagining the wheels turning in Lucius's brain as the man frantically searched for anything of worth. "Everything is going according to plan, my lord," he responded, choosing his words carefully. "The infiltration of the Ministry is quite the slow process, but we're steadily reaching the goals." "Ever such a politician, Lucius," Voldemort chuckled, although it was clear he was not amused in the slightest. "I confess I expected something more, though." At that, the eldest Malfoy visibly shivered. "I'm sorry, my lord." He hung his hand low, as if expecting pain to hit him every second now. Putting Bode under the Imperius has proven to be quite the difficult task. "However, I can assure you dash." He was interrupted by Voldemort clicking his tongue impatiently. He had no time, nor the desire to hear the man's pathetic excuses. "Fret not, Lucius," he said, voice still ice cold. "I have not called upon you regarding this matter at all. I do, however, require your assistance in a different task." The platinum-haired man lifted his eyes at that, relief clearly washing over his features. "My lord," he said, simply waiting. "It has come to my attention that earlier this summer, 2 Dementors were dispatched from Azkaban without the knowledge of the Ministry. I suspect now someone high up in the Ministry ranks had used them for rather personal matters, let's say." He paused then, red eyes trained on the other man. Lucius cleared his throat nervously. "I'm aware of the situation, my lord," he admitted, "although I'm not too certain of all the details." "Your task, Lucius, is to find out for me who exactly authorized those 2 Dementors to act," Voldemort ordered. Lucius blinked a few times. It almost looked as if he was about to ask something, but then figured otherwise at the last second. Good. Lord Voldemort was not fond of his followers questioning him. "As you wish, my lord," Lucius bowed. "I shall find out as soon as possible." Voldemort nodded, satisfied with such an answer. Lucius clearly saw that as being dismissed, and turned around to leave the room. Just as he was nearing the door, though, the Dark Lord spoke again. "Oh, and Lucius?" "Yes, my lord?" Turned the man back around immediately, a slightly worried look back on his face. "Your son, Draco," Voldemort drawled out, almost lazily, enjoying the fear spiking up in the man's gray eyes at a mere mention of the boy. "He just turned 15, isn't that right?" "Why, yes, my lord," nodded Lucius, the fear in his expression now mixed with confusion. "Thank you for remembering." Voldemort smirked, now truly amused. "He then shares quite a few classes with one Harry Potter, is it not so?" he probed. "He does, my lord," answered the man. "But they're not on very good terms with one another, as far as I'm aware, dash." Voldemort held up a pale hand, and the man fell silent at once. "That is not what I asked," a cold voice stated plainly. "Apologies, my lord," was Lucius's immediate answer, again accompanied with a look of fear and a bow. Lord Voldemort couldn't say he didn't enjoy watching the otherwise calm, dignified pure-blood demeanor of this manor's master crumble before him. Alas, he did not have the time to be entertaining such childish games. "I would very much like to have a word with him," he said simply. "He shall be very useful for me." It was not necessarily a command, but Lucius surely knew he better not ignore it. "Oh, of course, my lord," he nodded, face pale. I'll send him to you as soon as he gets back home. He's visiting a friend, UC Dash. Thank you, Lucius. That will be all. Voldemort stopped him again. This now being a clear dismissal, Lucius Malfoy bowed deeply one more time and finally exited the room. Tom Riddle smiled. He hoped that Draco would be at least as useful as his father, even if he ended up being as much of a coward as Malfoy Sr. There was this strange feeling of peace flooding Harry's brain that morning. He wondered, as he was munching on his breakfast toast, if it had something to do with sharing his memories, his burdens, with another person. Or, a mental projection of a person. The truth was he hadn't felt this relaxed in ages. If only sharing a few of the painful experiences with Tom had such an effect on him, what would happen if he gradually shared more? This could indeed be a path towards recovery. His plan was working, and he couldn't believe it. There was, however, something tugging at the back of his mind, telling him that something wasn't right about those dreams. A few moments later, Harry knocked on the door to his godfather's bedroom. "Sirius?" he asked tentatively. "Can I come in?" The door opened a few seconds after, revealing Sirius, still dressed in his pajamas, hair sticking every which way. He clearly only woke up a few moments ago. "Good morning, pup." He gave him a slightly sleepy smile. "Of course, come in." Harry stepped into the room and sat down on the edge of the bed. He only passively noted that the room was slightly messy. His godfather probably wasn't very fond of putting things back to their place, and Harry, suspected creature, never even tried to clean up in here. He smiled. "You're up awfully early today," Sirius said, blinking at the small clock on his bedside table. "Sorry if I woke you up," Harry smiled. It was not early, though. Or was it? He realized he hadn't even checked the time before he left his own room. But then again, even Ron was up now, so it couldn't be too early. "Now it's fine," Sirius waved his hand dismissively. "I need to get up soon anyway, don't I?" "I suppose." Harry couldn't help himself, he chuckled. "So, prong slit." His godfather gave him a curious look then. "Did you want to talk to me about something?" Harry nodded. Honestly, he wasn't sure where to start. How to breach the subject without revealing to his godfather, and by extension probably the whole order, that he'd been having dream conversations with Tom Riddle, of all people? Maybe he should have come better prepared, he thought. I don't know how to put it into words right," he said after a slight pause, "but I wanted to ask your opinion, Siri. Do you think memories can get trapped in our subconscious memories?" Sirius blinked a few times, clearly confused. What a very unfortunate phrasing, Harry realized. "I mean, I've been seeing a certain person in my dreams lately," he said again, trying to be very careful with his words. "And we've been having conversations. Well, if that wasn't the understatement of the century. Conversations. More like groundbreaking mental connections that were unbelievably helpful. Yet there was something somehow strange about them that was starting to terrify him. But the person, they seem almost too realistic to be just a dream, you know," he added. "I'm sure my imagination isn't that good, and they don't always respond the way I'd expect them to. So I was wondering if a memory of a, long-gone person can become its own entity, living inside another person's head." Sirius's eyes were kind when he looked at his godson then, and something like a sad understanding was glowing in his gaze. "Oh, Harry," he said quietly and gave the very baffled boy a tight hug. "I miss them too, you know. I see them in dreams from time to time as well, and they always seem so real. I wish I could say otherwise, but they're honestly just dreams." Now Harry was very confused. His godfather was looking at him with such sadness, maybe even pity in his eyes. It took him a minute to understand what Sirius meant, to know he misunderstood. "Oh no, I didn't mean," he paused for a second, shaking his head, feeling a blush creeping up his cheeks. "I wasn't talking about Mom and Dad." The admission stung somehow. Was he now being a bad son? But then, how could Sirius even expect him to dream about Lily and James? He barely remembered their faces, and that was only thanks to the few photos he'd seen. He knew next to nothing about his parents. "The person I'm talking about is well alive," he clarified finally, though he didn't sound too sure. Was Tom actually alive? Was Voldemort? Apparently the Dark Wizard couldn't die. So, was someone unkillable ever truly alive in the first place? Harry could feel a headache coming. These thoughts were just too much for him. Meanwhile, Sirius was frowning. "They're alive," he repeated slowly. "Harry, Who was this person? Now there was concern in his voice. Just a friend I did back in Muggle school, Harry said quickly. He moved away and I haven't met him since. And now he was lying to Sirius, the one person he wanted to share everything with one day. Perfect. Just perfect. Harry wished he never came here to ask in the first place. A Muggle, then? His godfather sounded suspicious. Yeah, he said, uncertain. Was there a difference? There probably was. Because why on earth would a Muggle be able to travel as a magical sentient memory into someone else's dreams? Merlin? Why was he such a dumbass? He could have said any name, even Victor Crumb, or someone magical he no longer spoke to, but no, he chose to go with a Muggle. He was pretty sure Sirius didn't trust him with this, but he also couldn't very well back down now. Sirius sighed. If you're really referring to a Muggle, he said, and Harry swore he could hear a hint of betrayal in his voice, then those are most likely just dreams. If, however, your friend is magical. The man rubbed his temples, sighing again. Sirius, what is it? Harry heard himself say. Please, Harry, just tell me you haven't been meddling with soul magic, Black's voice was gravely serious now. That branch of dark arts is very, very dangerous and has corrupted wizards much older and wiser than you. Harry shook his head vigorously. I didn't even know something called soul magic existed in the first place. I swear, he said sincerely. And besides, as I said, my friend is a Muggle. There's no way he'd be able to use any kind of magic at all. Once again, there was this sad betrayal in his godfather's eyes. If you say so, pup, I'll trust you on this, he said, sounding defeated, and shuffled past Harry and out of the room. Harry felt like he'd just been drenched in cold water. He might just have set their whole relationship back 1,000 steps, all because he thought the Riddle dreams were a little weird. He shouldn't have asked. He shouldn't have lied either. But at that moment, he was just so worried that by being found out, Tom would disappear. That if Sirius knew, he'd tell Dumbledore, and Dumbledore would make sure his Tom was gone. And Harry couldn't have that. He wouldn't be able to endure being so lonely again. No, Tom was helping him, and he needed him to stay, even if it meant lying to the one person who he'd hoped he would never have to lie to at all. I'll explain one day, he vowed as he exited Sirius's room. Once Tom's no longer needed, I'll explain everything. His godfather didn't speak to him for the rest of the day. Lucius Malfoy looked highly uncomfortable in the old armchair he was currently occupying, as he frowned at the man sitting across from him. The room the two men were in was somewhat small, dark, and its walls were covered in countless overflowing bookshelves, so many that he couldn't even make out the color of the old wallpaper behind. Most of the books were in English, however he could spot some in Latin, Gaelic, or even just runic. He longed for his own home, for one of the spacious admittance parlors his beautiful manor possessed. This sort of environment was highly unbefitting his status. Well, Lucius, the man across from him drawled, black eyes fixed on his visitor. Why have you come here, despite your obvious distaste for my home? I needed to talk to you in private, Lucius said, about some of my recent suspicions. And as you know, my own home isn't very safe for such conversations anymore. Indeed, Severus Snape nodded. And here I thought it to be an honor to have the Dark Lord stay in your residence. Lucius twitched uncomfortably. Of course it's an honor, he spat out. However, I would still pretty much like to share my worries without the fear of a cruciatus in the back. Lucius was pale and clearly unnerved by something. Noticing the signs, Snape nodded, got up, and took a bottle of an amber liquid from a nearby cabinet, along with 2 glasses. A drink, perhaps, he offered. You seem like a little brandy could help. The Malfoy visibly relaxed at that, taking hold of the offered glass. So, Snape said, sitting back down with his own glass in hand, what unspeakable secret bothers you so much? Some might have thought he was mocking the other man, by the way his eyebrows arched, by the tone of his voice. However, Lucius knew better. From years and years of tentative friendship with the man, he knew that Severus never showed his emotions, no matter what, and he was sure this was the only way he could express concern. He took a sip of his drink. The brandy was good. It's the Dark Lord, he said, getting to the point. He's been acting strange for a few months now, and it's getting worse. Severus only nodded, a clear sign for the other to continue. Surely you've noticed it too, being as close to him as you are. In the very beginning of summer, He was pushing us hard towards the initial goals. That was expected, of course, and most of us were glad to have him back like this. He took another tiny sip, but ever since the dementor attack on the Potter boy, it's like he got somehow— Lucius couldn't find the right word. Sidetracked? Offered Sirius instead. Yes, nodded the other. Don't you think? Lately it seems like all he ever cares about is Potter. You do realize that he'd been quite, well, focused on the boy even before his disappearance 14 years ago? Asked Snape in return. This seems different. It's almost bordering on obsession now. Lucius's voice was very quiet now, and he looked mildly nervous just saying those words. Earlier today, he didn't even punish me for not bringing any worthwhile news to him. Now that is highly unusual, agreed the black-haired man, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Our Lord does enjoy proper punishments, right? Lucius visibly perked up at the affirmative, took another small sip, and continued. He completely dismissed our lack of progress regarding the prophecy. Instead, he asked me to find out who sent the dementors after Potter. To anyone but Lucius, Severus Snape might have looked unimpressed. But Malfoy knew, just from the slight change in the other's black eyes. He was properly surprised, maybe even shocked a bit. And what's even worse, he asked me to get Draco for him. Severus, what does he need from my son? Severus Snape was now rubbing his temples thoughtfully, considering. Draco is in the same year as Potter, he mused. They share quite a few classes together as well. That, interrupted Lucius. That's exactly what the Dark Lord said to me. Then it's easy, Severus shrugged. He wants your son to spy on the Potter brat for him. Lucius's eyes went wide. Such an easy, logical answer. He felt a rush of relief flood him. Spying, of course. That wasn't as bad as he'd expected, he had to admit. But why would he need Draco to do it? He insisted anyway. Don't you already give him updates on the Potter kid? I do indeed, Severus nodded thoughtfully. Although there is usually not much to report. The boy is just as plain, boring, and obnoxious as his father was. Maybe the Dark Lord just needs some other sort of confirmation. Another person's point of view, per se. Maybe, Lucius nodded. Both of them stayed quiet for a while after that, deep in thought. Lucius was finally feeling more comfortable here, less on edge. It had indeed been a good idea to discuss with Sirius. The man was highly intelligent and had the ability to look at every situation from a cold, practical point of view. But you're right, Lucius. Snape was the one to break the silence this time. Even I've noticed our Lord's unusual behavior lately. Regretfully, it seems he hadn't deemed any of us worthy enough to be updated on what caused the change. Apparently not, sighed Lucius. Guess we don't have much choice on the matter anyway. We'll just have to observe and see what comes of this. Severus nodded again. I believe that's the smartest course of action now. If anything more suspicious happens, we can always discuss later. That earned a subtle smile from the other man, something he'd only ever shown to his family and closest friends. Thanks, Sev, he said sincerely, for putting my mind at ease. Anytime, old friend, anytime. The two men parted soon after. Moments later, Severus Snape stood in front of his fireplace. He suspected something was going on with Lord Voldemort, with how different he'd been acting lately, and now he had it confirmed by another member of the Inner Circle. It seemed as if the Dark Lord's focus had indeed shifted to Potter. He needed to firecall Albus Dumbledore immediately. Chapter and notes. Tom Riddle might not be entirely okay. Also not at Tom being so head over heels for Harry already, in his own Dark Lord-esque way, and not even knowing he is. Is it strange that I find it almost adorable? I should probably add Tom Riddle is in denial as a tag too. Also, in my FIC's universe, Voldemort never knew for sure if the boy could speak Parseltongue or not. It just makes more sense to me that, even though he might have and probably has heard rumors, he couldn't tell for sure, as the only part of him who knew for sure was the diary Horcrux, which is, of course, dead. So that's what I'm going with here. Hope my logic makes sense. Pain and plans. Chapter summary. Harry is a happy, confused puppy. Tom, on the other hand, is more of a sad, confused puppy. And I suck at summaries. P.S. Trigger warning. Pain. Chapter notes. First of all, I'm once again so sorry for the massive delay. After I posted the past 2 chapters, my mental health took a turn for the worse, and it's been exceptionally hard for me to write anything at all. That being said, hopefully this chapter is at least worth a read. I know it's a lot shorter than usual, but I really wanted to give you at least something, and honestly, I'm not sure how long it would have taken me if I went for my usual 6 to 8 pages. This will probably be edited and checked for errors later this week, over the weekend possibly. So sorry in advance if there is anything strange in the text. Oh, and if you're into heavier sort of music, try listening to Buried Beneath by Red or Welcome Insanity by Mr. Misery for the darkness/pain part, and see if you find any parallels. The two were probably the most often played songs for me during the writing process of the scene. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Harry finally managed to sneak away to the kitchen while everyone else was busy cleaning up yet another room of the old house. Sirius had gone to Buckbeak's room earlier, evidently sulking, and hasn't come out since. Harry felt a little guilty about it. Surely it was somehow his fault. He was certain his godfather knew he'd lied, and he hated the fact that he'd hurt the man. He would tell him everything eventually, though he promised that to himself. It just wasn't the right time yet. Not when he wasn't ready to be rid of his mental Tom. The morning's meeting, although it resulted in something unpleasant in the end, brought him something too. If not information about what he needed, then at least a lead, a straw to grasp on. Something he could look into and maybe find out more about the dreams. Why it was so important to get to the bottom of this suddenly, he had no idea. He also knew that once he's back in the dreamscape, once he sees his Tom again, it will probably cease to matter altogether. Because even if Harry found out something very terrible about the dreams, he wasn't sure he'd want them to end regardless. He might also find nothing at all, and confirm that the dreams had indeed been his own mind's construct after all. He hoped so. Maybe he was really just paranoid. Should he even bother looking then? Well, he was already here, and he was curious either way, wasn't he? What was YEA Gryffindor for? He would be brave and find out, even if the revelation could bring on more nightmares and suffering in the end. Creature, he called out in a quiet voice, leaning into the darkness of the elf's cupboard. Only silence followed. It seemed like the elf wasn't there, and Harry closed the door to the little space again, sighing. The subtle pop that sounded just a second later startled him a little. "Master Harry called?" the elf asked, bowing. "Filthy half-blood master Harry needs. Creature best okay with serving him. Creature best paying his debts where debts best due," he mumbled under his breath, almost inaudibly. Harry smiled at that. It looked like it was indeed a good idea to try befriending Creature, and he didn't mind one bit being called a filthy half-blood master if that was the price of the elf's cooperation. "Do you know if this house's library has any books on soul magic?" he asked curiously. At that, the elf visibly perked up. "Master best interested in the dark arts?" he asked, looking doubtful. "Yes, Creature," Harry simply nodded, finding it easier not to explain fully why he needed to research such a topic. "I'm, in fact, interested in all magic." Creature actually smiled at that, mumbling, "Maybe Master Harry is not being a filthy bad master at all. Not at all. Creature is being of assistance to a proper master." Then the elf looked back at Harry. "There be some books about such magic, yes." He nodded a few times. "Does Master Harry wants Creature to show him the way?" At that, Harry quickly shook his head. He didn't want to get his hands on the books, but honestly thought it would not be too smart to go looking for them openly, especially so soon after the confrontation with Sirius. "No, Creature, not yet," he told the elf. "You see, my godfather doesn't want me to learn about such kinds of magic, and I think he will be on his guard around the library, and those books especially, for a while now. Master Sirius best a bad master, disregarding his family's noble legacy," Creature grumbled, scowling at the room's door as if the man was standing there right now. Harry decided not to comment on that. He had an initial urge to defend his godfather, but thought rather not to, since he needed a favor from the elf, and it would do him no good to upset him. "So, Creature, I want you to get me those books, deliver them to me, but only when he stopped being so careful. I want nobody, and least of all Sirius, to know about this." Understood? He felt a little bad about this. Sirius had welcomed him to his home, his life, and his family. The man was trying so hard to be a good godfather to him. Harry knew. And yet, he responded with secrets, lies, and deception. He felt filthy. But it had to be done. What if there indeed was something wrong with those dreams after all? He could see the wicked grin spread over Creature's face. "Of course, Master Harry," Creature nodded vigorously. Creature is not telling another soul and is making sure the books is getting to Master Harry without Master Sirius finding out. Thanks, Creature, Harry grinned, and then added, just for good measure, no matter what they say, you are a good house elf. At that, Creature positively beamed. He gave Harry a deep bow and then disappeared with another quiet pop. Only then did it occur to Harry how strange it was that the elf had been so quick to obey him in the first place. Of course, as a house elf, he'd have to listen to most wizards' demands, but not against the direct wish of his primary master. The only exception would be if he indeed had different masters belonging to the same family. But Harry wasn't related to Sirius at all, if you don't count being his godson, which, well, in this matter, he didn't. He'd have to talk to Sirius about some things when they were on speaking terms again. His godfather did mention to him before that Harry was his family, but had he meant it literally? Harry wasn't sure, and it left him puzzled. As it turned out, Sirius didn't stay upset with him for long. It was the very next day, coincidentally, when everyone's Hogwarts letters arrived, that he started speaking to his godson again. Harry felt a little angry with himself about it, but he found out it angered him to see Ron getting the prefect badge. If he was to be completely honest, he'd expected himself to be the one receiving it. And when the privilege ended up in his best friend's hands, he felt jealous, sad, let down somehow. It was as if Dumbledore was once more showing him how little trust he was putting in him, and that made Harry even more upset. He tried to sound happy for his friend as he congratulated him, but even to his own ears, he sounded awfully insincere. Ron had been promised a broom as a reward and soon went to discuss which model to get. With Mrs. Weasley and Harry, not wanting to force himself to smile anymore, quietly slipped out of the room as soon as possible as well. He knew he wouldn't be able to fool anybody for a long time, and he hated the fact that he just couldn't be purely happy for his friend's achievement. He felt like he was spiraling into those darker feelings of unworth, and he just needed to escape. He headed off to Buckbeak's room again, seeking solace in the feeling of being alone. He was such a bad friend, unworthy. Ron stood by his side multiple times while he'd been credited for much more than he deserved, never even saying anything. And yet here Harry was, unable to be purely happy for his friend when he'd finally achieved something too. How utterly, disgustingly selfish of him. Well, he did admit out loud after a while, voice barely a whisper, Ron did turn his back on me when he thought I'd managed to get myself chosen as a champion before. He didn't even know why he said it, or why he wanted to remind himself of that particular occurrence. Was he trying to excuse his own terrible behavior? Oh, how much of a piece of trash was he? But no matter what he tried, he couldn't conjure a genuine happy feeling about the whole prefect badge thing. What he didn't expect would happen, though, was that in the middle of his musings, Sirius would come through the door. "Here you are, Harry," his godfather said, sitting on the floor next to him. "You seemed upset before. Are you all right?" Harry looked at the man, a flood of warm feelings rushing over him. He was suddenly so grateful Sirius was here, speaking to him. And as there was a genuine concern in his godfather's face, he just couldn't do anything but tell the truth. Besides, he did not want to under any circumstances lie to his godfather about trivial matters like this. "I'm such a bad friend," he confessed. "I thought I'd be the one they named a prefect. And I can't seem to stop being upset about it." Sirius chuckled at that. "I think you've gotten into too much trouble over the years for that, pup," he said gently, a smile still dancing on his lips, "just like your father. Nobody ever even thought about appointing him, or me for that matter, either." "Really?" Harry asked. "So his father wasn't a prefect either?" "Really, Remus got the badge in our time," nodded Sirius. "I think back then the staff thought that maybe he could talk some sense into your father and I. Mostly it ended up the other way around, though. We completely corrupted poor Remus." At that, Sirius barked a laugh, and Harry suddenly couldn't help laughing too, his mood slowly lifting. Now there was a genuine happy emotion at his friend's appointment rising up in his chest. Maybe it was just as Sirius said, and this whole badge thing hadn't had anything to do with Dumbledore distrusting him after all. Maybe he just really gotten into too much trouble to be considered for the role of a prefect. "Thanks," he just told Sirius with a smile. "No worries, pup." Sirius's eyes were gentle now. "Also, I'm sorry for ignoring you." Harry shook his head. "No, you had every right to. You were upset with me, right?" he said. Sirius just shook his head. No, not really, he only added. It looked as if he wanted to say more, but decided against it. There was a moment of silence before Harry spoke again. I was wondering, though, he said, looking at his godfather. How come Creature listens to my requests so easily? Oh, you're an absolute darling to that crazy old elf. It would be a miracle if he didn't, Sirius shrugged. Is that really all that there is to it? Sometimes he seems just too eager. Plus he calls me master and all that, Harry mused. Sirius just looked at him for a moment, and it seemed like he was trying to decide whether to speak or not. Well, you technically are his master, he said finally with a sigh. I was going to tell you only when you turned 17, as something of a gift. Yes. Harry could only react. He knew there was something odd going on, and was beginning to suspect what it might be. But since you're asking, I might as well tell you now, Sirius continued. I've named you my official heir. If anything ever happens to me, Harry, I want you to inherit all my worldly possessions. Creature can probably sense it too, and therefore considers you his master. Already, even though Harry had already suspected something of this sort had happened, it was still shocking to hear the news said out loud. Wow, he exclaimed. You didn't have to do that. I didn't want you as a family to get the Black's fortunes or anything. He was suddenly very nervous about the possibility of Sirius thinking of him as someone who is only after his family's money, who wants to use him. But what if he did? What if he never saw Harry for who he was after all? What if— I know you didn't, pup, Sirius chuckled, ruffling Harry's hair affectionately, and the boy felt a heavy weight lift off his heart. But you shall have them nonetheless. Besides, you're the closest thing I'll ever have to a son anyway. Thank you so much, Sirius, was all Harry could respond. And he knew the man would understand he wasn't thanking him for the airship, but more for the words he'd just said. His godfather only smiled and gave the boy a hug. I knew Creature wouldn't just suddenly start treating me so much better just over a stupid little locket, Harry mused. Well, honestly, Sirius said, I think that you did earn his respect by protecting it nevertheless. He's going to serve you well, and that's a good thing. We still need to work on his attitude towards you, though, said Harry, grinning. Sirius only groaned at that. With that, everything turned back to normal between the two of them again, and Harry could almost swear the whole soul magic and strange dreams incident would soon be forgotten. At least he hoped so. After a while, both of them returned back downstairs, and Harry now had no problem being happy for Ron, who later indeed received a new broomstick. There was a celebration for both the new Gryffindor prefects, which continued on later than expected. This was the first night in a while that Harry risked going to bed late, and the first night all summer he dreamed of nothing at all. Just sometime during the night, he could have sworn he heard his name being spoken in a pain-filled voice. Harry woke up at that, trying to figure out the source, but the sound was so weak, so far away. The plea in the form of his name rang only once, though, and Harry dismissed it soon after and just went back to sleep, unbothered. It was dark all around him. No, not just dark, completely vastly pitch black, so black it almost felt suffocating. He wasn't sure if he was standing, sitting, or laying down, or just somehow floating in midair. He couldn't see anything, hear anything, feel anything. He tried to move his arms, his legs, turn his head to one side and the other, but he realized he had no idea if he even had a body at all. And when he opened his mouth to mutter an incantation that would help him light up this damn dark space, he found that although the word Lumos came out of his lips, did he even have lips to utter the word? He wasn't sure. In a raspy whisper, there was no pull of magic present to answer his call. He felt a pang of incoming panic. At that moment, he felt impossibly helpless. He relied on his magic so wholly, and had been doing so for such a long time, that being left without it, being left completely powerless in this sea of blackness, made him extremely uncomfortable. Was he afraid? Maybe he was as laughable as it seemed. Where was he, though? What was this place? It felt familiar in a dark, haunting way, yet he did not know why it was so. Some part of him, hidden in the back of his mind, vaguely remembered falling asleep. So this was probably a dream, a nightmare of sorts. He also felt like he'd already visited this particular dreamscape before, although he couldn't place the exact time or circumstance. Knowing it was a dream, though, made him calm down a notch. No matter how unsettling this pitch-black dreamscape was, he would be able to get rid of it easily, if only he could wake up. But how should he go about that? He tried forcing himself into wakefulness, just using his power of will. Nothing happened. No matter, he thought, I'll just have to figure out another way. That was when the terror started. Suddenly, without a warning, splashes of red appeared all around him, one by one, covering the blackness of the space in the color of blood. And with every single one, a stab of excruciating pain went through his invisible body. It reverberated through the non-existent air around him, forcing its way into his very bones. The bones he wasn't even sure he had a second ago. It felt as if someone was casting a wordless, wandless cruciatus curse on him over and over again, each time with more force, more twisted glee, more purpose. Or maybe that wasn't the right way to describe it, because this pain felt so much worse than a simple crucio, so much more personal. It was almost as if the stabs weren't even coming from the outside, but originated most likely somewhere within him, in the very core of his little, terrified soul. He screamed a silent scream, again and again, until he finally found his voice, and now the whole world was screaming with him. Everything ceased to matter then. Be it a dream, a nightmare or not, his whole world shrank into the only truth that he could distinguish: pain. He was so sure that this would never end, that it was a punishment of Lady Magic herself, for all the pain he'd inflicted, all the rules of reality he'd dared break. And he was doomed to stay in this world of blackness, red splashes of blood and suffering, forever, his emaciated, immortal soul trapped inside a loop of agony that would continue even if the outside world got destroyed. Now he longed for the unsettling, pitch-black void from before. At least then he had been able to think of more than how much it hurt. How was he going to wake up if he couldn't even form a single coherent thought? Soon he was sure, though, he was never meant to find a way out of this world of suffering. Maybe he was dying, even after all the precautions he'd taken. Maybe this was the end. The pain never let up, and he began to wonder if he was already dead, and this was hell. He'd never believed in any form of divinity, any form of heaven or hell. But how else was he suffering so much if they weren't true? How else was he being punished if this wasn't some twisted version of purgatory? He screamed again, and again, and again, and each time he did, the pain doubled in intensity, and he became more desperate. He was falling apart, the leftover bits of his sanity slipping between his cracked lips. Does a being composed only of fear and pain even have lips? With every painful wail. At some point, has it been minutes? Hours? Days? Years? A whole eternity? He wasn't sure. The screams broke, although the pain never stopped. He just didn't have any strength left to scream. Instead, hot, stinging tears started running down his darkness-hidden cheeks, the feeling of them touching his sensitive skin reminding him of molten lava. Quiet, choking sounds joined, filled with much more pain than the screams from earlier, and soon they became sobs. Desperate, yet devoid of any hope. Help! A single word echoed through the darkness in a broken voice of a broken man, and he wished with all that was left of him that someone, anyone would hear him, that someone would come and put an end to this torture. Hell, he was even sure at this point he'd rather be dead. Unless, of course, he already was. Help, he heard himself rasp out again. But this time it was only a whisper, followed by something that almost felt like a prayer of a twisted, would-be martyr. Help me, Harry. As he said the name, everything stopped. There was a beat of blessed silence, a single millisecond with no sensations at all. And then, very different and much worse than before, the pain rebounded. A gut-wrenching feeling made him topple over and curl down on himself. Or at least feel like it, for he was still not sure if he had a body at all. A forgotten memory played in the back of his mind, broken and distorted and laced with so much of this new, foreign, disgusting feeling he couldn't very well place, but that left him feeling even more hurt and tortured than before. A memory of a flash of green, 2 emerald eyes, a woman's scream, and that one name, Harry. He knew, without even realizing why or how, that he was in no position to be asking this Harry person for help. He didn't deserve it, nor would he get it, and yet, Just as another wave of agony approached, he realized it was most likely only this Harry that could ever help him, truly save him from this hell. But he couldn't dare ask such of him. Even if he didn't know for sure right now, the pain blocking most of his thoughts or memories, he was sure he'd done something terrible to that person. Something he'd never thought himself capable of before he'd started his chase of immortality. Something he would never be forgiven for. He'd done it to the one precious person who was now capable of saving him, and so made it that nobody would ever save him at all. And as the pain escalated once more, and his non-existent heart clenched to the point of breaking, he finally had a name for the foreign, gut-wrenching feeling. Remorse. Harry. Tom Riddle heard his own voice once again, the new, intrusive feeling lacing every syllable. I'm sore dash. Lord Voldemort woke up. He was breathing heavily, and his throat felt sore. Possibly, he had screamed in his sleep. He also felt wetness around his face, and as he gingerly brought a pale hand to investigate, was he also shaking? He found tear streaks lacing his pale cheeks. Above all, he found to his irritation, he was also drenched in cold sweat of fear. How utterly disgusting. He took a few calming breaths and tried to make sense of it all. How had he ended up in such a state? What was the nightmare about to have reduced him to this? All he could remember of it was a vast amount of pain. But most importantly, how did it even appear? The Dark Lord was no fool. He knew that giving in to fatigue and allowing himself to fall deeply asleep would bring bad dreams. It had been the case ever since he'd made his first Horcrux. So he'd usually only nap lightly, substituting most of genuine rest with spells and potions. But ever since he'd established the connection with a certain Harry Potter, he found that if he timed it right and slipped into the boy's own head before letting sleep take over, he'd not only avoid the nightmares, get a bit more of natural rest every night, but also get under his human Horcrux's skin more. So he'd stopped taking the potions and allowed himself to drift off deeper more often. Because the boy would be there every time, without a doubt to entertain him throughout the night. Until he wasn't apparently. Yesterday seemed to be the case. Fury blazed inside the pale man's chest at the thought. How dare he? Just then, his focus was broken by a quiet sound, and he took the first glance around the room, just to discover a wide-eyed, startled-looking Lucius Malfoy. The man had obviously been there the entire time, and now was attempting to disappear quietly, and yet it took Voldemort this long to even notice his presence. And my lord. As soon as he noticed he'd been discovered, Lucius bowed deeply. Are you all right? I heard Scree dash, but Voldemort never let him finish. Crucio, he drawled, pleased to hear his voice no longer bore any remnants of the nightmare's pain. He was going to punish Malfoy for the audacity of coming into his private chambers without being invited in, for even hinting at the possibility of him, the Dark Lord, being weak in any way. And let's admit it, he also needed to Crucio someone just to calm down. And the blonde pureblood just happened to be on hand. Chapter and notes. Thank you to anyone who managed to read till here. I'm really grateful, and I love you even if I don't know you personally. Just so you know. Also, not sure if I'm going anywhere with this. Seriously, the story is basically writing itself, and I have zero plans for it. But remorse? Maybe? Quietly whistles in a corner. P.S. Kudos to those who guessed the true identity of the black and red nightmares back in the first chapter. Poor Tom and his soul, or well, whatever's left of it. Ceasefire. Chapter summary. Draco Malfoy is not happy about his new task. Harry, on the other hand, is unhappy for completely different reasons. And Tom? Well, Tom has a plan. Chapter notes. And after 7 chapters, we are finally heading to Hogwarts. Q in the pink-toed woman with kitten obsession, and a certain blonde Slytherin who has no idea what mess he just appeared in. Really, poor Draco. Anyway, I'd like to apologize to anyone who thought Tom's soul was mending the last chapter. Sadly, he doesn't even consciously realize or remember most of the dreams. Just knows there was pain. A very understandable notion for a soul as broken as his. However, I don't see him healing anytime soon. I'm so sorry to anyone who feels that should have been the case in the last chapter. I truly didn't mean to lead you on like this. I'm also so sorry this chapter took me so long to write. I got stuck during the train scene for a whole month. Although writing Tom comes naturally to me, Draco proved to be quite the challenge to grasp. Hopefully I didn't butcher the character too much. Anyway, without further ado, here, finally, is the new chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Draco Malfoy felt, against all odds, excited when his father told him that the Dark Lord wished to have a word with him. Yes, of course, he was scared too. Who wouldn't be? But at the first moment, the excitement was winning just a little bit. He thought that, finally, he'd been deemed useful to the cause, and he would get a chance to prove himself as such. Maybe, if he performed well, he'd even be given an actual position amongst the Death Eaters. And only as a Hogwarts 5-year no less. So even though a big part of him felt positively terrified at the thought of being alone in a room with the world's most powerful dark wizard, he immediately headed to the quest quarters upon hearing the order. He kept his head held high, trying his best to maintain the dignified pureblood look he'd been taught to project at all times. But Morgana, he was nervous. The Dark Lord had been awaiting him, sitting comfortably in a large velvet chair, beckoning the blond boy to come closer. Even though his visage was still mortifyingly wraith-like, all white skin and red eyes, Draco had to admit the Dark Lord looked positively regal. It was as if the chair wasn't just a chair, but rather a throne, and a majestic pale king with terrifying red eyes sat upon it, granting audience to his servants. He didn't remember ever feeling so insignificant, so lowly in comparison to anyone else. Like he, the heir to the House Malfoy, meant nothing under the crimson gaze of the powerful dark wizard. He suppressed a shudder as he stepped closer. Cautiously, "You sent for me, my lord?" Draco said, kneeling in front of the pale man. A slight feeling of pride bubbled up in his chest at the realization that he managed to avoid embarrassing himself by stuttering. He'd heard that even some of the senior Death Eaters tended to have slight problems with that. "Draco," the Dark Lord nodded and motioned for the boy to rise, his voice cold and motionless. Draco got up slowly and waited, trying to keep looking into Voldemort's eyes, but failing after a short while and directing his gaze a different way. The man's stare was simply too terrifying. There was something very unnerving about Lord Voldemort's gaze, be it the crimson color of the man's irises, or the fact that it seemed like he was feeding on every single fearful thought in Draco's head just by looking into the boy's eyes. All the excitement and confidence were swiftly leaving him in the presence of this much more powerful individual. He could swear the amount of Lord Voldemort's raw magical power, the potency of such energy in the air, was making even breathing normally a difficult task. To say that Draco was feeling slightly starstruck and maybe even a little scared at the moment would not be too far from the truth. Was he supposed to speak now, or would it be better to wait for the other wizard to talk first? He wasn't sure, his nervousness soaring at the realization. He'd never exactly been given proper instructions on how to act during a one-on-one meeting with the Dark Lord. His father, he supposed, might have been planning on doing so later, and simply didn't expect Draco to be able to secure such an unexpected audience so early on, especially since the blonde was still in school and not even an official Death Eater. While Draco felt almost insanely proud about proving his father wrong in that aspect, he had to admit that at the moment, it would have been better if he'd received at least a little instruction. And when the seconds ticked by, and there was still no word from either him or the Dark Lord, he finally concluded he had no chance but to look at the man again. He appeared to not have moved an inch, still scrutinizing him with a red gaze. Voldemort spoke then, as if he was waiting for Draco to once again focus his eyes on him. "Fear not, young Malfoy." The Dark Lord's voice was silky and calm with no trace of cruelty at the moment, yet somehow offered no reassurance to the pale boy at all. "I merely require your assistance in a simple task." Why did it seem as if the Serpentine man could sense his uncertainty and fear and was basking in them like a snake in the afternoon sun? It was such an unnerving sensation. Draco nodded stiffly. He thought at that moment, and he denied that to anyone who asked later, that he'd much rather be less trusted and therefore not have had to come here at all. "Father informed me of as much, my lord." He spoke slowly, carefully, trying to sound more confident than he really felt. However may I be of help?" Voldemort smiled then, and Draco realized he felt absolutely terrified. The smile didn't make the Dark Lord look more approachable. Oh no. On the contrary, as the pale lips curled upward, showing off the sharp teeth behind them, not unlike real snake fangs, he looked much more like a dangerous, deadly wild creature than an actual human man. Of course, Draco concluded, there was no evidence that he who must not be named even was a human anymore, but that thought just made him all the more terrifying. "Do tell, Draco," Voldemort drawled, seemingly enjoying the tension in the air. "Is it true that you're in the same school year as one Harry Potter?" Thinking back of the meeting, Draco now felt slightly annoyed as he walked through the wagons of the Hogwarts Express, searching through different compartments for Potter. Potter, of all people. As it turned out, the Dark Lord had indeed assigned him a task, but definitely not a simple or an easy one. The task was to befriend the boy who lived. Of all the things Draco could be useful for, the man just had to pick something not only infinitely annoying, but also downright impossible to achieve. How in the name of Merlin's old boots was he supposed to even endure the company of the annoying little champion of light? Draco had no idea. Plus, he thought sourly, Potter was surely not going to make things easier and act at least civilly with him. He never had, not even when they first met. The boy had been so thoroughly consumed by his idiotic bias towards dark families, he hadn't even bothered to try and get to know him before judging him. Back when they were 11, how was it going to be any different now, for years of mutual hatred later? Draco had never admitted this to anyone, but Potter's clear and very rude dismissal of even a possibility of any kind of friendly relationship between them had upset him greatly back in their first year. He, after all, wasn't much different from anyone else back then, and was actually looking forward to meeting the rumored boy who lived. And when he did, it seemed as if he wasn't even worth the common decency of a handshake to the boy. He assumed it was because of his dark family and Potter's stupid champion of light prejudice, but it still offended him very much. And the grudge he had been harboring towards the speckled Gryffindor only continued to fester in the following years. He wanted nothing else than to hex the stupid brat with his stupid lightning bolt scar and his annoying, captivatingly green eyes to oblivion most of the time. So how on earth was he supposed to suddenly be his friend? It was just impossible. However, if he didn't befriend the boy, if he failed the command he'd been given, the thought alone made him shiver with fear. Draco knew very well what happened to those who displeased the Dark Lord, those who didn't perform according to his expectations. There was a reason why the man, while only a guest in their manor, was the one everyone obeyed, even his father, the master of the household. And Draco didn't want to get on his bad side right from the beginning, not if he could help it. No, failure wasn't an option here. He just had to grit his teeth and somehow, believably, make the idiotic boy who lived like him. Well, but of course to do that, he'd first have to find him. But it seemed that Dumbledore's golden boy was somehow successfully hiding, even while on the crowded train. He passed a group of Ravenclaw girls, some of them giggling about something, walking with her giggly friends. One girl seemed almost as uncomfortable as he felt at the moment. Dark hair falling in her face as she hung her head low, the Ravenclaw seeker, whose name he never bothered to remember, was dragging her feet behind the group, looking more like she was about to cry than anything else. He vaguely remembered that this particular girl had been Diggory's date during the Yule Ball last year. So she must still be mourning, he thought. Even this display he found highly unpleasant. Draco hated it when people cried in public. If there was something wrong, something hurting, seriously, how hard was it to wait until you're not around people to let go? He'd been doing it for ages and honestly didn't understand why some others, especially girls, found it so difficult. He was growing more and more annoyed by the second, and could feel a headache beginning to pound in his temples. He thought longingly of his bedroom in the Slytherin dormitories, where he was planning to escape as soon as possible, of the peace and quiet of the Black Lake, waiting for him to stare into its velvety depths. And then he finally found Potter, and subsequently, probably also the reason for the girl's giggles a moment ago, he realized upon looking at the black-haired boy. The boy who lived was sat in a compartment full of what Draco could only describe as complete losers, who in their right mind would choose Longbottom as a train ride companion. Really? his face covered in an unidentified goo. The urge to mock Potter's current state, to laugh in his face, was almost unbearable to Draco. How on earth am I going to do this? He thought, as he opened the compartment door and forced all the mocking comments down in his throat to prevent them from spilling into the open. Potter, he got out, trying not to sound or look offended just by the presence of the other. A word, and he motioned towards the compartment door. Yes, he was now committed to this charade, but that didn't mean Longbottom. The Weasley girl and a random Ravenclaw blonde were invited to listen. Harry wanted to shrink down and disappear. Not only did Neville's strange cactus, some Mimbulus whatever, explode and cover everyone in the compartment in smelly, sticky goo, but of course Cho Chang had to walk by and look at that exact moment. He felt thoroughly, completely embarrassed. Cho was supposed to meet him in the company of cool friends, who would preferably be laughing at his joke or maybe listening intently to one of his stories. Not like this in the company of Neville, his smelly cactus, Ron's little sister, and a Ravenclaw girl who honestly looked a little strange. While he knew all three of them, even the girl Luna, Shirley, were great people, they hardly fit into the "Oswald impress a girl by hanging out with you" category. Plus, having just been covered in stink sap by the aforementioned cactus definitely gave Harry no plus points for coolness. Cho's friends certainly confirmed that fact by the burst of giggles they'd erupted into upon seeing them. And even though the Ravenclaw seeker apologized for their behavior, Harry didn't feel any better for it. And to make matters even worse, just as Neville began apologizing profusely and stating that stink sap isn't toxic, no worries, Draco Malfoy of all people had to appear too. Flicking Draco Malfoy just great. "Potter," said Malfoy, a word, and waited for him to step outside of the compartment. "Yeah, just absolutely brilliant." Harry sighed loudly. He half considered ignoring the blonde's request altogether, just out of pure spite. But then wouldn't the pureblood prick just return and pester him and his friends into oblivion if he decided to stay? There was a distinct possibility that might be the case, and Harry decided he'd rather avoid that if possible. "Scourgify," he mumbled first, pointing his wand at himself, and was pleased to see that most of the disgusting stuff disappeared obediently. "Oh well," he said then and stood. "I'd better go see what Malfoy wants." Neville and Ginny gave him sympathetic looks, while the third occupant of the compartment, the slightly eccentric-looking Luna Lovegood, just continued to read her upside-down magazine she'd only put down for a little while before so it didn't get sprayed by stink sap. "What do you want, Malfoy?" snapped Harry at the other as soon as he exited his compartment. "To talk, obviously," Malfoy shrugged, looking like he'd just been forced to swallow a whole lemon. He led Harry to an empty compartment a little further down the aisle. On the way, Harry tried to ignore all the looks the other students on the train were giving him, like he was an interesting zoo animal, or maybe like they were expecting him to do something crazy. He knew the Daily Prophet had been feeding everyone lies the entire summer, but that truly wasn't enough to prepare him for this. Somehow this kind of stares was a million times worse than the regular, "oh there's the boy lived" stares he'd been used to. Even worse, probably, than the ones he'd gotten back in the second year when everyone thought him to be the heir of Slytherin. He just wanted to go back to his compartment, to hide from the prying eyes, to survive the train ride and the feast in the company of those who either believed him, or at least weren't painfully obvious about the disbelief. Those who didn't mock him or what he'd been through. And Draco Malfoy definitely did not fall into that category. Although his father being a bloody Death Eater, maybe he would at least know the truth and choose for once to mock Harry because of a different reason than everyone else. He was pretty much done with all of this nonsense, even before they both stopped in a new location. "If you're going to talk, just talk already," grumbled Harry, not quite following Draco into the compartment, because no thanks, he wasn't in the mood for whatever game the blonde was playing here. Malfoy sighed and rubbed his temples, as if he was trying to stop an oncoming headache. "No need to be so defensive, Potter." He frowned and sat down, apparently okay with the news setting himself. "I'll let you rejoin your fun in no time." "What was that, by the way?" "The goo you and your friends were so happily splashing each other with stink sap." Harry's frown deepened. "And we didn't do it on purpose, just for your information." Seriously? This was why he had been dragged out here? If Malfoy just wanted to enjoy making fun of him in a more private setting, Harry was not going to stay. He turned to go. For the love of Merlin, Potter, would you just sit down for a second? Malfoy called after him, holding his hands up in a peace-offering gesture. I was just curious. Okay. Harry stopped, but still didn't make any move to sit down whatsoever, and he just continued glaring back at the blonde. Fine. Draco sounded exasperated when he said it. Sorry I mentioned it, Happy? What? Harry couldn't help blurting out. Has Draco Malfoy, a king of all pureblood pricks, just apologized to him, Harry Potter, his school nemesis? Sorry, the Slytherin repeated without even blinking. Okay. Harry got out, visibly confused. This definitely wasn't normal Draco behavior, and even though everything about it seemed suspicious, it also made Harry feel interested in why the blonde was going to such lengths, even apologizing to him, to secure a conversation. So, will you please sit down? Insisted Malfoy once again. Harry sat down opposite the blonde, staring at him. He still didn't fully trust Malfoy's intentions, but if he was being honest, he was a little curious as to what he wanted from him. Even the fact that the pure blood didn't have Crabbe or Goyle, who otherwise seemed almost glued to his side, with him was highly unusual, now that Harry thought about it. Plus, the fact that Malfoy offered him an apology, any apology at all, although it was said almost grudgingly, meant he must have something very important to say. Or Harry's mind supplied unhelpfully. He's here to kidnap you and bring you to his father's master. He looked at the boy in front of him suspiciously. Was this why Draco wanted him here, alone? To hex him or something, maybe fire a stunner at him, and then have him dragged to Voldemort once the train stops in Hogsmeade? Somehow, Harry doubted that was the case. Although Draco Malfoy was a right jerk, he never struck him as someone who would do such dirty work, at least not by himself. Through a servant or a lackey, maybe, but Harry was almost sure that the pure blood would not want to dirty his own hands. Seriously, Malfoy, what do you want? He asked, still a little defensive. Malfoy sighed. For a moment, it seemed as though he was struggling to put his thoughts into words, and he just looked at Harry, the expression in his icy gray eyes almost shy, insecure, nervous. Had it been anyone else, Harry would have thought this cute, endearing almost, and he'd be tempted to offer help or reassurance. But this was Draco Malfoy, his less dangerous nemesis, and he had no such notion towards him. So he just returned the blonde's gaze with a glare of his own, and waited, hands folded across his chest. Look, Potter, said Malfoy after a pause. I've been thinking, and without giving Harry any chance to interrupt with a remark or a retort, he continued. We're starting our 5th year, and even though you didn't get the prefect badge, seriously, who thought Weasley would be a better choice? Dash. Ron is more than capable, Dash. Harry started automatically defending his best friend, irritation and anger bubbling up inside of him. But Malfoy quickly waved his hand. Just saying, he shrugged. No need to get so defensive. Anyway, with both of us preparing for OWLS and me having prefect duties, I just thought, well, he stopped for a little moment, and Harry could again see he indeed was a bit nervous about it. As for himself, Harry didn't know what the blonde was getting at, so he was sure his own face was only reflecting confusion. Well, he prompted, trying hard not to outright mock the other, although it was his first impulse to do so. Well, I just thought we should stop this stupid little fight we've been having, Draco shrugged, and instead try to act civil with one another. Harry blinked. What? He blurted out, disbelief coloring his voice. You know, Malfoy sighed again. The whole live and let live deal. Harry, for sure, didn't understand. Did someone hit you with a confundus or something? He asked. Or is there some trick to this? You offer me a what, a ceasefire, and then just strike me down when the moment's right or something. Maybe bring me to Old Voldy on a silver platter, so you can gain more favor for your Death Eater father? There, he didn't need to play nice with Malfoy, and he'd much rather let him know he did not buy any of this nonsense. Not at all. Let the brat know he wasn't going to fall for any trap like this. Malfoy actually twitched, and his face paled a bit at the mention of his father. Tiny sparks of anger floated in those cloudy gray eyes. Harry, uselessly, thought the display was somehow strangely mesmerizing, the pale eyes possessing a reflective quality none other had, like a perfectly polished mirror or an icicle on a rare sunny winter day. Not that he would admit it to himself, or anyone for that matter. Draco swallowed slowly and sighed again. What my father is, he said coldly, has nothing to do with who I am. Oh, please. Harry laughed mirthlessly. You the epitome of father's darling boy? Don't make me laugh. Really, what are you playing at? He was not buying any of this. Not at all. Although, maybe, was there a possibility that Malfoy might be genuine about this? You might find it hard to believe, Potter, grumbled Malfoy in response, now visibly annoyed, but nothing. I'm just tired of fighting with you all the time. All I want is some peace. There was something incredibly tired about the boy's appearance, now that he mentioned it. Harry didn't think he'd ever seen Draco Malfoy with bags under his eyes, but now he could notice them, contrasting with the pureblood's pale skin. Maybe, just maybe, he was telling the truth. As hard to believe as it was, maybe Malfoy honestly just wanted a break from everything. And that, well, that Harry could understand. So what? You're suggesting we just let each other live in peace? He backpedaled a little, raising his eyebrows questioningly. Yeah, something like that, Draco nodded, and then, after another brief pause, added, as if to prod the other. Sounds good, Potter? Let me think, Harry said, and wished he had Tom to consult with right at this moment. He was sure the smart Slytherin would see right through Malfoy and figure out whether he was being genuine or not. He would offer Harry advice on what to do, surely. But sadly, Harry wouldn't be meeting his dream companion for a few hours still, so he had to consider this on his own. Also, and Harry didn't even want to think about it, there was the possibility that Tom would in fact not offer any advice at all. Ever since the night of the day Ron and Hermione's badges arrived and he'd gotten to bed late, resulting in not dreaming of him at all, Tom Riddle was acting distant, angry maybe, Harry thought, or even hurt. But that obviously was ridiculous, or was it? There had surely been tension between the two of them, and conversations seemed to flow much less easily than before. It was almost as if they'd reverted back to the beginning of the summer when it was hard to talk to one another at all. And Harry didn't understand the change. It was not his fault that his brain decided not to dream of Tom that night, and he definitely didn't need the dreams to be realistic to the point of his own mental construct acting, but hurt over not having the opportunity to appear for once. He was also feeling slightly guilty about ditching Tom that night, without even warning him first, but that was even more ridiculous. He should not be feeling that way towards something, or well, someone he'd created in his own mind in the first place. Whatever the case, the truth was he'd been feeling less comfortable in Tom's presence lately. So, well, maybe it was a good thing he didn't even have the opportunity to ask about Malfoy. He'd think about this on his own, no Tom needed at all. Malfoy, to his surprise, actually did shut up. The blonde leaned back into his seat, stretching his legs out and crossing one over the other in an obvious attempt to get comfortable. He didn't say anything anymore, didn't try to make Harry decide faster. He was just looking at him with those cloudy sky gray eyes, waiting as patiently as possible. Harry realized that, after a while, he stopped thinking about whether to accept this unprecedented truce or not, and his thoughts turned to a completely different direction altogether. He had to admit that right now, when he was not dropping snide remarks or grimacing at him, when he was not trying to openly antagonize him, Draco Malfoy looked good. Not as in, oh, this boy is drop-dead gorgeous good. That title was in Harry's brain, reserved for a certain Slytherin prefect from his dreams, which of course he would never admit out loud either, but more like someone Harry wished he knew. It came to him as a surprise, but he caught himself wondering what the other boy might be hiding behind his pure-blood air mask. And maybe, just maybe, a tiny spark of regret started to grow inside of him. Regret that in his nervousness and fear of the whole new world back when he was 11, he might have judged the other two harshly. Regret that maybe if he'd just sought to understand instead of immediately going on the defensive, they could have spared each other years of unnecessary annoyance and, well, full-on trouble. He even, sighing, thought about how different things might have been had he accepted the boy's offer of friendship. Fine, he said finally after a while of deliberation. Let's try this truce thing, Malfoy. Draco seemed to actually truly relax at that, as if a huge weight had just been lifted off his shoulders. His features, which had been very tense until then, loosened slightly, making him look even more like someone Harry caught himself wishing he knew. Thanks, he said, and stood up, offering a stretched-out hand to Harry. Maybe shake on it this time? Harry frowned at the offered hand. This time, he asked. He had no idea whatsoever what Malfoy was referring to here. Was he missing the point? Never mind that Potter. Draco sighed yet again. Just shake my bloody hand for once. Well, Harry thought, as he shook Draco Malfoy's hand with a slightly exasperated fine. This truce is going to be a difficult one. Later that day at Hogwarts, a new defense professor was introduced. And judging by the reaction of not only the students, but also most staff, she was not going to be a very popular one. Harry himself remembered the witch from his ministry hearing and was beyond displeased with her being here at Hogwarts. Out of Ron, Harry, and Hermione, only the bushy-haired girl was able to keep listening to her speech without involuntarily tuning it out, and according to what she said about it later, the contents of it were not very pleasing. So you're saying this woman works for Fudge? Ron asked as soon as the trio sat in their favorite plush chairs in the Gryffindor common room. Yeah, Harry nodded gravely. She was there at my trial, trying to negate everything me or Mrs. Figg said. With the arrival of the toad-like witch and the unpleasant feelings it brought, Harry had completely forgotten to tell his two best friends about what happened with Malfoy earlier on the train. Well, Ron said in an attempt to lighten the mood, at least Fudge should have sent someone good looking here, not a stinky old toad like that. Ron, exclaimed Hermione, sounding mildly offended. That's hardly the problem here. She obviously plans to interfere with Hogwarts matters and undermine Dumbledore's authority. Who cares what she looks like? Ron only shrugged. The look on his face said that obviously he cared. Do you think Dumbledore's going to let her, Hermione? Harry asked quickly before the redhead could start arguing his point. I don't see him having another choice, honestly, Hermione sighed. I mean, if she was sent by the minister himself, dash. But the ministry had always stayed away from Hogwarts matters, said Ron, haven't they? Harry nodded. He'd heard that besides the Board of Governors, there was hardly anyone who would even attempt to question how Dumbledore's been dealing with the school, and even they usually let him have his way. He thought about asking Tom if the situation was similar during Dippet's times. Who knows? Maybe talking about Hogwarts, the one thing they both seemed to love endlessly, would break the ice between them again. Maybe they don't want it anymore, he said out loud, looking solemnly at his friends, especially with the stand they've assumed in regards to Dumbledore lately. Hermione spoke again, then, thoughtful. Maybe this is just another of the ways Fudge's trying to discredit the headmaster, don't you think? The boys both nodded. That's very possible, Harry said, but I don't see how we can help it. That was really it, wasn't it? They couldn't. Even if they wanted to, they were just students. And besides, maybe it wouldn't be as bad. Maybe, even if the toad, which was boring, they'd just end up with another Binns-like professor, not necessarily a full-blown disaster. Although, Harry had to admit, it would still be quite the tragedy to lose interest in a subject as important as data. They didn't continue to discuss the toad, which and what effect she might end up having on the school for long. Soon enough, yawning, Ron announced he'll be going to bed. And that was when Harry remembered he'd actually wanted to talk to their friends about something entirely different before. Namely, well, Malfoy and this fragile truce they'd agreed on earlier on the train. Guys, before we go to bed, he said quickly as the other two began to gather their things. I have a favor to ask. Both of his best friends turned to him with questioning eyes. Well, Harry told them awkwardly, just wanted to ask you not to antagonize Draco Malfoy anymore, at least not unprovoked. What? Ron's eyes widened at that, and he looked probably very similar to what Harry himself must have looked like on the train. Hermione, on the other hand, said nothing, waiting patiently for the explanation Harry was bound to give. Well, earlier today on the train, we agreed not to cause trouble for one another anymore, Harry shrugged. So I guess we'll just try and let the other exist and stuff. There was a beat of silence, then 2-3. Ron still looked confused and disbelieving, as if Harry had somehow unknowingly spoken in Parseltongue or some other language nobody could understand. I think, said Hermione tentatively after a moment, it's actually a clever idea to try and stop fighting. After all of us have to focus on the OWLs this year and dash. Merlin's beard, Hermione, interrupted Ron. Do you think Malfoy of all people is so interested in our academic well-being? He obviously jinxed Harry or something. Harry sighed and exchanged looks with Hermione. He kind of figured Ron would react somewhat like this, but it still didn't make him very happy. Nobody's done anything to me, Ron, he said calmly. It's just that I don't need more crap in my life right now, and Malfoy did seem like he meant it. I can't believe this, mate. Ron shook his head. Malfoy of all people becoming your friend? Really? Now, friend was too strong of a word, in Harry's opinion. He'd, after all, barely agreed to start acting civilly with the Slytherin git. I don't think it's going to turn to that, honestly, he said. It's really more like a ceasefire. We just promise to mostly ignore one another, really. Ron blinked a few times. Oh well, he said dismissively. Might as well try, I guess. But I warn you now, mate, it's not going to last. Not with Malfoy. Harry sighed. Yeah, probably not. And with that, they said good night to Hermione, who still looked deep in thought and barely paid them any attention as they left her in the common room. I still need to finish something, she said, and being Hermione, none of the boys doubted she really had things to do even on the first night back at Hogwarts. So they just shrugged and set off to their dorm room, where Harry couldn't wait to fall asleep and try to talk to Tom again. But he apparently wasn't going to. At least not before he found out exactly how much. Everything had changed over the summer and how deep the Ministry propaganda actually ran. And so when Harry entered the dreamscape that night, he was still upset about Seamus, and apparently others too, not believing him about Voldemort. They'd fought about it, leaving him in a very foul mood as he went to sleep. Not exactly the greatest mood to be trying to patch things up with Tom, who, well, dream version or not, was still said Dark Wizard's younger self. But Harry was going to try anyway. He had a feeling he was going to need any moral support available to him this year, and he knew for sure that Tom would be of huge help in that aspect if he wanted to. Hello, Tom. He greeted the other as soon as they both appeared in their designated soft chairs. He only got a nod of acknowledgement out of the other. And that was it. Nothing more, no words, no greeting, just a nod and silence. Harry wasn't even sure whether to be angry, sad, or worried about the change in behavior his dream companion was displaying lately. He just knew that Tom had become more distant and he had no idea why, or how to fix it for that matter. He gave the other a sad smile, and Riddle was just looking at him, seemingly drinking in that smile, scrutinizing him with his eyes, expression unreadable. Then, out of nowhere, he sighed and cast his gaze away, as if he'd had enough looking at Harry and was now about to ponder what he'd observed. It was as if they'd gone back in time a few months, the same as it used to be when Harry had just started dreaming of the older Slytherin. Harry's chest tightened uncomfortably. Hurt, he realized he was feeling hurt. Against all logic and common sense. He was actually feeling hurt by his own mental construct of a baby Dark Lord. Yep, he thought bitterly, I should definitely let them lock me up at St. Mungo's. The seconds continued to tick by in silence, and Harry was growing impatient, even a little irritated. Was it too much to want someone to talk to? Someone who'd agree with him, understand him? Even just a place inside his own brain where he'd feel comfortable enough to vent about unpleasant things? He thought he'd achieved that with his Tom, and yet now it seemed the Tom in front of him was no longer his. Tom, he tried in a small voice. The red eyes of the Slytherin turned to look at him again, a slight inquisitive glint in them now. The boy raised his eyebrows slightly, a question. Yes, a single word echoed through the space. Harry cleared his throat nervously, but decided to go with it anyway. After all, he wanted things to return to normal, and they wouldn't if he didn't even try. And he wasn't in the House of Lions for nothing, was he? You seem to be upset about something lately, he ventured cautiously. Is there anything I can do to make things better? In answer, to Harry's surprise, Tom gave him a smile. A real smile that made his handsome features light up in ways otherwise unseen, making the boy seem much more human, much more approachable. Oh dear, the boy said, now looking at Harry with mild amusement in his eyes. Have you been feeling guilty, darling? Harry had no idea what was going on at this point. Honestly, he understood nothing of what Riddle was saying, or doing, or why in hell was seeing his smile making Harry's little poor heart do jump flips inside his chest. Guilty, he echoed uncertainly. About what? About missing our little nightly chat that one time, of course. Tom purred, still smiling lightly, and stepped a little closer. Have you perhaps been feeling bad you didn't make it here that night, and therefore misinterpreted everything I've done since? Harry gulped, not saying anything. He was honestly too shocked to. There was something tiny and annoying buzzing in his brain, reminding him of the slight feelings of guilt he'd been pushing away all this time. And he was embarrassed about Tom seeing through them so easily. Because, my dear, I've only been giving you the space you seem to require, Tom finished, voice level. Nothing more, nothing less. He was now standing quite close to Harry, his gaze gentle. A little amused too. Harry's mind was reeling. Has he really fabricated everything? Has he been acting like an idiot, seeing signs of irritation and coldness where there were none, and therefore worrying for nothing? Was it true that Tom was, as a good subconscious bringer of peace, only trying to give him the space he thought Harry needed? Now that he thought about it, it was entirely possible. He had been feeling bad about not making it to the dreamscape that night. He had been wondering how to make it up for Tom. So there was a great possibility that he truly misinterpreted the other's behavior. It even sounded logical. Definitely more logical than his own mind's invention getting angry with him. "So, you're not mad at me?" he asked, feeling slightly embarrassed. "Of course not, darling." Tom gave him another sweet smile. "How could I?" At that, Harry's heart seemed to melt completely. There was this huge wave of relief flushing over him. It almost made him giggle. He said, and he was sure he was blushing. "I'm really glad to hear that, Tom. I wouldn't want to lose Dash. You his mind supplied." Harry stuttered. No, that definitely was not what he was planning to say. What if it sounded weird? What if Tom interpreted it in a different way? Well, sure, Harry didn't want to lose him. That was the truth. But saying it out loud? He felt like it might imply much more than he wanted it to. Because really, he just didn't want to lose the feeling of peace, the companionship, the understanding of the older boy. And so instead, he went with, "I wouldn't want to lose this. It's really important for me to have this bit of peace, you know?" Tom nodded, looking like he understood. "Do not worry, my dear," he told Harry, tone gentle, and reached out to lightly pet the little lion's messy black hair. "You'll never lose me. Our very cores are connected. After all," the gesture was so genuinely sweet, caring almost. It had Harry smiling contently and relaxing into the touch instinctively. He didn't remember ever being treated like this, and found himself enjoying the sensation. It felt right, and Harry could almost tell that there indeed was a connection between him and Riddle. And almost as soon as Harry heard the words of reassurance, he slipped into a deeper sleep. The face of Tom Marvolo Riddle, wearing a gentle smile, still stuck beneath his eyelids. He never fully understood what Tom meant about their very cores being connected, but it didn't seem important enough. All that mattered was that his safe place, his Tom, was there to stay. At that moment, he didn't even mind that he'd originally wanted to talk about Umbridge and his classmates' prejudice. He was just glad, so glad, that the misunderstanding was now over, and the relationship between Tom and him was still okay. As Lord Voldemort watched the boy's consciousness slip away, the gentle smile on his features slowly faded. He looked at his own hand, the one that had been caressing the boy's mess of black curls just moments ago. He hadn't planned to touch the boy at all. It had been purely instinctive, and the feeling of it shocked him, because all that he could feel at that moment was pure delight. It felt as if he was a moth drawn to a flame. Only when he reached, it didn't burn. It filled him with warmth and a feeling akin to joy. It was as if he'd been hollow all this time, and only when he'd touched Harry Potter, something poured into him and filled the void, at least a little. A little spark of warmth in the darkness of his desolate black soul. Maybe it was the Horcrux connection, he mused. A thought of how strong this feeling could become where he'd touched the real Harry Potter made his insides explode with a sudden surge of want. He wanted to know, needed to know how much it would change, how much more delightful it would be to have his little human Horcrux this close. Oh, and he would, in time. But his odd curiosity had to wait. He would not rush this. After all, he'd achieved what he'd wanted today. It was almost laughable how easily he was able to convince Harry that all of the tension lately had been his own mind's construct, a way to express guilt over missing one of their little nightly chit-chats. How easily he got him believing that he wasn't acting different at all, while the opposite was true. He'd been acting distant, cold even, on purpose, to make Harry feel uncomfortable. He'd been trying to make the boy think he was angry, and maybe a part of him really was. The boy had, after all, opted not to meet him one night without letting him know first, and that resulted in him having a nightmare of sorts, which, although he still didn't remember the details of it, left him with an unpleasant memory of pain stuck in the back of his mind. But in the end, he'd been acting this way not because of any correlations to that, but for the sole reason of making Potter think twice about missing any meeting again in the future, to instill guilt in him in case he ever did. It was all a plan, and Harry was playing into it perfectly, like a well-tuned musical instrument. The boy was really too gullible for his own good, too trusting, too easily swayed according to Tom's will. Precious, naive little soul, desperate for care and attention. And thanks to that, this was going to be much easier than he'd anticipated. Lord Voldemort smirked, satisfied, and allowed himself to drift off in a deeper sleep too. That night, no nightmare came. Instead, Tom Riddle dreamed of a little light, blooming in the vast dark landscape of his maimed soul, guiding him towards an inviting warmth. "Come, Tom," it said in Harry Potter's voice, "and together we shall be free." Chapter and notes. Okay, so I like the idea of Harry and Draco becoming close, maybe even a little too close, but I don't want a jelly dark lord to murder him or something. We'll see what happens. In all honesty, I really have no control over this FIC anymore. Also, could I have a drawing of Voldy on a throne to put on my wall? The image has been stuck in my head ever since that one paragraph. Okay, I'm out. Hopefully the next chapter won't take me ages again, huh? Friendships. Chapter summary. Harry confides in Tom once again. The truce between him and Draco continues. Tom is satisfied with the progress so far. Insert Voldemort's evil laughter. Chapter notes. Me, last chapter. The next one is surely not taking a month to write again. Me, several months later. So, well, on that note, a massive thank you for everyone who's still here, for every comment. I literally never know what to reply to you guys, but I do read every single only, and I'm forever so grateful to you. And every kudos. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Dolores Umbridge's lesson plan soon proved to be exactly as boring as everyone had feared. Not only did she forbid any use of magic during her class, that in itself wouldn't be as bad. Even some other teachers did so from time to time, whenever the class was going to be theory only. But Harry had a feeling, and he supposed the other students felt so too, that even though this was only the first lesson with the toad, the trend of not being allowed to cast any spells would continue on forever, or well, for as long as Dumbledore let the woman stay. And the thought of being forced to go through countless boring, plain lessons of reading text, without any hope of ever practicing the spells, was making Harry dislike Dada for the first time ever. It was maddening that in their OWL year, they were to rely on a teacher as incompetent as this toady woman. Why did the headmaster even hire her? That was another mystery to Harry. She very obviously wasn't very keen on Dumbledore, and disagreed with basically everything Hogwarts stood for. But then again, as Hermione had told him when he brought the issue up, she might very well have been sent directly by the Ministry, and even someone as influential as Albus Dumbledore would not have been able to do anything to prevent it. And what was worse, Harry managed to get himself detention right during that very first class. He wasn't at fault there at all, though. All he did was say the truth about Voldemort's return, and maybe insulted Umbridge, the Ministry, and their stupid propaganda in the process. He hated to be called a liar. And now he even had to be punished for trying to open the eyes of these idiots around him? Perfect. Just bloody perfect. She's almost as pleasant as your dear mom, Harry would write to Sirius about Umbridge later. Even worse than that, though, was Angelina Jones, who had taken on the position of Gryffindor Quidditch captain since Oliver Wood had graduated. Reaction to the news that Harry wasn't going to make it to the tryouts. She caught him at breakfast the next day and proceeded to berate him on his poor behavior and how it can and will reflect on the team's morale. "I expect a little more team spirit from you," she was saying now, voice cold, looking at Harry angrily. "You might be a great seeker, Potter, but that doesn't entitle you to do whatever you wish and dash." Harry was now getting angry himself. "You seriously think I wanted to get that detention?" he interrupted her. "That I did it on purpose?" Angelina glared back. "I don't care, frankly," she told him. "Do it however you want. Maybe exchange the one detention for a double time some other day. Beg. Tell Umbridge that you know who is just a product of your imagination if you need to, but you better show up to the tryouts." And with that, she stormed off. Harry sat back in his seat and stabbed a sausage angrily with a fork. "Can you believe it?" he grumbled. "She's acting as if I'd done it just to annoy her." "Tough luck, mate," murmured Ron, who'd seen the whole thing unfold sympathetically. "Women are certainly scary, though. I'm starting to think that Wood's spirit is possessing her actually," sighed Harry, finally having finished murdering the sausage and put a piece of it in his mouth. She seems to be turning into some sort of his clone. Ron didn't offer any reply to that, and for a moment they just ate in silence. You know, I was thinking I might try out this year, said the redhead after a moment of silence, now that I have a decent broom and all. That's a great idea. Harry nodded and gave his best friend an encouraging smile, before regret set in his face once again. Sorry, I probably won't get to see it. I reckon the chances of Umbridge rescheduling my detention are pretty much non-existent. Yeah, nodded Ron, agreeing. Pretty much. And indeed they were. Umbridge not only denied Harry's request when he asked her later, but judging by the look on her toady face, it looked like she was going to enjoy it even more now that she knew her detention was replacing something Harry cared about. And to make things infinitely worse, she proceeded to explain to Harry what purpose the detention would serve, how important it was for him to be deprived of something he enjoyed for the message to truly sink in, and cause Harry to be late for potions with the Slytherins. Yes, potions of all classes. And so when Harry finally headed towards the dungeons, he was pretty much considering not going at all and maybe faking sick or something, rather than facing Snape's wrath. "Mr. Potter," said Snape as he entered the room, condescending tone coloring every single one of his words. "What an honor to see you've decided to grace us with your presence." Everyone in the classroom was already beginning to prep the potion ingredients, sitting in pairs. Harry moved instinctively towards the table where Ron and Hermione sat. However, he was stopped before he could reach his destination. "You, of course, wouldn't know since you didn't deem the beginning of the class worth showing up for." Snape smiled at him, apparently enjoying Harry's unease as the boy was forced to stop and just stand there awkwardly while the classmates stared at him. "But I've given distinct instructions to only work in pairs this year." Harry glared back at Snape. Seriously, couldn't the man just let him sit and catch up in peace? Of course not, because it was apparent he was savoring the opportunity to make Harry uncomfortable. Harry sighed. He didn't think it would do him any good if he tried to resist or plead his case. Snape would probably not take kindly to him talking back, and it would result in some sort of punishment either for Gryffindor House or Harry personally. And honestly, if he had to choose between shutting up and bearing through whatever hell this lesson was about to bring, and having yet another detention the very first week of school, Harry knew what he was going to choose. "So where should I sit instead?" he asked, and after a second of thought, added begrudgingly, "Sir?" Snape pretended to think about it for a while, but Harry could tell, just from the look on his face, that the man already had a plan of torture ready for him. Harry also took a look around the room and reached the conclusion at the same time the potion master spoke the instructions. There was only one person left without a partner. "Mr. Malfoy," said Snape, turning to the blonde Slytherin, who was for a strange reason sitting alone today. "Could you put up with Potter for this lesson? Maybe make sure he doesn't blow the cauldron up because he didn't bother to show up on time to listen to the instructions?" "Of course." Malfoy nodded stiffly and, in Harry's opinion, awfully slowly, cleared half of the table for him. Harry sat down grudgingly, not sure whether to glare at Snape for putting him next to Malfoy, or at the blonde in question for not opposing it. But then again, maybe this was not going to turn out into a disaster. Maybe this was good. It was, now that Harry thought about it, sort of a test for the questionable ceasefire he and the Slytherin had agreed to back on the train. If they managed to get through this potions class without a hitch, maybe, just maybe, there could be hope for them and this new fragile status of, "I'll leave you alone and you'll leave me alone." "So," he sighed and turned to his new potions partner. "What are we brewing today?" "So I had to sit through potions with Malfoy," was the first thing Harry told Tom that evening. They were once again sitting in their comfortable seats in Harry's inner common room, an easygoing air around them. Harry could easily admit it to himself now that at this moment, safe with Tom inside of his own brain, was the most relaxed he'd felt all day. Away from all the judgmental stares and mean comments, away from the first years looking almost afraid of him. Finally, he could take a breather and speak freely in peace. Somehow, though, Umbridge giving him detention for literally just speaking the truth about Voldemort's return wasn't exactly what he wanted to share. Maybe because deep down he felt embarrassed about letting himself be baited so easily and falling into the Toad's trap. The more he thought about it, the more it became painfully obvious she had indeed been trying to provoke him, get him to say or do something incriminating, and like a Gryffindor fool, he'd played into it. And so he wasn't really keen on sharing that with the older Slytherin who, Harry thought, would have never got caught in a silly trap like that. It was not like asking for tips with the toad, which never crossed Harry's mind. It did. But stubbornly, he wanted to try and deal with her his own way first before turning to Tom for advice. So, Malfoy and potions was Harry's chosen topic for now. It felt somehow safer to discuss at least. Draco Malfoy? Tom asked with mild curiosity in his voice. The very same Draco Malfoy you deemed your school nemesis? He sighed and nodded. Yeah, he said. I was late for potions and Snape decided to punish me by pairing me up with him. Tom nodded, still seeming curious enough, but said nothing, silently prodding Harry to speak on the matter more. Of course I wasn't late on purpose. It's not like I want to make him mad at me just for the fun of it, he sighed, but Snape would not hear anything I'd say anyway, so I just went with it and ended up having to sit next to the git. He then frowned a little, thinking. But the thing is, he sighed yet again, the lesson, it wasn't actually bad at all. He honestly didn't understand how, but after the expected bit of awkwardness at the beginning, potions didn't actually go all that bad for him. He could even say that, apart from a few sarcastic comments on either side, working with Malfoy was almost pleasant. Definitely not as pleasant as it could have been had he been sitting with his actual friends, but bearable enough. And even though it was almost a miracle to him, I think that despite our differences, Malfoy and I, well, we kind of make a good team, he admitted, still slightly unsure. He still couldn't wrap his mind around it. Malfoy, he had to admit, hadn't gotten all the points for Slytherin during Snape's classes just because of blatant favoritism. The pureblood was actually quite proficient at potions, and, working with him, Harry could somehow make more sense of the recipes and procedures than ever before. It could have had something to do with the fact that Snape seemed to be avoiding their table throughout the whole lesson. But honestly, Harry could feel that the blonde's interpretation of the recipes played a role too. Malfoy also hadn't flat out laughed at him once during the whole lesson. He had, maybe in a slightly unpleasant way. There were no actual insults. But Draco still had this way of talking that made one feel a little bit ridiculed no matter what. Tried to explain to him what he was doing wrong, and to Harry's infinite surprise, the advices actually helped. It felt like such a shock to him that he was almost embarrassed about it. Had he been so blinded by hatred and prejudice all this time that he never saw it before? It was also a plus that when they were paired up together, Snape seemed to stop being so hell-bent on looking for every single tiny mistake of Harry's. Mostly, he really just ignored the two of them, which suited Harry just fine. So, he rubbed his temples as he continued to explain to Tom, suddenly feeling tired. At the end of the lesson, we agreed to work together in potions from then on. Crazy, isn't it? Me and Malfoy. A team of sorts? I don't think it can work, or can it? There, he said it. And yes, it sounded exactly as mad as he thought it would. Honestly, he hadn't even dared to tell this to Ron and Hermione. Not until he saw at least Tom's reaction to the news. They probably still thought he'd end up teaming up with Neville or some other Gryffindor this year. And the news of him willingly cooperating with Malfoy would be huge. Maybe even a bit of a shock. He knew for a fact that Ron was going to freak out. With Hermione, it was harder to judge. Perhaps she would see the merit in this new arrangement and understand. Maybe she could help him convince the redhead that he was not going insane. Or maybe she would take Weasley's side on this. He was unsure. But for now, he was just looking at Tom, waiting for a change in expression to betray his true reaction. Maybe even for the boy to speak and call him out on his madness. To his surprise, Tom smiled. It looked almost satisfied, or maybe a tad triumphant. Harry wasn't sure, and he had no idea why such an expression would even appear on the other's face. Maybe it was just his imagination playing tricks on him, or his own brain really, since all of this was still just a mental construct. I see, said Tom calmly, yet his crimson irises were still twinkling with that strange triumphant something. You've mentioned a truce between the two of you before. Do you reckon it's working then? Harry sighed once again. I honestly don't know, he admitted. I think so, yeah. But it also feels a little like some elaborate plan on his part, if you know what I mean. He was honestly a little suspicious of Malfoy still. This whole ceasefire was just so unusual between them. And from time to time, it seemed like Draco didn't really want to do it. Harry could see it in his eyes, the way the other drew in a breath as if to say something mean whenever Harry was about to make a mistake. Yet that might have just been out of habit, And maybe Harry was doubting the other too much, also out of habit. "What makes you think he's not being genuine?" asked Tom softly. "Has he done anything to cause suspicion since the two of you agreed on the truce?" "No," Harry shook his head. "But it still feels fishy somehow, wouldn't you say?" "Not necessarily," Tom shrugged, "but I admit it might be difficult for the two of you to let go of all the ill feelings and habits all at once. So it might seem that way for a while." Harry nodded slowly. That made a lot of sense, actually. They had, after all, hated each other for years, and a transition from that to anything even remotely close to friendship was going to be a hard one. Hell, Harry wasn't even sure he really wanted to go as far as becoming friends with Draco. Plus, there were still the doubts. Lucius Malfoy was a Death Eater, and it was entirely possible that he was forcing his son to act like this, to lure Harry in and capture him. Or even worse, maybe Draco was acting on his own accord. And yet, Harry realized, he wished so badly for his doubts to be false. Because a part of him wanted to know and understand the blonde, to get the much-needed insight into the wizarding world's pure-blood society he never had. "So you think I'm freaking out for no reason?" he asked. The smile Tom gave him then was so impossibly gentle Harry's heart did that little flip thingy it sometimes did around the other boy, and Harry felt a slight blush creep up on his cheeks. He would have to think about these reactions later, in private, with no Tom near him, because they were seriously starting to weird him out a little bit. "Oh, I wouldn't necessarily say your worries are baseless," the handsome Slytherin said, "but rather, they're the result of what you've always known to expect from the other boy." "So," Harry repeated a little dumbly, "it's just a force of habit then?" Yet another smile ghosted over Tom's lips, and the boy stood up, crossing over closer to where Harry sat. "To put it simply, yes," he nodded. "It's just a force of habit." And Harry was now looking up at the other boy, almost wishfully. "Do you think I can change that over time?" He thought about how much he really wanted to try this. To get to know the Slytherin boy, who suddenly seemed more lost than anything, stuck in a game he necessarily didn't need to want to play. To understand his world, to get to the bottom of what made him act the way he did, and maybe, just maybe, show him ways to do better. Guide him towards a better self. Almost. Not that Harry thought himself perfect. Not at all. He just felt like in some aspects, he might be able to give an eye-opener to the other. He continued to look Tom in the eyes, expectant, hopeful. He almost felt crazy for thinking such foolish thoughts. Tom hummed lightly in thought. "Why not?" he then said simply. At that moment, with Tom being so close to him, Harry realized he wasn't thinking about Draco Malfoy at all anymore. At some point in the conversation, the mental image of the blonde disappeared completely from him. In his place, Tom's handsome features appeared. And before Harry even knew how, even the 16-year-old Slytherin prefect from the past began transforming, the features of the boy giving way for something a little less human. And when Tom petted his head softly, in such an innocently affectionate way that Harry couldn't help but relax into the gentle touch, Harry already saw a very different face in his thoughts. "Do you think," Harry's voice was almost a whisper now, uncertainty coloring every word, "I could perhaps change other things too? Make them better?" He so desperately wanted reassurance in this, because no matter how he looked at it, what he was thinking of attempting at the moment was nothing short of a miracle. Maybe it really was just madness creeping inside of his mind. "Oh, my dear, precious soul," Tom almost purred, still stroking Harry's hair in that sweet, innocent, affectionate way nobody had ever done before. "I think that if you really want to, you can change anything." At that moment, along with an almost whispered "thank you," an almost insane wish entered Harry's mind for the first time, as Tom's face overlapped with images of his older, more sinister self behind the dark-haired boy's eyelids. Could he really do it? Could he change everything? Could he, perhaps, even change Lord Voldemort himself? Against all logic, Harry caught himself hoping, wishing that he could, because somehow, rather than there being another wizarding war, rather than having to face many battles and possible deaths of his friends, this little ray of hope, this possibility of an unlikely miracle, felt like the only right kind of future to him. Tom crouched down in front of him at that moment, putting two slender fingers under Harry's chin and looked him right in the eyes. It almost felt as if those two crimson irises could see right into Harry's subconscious, his very soul, and read every thought and every wish there. even this latest impossible one. And Harry realized with a slight start, there was something else lingering underneath, small sparks emanating from the two tiny points of contact between Tom's fingers and his chin. It almost felt like two minuscule flowers of light and warmth began blooming there, inviting him in, calling for him, calling him home. And whatever you decide to do, Tom said, still holding Harry's gaze, I shall be with you through every step of it. As the raven-haired boy slipped into a deeper sleep, comforted and hopeful, Lord Voldemort woke once again from the shared dream. Upon waking up, he caught himself in a strange sort of haze. A bit of tonight's dream encounter was still lingering, just below his eyelids, filling his brain with a somewhat sweet sense of something unknown. He could still see the complete trust in those gorgeously green irises of one Harry Potter and feel the surprising softness of the boy's unruly hair. And most of all, the sensation that a mere contact of the boy's skin with his had caused an almost overwhelming wave of light, pleasure, and want all at once that made all rational thinking impossible for a second or two before settling into a bubbling pleasantness. He knew he needed to know how it could really feel, how different and how much more intense it could become were the boy in front of him made of flesh and bone. Because at that moment, perhaps due to the Horcrux connection, he felt much more whole than he remembered feeling for such a long time. And he knew he wanted more of that. But this was nothing but a small detail with no regard or importance whatsoever, and he knew better not to concentrate on such trivial sensations. The gentle smile of Tom Riddle was disappearing from his lips, changing slowly into a much more usual sinister smirk. This little plan of his was working so much better than he'd anticipated. The boy who lived was so starved for care and affection, wanted so much to do good, to give everyone a fair chance. He'd expected to have to gently convince him to start trusting the Malfoy boy, to have to put much more work to this. But for some reason, Harry had already decided by himself to try and trust the blonde pureblood, all on his own. Tom barely had to say or do anything, and Harry, the precious naive soul, was ready to ignore all the warnings his instincts were trying to give him. No wonder Dumbledore had such an easy time manipulating him. Harry Potter was indeed too trusting for his own good. A frown formed on the pale man's face as his thoughts shifted to the old headmaster who, in his opinion, still had a concerningly substantial amount of influence over the boy. He wondered if now was the right time to start planting distrust there, now that Harry was starting to consider other possibilities than just blindly believing in his set biases and ideals. Oh, but no, he thought, remembering how upset Potter was with the old fool at the beginning of the summer. A slight hint of distrust was already there, ready to be deepened. Maybe a better course of action would be to try and open the boy's eyes a little more, make him see beyond the standard biases the light tended to have, and all would come in time. Lord Voldemort was patient, and if waiting a little more and not making any hasty decision just because one tiny part of a plan seemed to go well so far was what he had to do to ensure victory in the end, then that was what he'd do. Tom ran a finger across his lower lip absent-mindedly, as his mind was thinking of the possible outcomes and trying to find the best step to take next. Almost absently, he noticed the two fingers he'd been tapping on his lower lip with were still tingling a little from the contact they'd had with the boy's skin a moment ago. He smiled. During the first week of school, Harry had quickly established a familiar routine at Hogwarts. Between classes, the extra amount of work all teachers seemed to require this year, just because it was the O.W. Wells year, one-on-one Quidditch practices with Ron, and the desire to go to bed early, so he could escape this reality, where Hogwarts seemed less of a home than usual, and get a bit of peace in Tom's presence. It only took a short time for him to start feeling pressed for time with homework. At this point, it looked like he'd have to spend all of Sunday working on his assignments. There also was the fact that Sirius still hadn't replied to the letter Harry sent him the very first day of school, asking his godfather for tips with Umbridge. He'd hoped to receive the reply before his detention, so he knew better how to endure it. But now it seemed that any reply, if there was going to be one at all, wouldn't arrive on time. Harry still hadn't talked to Tom about Umbridge, though. That thought still felt just too embarrassing. Instead, for the past couple of days, they focused on Draco, and in Harry's mind, by extension, even Tom himself, and the possibility of the boys' change. Tom told him that friendship between houses in general was an unusual thing, especially if the houses in question were Gryffindor and Slytherin, members of which could usually hardly see eye to eye. He said that he thought what Harry was doing was very brave, that he and Draco could become an example for future generations to aspire to, and maybe this would even be the start of a true Hogwarts unity. Whenever they talked, he always smiled at Harry gently, approvingly, and it made the bespectacled boy swell with a feeling akin to pride. At this point, Harry didn't even know how he could endure the rest of the day without the older boy's reassurance, his gentle smiles, and, well, just his presence alone. Together with Tom, and maybe even thanks to his gentle encouragement, Harry made the decision to try and be friends with Draco Malfoy. Maybe not the sort of friends he was with Ron and Hermione. Not as close, but friends anyway, in a casual classmate-like way. And he was going to try hard and keep this truce. After all, given what the Ministry and the Prophet were saying about him, he could use any friend available, no matter the past. Tom has definitely also become a great friend to him. Harry found that having someone support him like this, almost unconditionally, was such a great feeling, and he felt like he could live off it forever, especially now that his friends seemed less than happy about the whole situation. He'd waited until the last possible second to tell his friends about the decision he'd made regarding Malfoy, and Ron reacted exactly the way Harry thought he would. They were sitting in the common room when he told them, and the redhead was immediately openly against the idea. Even Hermione, although she tried to look supportive, also seemed a bit too skeptical about him befriending Draco Malfoy. Apparently, even though she thought that inter-house friendship was a great concept, and she supported it wholeheartedly, she didn't trust Malfoy's intentions to be wholly pure and reckon Harry was jumping into it quite too quickly. "But I'm not saying I necessarily want to be his best friend or something," he grumbled, upset by his friend's lack of support. "I'm just saying it'd be nice to at least be on somewhat pleasant terms with him." "I don't know, Harry," sighed Hermione. "It just feels fishy somehow." "Yeah, mate," seconded Ron. "His father is a Death Eater. Have you forgotten?" Harry was now, although he had repeatedly told himself he wouldn't, no matter their reaction, beginning to get angry. "So what?" he snapped. "Just because his family's bad, does he necessarily have to be too?" Ron gaped at him. "You're actually defending him now?" he asked, baffled. "The insufferable Slytherin git who's been nothing but nasty all the time, and whose father dash." "So," Harry was almost yelling now, "my relatives are a bunch of cruel, hateful wastes of space. Sirius's family is full of disgusting criminals. Does that mean that to you we're automatically bad people?" Ron blinked a few times, gaping, and even Harry caught himself surprised at the words his sudden outburst brought. He hadn't even known why he was so desperate to try and give Malfoy a chance all of a sudden. But now he realized what the real reason was. He would have wanted the same for himself. He'd never wish for anyone to judge him just based on the Dursleys, or for anyone to assume that Sirius was the same as any other black out there. He'd want for people to try and get to know him, or Sirius, for who they really were, no matter the relatives and prejudice. And the thought of someone else, anyone else, even Draco Malfoy, not being given the same opportunity, made bile rise up in his throat. At the back of his mind, a small voice also whispered about how another Slytherin probably never got the chance to be known for himself either. And maybe that too was among the reasons he truly became what the others thought he would. "Look, mate, I'm sorry. I didn't mean dash." Ron started to apologize, still visibly startled, but Harry waved him off dismissively. "No matter," he said, deflating, the momentary rage leaving behind just a ghost of a strangely empty defeat. "I'm not trying to be a really close friend with him, or anything. But I refuse to treat people the way I wouldn't want to be treated. And if the git's trying to be decent, I won't BA and spit in his face in response." He then got up, heading to the portrait hole and out of the common room. A couple of first years were watching him with slightly terrified expressions. "I will not be the one to sabotage this truce." He turned around for the last time. "And if you're not going to understand, that's really your problem." "Harry, wait, dash." It was Hermione's voice now, calling after him. "Gonna be late for my detention," he just said and climbed through the portrait hole. Truthfully, he felt betrayed by his friends, even if the bushy-haired girl mostly got caught in it without it really being her fault. She could have been more supportive too, couldn't she? Harry sighed as he made his way to Dolores Umbridge's office. He'd hoped this could end differently, that he'd be able to wish Ron good luck at the tryouts, but no such luck. He just had to be a hot-headed idiot and fight. And now he was in a foul mood for whatever punishment the Toad had prepared for him. Just bloody brilliant. Harry couldn't wait for it to be evening. He wanted nothing more than to shut the world off and spend another quiet few hours of peace with Tom. Chapter and notes. Honestly, Harry, you poor, pure soul, you're too naive. That's it, I'm out. Come interact with me on Tumblr or Instagram. I must not tell lies. Chapter summary. Dolores is an evil toad, and Tom has his suspicions about it. Also, Harry has a very strange new dream. Trigger warning. Fantasies of envenomation. Might want to watch out during this episode's dream segment if you're afraid of venomous snakes. Chapter notes. Well, another chapter, and not after several months? Unheard of. Hope you enjoy this. I actually really loved writing this one, especially Voldy's POV. I'd also like to add that this timeline happens differently than the original one. For example, the Quidditch tryouts happen on the day of the first of Harry's detentions with the Toad. It is simply for the storyline flow purpose. Everything will also start to deviate from canon quite significantly now, so don't be surprised. I can't wait for what's about to come. Grins manically. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Good afternoon, Mr. Potter, said Umbridge the moment Harry stepped into her office. Harry couldn't help but gape in pure shock, seeing how much the data office changed with its new occupant. He'd been used to the gray stone walls, similar to what most of the castle offered, so all the pink he was seeing now, everywhere around, almost blinded him. He'd never thought that a day would come when he'd see this room decorated in a worse way than back in his second year, during the time that Lockhart occupied it. Back then, the walls used to be lined by the man's portraits, his signature grin everywhere in sight. And Harry had thought that was terrible. But now, faced with what seemed a never-ending pattern of forcefully cute little kittens, framed in pink, and with all the lace decor, he found he'd honestly much more prefer various Lockharts grinning at him over this. Blinking to get rid of the pink glare that had already settled in his eyes at least a bit, he looked at Umbridge. She was watching him, as if expecting something. Because she was, clothed in exactly the same shade of pink as the walls, the decor, and everything around her. She was blending in slightly with the environment, only her face clearly visible. "Good afternoon, Professor," he forced himself to say and stepped inside. He was sure she could sense how uncomfortable he was and that she was going to enjoy this immensely. "Sit down, Mr. Potter," Umbridge commanded in that sickeningly sweet, girly voice of hers, and beckoned towards a table, which was much like everything else in the room, decorated with a small crocheted throw. There laid a rather sizable piece of pink parchment. Even the parchment had to be pink? Harry almost sighed, but managed to control himself at the last second. He wasn't going to give the Toad any reasons to extend his detention, or to keep him here any longer than necessary. Maybe, he thought, if I leave early enough, I could still make it to the tryouts. I hope Ron goes toward the end. Sitting down in a plush pink chair, he now felt really sorry about the little fight he'd had earlier with Ron and Hermione. He wished it had gone differently, or that he at least had time to apologize before going. Now Ron was surely mad at him. After all, instead of being a good, supportive friend to him, he yelled at him, and now he was stuck in the Toad's office for Merlin knows how long with no chance of making things right before the tryouts. Umbridge let him sit down and was now just watching him, as if she was assessing his potential, maybe trying to figure out what punishment to use. Or, and Harry thought this more likely, she was just letting him become all nervous, and she was enjoying the anguish he was now stewing in. He waited, hoping to get some instructions as to what his detention will be like, and also really wishing it wouldn't consist just of this. Because being stared at by the pink Toad wasn't a very pleasant feeling at all. And he wanted out of here as soon as possible, which would not be the case if he didn't start with the detention soon. "What will my detention be today, Professor?" he dared ask when this continued for several minutes. Umbridge smiled predatorily. "You are going to be writing some lines for me today, Mr. Potter," she said, "and let's hope it will help you learn not to spread those evil, attention-seeking stories anymore." Harry, nodding numbly, bent down to open his bag and look for a quill. His blood was already boiling. Evil, attention-seeking stories were they? For a moment, he almost wished he could somehow call upon Voldemort, bring him here and show not only Umbridge, but basically everyone, that he had in fact been telling the truth all along. Or maybe, not as drastic and certainly not as satisfying, Voldemort could just finally show himself in public. Then everyone would understand. But no such luck. As of now, he had to suffer through this situation, preferably without losing his temper, no matter how unfair the whole thing was. So he just rummaged through his bag, looking for a quill and willing the anger to subside. "No, not with your quill," said Umbridge a moment later, seeing him pull the utensil out of the bag. "You're going to be using a rather special one of mine." And, smiling like a toad who's just caught a particularly fat, tasty fly to munch on, she handed him a long, thin black quill. Harry examined it. It looked rather elegant, not matching the pink interior around it all, and its point seemed unusually sharp even to the naked eye. Otherwise, it seemed like a normal quill, and Harry wondered if it was enchanted somehow. No matter, he had no say in this. He realized he was going to have to use this quill anyway. So technically, there was no use thinking into its possible magical properties too much. Possibly even thinking about it would just make Harry feel paranoid and therefore turn the situation into something infinitely worse, which, now that he thought about it, may have very well been Umbridge's goal all along. "I want you to write. I must not tell lies," the witch told him softly, smiling still. "Oh." Of course, Harry thought immediately. Now, even though it was just writing lines, even if the quill wasn't enchanted in any way, having to write this exact sentence over and over again was sure to strain his already overstretched nerves, and in time, he would just end up exploding with anger, which, he thought bitterly, the hateful pink toad surely counted on. But Merlin help him if he was going to make this easy on her. Oh no, he would not give her the satisfaction, not today. "How many times?" he asked, and was surprised at how almost believable his imitation of a polite, neutral tone sounded. "Oh," Umbridge smiled again as she sat back behind her own desk, "as long as it takes for the message to sink in." Seemingly unbothered by anything now, she bent over a stack of parchments that looked like essays for marking. Harry sighed and moved to what now looked just like a very tedious and annoying task ahead of him. Only after already raising the quill and putting its sharp point against the parchment, ready to start writing, did he realize something was missing. "You haven't given me any ink," he told Umbridge. "Oh, you won't need ink," she answered in that same sickly sweet voice, the slightest hint of girly laughter behind those words. Harry shrugged, placed the point of the quill on the parchment, and wrote, "I must not tell lies." As soon as the tip of the quill touched the parchment, he let out a gasp of pain. Umbridge had been right. He didn't need ink at all. The words had appeared on the parchment, written in what appeared to be a shining, deep red ink. At the same time, the exact same words had appeared on the back of Harry's right hand, shining and blood red, as if carved into his skin by a scalpel or a small blade. Harry stared at the words, transfixed, shocked. But almost as soon as he could take them in, the skin on his hand started to heal over again, leaving the spot only slightly redder than before, but otherwise completely clean. Harry blinked in disbelief, and involuntarily, his eyes shot up to see that Umbridge was watching him intently, toad-like lips stretched into a wide smile. Harry knew then what was so special about this elegant, black quill, and the thought almost made him sick to his stomach. She was making him write the words in his own blood, and she was bloody enjoying it. "Yes?" she asked sweetly. Harry swallowed the ball of bile and tangle of insults threatening to spill from his lips. He wished at that exact moment that he could do something, say something, jinx the toad witch into oblivion. "Nothing," he said instead, trying hard to wipe the defiance and hatred off his words. Quietly, he went back to writing. Once again, the words appeared on the parchment in blood red, at the same time being cut into Harry's hand. This time, he was careful not to let the pain show, not to make even the tiniest sound, not to wince at all. And again, a second later, the skin had healed over, and on it went. Lord Voldemort was sitting comfortably in his study, going over the report Lucius Malfoy had brought earlier regarding the dementor attack on the Potter boy this summer. Apparently, as resourceful as he could be, the blonde pureblood had in fact not been able to pinpoint the exact identity of whoever ordered the attack. Lucius could only track as far as the minister's office without rousing too much suspicion, he had said, letting him know of his displeasure at the incomplete information by directing a light cruciatus at him. The Dark Lord had since let his servant go and was now trying to put the pieces together on his own, using the information available. He doubted Fudge himself would have the guts to do something as radical, although Harry, using magic in front of a muggle in the middle of a muggle neighborhood, definitely played into his cards. Tom mulled it over once again, but no matter what, he just could not see the weak-willed, pathetic excuse of a minister that Fudge was going to such drastic lengths to ensure the boy did something illegal. But then it left only his secretaries and undersecretaries, witches and wizards working close enough to the man that an order by them would go through without a question, yet with enough power and room to be able to cover their tracks even in front of Fudge himself. Because again, as foolish as the minister was, Tom doubted he would have agreed with such methods. His current suspects were 3 of his closest advisors, one of which, according to recent information he'd received, was currently a defense professor at Hogwarts, also by Fudge's direct request. Dolores Umbridge, according to what he'd found, was very radical in her beliefs, despised half-breeds and muggles, and even drafted an anti-werewolf legislation, which made it almost impossible for werewolves to get a decent job nowadays. He wondered, without any particular interest in the matter, if the woman had ever tried to join his ranks, but thought probably not. From what he now knew after searching for some information on her, she'd always tried to appear as if she was on the side of good and justice, or light if you wish, however radical her beliefs and ways were. Tom was sure there were more layers to this witch, and out of the 3 possible candidates he had in mind, she was certainly the most probable to have ordered the attack on the boy. After all, the other 2 wizards were just regular, uninteresting individuals with no radical tendencies whatsoever. But no rush, he told himself. He would not haste and act until he was 100% sure. And just as he was instructing a house elf to call upon Lucius again, this time to order him to investigate the woman further, his train of thought was suddenly stopped by a surging feeling of pain, followed by anger. He knew none of these were his own, seeing that he was now relatively calm and there was nothing and nobody in his close proximity that would even think of doing him any harm. This pain and this anger were coming to him through the Horcrux connection to Potter. He was sure of it, which meant only one single thing. Someone was hurting the boy. Someone was hurting his Harry. Following this thought, it was as if someone flipped a switch. The relative calm of a moment ago disappeared like a wisp of smoke. The anger rolled off him like a tidal wave of black, suffocating magic as he stood up, clenching his fists. He felt murderous. And Master Dark Lord, is you okay? Stuttered the clearly terrified house elf, staring wide-eyed at the pale monster in front of him, whose red eyes were blazing with insane, bloodthirsty rage. Leave, he said to the trembling elf, who wasted no time heeding this command and fled the room. Voldemort started pacing the room, the dangerous magic filled with murderous intent rippling through the air around him, knocking over books and random decorative objects the Malfoys had placed here in their vast vanity. He did not understand why he was losing control like this, yet at the moment it was of no importance. The only thing that mattered was, as a pulsing of pain through the connection was still reminding him that Harry Potter was being hurt somewhere, and he had no way to prevent that. Or, he gritted his teeth angrily at the thought, to know who or what was causing his human Horcrux such pain and anguish. Of course, he immediately tried to enter Harry's mind to find out. However, he found that he simply couldn't. Hard to say if it was his own rage preventing him to leave his mind and traverse to another, or if Harry himself was subconsciously putting up mental shields against him. That in turn enraged him even more. How dare the boy deprive him of this knowledge? How dare he close off his mind? How dare he get hurt at Hogwarts of all places? And what in all the hells was Dumbledore doing, failing so spectacularly at protecting his golden boy? Seeking an outlet to the rage, and let's face it, the sudden fear and concern he felt about the Chosen One's current situation, he let his magic fly towards a particularly tacky bust of one of the Malfoy ancestors, which burst into thousands of tiny pieces almost immediately. Then there was a knock on the door, cautious, quiet, and uncertain. Even as distraught as he was, Tom could feel the fear almost leaking in through the keyhole, and he knew who was standing there before the small rat-like man even entered. "And my lord," Pettigrew squeaked as he entered the room, eyes huge with fear. "Lucius said you're requiring my services." "Oh, Lucius," he thought, mildly amused beneath the still burning rage. "How clever of you, sending me a pet to play with." Of course the master of the house would know of his outburst, the house elf probably having informed him. And unless he wanted to be the one on the receiving end of it, the slippery worm knew to send a replacement of sorts. "Wormtail," he smiled, and his smile held no happiness, no joy. It was just a culmination of the insatiable desire to hurt and maim. If he couldn't punish the person hurting his Harry now, who better to use as a scapegoat than the cowardly man who'd already caused the boy pain by betraying his parents? Before he knew it, as he watched the rat squeal in pain on the floor, not only did his anger subside, but the pain coming through the Horcrux connection diminished too. Harry was no longer being hurt. "I must not tell lies," Harry wrote over and over again, covering the parchment in his blood. And again, the words were being cut into his hand, only to heal up a second later, only leaving the skin more and more irritated as time went on. The sky was turning dark slowly, and his hopes for making it to the Quidditch tryouts were long gone by now. And while the back of his hand was now more or less hurting constantly, with only slight peaking points whenever he wrote a new line, his anger at the Toad seemed to soar more and more. He knew he could not do anything about this situation, could not say anything, and that made him angrier and angrier in his desperation, until he was practically carving the parchment with the sharp point of the damned quill, causing the gashes on his hand to be deeper and heal slower. It felt like hours had passed before he dug the quill too deep, causing him to wince again and his anger to soar. Fueled by this, he risked another look at Umbridge. And at that precise moment, before his eyes could even focus on the Toad's face, there was a new kind of pain. It was as if his scar had exploded in a rage so raw and animal, a pain so true it vibrated in his very core. And before he could stop it, he was gasping for air again, his hand instinctively twitching to go up and touch the lightning bolt scar, which currently felt like it was on fire. "Hurts, doesn't it?" Umbridge smiled sweetly, and Harry stopped his hand before it could even touch his forehead. Had she noticed what was going on? Or was she talking about the hand? He was not sure. He knew this rage wasn't his. There was a slight, unhinged, insane undertone to it, one he'd learned to associate with Lord Voldemort. But why was he feeling it now? It wasn't as if the Dark Lord was anywhere near at the moment, was it? Unless the woman in front of him was being possessed or something. But somehow, Harry knew it wasn't the case. Her evil was coming entirely out of her personally, he was sure of it. He said nothing and just went back to writing, trying his best to ignore all sensations coming to him through the scar. That evening, he got back to the dormitories way past midnight, completely exhausted. His hand was now irritated, red, and stinging. However, as Umbridge had said before finally letting him go for the night, this was not the end, for the message had not made much of an impression yet. He had another portion of this torture left for tomorrow. As he climbed the stairs to the boy's bedroom, he was vaguely aware he hadn't done any of his homework, hadn't practiced a single spell for Monday's classes, and still hadn't made up with Ron and Hermione. But for now, all he could manage was to change into his pajamas and fall asleep as soon as possible. He couldn't even attempt to think about anything else than how much he wanted to confide in Tom at the moment. He even thought as he lay in his bed how he'd probably prefer not to see Tom tonight at all and dream of all the ways the boy's older self, Lord Voldemort himself, could kill the Toad, which in cold blood. "Come on, Voldemort," he thought almost vengefully, "show me what you got." Something was laughing inside of Harry's head while he drifted off to sleep. Entering the mindscape, Harry found to his surprise that he was not in the usual setting of the washed-out Gryffindor common room. There was no fireplace, no old, comfortable chairs, no warmth of home. Instead, he found himself in what he could only describe as the Chamber of Secrets. Startled by the sudden change of the environment, he looked around at first, awestruck. Only after a while did he notice a vintage-looking velvet sofa in the color of deep emerald green, standing in front of the huge statue of Salazar Slytherin at the end of the cavernous room. And more importantly, the figure sitting comfortably on said chair, watching him, leaning slightly forward, one pale hand resting on the sofa's armrest and supporting the almost skeletal, inhuman face. Crimson eyes seemingly scrutinized him as he made a few uncertain steps forward, as if the man was analyzing his every movement and trying to find something out of order. This definitely wasn't a 16-year-old version of Tom Riddle Harry had expected to see. "Quite late today, are we?" Voldemort said nonchalantly, still not taking his eyes off Harry, who in turn stopped in his tracks. No matter what he thought the last few times he and Tom had conversed in those dreams, no matter the spiteful wish he'd made before going to sleep, he was not ready to meet the Dark Lord tonight. He was almost ashamed to admit it, since this was still the inside of his mind. This was still his dream, and nothing could really hurt him here, but he felt scared. The snake-like features, bone-white skin, everything about this man screamed monster, and Harry could not help but want to run. Voldemort smiled, as if amused by his reaction. "Whatever is the matter, dear?" he asked. Chills crept up Harry's spine. He felt like the shock, the fear, this whole situation was making his brain short-circuit. Against all logic, though, he also felt strangely enthralled by the sight of the monster before him. He had to admit that even though terrifyingly inhuman, there was something undeniably fascinating about Lord Voldemort's serpentine form. Maybe it was the apparent presence of power, of danger, the way how even now, relaxedly sitting on a sofa, he didn't seem quite human. Instead, he resembled a dangerous viper, ready to strike at a moment's notice, ready to deliver its deadly venom without a warning, just for the sake of it. Harry could almost imagine the man having snake fangs and venom glands. He imagined what it would feel like if those were to sink into him, delivering a numbing venom which would surely eat him from the inside out, make his blood turn into ash and his body decay, while his heart still continued to beat frantically, trying to keep him alive. His instinct was telling him to run away, and yet he was still slowly approaching the man. Why was he still walking towards him? Why was he not able to cast his eyes away? Why did the Dark Lord suddenly fascinate him so much, no matter the fear? Why? Why do you look like that? Harry heard himself say, now standing mere feet from the other, who in turn was still watching him, an unmistakable predatory hunger in his red irises. The beat of silence that followed could have as well lasted an eternity. Harry wouldn't know. Voldemort just continued watching him, the strange hunger still present in his stare, and the raven-haired boy was unable to move, to look away, to do anything. He wondered if this is what it felt like to be trapped by the stare of a venomous cobra and knowing it was about to strike, yet being powerless and unable to do anything to prevent it. But no, there was something different to the Dark Lord's expression, something akin to possessiveness, maybe desire. Harry almost felt like there was a touch of relief mixed in on the pale man's features as well, which made no sense to him whatsoever. "Are you scared of me?" Voldemort said, tilting his head to the side ever so slightly. Involuntarily, Harry thought of how this exact gesture seemed almost adorable on Riddle, and wonderingly, he tried to make the connection between the two faces. It was still there, he realized, and that scared him more than anything. The fact that ultimately, there was only a little difference between Riddle, his Tom, and this monster of a dark wizard, filled him with anguish. Seeing that he had nothing to offer in response, he just shrugged, hoping for it to be enough. The world was turning upside down, and everything was mad once again, and Harry felt like he couldn't find a single bit of certainty about anything at the moment. "Do you prefer this face?" The pale man stood up as he said it, the mocking tone of his voice sounding almost forceful. Had Harry imagined it, or was there a slight hint of hurt in that voice? And as Voldemort stood close to Harry still, too close for comfort really, his features began to slowly morph back into Tom Riddle's. Harry could hardly comprehend what was happening, but as if he was suddenly freed from a spell, he finally felt like he could talk. "Maybe," he admitted, "or I don't know really." Slight discomfort could be visible on the other's face for a while. If Harry wasn't so caught up in all the mental whiplash of this all, he could have probably even detected another millisecond of hurt. Why appear as your older self anyway? He asked instead, still not understanding. Because, Riddle said, and his features slowly morphed back into those of Voldemort, his voice matter of fact. You wished for it, didn't you? Harry gulped. Had he wished for this? It was true that throughout today, he had called upon Voldemort in his thoughts probably more than he had ever done during his entire life. Even right to the moment he fell asleep. Could his subconscious somehow have detected it and acted accordingly, giving him the Dark Lord instead of Tom? It was possible, although Harry still didn't understand why. Well, I did, he nodded, finally admitting, but I honestly didn't think it would work like that. Well, I was looking forward to talking to Tom tonight, you know. He was babbling. He knew he was babbling. Why on earth was he even telling all this to Voldemort anyway? And was this Voldemort in his head the same entity as Tom, or were they separate? Was he, Harry, finally losing it and becoming crazy? And somehow, instead of Tom, I got, well, you, Harry, finished somehow lamely. Voldemort said nothing in response, just continued staring at him. Harry really felt highly uncomfortable now, unsure what to say, what to do. This wasn't one of his comfort dreams at all. If it was indeed him that brought upon this change, how could he undo it? Stupidly, selfishly, he wanted Tom back. It seemed as if the Dark Lord was reading his mind then. That is rather selfish of you, Voldemort stated plainly, sitting back down, forcing me to appear looking like a perfect copy of the Muggle father I hated. His voice was flat, devoid of emotion, empty. The look of the serpentine red irises mirrored that as well. Harry blinked. He'd never even thought about it this way. Never considered Tom's feelings on the matter. He knew Tom Riddle despised his Muggle father, the father whose looks he'd inherited. He knew he wanted nothing to do with the man, and having the same, or very similar face must have been very hard on him. So having him here looking like that, was it also very hard on Tom? Sorry, he said before even thinking about it, suddenly feeling a need to explain himself. It's just that for me, Tom, Diary Tom that is, was the first person I've ever trusted enough to tell him everything, whereas you, well, you're the man who killed my parents, tried to kill me personally multiple times, and I just can't relax around you the way I do around Tom. I know that technically you're one and the same person, but to me it just feels different. As he said it, he felt tired, drained even. This definitely wasn't the dream he needed tonight. I thought I'd told you already, Voldemort sighed, sounding tired himself. I'm not here to hurt you. And after another agonizing second of silence, he added, no matter what form I take in these dreams. There was a hint of vulnerability in the man's voice, a hint of the warmth Harry associated with his Tom. Maybe there really was no difference, and he was just being a pretentious git. Harry nodded slowly. Come, sit down, the pale man said, gesturing at a free spot on the sofa next to him, and it sounded almost like a peace offering, almost like a plea. I swear I won't hurt you any more than I would wearing my younger self's face. And as if compelled to, Harry went and sat down next to the Dark Lord. He took a deep breath. Are you the same then? You and Tom? Just wearing a different face because I happened to be thinking of Voldemort as I fell asleep? He didn't have the courage to look at the pale man next to him, so he focused on his hands instead. I'm still me, said Voldemort simply, no matter what I look like. But, and he paused for a moment, causing Harry to look up finally. But if it is too difficult for you to trust me in this form yet, I shall try and only appear as Tom Riddle to you from now on if possible. His voice was quiet, gentle even, and those red irises were drinking every single one of Harry's features up with their intense stare. Thank you, said Harry, looking Lord Voldemort in the face again. This time, he didn't feel like he was being watched by a dangerous viper, marked by a king cobra ready to strike. Because the terrible, scary Dark Lord Voldemort just looked somehow broken, sad, and impossibly fragile at that moment. Almost as if the alabaster skin could break by the slightest forceful impact. Harry could see pain, genuine pain, behind the serpentine irises, and the look of it took all air out of his lungs. He felt so incredibly sorry for the Dark Lord at the moment it was almost physically painful. There also was the hunger, the desire, still hiding beneath the surface. Harry could feel it. He didn't understand why, but for a moment he didn't see Voldemort. Or Tom. He simply saw Riddle. An older, broken version of Riddle. The version who made all the wrong choices and ended up all alone, sad, angry, and afraid. and empty, so empty. He slowly, tentatively, reached up and gently touched the man's right cheek. It felt cold, and yet the touch was somehow pleasant, somehow familiar, somehow right. The Dark Lord closed his eyes, and a sigh escaped the pale lips. His whole body seemed to go slightly slack, as if some tension had just been lifted off him. He took a deep breath, and Harry could feel him lean into his touch slightly. They just sat there like this for a little while before Harry finally took his hand back. "I'm really sorry if I hurt your feelings, by the way," Harry said quietly, trying to look past the visage of the entity sitting next to him, his voice sincere. Voldemort only nodded, opening his eyes slowly and looking at him with the strangest of expressions. There was so much written all over the pale face. Anger, hurt, relief, sadness, loneliness, longing. It was suddenly hard to breathe again. This was simply too intense. "I'm really sorry," Harry repeated, his throat dry. Was he now really apologizing to the Dark Lord? Making excuses and trying to explain his reasoning? And on top of that, said Dark Lord was just a construct of his subconscious? It felt too much somehow. "I think I don't want this dream to continue, though," he said finally, sighing. "I'll tell you more tomorrow. But I've had a hard day, a bad detention, and then suddenly saw Lord Voldemort in my head, so I guess I just need to sleep." He couldn't help but chuckle helplessly at his own situation. It was indeed kind of twistedly funny now that he put it like this. Voldemort's eyes still looked as sad and lonely as before, although his expression had grown cold. And Harry wasn't even sure, he just wasn't imagining things before, to be honest. "As you wish," was the only answer he got from the other before the world around him started to blur. And as this unbelievably strange dream ended, deeper sleep taking over his mind, Harry could swear he heard Voldemort say, in a small voice barely above a whisper, "I'm glad, though, to see you're alive and well, my soul." And then darkness enveloped him, and he welcomed it. He will think about things tomorrow. Now he just needed to rest. Chapter and notes. Harry: "I prefer to meet Tom in my dreams." Voldy: "Insanely jealous of himself. Honestly, I feel like I'm finally getting to a point in this FIC where I'll be able to write somewhat quicker. The action is about to begin. Also, let me just tell you, I cannot wait for Voldy to get his hands on Umbridge." Seriously, one of the reasons why Epic Harry's 5th year as the set-off for this FIC was exactly for the purpose of being able to deal with the pink toad, laughing face. However, I'm not promising to keep this tempo of updating up. Sadly, both my physical and mental health has gone downhill lately, and I'm still pretty sure my sudden absences will continue. So thank you to those who stuck with me, and I'm really sorry in advance. Know that unless otherwise stated, I am not abandoning this story, no matter how long it may take me to update. Surprises. Chapter summary. This one is a little treat for everyone still here. That's all I'm going to say. Chapter notes. Before we dive into the chapter this time, let me just say this. I do read every single comment on this, even if I don't usually reply. And each comment, be it a long paragraph of text or just an emoticon, makes me incredibly happy. I'm a person who's never had much support in life, and having so much of it come my way just because I decided to share my own little escape from reality on this website, it just makes me incredibly emotional and infinitely grateful. It's just really hard for me to reply, to interact with people directly. I've got this huge anxiety block about it, to be honest. So I'm here asking you for forgiveness and understanding. There might come a time when I will start probably replying. There might not. Just know I am definitely not ignoring anyone on purpose, and I value every single one of you. And now, without further ado, let's get into what you're really here for. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Since that confusing dream, Tom had not appeared in Harry's dreams wearing Voldemort's face again, and neither of them spoke of it anymore. The Riddle dreams went on exactly as before, the only difference being that now, sometimes the scenery changed and morphed into the chamber or even Slytherin common room. It had been a little awkward at first, at least for Harry, but the older Slytherin had acted like nothing at all had happened, reverting back fully to the supportive, comforting entity Harry so needed. Back to being his Tom. Only now, from time to time, Harry noticed that strange hint of possessiveness, even longing, in the other's eyes. At first, it always left him flustered and unsure what to do or how to act. But soon enough, he just decided to lean into it. After all, These were his dreams. Was it so bad for him to wish to be wanted at least in them? It was not as if he was doing anything indecent with his dream companion. They still just talked, Harry opening up more and more to the handsome prefect, sharing secrets. And if they sat a little closer to one another, if after a particularly hard day, Harry wanted to lie in Tom's lap and let the boy stroke his midnight black hair, so what? He was not hurting anyone. He was just getting the human warmth he craved so much. Otherwise, things at Hogwarts weren't going so well for Harry this year. Even though he'd made up with Ron and Hermione almost as soon as they set off to breakfast the morning after his first attention with Umbridge, even getting an apology from Ron about him being an ass. Even though both of his friends had agreed to try and support this new friendship-non-friendship he'd now established with Draco, things just didn't seem the same anymore. And the fact that he decided to keep the truth about what was really happening during those Umbridge detentions from them too, only dismissing it as just writing lines, when asked, wasn't helping much. Add the still continuing Riddle dreams, which he still hadn't confided in his friends about either, and the fact that he was still insisting to go to bed awfully early as a result of them, made the relationship between him and the two grow colder every day. Hermione, having taken many more classes than anyone in their year, was already almost panicking about the upcoming OWLs, although according to Harry, it was just too early in the year to be worrying as much. It was her he usually met in the Gryffindor common room after coming back from another detention with Dolores Umbridge. He would try and finish his homework while she worked on her own studies. Mostly, they spent these late evenings quietly. Harry felt like he was not necessarily losing Hermione as a friend. Not really, but seeing how busy she was, he just couldn't bring himself to bother her with problems of his own. So when she finally asked Harry, "Are you okay?" looking up from a massively long essay she'd been writing the entire evening, he opted only for a half-truth. "Yeah, just tired," he said. "The OWL year is really something, huh?" Hermione nodded sympathetically, although she didn't look entirely convinced. "It really is," she sighed. "But are you sure that's all? You've been avoiding us lately, going to bed so early most days and having to finish everything at the end of the week. I'm your friend Harry, and I'm worried for you." Harry considered it then, telling Hermione everything. Telling her about how the real reason for him escaping to bed early almost every evening was him trying to fall asleep early so he could meet Tom faster. Telling her about what Umbridge had really been doing to him. But looking at her and seeing her tired face, circles under her eyes and everything, he just couldn't bring himself to. "I'm really just tired. Mione," he smiled at her. "Ever since Voldemort's return, my scar had been hurting from time to time, and now add to it the OWLs. Everyone thinking me a liar, and let's face it, Ron being kind of an a-hole, it's just draining. Nothing too bad though, don't worry." Hermione nodded reluctantly. "Having to hold your temper during the Umbridge detentions must be hard too, I imagine," she said slowly. "Yeah." Harry nodded and hoped the little lie won't show in his expression. "That too. She's a terrible old toad. I think you should at least talk to Dumbledore about your scar hurting though," Hermione suggested, but he just shrugged it off dismissively. After that, Hermione seemed to let the matters go, at least for now, and they spent the rest of the evening complaining about their dada teacher and the fact how incompetent, useless, and generally a bad person she was, before deciding to wrap it up for the day and head to bed. Speaking of the devil, the toad which seemed to be waiting for him to bleed out in her office or something, because every time she examined Harry's now permanently red and stinging hand at the end of a detention, she would just say the message needed more time to sink in. The bespectacled boy seriously had no idea what she was looking for there. September was already giving way to October, and it was currently approaching Harry's fourth weekend of detention. At least Angelina had decided to schedule their Quidditch training sessions for the mornings, so there was no need for him to miss them. Ron also seemed to have a lot on his plate now that he'd made it to be the Gryffindor keeper too. Apparently, there was a slight problem with him being nervous. And Harry realized he had no idea how to motivate his friend, how to make him loosen some of those nerves. He knew for a fact that Ron could be an excellent keeper if he wanted to. He played him countless times during the summers spent at the Burrow. But somehow, the redhead seemed to lose all of his abilities to stress as soon as he had to play on a bigger field, in a match, or even training that actually mattered. At first, Harry tried to be as encouraging as possible, but when Ron yelled at him to just mind his own business and face his own problems instead of trying to, but in all of the time, he gave up. This was after a particularly awful training. during which the youngest Weasley boy had accidentally sent the quaffle flying right into Alicia Spinnet's face, sending her to the infirmary to have her broken nose fixed. "Fine, as you wish," Harry had only said then, feeling hurt. "But just know that if you ever need me, I am here for you. I am your friend, you know." And with that, he'd left the pitch. Since then, he and Ron had resumed being friends, however sadly not as close as before. Everyone at school was still giving Harry dirty looks wherever he went, or avoiding him completely, and he felt perhaps even more alone than back in his second year when everyone thought he was the heir of Slytherin. In this regard, it was a relief to Harry that Draco Malfoy no longer tried to make trouble for him. On the contrary, they had become as close to friends as they could manage in these weeks. Draco even offered Harry to tutor him in potions, seeing that he was not completely hopeless after all. And after a few days of deliberation and nightly conversations with Tom, where the other encouraged him to do so, Harry accepted. Really, what did he have to lose? He wasn't giving away any important information here, just gaining tips on making potions. And if anything, working with Malfoy seemed to make Snape finally get out of Harry's hair. And so the two met every Wednesday after classes to practice, usually using one of the empty classrooms available. Harry found out that Draco, when not met with the need to impress some other Slytherin, was actually quite a pleasant company. Yes, he was still prejudiced against anything even remotely Muggle, and yes, he was still parroting his parents' stupid pureblood propaganda, but when called out on it, he showed signs of wanting to learn. "I grew up living like a Muggle," Harry told him one time while they were waiting for a concoction to simmer through long enough, "and they're not as backwards and stunted as wizards believe." Hearing that, Draco seemed shocked. "Wait, say that again," he gaped. "They're not as backwards dash," Harry began repeating, a little annoyed, but Malfoy stopped him with a wave of his hand. "No, not that," he shook his head. "You grew up with Muggles? Living like a Muggle?" Harry couldn't help laughing at that moment, because Draco looked so shocked it was completely ridiculous. "Yeah," he nodded, still laughing slightly. "You didn't know? I thought that me living with my Muggle relatives was something of a well-known fact." "I mean, yeah," Malfoy admitted. "They said that your mudblow and mother's relatives were taking care of you most of the time." "Yeah, but we figured someone ought to have been visiting you to explain and teach you things about the wizarding world." "Morgana, you're the bloody boy who lived." Harry shrugged, ignoring the way Draco almost used the word mudblood to refer to his mother. He stopped himself, and that counted too. "I never even knew I was a wizard, let alone some boy who lived," he said, watching the other's face to see his reaction. "Seriously, never?" Draco gaped at him. "Why did they not inform you, hell? Why did they not even place you in a wizarding home? Many wizards surely would want to take care of, oh." Suddenly, the blonde stopped talking, realization slowly dawning on his face. Harry wasn't sure what was going on in the Slytherin's head and what conclusion he was just reaching, and a part of him wasn't sure he wanted to know. But on the other hand, he was just too curious. "What is it, Malfoy?" he asked. Malfoy just stared at him for a while, seemingly struggling for words before finally speaking. "I'm sorry," he said, and this time it sounded absolutely 100% sincere. "Now I understand why you wouldn't even shake my hand." Harry gaped, completely flabbergasted by the turn the conversation had just taken. "What do you mean?" "Back in first year," Malfoy sighed, "I thought you were being a prejudiced little golden boy of the light or something, when in reality, I was the prejudiced git, wasn't I?" Then it finally dawned on Harry what Malfoy was talking about. Their very first meeting back when they were both 11, before school even started. He remembered how inferior he'd felt back then, not having any magical background, and how every single word the pale boy had said made him question if he even belonged in this wonderful magical world at all. "Yeah, kind of," he finally admitted. "Really, Potter, I'm sorry," was Malfoy's only response. There was guilt in the pureblood's voice, genuine guilt. Harry could see he regretted judging him before getting to know him, a sentiment he was beginning to share. Maybe it really was a good thing, just as Tom said, giving Malfoy a chance. And maybe there really was a chance for him to turn around and end up being a decent person. Harry just had to try hard enough. "Harry," he said, smiling, offering the blonde his hand, "call me Harry. And let's forget the old misunderstanding, shall we?" The other boys stared at the outstretched hand for a while, as if in disbelief. "You call me Draco, then," he finally said, accepting the hand to shake. And Harry, he added after a little pause, thank you. Ever since that day, the two of them slowly started on a path to friendship. Or at least, Harry felt like they were becoming closer. And in the end, he didn't really mind. It was Sirius, though, who became his closest confidant soon. Although even to him, Harry still didn't mention the dreams or how bad his detentions really were. Much as with the others, he felt no need to bother him with it, which did not mean in this case that he didn't complain at all. In his letters, he described how incompetent of a teacher Umbridge was, and in reply, he got an insight on her from his godfather's perspective. For example, he learned that she was one of the reasons Remus Lupin had such a hard time getting a decent job because of his werewolf affliction, and how she hated all half-breeds in general. It made him despise the pink toad even more. Sirius, much like Hermione, also thought that Harry ought to talk to Dumbledore about his scar hurting more, and Harry did consider that. However, every time he even crossed him in the Great Hall, the headmaster seemed to be purposely ignoring him, which in turn discouraged the boy from discussing anything with him at all. In the letters, they didn't only talk about that. They wrote about everyday matters too. Sirius complaining about Creature a lot, and Harry in turn bugging him to try and be nicer to the old elf. It was clear that the man was bored out of his mind at Grimmauld, and Harry thought that maybe if he was on better terms with Creature, it could make the whole home confinement situation a lot easier for him. Through the letters, Harry had also discovered there sometimes seemed to be something off about his godfather, and tried hard to get the man to open up about it. Of course, they never shared details in case the letters got intercepted, but worked out a code quite quickly so they understood what the other was trying to say without giving away unnecessary information to a potential peeper. According to the last letter Harry got, Sirius wished to be able to visit a mind healer, which usually was the case after a long exposure to the dementors, as the mind of the victim could get mangled and twisted. He confided in Harry about his recurring nightmares and his belief that a proper professional help could help. Harry was so glad to learn of it, yet had no way of helping with the matter. He was still going to reply right away, though. As he was making his way to the Ollery with his finished reply in hand, he thought if perhaps he should have suggested serious talk about the mind healer business with Dumbledore. The old wizard surely had connections and might be able to arrange one, right? However, Sirius's opinion of the headmaster was currently about as good as Harry's own. That being said, anger and avoidance. So perhaps bringing Dumbledore into this wasn't really the best solution after all. By the time Harry entered the Ollery, the sun was shining bright through the glassless windows in streams of silvery light. It was turning out to be a particularly beautiful day. Today, probably the last before fall, and winter would steal all the sunshine away. Seeing it was a Saturday and he had nothing else to do, apart from yet another pile of schoolwork he was in no mood to do, until another detention with Umbridge in the evening. Harry made his mind to stay here for a while and just relax after sending out the letter. Most of the owls were still either asleep or returning from their nightly hunt. Knowing Hedwig had just brought him a letter from his godfather earlier and probably wanted to rest, he decided to use one of the school owls instead. Without much interest, he picked the closest bird to him, and soon enough, he was watching it fly away. The Forbidden Forest looked almost soft and gentle from up here, and for a moment, Harry just watched the trees sway in the wind, feeling momentarily comforted. A moment later, a reptilian-looking black horse suddenly soared up above the trees of the forest. Harry blinked, this sight triggering a memory he'd forgotten about among everything that was going on. He knew he'd seen this horse before. If he was correct in his assumption, this was the same creature he saw pulling the school carriages the day they arrived. The one nobody but him and the slightly odd Luna Lovegood from Ravenclaw could see. He wondered silently, watching the horse fly for a bit and disappear back in between the trees, if Tom knew what they were, and decided to ask him about them tonight. He sighed, wishing he could have his Tom with him here now. He'd really like to be able to talk to the other boy every time he wanted to. But it would not happen, he knew, and he had to be content with the arrangement he had now. At least he didn't have nightmares anymore, right? This didn't stop him from imagining the handsome Slytherin stepping into the sunlight, seeping through the windows. How the little hints of brown in his dark hair would reflect the sun. How the red eyes would glisten as if they were real rubies. He wondered if being exposed to sunlight and warmth would bring more color to Tom's pale cheeks, and how that would change his visage. He wondered if Tom would like being here with him, if maybe he would give him one of his smiles. The mental image was shatteringly beautiful to Harry, and he had no idea whatsoever what to do with this discovery. The sudden sound of the Ollery door opening made Harry jump. He could feel his ears turning red in embarrassment, as if he's been caught here doing something indecent, while all in all, it was really just some very innocent daydreaming. Turning around, he saw Cho Chang enter. "Hi," he greeted automatically, expecting the usual tingling sensation in his stomach, the nervousness he felt around her pretty much all the time to arrive, but it didn't. "Oh, hello, Harry." Cho smiled at him lightly, still a little breathless from going up all the stairs. "I didn't expect anyone to be here so early." A slight blush was coloring her cheeks an adorable shade of pink. And objectively speaking, she, as always, looked very pretty. And yet, it was as if it no longer had any effect on Harry. Cho Chang was just standing there, alone in a room with him, holding a parcel and a letter, and she was even smiling at him. And yet, no matter how hard he tried, he felt nothing at all. He knew a few months earlier, he would have given anything for an opportunity like this, for a chance to speak to Cho alone. But now he found that he felt mainly annoyed by the fact that she'd interrupted his daydreams. "Oh well, yeah, had to send a quick letter." He gestured towards the window where up in the azure blue sky, a little black dot, which was the owl he'd sent out moments prior, could still be visible. "Of course," Cho nodded, still blushing. "Same for me, really. I just remembered it was Mom's birthday today, so..." And she showed off what she was holding. Harry nodded. This was quickly becoming the most awkward interaction they'd had so far, but for a completely different reason than Harry would have ever expected. He fancied Cho, had for a while now, hadn't he? She was pretty, good at Quidditch and popular, a perfect dream girl. So, how come at this moment? He felt almost the same as if another student had just walked in. "Harry," he heard her say, and realized he'd become lost in thought. She had finished tying the package and a letter to one of the school owls and was now walking with it to the windows to let it fly. "Yeah," he said, trying not to sound rude or dismissive. Whatever had come over him this morning, it was not her fault, and she didn't deserve being treated badly. I'm actually glad I ran into you," she said, still blushing slightly. "I've wanted to talk to you for a while." "Is it true that you're still in detention with Umbridge for talking back to her?" Harry blinked a few times confusedly. He definitely didn't expect Cho to say that. She was watching him, expectant now, and the sunlight was bringing out the little color to her dark hair, much like it did moments ago with Harry's imaginary Tom. "Well, yeah," he admitted. "I have another one tonight. Honestly, at this point, I'm starting to think she enjoys spending time with me." He was making a joke in front of Cho Chang now, too. Oh, that had certainly been a first. Cho chuckled weakly. "Yeah, maybe the joke wasn't so funny after all. I just wanted you to know that I think you were very brave, standing up to her like that," she said, pausing uncertainly, and the blush was still there, but now her eyes were suddenly filled with tears. "You know," and telling the truth about how he died. A sob escaped her lips, and Harry was at a loss as to what to do. "Sorry," she said, wiping the tears away quickly. Oh, no matter," he responded dumbly. "Anyway, yeah, that's all," said Cho and turned to leave, having blinked the tears away. "Just so you know, there are many people who believe you, okay?" Harry stared at her, dumbfounded. "Oh, wow. Thanks, Cho," he managed to say, which of course was a completely inadequate answer. "No matter." She gave him yet another, this time slightly watery smile. "See you around, Harry. And good luck at the detention." And with that, she left quickly, her long hair flowing behind her as she swept from the room. Harry leaned his back against the nearest wall and slid into a sitting position. Well, this certainly was strange. He didn't know what was happening, and why it felt almost as if he didn't fancy Cho anymore. But he couldn't help smiling at the thought of some people out there believing him, just like she said. That evening at the detention, the words, "I must not tell lies," no longer healed over when he was done writing. About 2 hours into the detention this time, droplets of blood began oozing from the scratches and cuts on Harry's hand, their count and size increasing as time passed by. "Good," she finally said, examining the injury. "It seems the message is finally beginning to sink in. It looks like by tomorrow evening, we can etch it in deep enough to stick, don't you think?" She was smiling in that wide, sickeningly sweet way as she told Harry this. "Good night, Professor," he simply said and exited the office as fast as possible. Harry had never considered the possibility that there might be a teacher he hated more than Snape, but as he walked back to the Gryffindor Tower, his hand still bleeding slightly, he realized this vile woman might just take the spot. The next day, the detention was even worse. Harry's wound kept bleeding the entire time, blood trickling around his wrist and creating splotches on the pink parchment filled with the hateful sentence, joining the blood that was already there. It no longer closed whatsoever. But as the evening came to a close, Umbridge seemed satisfied and finally, with yet another evil toady grin, told him that she thought that she'd made the point clear enough, and for now, the detentions would end. For now. His hand was still throbbing painfully even as he entered the dreamscape that night. He was determined, though, not to complain. Not when all the detentions were finally done, and all he really wanted was to never think of them or mention them ever again. Besides, there were still things on his mind that seemed much more important. Tonight, the preferred setting seemed to be the Slytherin common room, which was slightly unexpected. However, as Harry saw how well Riddle's handsome form fit into the surroundings, he decided there was no need to complain. Late again tonight was the welcome Tom gave him. It didn't sound angry, more like he was just stating the facts. "No worries, I won't be this late again for a long time," he responded, grinning, and without even a second thought, sat next to the other boy. "Indeed." Tom smiled teasingly. "Can you promise me that?" His mood suddenly lifting, Harry decided to play along, not knowing what he was about to unleash. "Bored here without me, are you?" He arched his eyebrows at the other. Tom hummed and nodded. "You have no idea." The tone of Tom's voice sent shivers up Harry's spine. It also did something funny to his stomach, causing it to fill with thousands of tiny, nervous butterflies. But Harry wasn't going to give up and let Tom win so easily. Two could play this game, he was sure, and surely it wouldn't be impossible to make the other flustered too. "Oh no, I'm so sorry," he said dramatically, turning towards Tom and looking him straight in the eyes. "How can I ever make it better now?" Tom smirked dangerously. "Oh, darling," he said, "there's so much you could do." He wasn't quite speaking Parseltongue yet, but Harry could distinctly hear the undertone of it creeping into Tom Riddle's voice, changing it slightly. There was something unsaid, hidden behind those words, behind the look the crimson irises were giving Harry once again. There was this flame, this strange desire and possessiveness, once again smoldering behind Tom Riddle's eyes, making them almost glow like two hungry, all-consuming infernal embers. Harry's throat went dry. A strange energy started forming between the two of them, and Harry had this unexpected need to scoot a little closer. Yet he also wanted to hide his face and run away. Tom saved him the need to make any decisions on the matter, one slender hand taking Harry by the chin and forcing him to continue looking into the inferno of want behind the red stare. It was suffocating and yet fascinating. Harry could do nothing but let himself be burned. "Tell me," Tom purred, "what are you willing to do to make it up to me?" And Harry was at a loss as to what to do, what to say, how to react. Could Tom be meaning, thinking, considering? Oh no, that was simply insane. Or was it? He had no idea anymore. This evening had taken a very unexpected turn, and he had no idea how to undo it. He sighed, the ability to speak having seemingly abandoned him. He'd lost. He'd definitely lost. But how much more he was about to lose, how much more he was willing to lose, he didn't know. This, he realized, was exactly the feeling he'd been missing earlier with Cho. This was it, but maybe 100 times stronger. But he had no idea why it was appearing now, here with Tom of all people. And then, Tom was laughing. Genuine, amused laugh escaping his lips and filling the space around them. "Sorry, darling, just teasing you," he said and finally leaned away, sitting comfortably on the sofa. "Why?" Harry asked dumbly. "Because," said Tom innocently, shrugging, "you're just too adorable when you're flustered." Harry scoffed, feigning annoyance, while he was desperately trying to restart his own heart. Oh no, this had to be some kind of a side effect from today's strange events. There was no other explanation. Sure, Tom Riddle was an attractive bloke, but in the name of Merlin's dirtiest socks, he wasn't even real. In an attempt to clear his head, he ran his hand through his hair. his right hand. Tom's expression went from playful to stony cold in a millisecond. "What is that?" he asked, voice hard. "What is what?" asked Harry, confused with the sudden change. "This," growled Tom and grabbed Harry's right wrist, painfully yanking it his way. On the back of Harry's hand shone the bright red words, "I must not tell lies." The wound he'd completely forgotten about still not completely dry. Chapter and notes. Please don't hate me for this one. Okay? I had to, it was stronger than me. Tommy Moore POV and delicious rage incoming. Urges. Chapter summary. Tom is just a little bit emotional. Is it just me, or do his sudden mood switches give everyone a whiplash? Chapter notes. Trigger warning. Voldy's rage rant. The whole murder/torture/gore package. Honestly, I don't even know how to mark the parts, but let's say the worst of it will be marked WN and asterisk before and after in case you want to skip. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Lord Voldemort had spent the whole evening after his unexpected outburst pacing around his study, periodically checking the Horcrux link for a sign of the fact that the boy was beginning to drift off. He had the most annoying, compulsive need to check that the living person unknowingly guarding a piece of his soul was not maimed or otherwise damaged beyond repair. His imagination was very annoyingly offering him images of all the things that could have gone wrong, the ways the piece of his soul residing in Harry Potter could have been hurt. And so when it finally happened and he could sense that Harry was falling asleep, in his anguish to confirm that his human Horcrux had indeed remained alive and well, he completely disregarded any attempt at glamoring his appearance to look like Tom Riddle. At that moment, the way he looked was of little to no importance to him. In fact, a part of him even wanted to stop hiding behind that silly 16-year-old boy mask. At the back of his mind, there was a wish to be seen for what he really was, as selfish, counterproductive, and simply foolish it was to even think of that. Why did it suddenly seem so important that Harry Potter saw him, the real him? How come he caught himself wishing the boy who lived would still accept him even if he revealed the truth and stopped being his idealized version of Tom Riddle? These new feelings that were honestly completely foreign and unknown to him, now circling at the back of his mind, were highly confusing. And he didn't want to deal with them, think of them, or even acknowledge their existence at all. Because this was ludicrous, foolish, maybe downright insane. It was not a part of his plan at all, and he had no time or interest to deal with it. He finally decided, all the strange new feelings and wants swirling inside of him, that he'd not use the degrading glamour that one time. And even though subconsciously he knew that he should, he didn't think of the consequences. Because as his rage slowly subsided and he entered the shared dreamscape, the only thought left for him was, is he safe now? And then suddenly, faced with the boy who lived, who now seemed perfectly fine, not a scratch visible on his body, the wave of relief crashed into him like a tsunami. The feeling of it was almost euphoric, and he hungrily drank in the image of Harry Potter now standing before him in one piece. There was no visible sign of torture or any form of pain having come to the boy that day at all. And as incredibly confusing as it was for the first time in hours, he suddenly felt like he was able to breathe freely. He wasn't sure if he'd ever felt relief as strong before, and he honestly had no idea how to deal with it. But none of that mattered either. The shard of his soul in Harry Potter was safe. The Horcrux vessel had not been harmed. He'd intended to ask Harry about the pain, where it came from, to have him confide what had happened that day. But sadly, not glamoring his appearance had proven to be a serious problem to the boy after all. Somehow, appearances did matter to him a great deal, and even though he and Tom were very obviously still the same person, there was no trust in the boy's eyes this time. Only suspicion, maybe even fear. And Harry actually declined to talk to him that evening, opting for sleep instead. To Tom's immense surprise, instead of anger, his immediate reaction was only a strange mixture of defeat and this unfamiliar, dull feeling of pain. He didn't remember ever experiencing anything similar and was unsure how to deal with it for a second, during which the boy's consciousness had already started to slip. And so, successfully ignoring the painful pang in the general vicinity of his heart in reaction to Harry's suggestion that he preferred the hateful face of his filthy muggle father, he decided to ask the following day instead. When he indeed had asked the following day, The boy's answer, however, had been less than satisfactory to say the least. Just had a bad detention, he had shrugged. The new defense teacher is a disgusting old hag, and refused to speak on the topic anymore, no matter how inventive Tom got with the ways of coaxing him into sharing. As if he needed any more reasons to suspect the Umbridge woman of having something to do with the dementor attack this summer. He thought bitterly in reaction to the only useful piece of information he'd managed to get out of the boy that day. He wondered in the following days if flogging still was a practice used at Hogwarts. It certainly had been quite the popular way to serve detention during his time. Not that Tom himself had ever been subjected to something as humiliating while in the magical world. But somehow, Albus Dumbledore being in charge of the school and flogging still being allowed to be used didn't really coexist well in his mind. The old fool was never one for physical violence as a solution or even just a punishment. And if he really thought about it, Tom would have to conclude that the man had probably banned all practices of it the moment he became the headmaster. But since Harry, and by extension his soul piece, looked to be okay, he decided to let it go for now. Even though there was still dull pain coming through the link from time to time in the following weeks, Tom never mentioned it again. After all, the boy was obviously choosing not to talk about it, and trying to force him to could possibly result in him closing off completely again. Pushing too much could therefore undermine his whole plan. And Tom couldn't have that. Not now that it seemed the boy was trusting him more and more, becoming more comfortable in his presence. Tom could not jeopardize his long-term agenda just because the boy was hurting from time to time. The way he'd reacted immediately after the first time was just completely irrational, fueled by the immediate distress about one of his precious soul pieces possibly being in danger. And now that he knew what to look out for, that the occasional pain would happen and not necessarily mean anything terrible, he would definitely control his temper next time. That is, as long as the boy wasn't damaged. Because damaging, hurting, and finally killing Harry Potter was exclusively Lord Voldemort's privilege, and he would not let anyone else have it. Fast forward through those few weeks, the Dark Lord once again found himself inside of the familiar dreamscape, wearing the face of his younger self. Harry had been getting closer and more comfortable with him lately, and it looked like the time was right to slowly move this whole game, this pretense, to yet another level. And although he hated to admit it to himself, Voldemort knew that Tom Riddle's looks would help in this matter. While in his opinion, his current form represented him much better, all his power, abilities, all he was, the fact that he no longer was a mere mortal man, reflected in the inhumanity of the pale, serpentine visage. He knew from experience that the pretty features of Tom Riddle made others more susceptible to developing certain types of feelings and devotion towards him. And that precisely that was what he needed the boy to start feeling, preferably now or in the very near future. For later, when he would already be completely under his control, head over heels as some might say, Harry would do anything for him. It would be so much easier to manipulate him, lure him in somewhere, use him to achieve his own ends, figure out how to separate his unwillingly deposited soul piece from the boy, and then discard him. Of course, if Potter proved to be a delightful little pet, the Dark Lord would be merciful. He would keep him, especially if the soul piece still remained inside of its oblivious host. To his own surprise, he actually quite enjoyed the idea of it. The idea of having Harry Potter safely locked up somewhere where nobody but him would find him. Having him safe, having him completely and all for himself. But that remained to be seen. Certain preparations had to be made first. And tonight was the perfect time to test his intended target's reactions. To Lord Voldemort's satisfaction, the boy seemed to be reacting exactly the way he needed him to, and in some ways, even better. The flushed cheeks, nervousness, the general uncertainty about what was going on, yet no sign of refusal on the younger's part, even made his own heart speed up in excitement. Although obviously those types of fun were far beneath him and only served as a means to an end. Just an act he needed to play, a role for him to fit into for a little while. But then again, nobody said he couldn't have a little fun himself while at it. As always, closer contact with the boy who lived brought up pleasant feelings and sensations nothing else ever could, and Tom had nothing against basking in them for a little while. He drank them in almost hungrily as they came, and once again he wondered how much stronger, how much more intense they would probably get, were this all happening outside of a shared mindscape. The need for him to know, to experience it, was growing every second, and at the back of his mind, he wondered if an opportunity for that would perhaps present itself soon. Oh, and the enthusiasm with which Harry joined the little teasing game Tom had set up was simply delightful. That was until blood. At first, Tom thought he didn't see right, that the glint of red on the boy's hand was just some trick his eyes were playing on him. But no, there really was fresh blood glistening on the back of the boy's right hand. He was hurt after all. Tom Riddle's own blood turned to ice at that moment. "What is that?" he asked, feeling all the anguish he'd felt a few weeks prior already boiling beneath the surface of his mind, slowly melting everything in existence into rage. Harry, of course, looked absolutely, innocently confused. If there was no blood, no injury in sight, Tom supposed he would have found it amusing to watch the boy try and clear his head and focus. He would have liked to see how much of an effect he really had on him, even feel a little satisfaction at how great his plan was working, how quick and easy the progress was. Perhaps he would have enjoyed the whole situation. However, right now, he just couldn't focus on any of that. All he really saw, all that really mattered now was the blood. "What is what?" came the boy's confused question, which only fueled Tom's anger a little more. How could Harry even have forgotten about the fact that he was injured? Surely that would have been the first thing he'd share with Tom instead of playing silly flirtatious games. Or would it? Did he perhaps still not trust Tom enough? And above all, what or who was so insanely foolish to have caused his precious human Horcrux to bleed? This, he growled through gritted teeth, struggling to keep himself from outright exploding. His good mood was gone and anger was enveloping every single one of his senses. Uncaring whether it was now him hurting the other boy, he grabbed Harry's wrist and pulled his hand closer so he could examine the wound. "I must not tell lies," it said in what looked like the boy's own messy handwriting, carved right into the flesh, the wound still raw and new, glistening with fresh droplets of blood. "Oh, this," said Harry as if only realizing now, and attempted to take his hand back, resulting in Tom only holding it tighter. "It's nothing. Or, well, obviously not nothing, but, nothing to worry about. Just like I told you, I've had a few bad detentions. Really, there is no need to be concerned about Dash." Tom was barely listening to all of the boy's nervous babbling. Only two of the words really stuck in his mind. A couple of bad detentions. Huh? A truly raw, animal snarl resonated through the room, a sound he never knew himself able to produce. Clouds of scarlet enveloped his vision, making the blood-soaked words shine even redder. The bubbling rage in his chest was reaching its limit, ready to explode. He could feel the facade of Tom Riddle rippling, begging to be shattered and let the monstrous reality take the reins. It took all of his remaining self-control not to let the true Lord Voldemort out to play. Oh, and he wanted to play, but it had to wait, just had to. He had to be smart about this, not give in to those impulses just yet. There was no need to frighten the boy, to undermine everything he'd been working towards by acting too impulsively. He would have his opportunity to hunt down the vile excuse of a human being who dared do this. And he would take his sweet time, revel in it. He would enjoy the metallic taste of revenge and blood. Nevertheless, now was not the time to let his true self out. Not yet, anyway. He had to stay in character, or at least try to. But it was becoming increasingly harder and harder not to simply give in to his murderous urges. He wasn't sure if he'd had to control himself like this as of late, and concluded that no, probably not. Obviously, while he'd still been a student all those years ago, and even later, when he'd still moved in the shadows, there had once been a need for a similar amount of control and secrecy. However, this time it felt a lot harder, and somehow Voldemort knew. There were more reasons for it than it just being about Harry, or even his soul shard currently resting inside of the boy. Now is not a time to try and figure those out, though. There was a very real danger that by trying to do so, he would get too close to those murderous urges and just give in, and for the sake of his long-term plans, he just couldn't have that. So he needed to ground himself in and just stay in character for now. "Who?" was the only word escaping his lips, the tones of Parseltongue implying the unsaid. "Oh no, really, it's nothing Dash," this time Harry, green eyes wide, finally succeeded to yank his hand free, removing the damned carved-in sentence from Tom's vision, which really didn't make much of a difference at all, but at least he didn't have to look at it anymore. It is not nothing. It was almost not even parcel tongue anymore, Tom's speech getting closer and closer to an actual snake's hiss. And whoever did it shall pay dearly, he thought at the same time, the need for revenge tingling under his skin like a disease. Seriously, Tom, stop overreacting. Harry was now almost pleading, trying to calm him down, but Tom was not going to budge on this, because nobody should even dare touch what was his. Listen to me, okay? Pleaded Harry once more, and Tom made an effort to look him in the eyes at least. Stick to the act, don't scare the boy off. He didn't give the other the time to speak, though. Tell me who and how, he commanded, every word a single, angry hiss, and the boy, probably seeing that the situation was serious, didn't object this time. And finally, he started talking. The new defense teacher. I said some things she didn't like in her class and got a few weeks' worth of detention for it. He explained, the words hastily put together as he desperately tried to prevent Tom from outright flipping out. Actually, I told her that the other you were alive and back in power, and she made me write lines as a punishment for being a liar. I had to write with this super sharp, enchanted quill that used the blood of the writer instead of ink, and the words just sort of appeared on my hand as a result. So it's not like anyone actually took a blade and carved them out on the back of my hand or anything dash. She made you use a blood quill? Tom interrupted him once more then, disbelief temporarily winning over anger. Blood quills were, to his knowledge, banned in most of the Wizarding Society and only allowed to be used in specific circumstances, for example, to sign important, magically binding contracts. Otherwise, as they were dark magical objects able to quite literally drain blood from someone, the use of them was largely prohibited. Of course, certain groups of people would still use them for rituals, or like in this case, torture. Tom couldn't even imagine how on earth this woman managed to get hands on such an object, and how come she thought it an adequate form of punishment for students. Also, how much had Harry had to write for the words to physically stay carved into his hand? Usually, after a single use of the quill, the skin was supposed to heal over immediately, not leaving any lasting damage to the user. I guess, said Harry, uncertain, probably hearing the term blood quill for the first time. Another terrifying thought entered Tom's mind at that moment. Blood was a powerful, magical vessel. A wizard with access to someone's blood could, had they the mind to do it, use the blood in various dark rituals or potions not only to hurt, but even control whoever they took the blood from. The Umbridge woman had used a blood quill, an enchanted object which took blood from the user. Blood that, if she wanted to use it, was now completely at her disposal. Blood that, coincidentally, also had been flowing in his own veins ever since his resurrection. And to make the matters even worse, it also was the blood of the Chosen One. A boy who, on top of it all, happened to currently harbor a part of his own soul. Suddenly, he could see so many possibilities for the vile woman to use the obtained blood, each one worse than the other. The terror and rage that came bubbling up inside him at that thought were almost impossible to bear. He wanted to immediately apparate wherever the disgusting Umbridge woman was and to let her feel his anger. He wanted not only to undo what had happened to the dark-haired boy, he wanted revenge. He wanted to see her horror-struck expression as she figured out who it was that suddenly appeared in front of her, to watch the realization set in her features as she saw that the boy she'd needlessly tortured had been telling the truth the whole time. Oh, and he needed her to suffer. He wanted the disgusting woman to feel the same pain as she'd made Harry feel, and even more of it, he wanted her to pay. He wanted her tied up, shackled to a wall, raw and bleeding, just a chunk of meat ready to be skinned alive. He could almost imagine the metallic smell of blood, hear her sobs, her screams, and finally, just helpless whimpers as she gradually bled out in a dark room. Nobody there to save her. He wanted to slowly tear her apart, finger after finger, limb after limb, one disgusting slab of raw meat after another, to hear her produce terrified screams and turn them into agonized sobs. He wanted to see her blood spill, covering the floor. He wanted to slowly torture her into madness, to make her lose all hope and learn to only expect pain and suffering, to make her beg for a merciful end over and over again, an end which he would refuse to give. Instead, he would force her to continue injuring her body, but now she'd have to do it herself. He'd make her do to herself what she did to the boy, but take it to another level. How much would she take before she finally broke? And would Harry be rejoiced if he avenged him so? Almost lazily, he thought if bringing him the disgusting woman's literal head on a silver platter would be a bit too much, or if it would get appreciated. His insides were twitching with anticipation and murderous intent, and it took all the self-control he could muster to not just simply end the dream session, then, and go looking for her. Calm. Tom was now thinking almost like a mantra. I must remain calm. I need to get my point across to the boy, and it will not work unless I appear calm. And with that, he finally spoke again. Do you realize, he said slowly, voice controlled, every single word taking an enormous amount of effort to produce, that what she did to you is torture? That it wasn't supposed to happen at all? To his surprise, the boy actually shook his head in response. No, he did not understand. How was that possible? But it honestly wasn't that bad, Harry repeated. It's not as if this was the first painful experience of my life. With that, the emerald green eyes looked almost pointedly at him, and Tom immediately understood what he was referring to. The boy's life had been nothing but pain, and it was largely his, Voldemort's fault. Or at least he had been the catalyst for most of it. And besides, it's over now, isn't it? Harry shrugged, looking like the only thing he wanted to do now is to forget the whole incident, just like it always is in the end. Somehow, the words the other said almost matter-of-factly seemed to penetrate the anger in Tom's brain at least a little bit. They almost felt like a stab, a reminder of how much the boy in front of him already had to suffer through, oftentimes by his own hand. How used to pain he must have become by now to be talking like that. He didn't like to even think about that, about the fact that he could have unwittingly damaged one of his precious Horcruxes, albeit an accidental one. And then, just like that, the anger was returning. Anger at anyone who'd ever even laid a finger on the boy. Yes, they had no right. It was so much easier to focus on the Umbridge woman and blame her now than to think back of the times he himself had hurt Harry. Of course, that was different. He was the Dark Lord Voldemort, the greatest dark wizard of them all. He was justified in going after the boy who was prophesied to be his undoing. But what right did she, a complete nobody, have to touch even one hair on Harry's precious little head, let alone make him carve his own hand raw with a blood quill? Listen to me, he said, now taking the boy's head in both hands and forcing him to look him in the eyes. Under no circumstances will you allow her to do that again. Understood? Harry looked visibly confused, even a bit scared from what Tom could tell. But it was vital that he got the point. I mean it, under no circumstances, he repeated. Do whatever you need to achieve that. Even go to Dumbledore if you must. But until I deal with her, she must not be allowed to get her filthy hands on you again. To his infinite surprise, Harry was suddenly smiling. Tom didn't understand. Was he not getting his point across? Had the torture somehow broken something in the boy's brain? What was going on? Thank you, Tom, said Harry then, still smiling sweetly, and even blushing a little, for saying that. This feeling of someone being concerned for me, even if it's a little extreme in your case, is so unusual and precious. You know, there was something so lonely, sad, and vulnerable about the way the boy said it. Something that tugged at a part of Tom's black, mutilated soul he hadn't realized was even there. It aches somehow. The ache is unfamiliar as surprising. Tom blinked a few times in response. The boy's reactions were once again surprising him to no end. No matter how angry he was, no matter how much it was taking for him to simply still be here, not disposing of the woman, he couldn't help but marvel at Harry at that moment. Why, even faced with such pain, this precious little boy felt like he had to thank others for showing concern. And why on earth did it still sound like, for some reason, Harry was actually trying to comfort him when all he'd expected him to do was to want some comfort himself? Beneath all the still-present anger, Tom felt a slight, painful throbbing in the vicinity of his chest. Slowly, the need to take immediate revenge was evaporating, because to do that, he would have to leave the boy for now. And he definitely did not want to do that. In fact, all he wished to do right now was stay as long as needed and give the boy the kind of support and attention he'd so very obviously never gotten before. Harry could hardly explain it, but even though Tom's outburst scared him somewhat, there was a much stronger sensation taking the fear's place in his mind. He felt grateful, seen, validated, cared about even. He felt like he actually mattered. Before this, he hadn't even realized how much he'd craved someone to notice what the toad which was doing to him during those detentions, and to be outraged on his behalf. But nobody ever did. Not the other teachers, not Draco, not his housemates, not his supposed best friends. And yet again, his Tom gave him exactly what he'd needed without him having to even ask for it, or realize that was the case. And it filled him with such strong feelings of warmth that he couldn't help but smile at the other boy, even in the face of his anger. "Really, Tom," he said again, almost shyly, "there's absolutely no need to do anything. The fact that you care, is more than enough for me." And he meant it. Oh, how much he meant it. No matter that technically, his mental projection couldn't very well do anything at all anyway. Just the feeling of someone caring enough to be outraged for him was almost overwhelming. He edged closer to the other boy, carefully, as if he didn't want to startle him. "Thank you," he said, and Tom was just looking at him. A confusing mixture of surprise and the ever-present anger swirling inside of his ruby eyes. There was something blending in with those emotions, too. Something almost gentle that Harry couldn't name, but seeing it made his breath hitch and little butterflies danced in his stomach. The anger, the bloodthirst, however, was seemingly finally leaving the red irises for now, being replaced with something akin to fondness. Harry felt himself calm down a little. "May I?" he heard himself say before he could stop it, as all those overwhelming emotions of gratitude, closeness, and warmth continued to swim inside of his chest. "May I hug you?" The Slytherin's eyes went wide, and he blinked several times, as if he was not understanding what Harry had just said. Or maybe he did understand, he just didn't want to. Not that Harry would blame him, of course. Asking for such a thing must have been too much after all. Too selfish of him. Or not, of course, if you don't want to, that's fine as well. He started awkwardly, staring at the floor because looking at Tom had suddenly become too difficult. But he never got to finish because soon all he could see, sense, and feel was his Tom, arms wrapped around him, holding him close like he wanted to protect him from any harm. Like Harry was the most precious being in the world. A warm, pleasant light blossomed inside of him, filling him with such a strong feeling of happiness, ease, and comfort that he couldn't help but melt into the embrace. "Thank you," he said again, more or less just mumbling into the older boy's chest, receiving only an almost pleased hum in response. He thought about moving away before it started to feel awkward, but got stopped at the slightest hint of movement. There was another hum coming from the Slytherin, and maybe Harry imagined it, but it sounded almost like a no. He felt long fingers entangling themselves in his hair, only to move down to his waist a second later, tracing little lines over the back of his neck, then pressing him closer, so they were now locked tight. This, being so close to Tom, felt so good, so right, so unlike any hug he'd ever experienced before. Somehow, and Harry had no idea why, it felt like so much more than just a simple hug. It was almost like he'd always been meant for this, meant to be here, meant for Tom in this strange, twisted joke of fate. Because, of course, Tom was gone, and the living reality of him would never, ever come this close to Harry without attempting to take his life. Harry knew that, and yet he couldn't help but still relish in the feeling of this unlikely fantasy. Because as long as he at least had Tom here, in this safe space inside his own brain, nothing else mattered. Not while he was here, at least. Tom Riddle had no idea how it happened that the whole situation turned around so quickly, but maybe he didn't really care. All the anger was gone, for now, replaced by feelings much more foreign, yet much more pleasant. The feeling of closeness to the boy almost overwhelmed him, or would have, were this real. Right now, it was pleasant. Yes, very much so. Erasing all of the anger temporarily, like a magical luminescence finally shining through the darkness of his life, bringing warmth into the desolate wasteland that was his soul. Like a small fire being ignited inside of him. Like a light shower hitting a dry, parched desert. But only just like a tease, an appetizer, a promise of euphoria and bliss dangling invitingly in front of his eyes, yet never fully in reach. He almost laughed at himself, at his earlier resolve not to rush things. It was simply an impossibility to wait, not when a taste of something so wonderful was offered to him. But what he got was just too little. It was not enough. Something was missing, something vital, something that would finally make this sensation explode in all its glory, make it reach its full potential. He wanted more, and it was driving him mad, not being able to get it. And he couldn't wait. No more. He needed to see how far this cold go, how much more intense it could get. He just had to know he had to get it now. He needed more, Tom said, his voice deeper, raspier, bearing slight hints of parcel tongue, and speaking of a want so strong that Harry felt like he was not going to be able to refuse, no matter what the other asked of him. The slender fingers that had trapped him in an embrace just moments ago effortlessly lifted his face up, so he was now looking directly into the other's eyes. He could see the want, the longing there, swirling darkly in those red irises. It was getting hard to breathe properly, to focus on anything but the intensity of Tom Riddle's stare. More? He could hear his voice echoing the others, unable to think of anything but that one word. What more was there possibly to give? What more could the other want? And, above all, what more was Harry willing to agree to? He found that he had no answer, yet at the moment, it seemed almost pointless to ask. Would he even be able to refuse? Yes, my precious, precious little soul, Tom almost purred as he slowly leaned in closer. I'm afraid I might just have to dash. Harry, mate, wake up. Ron's voice was coming from far away, forcing him into wakefulness. The dream of Tom, his embrace, and the way he felt so cared for and safe, along with the look in his eyes and his final words, were fading away. He noticed with surprise that the sun behind the windows was already high up in the sky, and the room was empty, save for Ron and himself. He must have overslept or something. What's going on? He blinked sleepily, hastily reaching for his glasses. It was a Sunday, so even if he slept in, that wouldn't be the end of the world, would it? Ron looked highly uncomfortable at the question. First of all, you're about to miss breakfast, the redhead said, but Harry could sense this was just him avoiding the question. Ron, seriously, you didn't wake me up just for that, did you? He grumbled, a little annoyed. He would have wanted to stay in the dream more. Honestly, he would have wanted to find out if anything more would indeed happen. And now it was gone, broken off, and perhaps later he would be grateful for that, but at the moment he felt more like he had been robbed of something good. No, well, you were talking in your sleep, and I didn't want the others to hear you, so yeah, but I didn't want to show you Dash, Ron started to say. In his hand, he held a Sunday edition of the Prophet. Wait, I was sleep-talking. Harry could almost feel the heat rising all the way up to his ears, thinking of what dream he'd just been woken up from, what he was about to do. What was I Dash? But then he stopped as he noticed the front page of the newspaper. Mass breakout from Azkaban. Sirius Black said to be aiding the Death Eaters, said the first headline. Dolores Umbridge appointed High Inquisitor at Hogwarts in a smaller font, but still as a co-headline, was written just below it. Harry wasn't sure which of the news was worse. Chapter and notes. You thought the toad would perish already? Oh no, lovely, she still has her role to play. Also, let's all agree not to hate Ron for waking Harry up. Okay. Laughing face. P.S. So sorry for any mistakes, or if this is too short. This one was actually written on my phone in between moving house. Ponderings. Chapter summary. Tom is slightly confused, and so is Harry. But Harry also has different things to worry about. So have Severus and Dumbledore. Chapter notes. Hello, everyone. I'd like to address some of the comments on the last chapter and try to explain a little in case you're confused about Tom's actions. At this point, while he definitely doesn't admit to himself any attachment or feelings towards Harry, he'd subconsciously moved away from the whole "I'm going to kill a boy" plan, even if he's trying to reassure himself of it still being a thing. Also, yes, it is supposed to be confusing for the reader, because believe me, the man himself is confused AF at the moment. Hopefully this chapter will shine a little more light on it. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Something was wrong with him. Something was seriously wrong. Tom Riddle was sure of that the minute he woke up that morning. Not only had he spent the whole night dreaming of Harry Potter this time, connected in their subconscious by the convenient Horcrux link, not only did he feel worried for the boy. Not only did he want to take revenge on the disgusting piece of flesh that was Dolores Umbridge. No, all of that would, even if slightly out of character for him, for why would he even care for anyone but himself? B. Sort of expected. The boy was, after all, a vessel for a piece of Voldemort's soul. But what in the name of Salazar Slytherin's rotting corpse was he doing right before someone interrupted the dream from Potter's side of the connection? What was his plan there? What did he want? What was he about to do, and why? Lost in troubled thoughts, the pale man got up from his bed and started pacing around the bedroom, his bare feet registering first the softness of a plush carpet, then the slightly colder hardness of the wooden floor. You wanted to kiss him, didn't you? A voice in his head, reminding Tom too much of his own, said almost matter-of-factly. Oh no, he certainly did not want that. Are you quite sure about that? The voice continued, now sounding suspiciously mocking. And Tom was sure mostly. Honestly, Voldemort had never given much thought to wanting or needing any of the foolish things other people did. The kisses, caresses, the physical closeness of another. He hadn't felt any semblance of attraction to anyone, ever. And to his knowledge, to those who did, the attraction often only served as a distraction from other, much more important matters. So why would he seek it out? Yes, Tom admitted then, down the line, if it was needed for the manipulation, he was considering maybe enduring some of such foolishness, but he did not desire it at all, and especially not if the other party was to be the boy who lived. It certainly didn't appear so tonight, was the answer of his very annoying inner riddle. Voldemort growled, irritated, now standing in front of a large mirror, looking at himself, as if the answer to the problem was hidden in the reflection and looking for it hard enough would magically make it appear. There were still slight flames of want shining through the man's ruby irises, he noted with slight annoyance, ones he hadn't been able to extinguish yet. He remembered how it felt back in the dreamscape. There were still traces of the overwhelming desire left that hadn't completely disappeared. He could feel them vibrating beneath his pale skin. Such an unusual, unnerving sensation. As he continued studying his reflection, he became acutely aware of the fact that he might, in fact, have felt some kind of need building up during the time spent with Harry this time. And it had caused him to act too harshly. The frown on his reflection's face deepened as he considered this. How come he had allowed his control to slip like that? You want the boy, the voice continued mercilessly, now not even a hint of a question left in it anymore. Just presenting the statement as if it was an unchangeable fact. Such a thought was absolutely ludicrous. Or was it? To his own surprise, at that moment, thinking back to the night's events, Tom was forced to admit that maybe it wasn't a complete mockfoolery. Maybe Harry Potter, of all people, was the first person he, or a part of him, felt attracted to. There indeed was something about the agonizingly mesmerizing Avada Kedavra green of his eyes. Something about the sweet, innocent way his presence made the Dark Lord's mutilated soul warm up. Something he maybe, just maybe, didn't want to stay away from, but might in fact want just the opposite. There definitely was something to be desired about the boy, be it the fault of the Horcrux, or just the infinitely confusing Gryffindor himself. And he, the Dark Lord Voldemort, could feel it every time they'd gotten too close. He sighed. He had in the end always wanted Harry Potter. Wanted him dead. Wanted him to be the one they use for his resurrection. Wanted him to secure the full prophecy for him. Wanted him as a tool to achieve his needs. Why should he not want him in other ways too? Slowly, carefully almost, he let his mind wander a little. How? He wondered. Would it feel to engage in some of the activities he'd never found desirable before, but this time for his own enjoyment? Would he finally understand the appeal they seemed to hold for others? He felt, to his own surprise, almost curious. Clearly the boy himself wasn't against it, not with the way he had reacted in the dreamscape. So maybe once Voldemort had him in his grasp, in his power, he could indeed use Harry Potter to explore things. The thought of it definitely wasn't unpleasant. This, he thought, was turning to something rather fascinating to experience, to analyze. A knock on the bedroom door made him stop his musings. "Come in," he said, and a house elf entered, holding a roll of parchment. "This letter arrives this morning from Master Dark Lord, sir," it said, giving the scroll to the pale man. Voldemort took it and began unrolling it, not sparing the elf another glance. A clear dismissal, he thought, just glancing at it briefly. It seemed like this was the first report young Draco Malfoy had sent him on the boy, and he was suddenly eager to read it. He wondered if the blonde Slytherin managed to find out anything worthwhile yet. However, the small creature still would not leave. "Anything else?" he asked then, feeling a little annoyed now. "Yes, sir," nodded the elf quickly. "There's a guest being waiting to meet Master Dark Lord, asking if he's having any time to spare for her." "A guest?" Voldemort questioned. "Who?" The elf visibly shuddered then, as if just the thought of the name was making it feel uneasy. "Mistress Malfoy's sister, sir. It squeaked Bellatrix Lestrange, sir." Voldemort nodded at that. Internally, he wondered how it was possible that he'd forgotten. How focused had he been on the whole Harry Potter mystery to be surprised with Bella's sudden arrival at the manor? He'd been planning for today for months, putting many of his followers to work on the Azkaban escape to ensure success, and even then, somehow he'd managed to forget it had happened last night. Was Harry Potter such a distraction? "Tell her to wait," he finally said to the elf. "She'll be summoned the usual way when I want to speak to her." The elf nodded, and this time apparently not having anything else to say here, it finally left. Lord Voldemort opened the parchment again and began to read. He would deal with Bellatrix later. Besides, it was only morning, and Salazar saved him if he would ever agree to meet that deranged piece of pure blood inbreeding without at least having the first coffee of the day. "Dear Padfoot," Harry wrote in his letter to Sirius that day. "Hope you're doing fine. I read the news in the Prophet today. I really hope you're handling everything okay. But know that if there ever is a need for you just to get things off your chest, I'm here for you, both in letters and hopefully soon in person too. The plan for Christmas still stands, I hope. I can't wait to be with my family again. I also hope your plan for seeking help is still continuing. Remember that you are worth it. Meanwhile, do you think someone with more reach could help you out with your situation? Let me know if they're up to it. Maybe I can put in the word for you too if they decide to talk to me again. That is, on another note, did you see the other news? Our school is going to have a new system of inspections during classes. Everyone's a little nervous about it. I hope our favorite teachers don't get caught in any problems. I personally don't find fault in any of their teaching methods, so hopefully everything will be okay. Some though, well, I wouldn't mind if they changed their ways for the better. Finally, I have a few things to ask for advice with, but they feel much too personal to just put into a letter, so I'm hoping to speak to you soon or over Christmas about them. No worries, it's nothing serious, but I would love your opinion on it. Love, Harry." Currently sitting cross-legged on the floor of the Ollery, the boy finished writing. Reading the letter a few times over, Harry nodded to himself with satisfaction. He'd have wanted to write more, ask Sirius about everything that's been bugging him lately, maybe even complain about Umbridge some more, but was afraid that the letter might get into the wrong hands. Hopefully, this was vague enough not to condemn anyone in case the letter got intercepted, but also detailed enough for Sirius to feel included and understand what he wanted to say. He missed his godfather and often wanted to have a better way of communicating, and wished it would be as easy as speaking to Tom in one of his dreams. Speaking of Tom, Harry honestly didn't understand what had gotten into him the previous night. And although a part of him was still slightly annoyed at being woken up forcibly, and against all odds wanted the dream to repeat itself, and this time let him do more. Another part, which was getting stronger the more he thought back about it, was glad he had been woken up. Because Merlin, what would have happened if Ron never came in? He caught himself feeling increasingly nervous about the evening, the moment he'd have to meet Tom Riddle again. He felt impossibly embarrassed. He even considered for a second pulling an all-nighter and catching up on all of his homework just to avoid seeing the boy again. Because what if the boy wanted to talk about his detentions with Umbridge again, and got all angry and worked up once more? Or, worse, what if he wanted to continue where they'd left off in the morning? Harry was certain he wasn't expecting that from the dreams, and thinking about it without the irrational pull towards the teenage Dark Lord he seemed to feel in the dreamscape, it made no sense at all to be wanting any of it. He'd only wanted a place of peace, an opportunity to let go of his worries, someone to understand. Not an imaginary nighttime lover with the face of Tom Riddle. At least not for now, a small voice in the back of his mind said, but Harry ignored it. He refused to even think about stuff like that. Plus, hadn't he always been into girls? Like he should? He knew that. And yet the previous night, it was as if he'd never even been attracted to anyone but Riddle before. He thought back to his most recent encounter with Cho Chang, and how, although he still considered her beautiful, the attraction, the nervousness, the butterflies in his stomach, none of it seemed to be there anymore. And he sighed. Harry was, to put it simply, very confused about his very own urges and reactions. And he wasn't sure if he wanted to decipher the confusion. Yet at the same time he wished he could, be it with help of someone more experienced, Sirius, for example, or just on his own. Mostly though, especially now in the light of day, and with no Tom around, he wished it would never happen again. He just wanted his life to continue normally, Tom only staying as the place of solace for him as long as Harry needed him to. As selfish as it sounded. And yet, at the same time, he wondered what it would have felt like to kiss the older boy. Given that he'd never kissed anyone before, he didn't even know if his subconscious would get the feeling right at all. And what if it didn't? What if it made the feeling much better than it would be in real life? And then when he finally kissed a real person, he would be disappointed? What if, on the other hand, the experience turned out so underwhelming that Harry would never even want to kiss anyone real? And above all, what if, and Harry knew this thought would haunt him for a long time to come, the Tom in his head was not a dream at all? His anger at Harry's injury had seemed so real, so true last night. And so did the flames of want beyond the red irises fixed upon him. Harry wasn't sure if his imagination was good enough to have simply dreamt those things up. This wasn't the first time the thought had entered Harry's mind. But then it brought up one inevitable question. If not a dream, then what exactly was his Tom Riddle? He found out that, even if it was just a minuscule part of his brain, there was something in him that was still wary of the boy. Admittedly, only when Harry could no longer see the Slytherin when he was out of his presence, or when he made himself think long and hard of all the small details about their interactions that didn't completely fit the dream theory. But it was still there, doubting everything about those strange, yet so comforting dreams. In the dreams, though, while with Tom, Harry couldn't muster even a single droplet of mistrust. Being near the other, closer and closer still, simply felt so right, like the imaginary healing potion for his troubled soul he so desperately needed. And how could something so nice be a bad thing? Maybe he should have told Sirius the truth during the summer, not make up a random muggle friend instead. Maybe it had to do with his scar again, or even his past interaction with Riddle's diary? Could it have been that the memory of Tom, which had previously resided inside of the journal, had latched itself onto Harry when its previous container ceased to be useful? Maybe the tiny fragment of memory had merged with Harry's subconscious and had been living inside of him ever since? Harry shuddered at the thought. Maybe Sirius, being a part of a dark family, would have had an answer for him. Was it too late to tell him now? And in the name of Merlin's old socks, where was Creature with the book on soul magic he'd promised to bring him? There also was a possible solution in asking Albus Dumbledore, Harry mused. But somehow, he doubted the headmaster would speak to him at all. Not with the way he'd been avoiding him for months now. And besides, Harry was sure that especially now with the Toad being appointed High Inquisitor, the old wizard had enough on his plate already. And he, Harry, would definitely not be the one to add more to it, to trouble him with his silly dream escapades. Plus, he had to face it. As of now, he felt like he trusted the strange dream Riddle more than the very real, alive old man. And then again, what if Tom really was what Harry had initially thought? Just a dream? He sighed, stopping his train of thought and looking around. Who knows how long he'd spent among the owls this time? He should probably head back down to the castle before people started looking for him. He got up, dusted the feathers off of his robes, and called Hedwig to send her on her way with the letter. As he watched his owl fly away, he came to a temporary decision. Maybe he was just overthinking things, trying to find excuses, his brain still in a state of confusion because of the almost kiss last night. Maybe he really did have a thing for Riddle or handsome boys in general, and his subconscious was just giving him what he wanted. He wasn't sure anymore, but he decided he would try not to dwell on this, not until an answer presented itself. And it would surely do so in time. Riddle wasn't, after all, hurting him or anything. For now, he had to focus on the real problems. There were Death Eaters escaping Azkaban now. And instead of actually doing a proper investigation of the matter, the Ministry was blaming it all on Sirius and focusing on butting into Hogwarts matters. They forbade them to learn and use defensive magic of all things at a crucial time like this. This was bad, and Harry had no idea how to help it get better. Maybe he would talk about it with Hermione. She might have already gotten an idea. She always seemed to find solutions to everything, clever as she was. Merlin, it was not even 2 months into the school year, and it already felt like it would be the most exhausting one yet. At the same time, 2 wizards met for a little chat in the headmaster's office. Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk as his guest entered, giving the younger man a warm, almost grandfatherly smile. "Take a seat, my boy." He gestured to the free chair in front of him and pushed a small container of candies across the table. "Care for a lemon drop?" Severus Snape, looking mildly uncomfortable, sat down. "No, thank you," he declined automatically. "You wish to speak to me, though, Headmaster?" He did not care for niceties or small talk. He wanted to get this meeting over with as soon as possible, and hoped his curtness would influence the older wizard to get straight to the point. "I confess myself quite surprised and a little disappointed at the news in today's Prophet," Dumbledore stated, taking note of Snape's uneasiness. "I was under the impression that Lord Voldemort had strayed from his previous plans, and yet some of your old friends still found their way out of Azkaban somehow. In contrast to what you've informed me of was implied." And Severus's feeling of uneasiness only grew under the scrutiny of the man's bright, twinkling eyes. A part of him was angry at the insinuations behind the statement. It was almost as if Dumbledore just accused him of lying or omitting information. It wouldn't be the first time, of course, for the old man to try and outright guilt him like this. But honestly, how could he expect him to know everything there was to know about Voldemort's plans? "My apologies, Headmaster," he said, keeping his voice as polite as possible. "But in my defense, I had no idea that the plan to break Bellatrix and the others out of Azkaban was still ongoing, and that it was happening this soon." "Indeed," Dumbledore only hummed, taking a lemon drop himself and still studying the potion's master with his blue gaze. "So, you're still under the impression that his focus remains primarily on Harry Potter, correct?" Snape nodded curtly. "He hadn't been discussing much else lately, at least not with me," he confirmed. "However, it is entirely possible that he's choosing to do so willingly to steer my focus on the Potter boy, since out of his inner circle, I'm the one closest to him and therefore most fit to gather information on him." Dumbledore nodded, and the room fell into silence for a moment. Snape was not sure what was going on inside of the man's head. He had never been easy to read, and that unnerved Severus to no end. Right now, Dumbledore was seemingly considering something, but where his thoughts were leading him, the head of Slytherin had no clue whatsoever. In that sense, being around and guessing the Dark Lord was sometimes so much easier, especially lately, when his former master looked to be almost tunnel visioning on the boy who lived. Yes, with Dumbledore, he never risked a crucio to the face, but compared to him, and now that he thought about it, compared to his own younger self back when Severus used to be rookie. Death Eater, the current version of Lord Voldemort, was almost relaxing to be around, as weird as it sounded. At least he knew to some extent what to expect from the Pale Wizard. "I've noticed an unlikely friendship forming between Harry and Draco Malfoy lately," said Dumbledore then, effectively stopping Severus's musings. "They appear to have worked out their differences, yes," he offered only in response, hoping that would be enough. "Would you say it's in relation to what you've shared with me the last week of summer holidays?" the old man asked, eyes still probing. Severus thought for a second about what to reply. A part of him wanted to protect his godson, save him from more scrutiny from the headmaster. The boy was already struggling as it was, he was sure, even coming to him for help in the form of Potions Class Seat assignment. He didn't like the thought of Draco having Dumbledore's watchful eyes focused on him. But on the other hand, he had promised to do anything to protect Lily's son. So, what should he say? "It might be," he responded slowly, taking care not to look the headmaster directly in the eyes. "Or at least it might be how it started. Draco doesn't exactly share his plans with me. But it looks like, especially lately, he did truly begin to enjoy the Potter boy's company." Then he allowed himself a sneer. "I personally don't understand what he sees in Potter, of course, or if he truly wants to remain his friend, but I don't think he means him harm any longer." There, he didn't exactly lie now, did he? But he wasn't being entirely truthful either. While it was true that he had no idea if Draco was still following the Dark Lord's orders, or if he had already communicated with him in any way, he was pretty sure that the blonde's friendship with Potter was anything but genuine. But since there seemed to be no true danger to the boy now, Sirius wasn't inclined to let the headmaster know anything much. Yet, only if danger presented itself would he disclose more. Dumbledore nodded in answer, thinking again, and Sirius wondered if his answer had been enough for the old man. "Be sure to let me know if anything changes," said the man finally, and Snape felt a bit of weight lift off his shoulders. "I will, headmaster," he promised. "I only like girls," exclaimed Harry the instant he entered the dreamscape that night. Tom was already there, looking at him with mild amusement. "Good evening to you too, dear," he said only, and offered the younger boy a smile. Harry flushed bright red, even redder than he'd already been from the moment the dream started. Earlier that evening, he had decided that, like a true Gryffindor, he would indeed enter the dreamscape after all. He'd be brave, and he'd face the current situation head-on. Or, well, at least the almost kissing Tom Riddle last night part of it. But now he was not too sure anymore, because the only thing he wanted to do was run away and hide behind wakefulness. Good evening," he said dumbly. Silence followed. As always, Tom had seemingly no need to break it, and was only waiting for Harry to decide whether he needed to get something off of his chest this time. Harry wished today would be different. It was very hard to bring himself to speak again. But he had to, otherwise this awkwardness would never end. "So, as I said," he started uncertainly again. "You only like girls." Tom repeated Harry's previous statement in complete nonchalance. Hell, it even sounded a little mocking. Harry felt himself blushing bright red again. Yeah, he nodded, mumbling slightly. "In fact, I've even had a thing for this one girl for a while now, you know?" Tom just continued to smile. "Have you indeed?" he offered only. Merlin's pants, why was he making it so hard? Harry was here rejecting him, and he seemed like he found it amusing, if anything. The fact that even in face of it all, even through the denial, Harry found the older boy's amused smirk dangerously attractive wasn't helping either. He frowned. "Yeah, her name is Cho. She's the Ravenclaw Seeker, and she's literally perfect, you know?" he said, trying to sound the way he had before whenever he'd mentioned the pretty girl, and hoping that would be enough to pass as being truthful. Tom's smile never left his face, although Harry could swear that the moment he said an actual girl's name, something like mild annoyance showed in his eyes for a second. There was a pang of something unpleasant in Harry's chest at that sight. Maybe he'd done it, he hurt Tom's feelings. He caught himself feeling bad all of a sudden as he carefully studied the other's facial expression. The annoyance, or whatever it was now long gone though, and Harry knew he was becoming distracted. Already too long in Tom's presence, he was starting to feel like what he'd decided on before was in fact not the right decision. He was beginning to yearn for the other's closeness again, even just a hug and embrace. He will not look at Tom, he decided at that moment, casting his eyes down, not until he sets the boundaries right. Seeing that the Slytherin had no answer for him this time, Harry just decided to continue talking until he made his point clear. "So, basically, I would like, well, you know, things like yesterday not to be happening anymore." No. Why did it sound so unsure, so insecure, so forced? Harry wanted the statement to be firm, so firm in fact that Tom wouldn't be able to doubt its trueness. But instead, the last sentence sounded more like an insecure squeak, a question even. He felt, rather than heard this time, that Tom was moving closer, until the other boy sat down in front of Harry and forced him once again to look in his eyes. "Oh dear," he said, and the tone of his voice sounded somehow both sincere and mocking. "I believe I must apologize then." The pale, slender-fingered hand once again caught Harry's chin, as it had so many times before, to ensure that the green eyes stayed focused on Tom's face. Harry ignored the urge to sigh in reaction to the sudden relief even the simple touch provided. Why in the seven hells did it still feel so right to be touched by his dream Tom like this? Why did it seem to suck away all his doubts and all the plans he had for turning the older boy down? "I was under the impression that you found our little interaction desirable," Tom told him, voice low, barely above a whisper, sounding almost impossibly seductive. "And even now, unlike your words, your body language seems to be telling me so." Am I wrong again then? Harry couldn't breathe properly, and under Tom's intense stare, the world seemed to once again start turning backwards. It was as if all his doubts from before, all his resolutions, simply got erased just by the force of the other's presence. Tell me, darling, that I'm wrong. Tom continued purring, not letting Harry out of the prison of his crimson gaze. Tell me to stop, and I shall. Was it just his imagination? But did Tom, underneath all the seductiveness, sound lonely? Harry felt weak. So weak. Tom was simply too good at this game. A game he had unknowingly started playing without even going through the rules of it. But wasn't he still just a part of his subconscious mind, and therefore obliged to do as Harry wished? Did it mean that, deep down, Harry really wanted these things to be happening, no matter how much he consciously wished otherwise? Why, you're not wrong, he heard himself admit in defeat. Indeed, hummed Tom, as if satisfied with the answer, and his thumb almost absent, mindedly traced along Harry's lower lip, leaving a slight tingle in its wake. Yet you still do not wish to continue? The crimson eyes were studying him, reading every single change in his expression, deciphering and unraveling all the secrets Harry was trying so hard to hide. He felt like an open book, too easy to read, pick apart, and put back together exactly according to the older boy's will. Has Tom really just asked him if he wanted to stop? Like he didn't know that right now. All that Harry really wanted was to, in fact, continue. Abandon all caution and doubt. Go down the steep slope in a madness and never get out again. However, in doing so, asking, Harry realized through the haze he'd found himself in, the Slytherin was giving him a way out. He managed a light nod. You need to tell me, dearest. Tom teased, or did it only sound so to Harry? Otherwise, how will I know for sure what you mean this time? Harry gulped and forced himself to close his eyes and inhale, exhale, inhale. The grip on his chin subsided, and he felt Tom move away slightly. I can't say that what you did, wasn't pleasant, Harry finally said, gradually looking back up at the other. I just don't think I want these dreams to turn into something more than, occasional hugs and such. It's just too confusing and strange to me. And honestly, if I have to second-guess myself the whole day after, I don't think it's worth trying to figure out if I would in fact enjoy more or not. Tom seemed to think for a moment, and Harry felt like he was trying hard not to show any emotions that might be warring behind those red eyes. What was he thinking? Was he even thinking at all? Was this all just a game to him? Or, of course, he said finally, and Merlin, he really sounded almost disappointed, maybe even hurt. As I said before, I'm not here to harm you, and if you really wish so, I shall respect your boundaries for now. Thank you. And, I'm sorry, Harry nodded gratefully, trying not to dwell on the tone of Tom's voice too much, or on the fact that the Slytherin had said for now. But darling, added Tom after a beat of silence, the trace of hurt still somehow present in his voice. For your own happiness, you really should stop lying to yourself. Harry wasn't exactly sure what the teenage Dark Lord meant by that. Afterwards, Tom stuck to his promise and never tried to get closer to Harry any more than an occasional embrace. They resumed the easy way to be around one another, even once again, sitting close after a while. And if there ever seemed to be any want for more, both from himself and the other, Harry just ignored it. After all, he had more important things to worry about. And time went by. He once again upset Umbridge in class and had to write more of I must not tell lies with a bloody, enchanted quill again, resulting in the scar on his hand deepening. And Tom once again angrily insisting that he shouldn't let it happen again. Harry, also angry at that point, told him that maybe if Voldemort paid the Toad a visit himself and showed her he was back, that would stop her trying to punish him for telling the truth. At that, Tom looked visibly shocked and then never brought the subject up again. Harry did, however, decide to tell his friends then. Both Ron and Hermione were outraged, and soon they devised a plan of revenge. And what better revenge to take against the Vile, who refused to let them practice spells, than to simply start practicing by themselves. Word got around, and soon not only Harry, Ron, and Hermione, but also several other students, including Cho, which both of his best friends deemed very convenient for Harry, who of course never told them about how unsure he was if he even liked her anymore, began meeting regularly in secret to practice. At first, Harry thought that maybe someone wanted to join Dumbledore's army, a name they decided on, and that was, in Harry's opinion, the perfect spit in the Toad's face since. Apparently that was exactly what the Ministry feared the most, just to gawk at him like a ZO animal, or to make him tell the story of Voldemort's resurrection, which he did not want to. However, soon it seemed that actual practice of defense won out, and Harry found that the DA meetings were slowly becoming the highlight of his otherwise quite uninteresting school days, especially after he got banned from playing Quidditch and had his broom confiscated. But all in all, against all odds, Harry found out that although he was not as happy at Hogwarts as he used to, he felt almost okay now. He was helping not only his friends, but also others learn what Umbridge forbade them to. He was doing something useful. Even the staring and whispering in the hallways slowly subsided with time, settling at a manageable level. From time to time lately, he would even fall asleep without dreaming of Tom. Usually during those times, different dreams came to him, all confused and jumbled up, and often full of darkness, red splotches, and pain. Harry often wondered what it meant, something tugging at the back of his mind, wanting him to understand. Usually those nightmares would come whenever the tension got too much between him and Tom the previous day, or if Tom seemed to be in a bad mood and refused to tell Harry the reason. Sometimes, during the day before such a nightmare came, Harry's scar would hurt unexpectedly. The pain followed with a feeling that had nothing to do with what Harry was doing. Anger mostly, even rage, or an occasional case of elation. And so, before he knew it, Harry learned to associate the dreams of darkness, fear, and pain with the aftermath of the actual pain in his scar. Besides the DA meetings and chats with Tom, Harry also still regularly met up with Malfoy, who he started to think of as a sort of a friend, to practice potions and, upon Draco's own request, discuss and learn about the differences between wizarding and Muggle societies and customs. It was almost strange how thirsty the pure blood was for knowledge about the other, lesser-known world to him. How surprised, and sometimes even genuinely amazed he got at Muggle resourcefulness. Harry, on the other hand, got information about wizarding traditions, pure blood etiquette, and much more. And as time went by, he realized that the blonde had never, probably ever in his life, heard anything remotely close to the truth about Muggles, and thus grew up prejudiced. It was like an eye-opener and explained so much about how Draco and most pure-blood children really acted. Harry was glad to be beginning to understand. "Why don't they teach us those things at school?" asked Draco one day. They were sitting in an empty classroom that they'd been using for the past few months to meet up, currently taking a short break from their studies. Since winter was already here and the castle got much colder, they had brought hot chocolate to drink with their snacks and were both enjoying the sweet liquid and the warmth it provided. "Honestly, I don't know," Harry shrugged. "From what I've heard, Muggle studies is just a bunch of rubbish in that regard." Draco frowned. "But why? I mean, there are so many Muggle-borns integrating themselves into our society, so why don't they teach us?" he mused. Harry smiled, not at the suggestion, but at the effort the blonde was putting into not using the word mudblood, at least not in front of him. He had to admit that Draco had been getting better at it lately, only stuttering slightly when the term could come up, not actually using it. Probably for the same bullshit reason they don't teach wizarding customs classes for Muggle-raised kids, so they fit in better, he said sagely. "Sometimes I think they want there to be a gap between traditionally wizarding children and Muggle-raised ones." Honestly, Draco sighed at that. "That almost sounds like Ministry propaganda. And if you ever repeat I said that I'll hex your hair green and silver, by the way." Harry laughed at that. "Yeah, of course, our perfect pure blood heir can't possibly be heard speaking such blasphemous words, especially after he declined to be Umbridge's little watchdog," he declared dramatically, making a face of pure shock and horror. "Not to mention fraternizing with the oh-so-undesirable Minister mocking boy who lived." Draco chuckled. "But you want there to be more fraternizing, don't you, Potter?" he offered with a half-smile. "The why bastard. You wish, Malfoy," Harry retorted without even missing a heartbeat. Draco only rolled his eyes at that. Harry laughed a little again, letting the conversation drop. He stood up and went to the window to look at the school grounds, which were now covered by a thin layer of snow. It had been a few months since the start of his and Draco's unlikely ceasefire, and he still couldn't believe how easy their previously rocky relationship had become, and how pleasant their interactions now were. He knew that Ron was still waiting for the slimy Slytherin to backstab him, even pointed it out once in a while, but apparently not even Draco staying out of the whole Inquisitorial Squad business and literally not even lifting a finger against any Gryffindor didn't convince him. Harry, on the other hand, now believed that the pure blood honestly had no malicious plan for him at all. Hermione, he knew, was on the fence still too, but she did, to her credit, try to be civil with Malfoy whenever the need came. Harry couldn't wish for anything more from her. Speaking of fraternizing, Draco spoke again, now sounding more serious and even a little nervous. Or was Harry just imagining it? There's something I wanted to ask you. A favor of sorts. Oh. Harry reacted in surprise. What favor would Draco possibly need from him that made him so uncharacteristically cast his gaze towards the ground and overall lose all of his pure-blood demeanor? You know, every you'll break, my mother likes to host a masquerade banquet for charity purposes, Draco explained slowly, still seeming somehow nervous and uncomfortable. It seems that this year a lot of the usual benefactors don't want to attend because of the rumors about my father, even though he is personally never present. It would mean a lot to my mother if someone prominent enough in the light fraction, I don't know, the boy who lived, for example, were to attend, even if under a mask. Harry blinked several times at that, trying to understand. So, you're asking me to visit you over Christmas? Basically, he couldn't help teasing a little. Surely Draco was joking. A banquet? Masquerade? Were the Malfoys living in the centuries past? Potter, I'm being serious. Draco looked up then, fixing Harry with a stormy gray stare. Would you do it for my mother and me? And just come for a bit? Harry, noting absent-mindedly that there indeed was something undeniably aristocratic about the boy, and that maybe all of the Slytherin girls chasing after him had a point, studied the other boy's expression. Are you sure you want me to attend? He asked, doubtful. I don't know much about banquets or masquerades or high society etiquette. I could turn out to be a complete embarrassment, you know? Unless, of course, your whole plan with this is to feed me to Voldemort living in your basement or something. He meant the last sentence mostly as a joke. Honestly, however, Draco didn't smile. At the mention of the dark wizard's name, he paled considerably. Please don't say his name so casually, he begged, and once again looked just like a lost teenager. And of course I'm not hiding him in our basement, just for the record. Sorry. Harry held up his hands in an apologetical gesture. I just couldn't help myself. You're the worst, you know that. Draco sighed. Might have heard that one before. Yeah, Harry agreed easily, nodding. So, will you come? Asked the other boy again, still sounding uncertain and a little nervous. You know what, Draco? Since we're now friends, I will. But if I catch even a single glimpse of old snaky face creeping around the corner, I'm getting out of there and jinxing you into oblivion. Draco just nodded at that. Thanks, Harry, really, he said, looking like a boulder had just been lifted off his shoulders. Chapter and notes. Is it just me, or is Harry the most adorable, clueless little Cinnabon ever? And Tom knows it and he loves him for it. He just doesn't know he does, you know, laughing face. Also, not sure how interesting I can make this in the aspect of physical desire, as I personally almost never feel any and have next to zero experience with it. So please don't be mad if you don't find the part satisfactory enough. I try LOL. Also, no, I don't think there ever will be actual smut parts to this FIC. At least as of now, I think there won't. If I ever decide to give writing those a try, well, wow then, but as of now, I don't think I'd be able to produce ones that are any good. Anyway, that's it from me now. See you later, hopefully. Christmas wishes. Chapter summary. Harry finally tries to stop being so oblivious, realizes Tom might be real, and demands some answers. Tom doesn't exactly lie, but doesn't tell the truth either. The last DA meeting before Christmas happens, where Harry realizes some stuff. Chapter notes. So, I might have used my insomnia issues and written another chapter. That being said, I'm sorry if it progressively makes less and less sense. Blame sleep deprivation. Also, thanks so much to everyone who keeps commenting. I've tried replying to as many comments on CH13 as was possible for me without anxiety kicking in, but I'm sorry that not every comment got a reaction. Just please know that I appreciate every single one of them, even if I don't end up engaging. Even a one-word comment or a kudos with nothing else added means loads and loads to me. I'm Harry, I crave validation LOL. Also too, I just realized this is now At almost 800 kudos? How? You don't even know how infinitely grateful I am. Seriously, everyone, I love you. Love. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Throughout the rest of the day, snow continued to fall relentlessly. And so when Harry began getting ready for bed, everything behind the window was already covered in white frostness, reminding him of Hedwig's beautiful plumage. He'd sent the owl off earlier that day to Sirius again, informing him about his plans to visit Draco over the Yule break and asking if his godfather was okay with it. He hoped that after his friends disagreed openly with his decision, Sirius would be more understanding. They'd talked about the boy briefly through their letters, and while his godfather seemed a little wary still, he also appeared the most supportive out of everyone close enough for Harry to share the news with. Apparently, according to him, Draco still had a chance for redemption, and Harry wondered if the man was comparing the current situation with his own growing up. After all, he had been a member of a notoriously dark family, but still managed to escape the clutches of prejudice at the end. Well, at least to some degree, Harry thought, because the moment the Potters died, somehow he still became the primary suspect, no matter the truth. In the silence of a coming night, Harry hoped Draco would welcome the change, though. And who knows, being a member of an influential family, maybe if he were to be clever about it, he could even end up really making a change on a bigger scale, too. And so, no matter what anyone said, Harry would give the blonde a chance to do so, a chance to do better. He would be his friend and support him along the way. The fifth-year bedroom was empty, the other boys still down in the common room. It was now pretty much known to the whole Gryffindor house that Harry Potter hated staying up late, unless he absolutely had to, and was not to be questioned about it. Nobody ever really did anyway, aside from Ron and Hermione, who only received a very vague response about not sleeping well ever since the tournament, and didn't bother asking again. Harry didn't mind. At least he wouldn't have to tell his best friends half-truths or outright lie to them. Harry hated the fact that he was still hiding something so big, so important from the people closest to him. But somehow, he couldn't bring himself to tell them. They wouldn't understand. Not really, just like they didn't understand why he even bothered with befriending the Malfoy heir. They wouldn't be able to see past the prejudice, past the image of Voldemort, and realize that Tom, his Tom, was nothing but good for him. That it was Tom that kept Harry grounded, kept him from spiraling into chaos, darkness, and destruction. No matter who his real-life counterpart was, no matter what Tom himself was. He put on his pajamas and climbed into bed, ready to pull the curtains over and fall asleep. He honestly couldn't wait to ask Tom's opinion on the whole visiting Draco over Christmas deal. Somehow he knew the Slytherin would be supportive, but still wanted to hear it nonetheless. As he lay down and pulled the curtains around his bed, using a simple privacy ward Tom had taught him, in case he talked in his sleep again. On them, he let his thoughts run. Lately, he found that he'd stopped thinking about Tom as just a manifestation of his inner wishes, as something completely fabricated by his subconscious. The dreams were, to put it simply, far too detailed, felt far too real, to be just that. Maybe yes in the beginning, but now, it just couldn't be so. Harry had, in the weeks prior, whenever he had enough time to think, debated the possible reasons with himself, and slowly came to the conclusion that what he was meeting was indeed Tom Riddle himself, a remnant of the memory that had been embedded in the diary he'd destroyed during his second year, and that, looking for a place to stay alive, if being a ghost of a memory could even be called living, had somehow latched itself onto him. And Harry's heart, Harry's soul, had accepted him, welcomed him even, starved for affection and closeness. And let's face it, even then, just wanting to maintain the connection to the brilliant Slytherin prefect. Maybe the memory had been dormant for a while, not strong enough to truly manifest, but meeting the current version of itself back at the graveyard. Maybe even the fact that Voldemort had touched him, had used Harry's blood in his resurrection ritual, brought it back to life. Hence the dreams. They were an outlet, a way for Tom to live, at least somehow, even if such life wasn't completely adequate to actually being able to walk around freely. To Harry, most of the time now, his Tom was as real as Ron or Hermione, yet less so, given that he was just a memory fragment and probably would fade away sooner or later. He made peace with that, mostly, although the thought of losing the boy felt painful. He even found himself feeling sorry for Riddle from time to time, because what he was seeing was a boy, Simple as that, a boy that had made terrible mistakes, yes, but still had some good left in him. Good that shone through wherever the boy helped Harry, even in the smallest way. Harry wondered as he slowly started to drift off if Tom would be keen to explain things himself if he requested it. For the first time in ages, he thought that maybe tonight he could finally be brave enough to ask. Me at a Yule masquerade ball, or banquet, or whatever it is, at Malfoy Manor of all places. Can you imagine? Harry sighed, leaning on the plush sofa against his Tom, back again in the dreamscape, which was in the form of the Slytherin common room today. Ron thinks I've gone completely mental. He'd already received advice against his decision earlier from the youngest Weasley, while Hermione chose to pretend to be too interested in her arithmancy homework to engage in any conversation. He'd been told that Malfoy was certainly up to something, and he, Harry, was being stupid to play into his cards. At this point, he wasn't completely sure as to why he even agreed to attend in the first place. He certainly didn't do it for Draco's beautiful stormy gray eyes, that one he was sure about. Mostly, he thought he was just trying hard to keep up the peace and camaraderie between the two of them, and was afraid that turning the pure blood down might damage it. And honestly, he felt like he would very unexpectedly miss Draco as his friend, or whatever they were now. So, if enduring one evening at a pure blood charade could help, that was exactly what he would do. Harry, he realized, was still so desperate for kindness and friendship that he was willing to try almost anything not to jeopardize even the most unlikely ones. Once again, he wondered if going to a mind healer wouldn't be a good idea. Tom regarded him carefully, as if thinking hard, like he often did even if Harry didn't expect him to. Harry sat in silence and waited, trying to look like he wasn't worried too much about the other's reaction. But he really was. After all, if even Tom thought it was a bad idea. I think it's admirable for you to be moving past biases and prejudice. Tom finally shrugged, and Harry let out a tiny sigh of relief. But then, unexpectedly, Tom looked him straight in the face and in a quiet voice added, "Back in my time, it wasn't as easy." "Back in your time?" asked Harry, curious. It was rare for Tom to talk about himself, his life, childhood, or even Hogwarts years. Before, Harry had always assumed it had been so, because of the fact that the Tom in his brain wasn't real, and Harry's imagination was struggling to conjure up something believable. Even still, he loved every single time his dream companion seemed to open up a little. But ever since he formed the theory of his Tom actually being the diary Tom, it almost felt like every time the boy shared anything with him, he was learning things about Voldemort he would never otherwise have a chance to know. And if Harry was completely honest, every little detail the baby Dark Lord told him seemed almost precious. Some would call it getting to know the enemy, but Harry never really saw it that way. Instead, he was slowly learning about a broken person who had let life change them into someone they might have not become if they'd had at least one reason to try and be better. And at times, he wished more than anything that he could have been there for the young Slytherin before he spiraled into murderous madness. At times, he wondered if there was still a way for him to change the current Lord Voldemort, somehow, both for the wizarding world and the man himself. You have to understand that everything was different then, Riddle spoke, and Harry wondered if his voice was expressionless on purpose, if he was maybe trying to mask his emotions, just in case, or if the endless void in it was just how he really felt. The world was at war, muggles feared and hated everything they couldn't explain, and often chose to resort to violence even if such anomalies did them no harm. And amongst the wizards, many supported Grindelwald's beliefs wholeheartedly, especially if they saw or even witnessed firsthand the muggle arts of war, the bombings, the terror, and the helplessness of one against it. It was easy for a common wizard to start thinking of all muggles as monsters, hell-bent on killing one another, wiping out all that was different than what they believed in, and destroying every little bit of peace around them. Tom's eyes became unfocused as he recalled the memories. An uncertain haze of pain appeared briefly in the crimson hues, seeping slowly into the boy's words too. And Harry was just looking at him, listening intently, completely absorbed in the sad tale. Nobody was safe during those times, no matter how hard they tried. The prefect's voice was quiet, and he even shuddered slightly, as if there was a particularly painful or terrifying memory surfacing in his mind, and the anti-Muggle tendencies were high. Muggle-borns and Muggle-raised wizards got ostracized, even sometimes hunted down just for their origins, and many were choosing to fake their pedigree or outright flee. But where to in the war-ridden world? The sigh that escaped the handsome Slytherin's lips then sounded almost defeated. Even at Hogwarts, it wasn't much different, he said quietly. Tom's words bore some kind of sadness, bitterness even, and yet carried with a captivating strength, making Harry only quietly sit and listen. Maybe in the other houses it wasn't as bad, but especially in Slytherin, those who were unfortunate enough to be of a wrong sort were often trampled down by pure-blood cruelty. Unless you gained some kind of leverage, asserted your dominance, and did so quickly, your time as a dirty blood Slytherin was doomed to be miserable. Tom paused then, as if to compose himself. Probably against his will, a bit of pain got through into his voice. "Were you miserable, Tom?" Harry asked quietly, feeling a slight pang of pain in his chest for this brilliant boy. He'd somehow always imagined Tom arriving at Hogwarts as a prodigy, and everyone just immediately bowing down to him for the sake of it. Now that he thought about it more, it made no sense, not given how prejudiced and stubborn the pure-blood society tended to be. Tom sighed, looking tired, and ran his hand tiredly across his forehead. "Only at the very beginning," he answered. "I was a Muggle-raised orphan with a blatantly Muggle surname, such as Riddle, without any connections or previous knowledge about the wizarding world. But as I said, as soon as I asserted my dominance, the whole house lay at my feet, no matter my questionable blood status. Especially once I proved my relation to Salazar Slytherin himself. But yes, for a short time, I was unhappy," he admitted finally. Harry felt like unhappy was an understatement, given the expression the other was making: sad, vulnerable, lonely. This sad, broken boy was not how Harry knew Tom to be, and it was tugging at his heart painfully. He had a sudden urge to embrace the other, to tell him that everything was okay, to assure him that at least he would be there for him now, even if it's too little, too late. "But I made them pay dearly." Tom smiled then, his smile akin to a smirk, and finally he seemed more like himself again. "Made them all grovel beneath me, worship me as their leader, their lord, their god. Have I had to make some sacrifices for that to happen? Form myself towards their beliefs? Abandon or change some of my original plans? Yes, I've done terrible things to achieve my goals, but I've never once thought to regret it." As he spoke, Harry was reminded more and more of the reality of who Voldemort was nowadays. How much of it was nothing but a pretense? And if the whole pure-blood propaganda was just a facade, what did the man truly want? What had his original goal been? And was he still, somehow, striving towards that, or had his focus shifted as he gained power and lust for blood? Against all better judgment, Harry felt a very strong need to ask the man himself and find out the truth. But Tom suddenly waved his hand dismissively. Today times are different, and apparently young Draco is proving that the youngest generation of pure-bloods might be willing to learn. You, being his friend despite your doubts about his family, must be invaluable to him. Harry gaped. He knew this was the most he would get from Tom about his past for now, but the sudden shift back to the original topic of conversation still caught him slightly off guard. He had just about a million questions he'd love to ask the boy, and let's admit it, maybe even the man, Voldemort himself. But Tom's face had already closed off, all the mixed emotions being put back under the mask of nonchalance. As if nothing happened, as if he'd never allowed himself to be vulnerable. And Harry's heart ached for the young man who'd spent his whole life putting up defenses, only to bury himself so deep beneath them that there was nothing of him left to see anymore. But he knew not to ask, he knew not to push the topic, at least not yet. If he did, Tom would only refuse to ever open up to him again. "Thank you for telling me all this," he said finally and carefully put his hand over Tom's. "I really appreciate the openness, even if I can't properly imagine how it used to be back then. And thank you for the support too, honestly." It seemed that Tom would not even reply for a few beats of silence, until the older boy looked Harry in the eyes and uttered, almost inaudibly, "Thank you for listening." Of course, thought Harry, anytime you need me to, but didn't dare voice those words. And once again, as he looked into the crimson eyes of the other, he wondered how real this Tom Riddle really was. There was simply no way Tom would be able to tell him the things he just did, if he was nothing but Harry's mental construct. No way at all? So, oh, or what was he really? Was he the same Riddle as the diary one, just like Harry had concluded? Or was he something completely different? Something more? The curiosity was almost burning up Harry's insides, but at the same time, the possibility still terrified him. He felt like even if he tried to prepare himself mentally, even if he'd already found out the truth himself, he could never be truly ready to hear it coming from Tom directly. Would finally learning, confirming the truth, break the place of solace he'd struggled to build in these dreams, make it crumble into pieces and destroy it forever? The silence between them grew, as Harry once again got lost in thoughts and ponderings, not even noticing the fact that he was still holding the other's hand gently. And the need to finally stop being a coward, to ask, to know, grew stronger every second. Tom, he suddenly heard himself say, almost in a whisper, the words slipping out of his lips seemingly on their own will. There's something I've wanted to ask you for a while, and I don't think I can wait any longer. Yes, dear? Tom wasted no time answering, prodding the boy gently to go on. And Harry, now that he'd done it, now that he'd metaphorically jumped in, found himself infinitely nervous and almost terrified. What was he thinking, bringing it up? He wanted to run, to direct the conversation elsewhere, to hide. But the Gryffindor part of him, the tiny, tiny brave lion in his heart, made him persevere. This was a mistake, he thought as he slowly, nervously, got the burning question out. Are you really just a fragment of my subconscious? Silence followed, heavy and almost suffocating. Or maybe it just felt like that to Harry, who was already regretting asking it all. Tom slowly withdrew his hand then. Harry couldn't look him in the eyes anymore, too scared of what he might find there. Was Tom angry with Harry? Offended by the question? Would he answer at all? Or maybe be vague about it enough, so he doesn't really divulge any information, divert the attention elsewhere maybe? Harry could almost hear it now. Do you wish me to be? Followed by a probing gaze that would make him question what he wanted, instead of getting a straight answer out of the baby Dark Lord. But nothing of that sort came. The handsome Slytherin closed his eyes then and sighed almost tiredly, defeatedly. No, Harry had probably subconsciously known this the whole time, and therefore should have been prepared for it. He'd told himself he didn't mind. He made peace with it. He shouldn't be prone to overreacting now. But still, the moment the single, damning syllable left the other's lips, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sensation of falling. Like the very ground underneath him had disappeared. Like his world would indeed be shattered any second now. The dream would vanish and only leave a void of pain, regret, and fear behind. His head started spinning, and he realized he had been holding his breath this whole time. But none of it mattered. Nothing mattered in the face of truth. Tom was not just a dream. Tom was real as Harry himself. And the world was falling apart and rebuilding itself back. Only now nothing made sense anymore. I'm truly sorry for not telling you sooner, Harry, Tom said quietly, and the apology felt so impossibly sad, so genuine, so lonely. There even seemed to be regret mixed into those words, as if Tom wanted nothing more than to tell Harry everything right now, to get it over with, to rip the wound open and let all the secrets bleed out. And yet he didn't. He just apologized in that pained voice, saying nothing more. This was the first time ever since the dream started Tom had used his first name. He said it carefully, wonderingly, as if not believing his own boldness. It felt as if he was tasting the flavor of the long-avoided name on his tongue, savoring it like a rare treat. The sound of it left Harry metaphorically gasping for breath. He had no idea why it should even hold such an impact on him, make such an impression. It was just a name, but it did. And Harry felt it in his bones, in his very soul then. Something fundamental was beginning to shift. Something had broken open, a dam of suppressed emotions letting the flood out and threatening to drown him. He would just fall down its deep waters and keep falling, and falling. So, Christmas is coming soon, he blurted out instead, mentally facepalming at his superb topic-changing abilities. Do you think there is any way I could give you something? You know, in here and all? No, he was definitely not running away now. hiding for what he felt would come down on him with the crushing weight of 1,000,000 stones the moment he woke from the dream. Or maybe he was, damn it. But who could blame him? Everything that had been said since the beginning of today's dream was just too overwhelming. And more than anything, Harry just wanted to stop thinking about it and just store it away for later, for when he was awake. Tom looked taken aback at the sudden change, surprised. Then he gave him that one gentle, almost fond smile he would only show very occasionally, and that made Harry's inside tingle with a slightly fluttery warmth. "How about I think about it and let you know once you'll comes?" Tom suggested. "Oh, yeah, why not?" Harry could do nothing but agree. Did this mean that the dreams would continue then? Harry realized that once he'd asked about Tom's true nature, he'd automatically started, expecting tonight to be the last time he saw the boy. And although now he was not too sure about how to treat the other, although he probably shouldn't even want to come back here, he felt relieved. After all, he still didn't want to lose his Tom. "In the meantime, my precious little soul," asked Tom gently, "is there anything you wish for?" Another little beat of silence followed as the younger considered it. I don't think that you telling me what exactly you are is an option, is it?" Harry ventured hopefully. Tom shook his head lightly, looking almost regretful. "Is my word that I truly mean no harm to you not enough?" was the other's answer, his words now audibly laced with hurt. There was the refusal to explain, even that Harry expected. And yet, somehow, he didn't feel angry, betrayed, anything of the sort. After all, Tom had never explicitly stated that he was only a part of Harry's imagination. Did he? It only just so happened that Harry had been so scared of the possibility that he might, in fact, be real, that he never made himself ask until now. And he could see the other's anguish about the topic. This wasn't easy for him either. Maybe the topic of himself and the reality of him was a sore spot for Tom, painful even. So would Harry be about it and demand answers? Or try and let Tom come to him with an explanation on his own time? "Sorry, had to try," he sighed, feeling now impossibly tired. "I understand," the other answered, his voice not betraying any emotion anymore. "And I promise that once the time is right, you shall know everything." There was something almost binding about those words, the promise, and the raven-haired boy found himself willing to trust the other. "So, you won't disappear then?" Harry heard himself ask, his own voice reminding him of a small child needing reassurance. Against all odds, against common sense, he needed to hear it. Needed to know that he would not be losing his Tom just yet. "Not unless you want me to," Tom said simply. Harry nodded, and they fell into a momentary silence, each lost in his own world of thoughts. "You know what's funny?" Harry was the one to break the silence after a while. "What is?" Tom was now looking at him again, studying him with those deep, crimson eyes. Harry gulped. "Even though I should be angry or feel betrayed or something, I think I might be more okay with you being real, whatever that means in your case, than I was with you being my imagination. At least then I'm not going mad, inventing a whole person with a backstory and everything, just to ease my own uneasiness and—" He stopped mid-sentence. "Maybe then falling for you wouldn't be a complete madness either," he thought to himself, not daring to say such words aloud. Hell, he didn't even want to admit the possibility of that to himself, let alone the object of his possible infatuation. Besides, he would do anything for it to not come to that before he allowed such foolishness to happen. After all, this boy was Tom Riddle, the past self of the Dark Lord, and therefore he was the least suited to be anything to Harry at all. No, he'd try again with Cho, or with someone else who was at least alive enough for the crush to make any sense at all. Meanwhile, the other was just looking at him wonderingly. "Do you realize how incredibly precious you are?" said Tom then, the almost fondness back in his voice, then sighed and got up from the sofa, as if to make some space between them, as if Harry's immediate closeness suddenly became too much for him. "At this rate, you'll soon force me to break some of my promises, as much as I don't want to shatter your trust." Harry knew he was blushing then, knowing exactly which promises the other meant, judging by the way he was now looking at him. He cleared his throat nervously. "Honestly, though, don't give me anything," he said then, changing the subject again. "Besides knowing the truth about you, the only two other wishes I can think of are either for my godfather to be a free man again, and taking custody of me or probed Tom, sounding slightly amused. Being born during your time, going to first year with you, becoming your friend, and showing you how amazing it can feel to be cared for. He could only see the other's expression change from amused to surprised before the dream suddenly ended. It felt like Tom was the one to cut it short this time, and it reminded Harry of that one time he'd told the other he was sorry he never had any family. As he drifted in a deeper sleep, he dreamt of a better world, a world where Tom Riddle had him from the get-go to show him care and affection. A world where Tom Riddle never became Lord Voldemort. After months and months of repetitive nightmares, this new, peaceful dream almost seemed like a reward for enduring it for so long. Lord Voldemort awoke in his chambers, feeling slightly shaken after the intensity of tonight's dream adventure. He could have easily pretended that whatever he did or said tonight had all been a part of his plan, a role to play in order to get the boy to believe him. Everything down to the perfectly defeated admission of not being just a dream. And it all seemed to work perfectly too, because Harry reacted the way he'd wanted him to. However, the reality was that if he had to be completely honest, he could no longer tell where the pretense ended and genuine truth began. He sighed. He needed to get this under control fast, or it would spiral into something unforeseeable. Harry spent the next day in a strange sort of haze, his head not really back out of the night's dream yet. Only when both Ron, Hermione, and even Draco told him that there seems to be something weighing on his mind, and asked if he wanted to talk about it, did he make any sort of effort to be more present, less closed off in his own head. Plus, the last EA meeting before the break was to be held tonight, and he just had to be focused for that. He'd gone to the room of requirement early that day to prepare, which proved to be a very lucky decision, because in his absence, someone, and Harry strongly suspected Dobby the house elf, had decorated the room with hundreds of golden baubles, each of them showing the picture of Harry's face along with a legend that said, "Have a very Harry Christmas." Upon seeing that and becoming sufficiently terrified, Harry worked quickly to remove them all before any DA members arrived. He was just finishing with the impromptu cleanup when Luna Lovegood showed up. "These are interesting," she said dreamily. "Want help putting them up?" Harry shook his head fervently at that. "Merlin, no, I just finished taking them down," he exclaimed. "Oh," said Luna only, losing interest in the baubles that Harry was now covering with a thick black cloth and pointing suddenly above his head. "Mistletoe." Harry looked up and indeed saw clumps of white berries now hanging exactly above him. Frowning, he quickly stepped away. He didn't think Luna, of all people, would get any funny ideas involving mistletoe, but better be safe than sorry. "Good thinking," the girl said approvingly. "Usually they're infested with nargles." Harry smiled. He liked the girl and her unique quirkiness. The rest of the DAs started arriving soon, so he hadn't needed to ask what exactly nargles were supposed to be. The meeting itself went really well, even if Zachariah Smith grumbled at the beginning of it about not learning anything new. They only reviewed what they'd already learned, and Harry was pleased to see everyone making decent progress. Even Neville, who had been the slowest out of the group to get better, was now able to successfully disarm Harry. Not always, but the frequency of his success was increasing. Harry also noticed throughout the meeting that Cho was looking his way more often than usual. Her friend Marietta, who he honestly still wasn't sure he liked, she certainly didn't seem too enthusiastic about attending most of the time, would, whenever she saw the pretty Ravenclaw glance his way, look even more annoyed than usual, and more than once he even saw her whisper something to Cho, gesturing rather urgently. Harry sighed inwardly. About a year or so ago, such amount of attention from the Ravenclaw seeker would have been very pleasing and would probably have made him quite nervous and maybe even hopeful. Right now, he wasn't so sure anymore, but he remembered what he'd decided and tried to find the feelings he'd held for the girl before. Truthfully, Cho was still a very pretty girl, and anyone who wasn't completely blind could see it. Harry knew that getting to date her would definitely be a dream come true for most boys, and honestly, a part of him wasn't opposed to the idea of Harry Potter being the boyfriend of the most beautiful fifth year, even if just for the way it sounded. Assuming that Cho was into him too, obviously, which he still wasn't really sure about. Maybe, he mused, he would find out, and even get those fluttery feelings back if he started interacting with her more. Well, he would certainly try. and today seemed as good a day as any to start. Good job, everyone. You did really well. He was soon telling everybody, and the practice session was ending. Keep it up, and soon we might even work our way to the Patronus. Charm. Until the next meeting, keep practicing whenever you can, and otherwise just have happy holidays. Everybody, even Zachariah, clapped then, and the crowd started slowly dispersing. All of the members wanted to thank Harry on their way out, wish him happy holidays, and shake his hand, but soon enough, he was left almost alone. Looking around, he saw that besides him, Ron and Hermione, only Cho and her friend Marietta were still present. "No, go on. I'll catch you later," he heard Cho tell the other girl, and soon echoing footsteps let him know that Marietta was indeed leaving. "So, Harry, we'll see you at dinner," said Hermione then, and apparently wanting to give Harry a chance to speak to the Ravenclaw alone, all but dragged a confused Ron out of the room with her. Harry smiled to himself. Sometimes Hermione's intuition was just too good. He wondered how strange it was, though, that even if he was sure that before the Tom dream started, he would be feeling infinitely nervous during a situation like this. Right now, he was mostly calm, the nervousness barely there on a very shallow surface level. He waited for the girl to say something, to do something, the silence of the room slowly turning awkward. Suddenly, as he was looking around for some equipment, he could pretend to be cleaning up or something. He heard a sniff. Cho was standing in the middle of the room, tears running down her cheeks. Now he didn't expect that to happen, not at all. Maybe a Merry Christmas or something, but definitely not crying. He didn't know what to do. Slowly, he approached the crying girl. "What's going on?" he asked softly. She shook her head and quickly tried to wipe away the tears. Harry felt completely helpless. How was he supposed to comfort her? "I'm sorry," she said, still half sobbing. "It's just learning all this stuff sometimes makes me wonder whether if he'd known it, he'd still be alive." Oh! Harry suddenly felt cold enveloping his insides. Was this why Cho had stayed behind? To talk about Cedric? He felt like such an idiot. Did he misinterpret the signals she'd been giving him then? He probably did, just waiting here and thinking about getting together with her. How ridiculous of him. But talking about Cedric, what good would it do either of them? He sighed heavily, looking at the girl. He didn't know this stuff. He said he was really good at it, actually. But when Voldemort wants to kill you, well, you don't stand a chance. As he said it, he suddenly remembered the graveyard, the way the pale monster of a man had seemingly hesitated while taunting him. He was still sure that what he'd just said was true. If Voldemort had wanted to kill him, truly, really wanted to kill him, not only Cedric, but Harry himself would already be dead too. But why leave him alive? Again, he felt a pang of survivor's guilt reaching into his throat, and at the same time, as if responding to those thoughts of his, a quick bolt of pain shot through his scar. Harry suppressed a wince, and Cho was staring at him intently, the tears on her cheeks still not completely dried up. "You survived when you were just a baby," she said quietly. Oh no, Harry thought, not this too. How was this meeting going worse and worse every second? He realized that now. Not only did he feel helpless as to what to do to cheer the girl up, but was also starting to feel a bit annoyed. "Yeah, well," he said wearily and tried hard to at least not sound overly rude. Moved towards the door. "I got no idea why, nor does anybody else, so it's really nothing to be proud of." "Oh, don't go," sobbed Cho, tearful again. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get all upset like this." Harry stopped and looked back at her, feeling completely miserable. He did, after all, despite his annoyance at the comment about his miraculous survival back, when he'd only been a baby, or even just wanting to discuss Cedric of all possible topics. Feel genuinely bad for Cho, and didn't want her to be sad or upset. "I know it must be horrible for you, me talking about it," she said, "when you were the one to watch Cedric die. I suppose you just want to forget about it." Harry didn't say anything to this. Honestly, she was right, he wanted to forget about it all, and had been pretty successful at it lately, and here she was bringing it all up to the surface again. But honestly, saying that felt completely heartless, so he settled for silence instead. And the silence grew. "You're a really good teacher, you know," said Cho suddenly, giving him a watery smile. "I've never been able to stun anything before." "Thanks," he replied, feeling awkward. They just looked at one another for a while. Cho was not crying at the moment, and again, Harry was reminded of how pretty the girl was. However, rather than anything, he found himself wanting to flee from the room as the atmosphere between them got heavier. Mistletoe, said Cho quietly, just as he was seriously beginning to consider making a run for it, pointing above Harry's head. Yeah, he said, his mouth suddenly gone dry. It's probably full of nargles. What are nargles? Cho asked, moving closer. No idea, Harry shrugged, watching her get closer still. Honestly, she was too close now, so close that he could almost count the number of minuscule freckles on her nose. I really like you, Harry, Cho almost whispered as she leaned in closer, tiny tears again forming in her eyes. And Harry, instinctively maybe still in search of that fluttery feeling from before, leaned in too, and their lips met. Cho's lips were soft, tender, and tasted slightly of tears. The feeling of the kiss wasn't exactly unpleasant. Not at all, but left Harry wondering if that was all there was to it. How he would have wished to say anything else, but the fluttery feeling, the happiness, the weightlessness he would have expected never came. As they separated and he looked at the girl's face, he knew she felt it too. It was all somehow anticlimactic and disappointing. And to make matters worse, apparently just at that moment, somewhere far away, something or someone angered Lord Voldemort so much that Harry only saw a red haze of anger, loathing, and absolute hatred for a second, accompanied by a stabbing pain in his scar. Hell, he definitely didn't need an insight into the Dark Lord's mind at the moment. He hoped his face didn't betray anything, and he cleared his throat, willing the pain to go away. I like you too, Cho, he said honestly, referring to the girl's previous words, but I don't think it would work out between us. Cho nodded, blinking away tears again. I guess not, she said. Too much pain between us, and regret too. Precisely, Harry echoed, grasping the reason as she presented it to him. He definitely wasn't about to tell her that while he thought that she was a virtually perfect dream to every boy in the 5th year, he, Harry, of all people, suddenly couldn't feel even a bit of attraction towards her. Do you think we can still be friends, though? She asked hopefully. Of course, he smiled gently. The two of them left the room of requirements soon after. That evening over dinner, he thought hard about what this meant. Maybe he really wasn't into Cho, but that didn't have to apply to all girls in general. Or maybe boys were more his thing. He would have to test this newest theory somehow. He even consulted Ron and Hermione, who both told him that it was okay if he didn't feel anything for Cho. Hermione even added that she thought it nice of him not to continue letting her get her hopes up, and that she was proud of how well he'd handled the situation given the circumstances. What Harry never told his friends was, though, how every single time he'd thought back of the kiss, he wondered if it would have been as underwhelming were the other party to be as Tom Riddle. The remaining days until the Christmas break seemed to go in a blur. The dreams of Tom Riddle had stopped after the last time too, which Harry had expected and even welcomed. Honestly, he wasn't sure how to feel about everything, how to approach the fact that he now knew his Tom was not just a fable his brain had conjured. It was honestly so much different to suspect the boy being real and knowing it for sure. Plus, even though that one aspect got confirmed for him, he still knew nothing at all about the Slytherin's origins. How real was he exactly? And who or what was he? Was it even safe for Harry to continue seeking out the dreams? Not to mention the kiss he'd shared with Cho Chang. Even though it made no sense at all, even though he knew it was absolutely ridiculous to be feeling so, Harry felt like he had cheated on the others somehow. Granted, the only way for him to even have found out that nothing would ever happen between Cho and him was to try, but it still felt wrong. And Harry was simply unable to shake that feeling. No matter how many times he rationalized it and reminded himself that he and his Tom were not a couple or anything similar, and therefore there was absolutely no need to feel any guilt at all. As of now, Harry was glad to not dream of Tom for a while, to not be put under the boy's influence, even if it meant that some of his nightmares, especially the black and red world of pain ones, returned in more force than before. There was now also a very alarming number of dreams involving Lord Voldemort himself, the way he looked nowadays. All pale, serpentine-like, and utterly inhuman. In those dreams, though, the Dark Lord almost always seemed to be in pain, suffering, and calling out for help, and Harry found himself wanting to give it. He found himself drawn to the monster of a man rather than being appalled, found himself wishing he could make the others pain. The craziness. Everything that's turned him into a monster, go away. And most of all, he found himself not thinking it all that strange at all. Chapter and notes. Harry, darling, you got it all wrong again. Crying face. I'm aware that the last YEA meeting isn't 100% the same as it was in the books. However, it was heavily inspired by the original text. I didn't keep it exactly the same, but I think the gist of it is basically identical, up until the kiss. Anyway, Yule is approaching, the Malfoy ball is approaching. Who knows what will happen there, because you know who, pun intended, sort of, is currently living under the pure-blood family's roof. Winky face. Tears. Chapter summary. The black and red nightmares are back. But this time, they are somehow worse, and Harry is confused. Chapter notes. Slight trigger warning. Pain, blood. In the nightmare part of the chapter. However, I still recommend to read at least some of the nightmare, so you know about Harry's thoughts and their shifts. I won't say I'm sorry for the chapter being late this time. Honestly, I feel like by now you are all used to the chapters appearing randomly as my mental health hits its ups and lows. However, I want to thank you for sticking around. There's a huge thank you rant in the end notes, but I won't bother you with it before you've even had a chance to read the chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. As soon as Christmas break came, Harry appeared at Grimmauld, escorted by a very enthusiastic Tonks, who was currently sporting a strange combination of red, green, and white curls, calling it festive and refusing anyone's truthful and slightly concerned objections about her bizarre choice of hairstyle. "See you later, Harry," she waved to him merrily as the boy stepped inside of the black ancestral home. Harry was smiling slightly as he opened the door. Honestly, he liked Tonks. She was like a nice breath of fresh air everyone seemed to need these days. Even with her clumsiness, even with the atrocious creations she sometimes forced her hair into becoming. Harry. Sirius wasted no time hugging his godson the moment he arrived. In that regard, Harry thought fondly as he returned the man's hug. He was honestly behaving quite like his animagus counterpart. "Missed you too, Padfoot," he grinned at the man. "Come on, I had Creature make dinner for you." Sirius smiled somewhat proudly and beckoned Harry to follow him. "Oh, really?" Harry asked, interested, walking towards the dining room. "And how have you managed that? Last time I heard, you two couldn't stand one another, and he refused to obey you altogether." "Well," Sirius admitted after a slight pause, still looking impossibly pleased with himself. "I did what you and Hermione suggested and tried being nicer to him. He's still not happy to serve me, but at least he isn't outright refusing now." Harry patted the man on the shoulder in support. "That's a huge step, though," he nodded approvingly. "Now let's just hope he didn't just obey, so he could poison the food or something." Sirius shrugged, but still continued smiling. Harry felt that nothing, not even poisoned food, would ruin the man's mood today. He knew that Sirius had been looking forward to his Christmas visit for the past few months. And although Harry hated the thought of his arrival being literally the only happy thing the man had going on in life, stuck here in the gloomy house as he was, he couldn't help but feel warmth spread through his whole self just at the thought of spending Christmas with his family. His true family. For the first time ever. He was also very much looking forward to later during the break, when the Weasleys promised to come visit. Hermione, once again, was on vacation somewhere with her parents, so she would be absent this time. He thought that maybe having the house full once again would help Sirius feel a little less left out. As it turned out, the dinner wasn't poisoned after all. On the contrary, when Creature served them the lamb stew, Harry found out that it was actually pretty delicious. A fact he immediately praised the elf for, earning a small jerky bow. Speaking of Creature, Harry once again wondered about when he was going to deliver the books on soul magic to him, or even if he was planning to at all. But the elf showed no sign or attempted to do anything, and he was not going to ask him full on. In the worst case scenario, he would just have to sneak into the Black Library and look for them himself before the break ended. After dinner, Harry and Sirius spent some more time catching up, neither of them breaching any important subject yet, both saving the heavier stuff for later. No other Order members seemed to be planning on showing up. That was until the door to the lounge where they were sitting, drinking chamomile tea. Harry claimed it helped him calm down before sleeping, and Sirius did not object. Opened, and Remus Lupin entered. He looked possibly even shabbier than the last time Harry saw him, but still smiled warmly. "Oh, hi Moony," greeted Sirius. "Join us for tea?" And with that, Remus also joined their little chat. Harry learned that Dumbledore had been sending the man to the werewolf clans across Britain in attempts to gain their support against Voldemort. Most of them honestly prefer what he's got to offer, though, Remus said tiredly, warming his hands on his teacup. Apparently, he's promising them freedoms they don't have in the current society. Harry frowned. "But that's impossible," he exclaimed. "Don't the Death Eaters openly discriminate against all non-humans?" Remus only sighed. "Of course what he's promising is not true," he answered sadly, "but it seems most still wish to follow him anyway. Especially after Greyback has officially declared his alliance with him. He even says he'd been made a Death Eater, though I doubt that Voldemort would allow him such an honor." At that, Sirius snorted. "Yeah, he's probably just a Death Eater lapdog," he grumbled. "Still," Remus shrugged, "it makes it a lot harder for me to even go try and convince anybody." Harry nodded gravely. This was not very good news. But it was news nevertheless, and he was grateful that now, with no Molly Weasley around, the two marauders seemed to have no problem with telling him what was going on. Even if he could do nothing about it, he preferred to know, to not be kept in the dark. "Thanks for telling me," he said, sighing again. "Even if I don't see how I can help, it's nice to finally know what's happening. Just don't tell Molly we told you, okay?" Remus shrugged tiredly. Harry nodded. Somewhere deep in his subconscious, he knew that Mrs. Weasley and the others only wanted to spare him needless worry, and in the end, they meant well by not telling him things, but still he just preferred to not be kept out of the loop completely. He wasn't a little kid anymore, and he'd survived through much more than some of the older Order members, so being treated as such just left a sour taste in his mouth. "Wish I could help somehow too," said Sirius then bitterly. "But no, it's not safe for me out there. It's better I stay inside." Harry could hear the bitterness, the impatience in his godfather's voice, the eagerness to go and be helpful to the cause, or really just a simple wish to go outside. He felt sorry for the man. While it was true that staying inside was definitely safer for Sirius, he doubted that having to live locked up in the house he'd shared with the family he hated was doing anything good to Sirius's psyche. Truthfully, Harry would have wished for his godfather to be living anywhere else but here, preferably someplace where he could get a mind healer's help, the way he heard a person who'd suffered prolonged dementor influence should. "I know it won't help the Order much," he said slowly, hoping to appease his godfather, "but I can take you on a walk in dog form tomorrow if you like. To get some fresh air at least." Sirius smiled at him fondly. "Thanks, pup," he said, ruffling Harry's hair. The now somewhat familiar feeling of warmth flooded Harry at that. He felt content and happy, somehow, despite everything, because here he was with the only family that mattered. And if he could make Sirius at least a bit happy too by taking him on walks in dog form, he would. Lupin, for a moment, looked like he was about to object to this recklessness the two were planning, but seemed to think not to in the end, and resorted to only sighing in defeat. "So, Padfoot," he turned to Sirius instead, "think it would be okay for me to stay here for a few days? The last clan I was with kicked me out because I was too obviously trying to fit in with wizards. You know, someone who tried hard to live a normal, non-wolfy life on a regular basis. And honestly, I don't even want to bother any others till the end of your season." At the prospect of even more company over the holidays, Sirius positively beamed. "Of course, Moony, of course," he said, still smiling. "Stay however long you need." Then he hurried out of the room, and soon they could hear him calling Creature and telling him to prepare a room for the new guest. "So, Harry," Lupin asked quietly as soon as Black was out of the room, "how are you doing, really? I heard that Dolores Umbridge is now a teacher and even inquisitor at Hogwarts." His voice was laced with worry. Harry grimaced at that. "Honestly, it's pretty bad with her there," he told Lupin. "We think she's going to sack Trelawney and probably Hagrid too, based on how the inspections are going. And she's putting in place all these nonsense rules, giving out detentions for basically everything, and refusing to let us use any spells during her classes." Lupin frowned. "I've heard rumors but couldn't believe them. Who in their right mind would ban you from actually practicing defensive spells?" he breathed out. Harry shrugged. "Well, she does anyway. Of course it kind of makes sense," Remus said tiredly, rubbing his temples. "She works for Fudge, and Fudge is a paranoid old fool," added Sirius, who just returned to the room, sounding disgusted. "Did you know he thinks that Dumbledore is building an army of students and planning to overthrow him?" Harry was pretty sure he'd heard some rumors, but it still sounded somehow unlikely to be really the reason for them being stuck with the Toad. Besides, an army of students? What in the name of Merlin's moldy pants did the minister think a bunch of kids could do to his ministry? When he had the whole Aura department under his command. But Dumbledore could become the minister without really having to overthrow anyone, he said, shrugging, or could have before the slander campaign anyway. True, Sirius nodded. But Fudge seems unable to see that, concluded Lupin. This whole thing was just ridiculous. Harry always thought Fudge to be a bit of a fool. But seriously, how big of a fool do you have to be to believe Dumbledore of all people, a man who'd turned down the minister title several times already, would suddenly come after his post? The man who openly stated on multiple occasions that his biggest happiness in life was to teach? He just could not believe the amount of paranoia the man had in him. They talked for a while after still, and somehow, Harry managed to avoid telling either of them about the blood quill being used during his detentions. He would talk to Sirius about it, but tonight was not the right time to do so. Harry also wanted to ask Sirius for advice about Tom, but didn't know how to, especially since he was definitely not ready to divulge all the information about him, including the part where Tom was most likely a real person's memory, trapped inside of his subconscious. So he stayed quiet on that matter too, opting to discuss safer topics. Later that night, when he finally managed to fall asleep, Harry found himself once again trapped in the dark, black and red void, the world of suffering. He was having yet another nightmare. Tom still wasn't showing up in the dreams, leaving no chance for him to truly rest now. And Harry wondered if maybe despite his words of reassurance during their last meeting, the boy had indeed decided not to appear anymore. It made him feel strangely lonely and sad when he considered this option. It felt like it had been his hasty decision to demand answers that had driven a wedge between the two of them and caused Tom to once again disappear. Harry honestly didn't wish for such an outcome and wasn't sure how to undo it now. An unnerving feeling of guilt was trying to worm itself inside of his brain. Because if Tom had indeed abandoned him, had indeed left him to fight the nightmares night after night, whose fault had it really been? His own. If he'd never asked about certain things, never tried to confirm whether Tom was real or not, he could have avoided this. He would still have his place of solace, his confidant, his Tom. But now it looked like he had nothing. Just darkness, emptiness, and pain. He looked around, taking in the vast black void that only occasional splashes of scarlet gave any hint of color to, and shivered involuntarily. These particular nightmares were not only incredibly unnerving and often downright painful, they also left him all confused upon waking up, because most of the time, he just didn't feel like it was necessarily him dreaming about those things. The inner world of pain somehow felt more like he was a guest to it, or a prisoner maybe. Even the pain sometimes became a little dull, as if it was not necessarily Harry feeling it, not fully at least. It almost felt just like an echo of suffering from time to time, and Harry subconsciously knew that had it really been his own pain, it would feel much, much worse. And yet, it was still here, worming its way into his very soul, tainting it red and black. It was a part of him, and yet it wasn't. Soon enough, Harry spotted a figure down on what he assumed was the floor, although he couldn't tell for sure, as everything around was the same shade of all-consuming black. Voldemort lay there, his pale body curled up in agony into a fetal position. The man was trembling, sobbing, obviously in so much pain that just watching it was almost all one could take. At that moment, he didn't look like a Dark Lord at all. He just seemed broken. Harry wondered if what the Dark Wizard was experiencing felt similar to a Crucio, or if, possibly, it was even worse, and against all of his better judgment, he felt concern for the man building in his chest. Lord Voldemort or not, there was a person clearly suffering in front of him, and it filled him with anguish. Harry approached the man cautiously, his steps echoing through the dark space and bouncing off walls that seemingly were not really there. He wasn't sure what his plan was here, what he wanted to do. All he knew was that he wanted to help the pale man somehow, alleviate some of his pain if he could. At the moment, it seemed that the aching figure didn't even notice the boy's presence. He only continued sobbing quietly, still curled into himself like an abused child. Like Harry himself had been countless times at the Dursleys. Voldemort? Harry spoke gently, trying to catch his attention. No response at all. The man was still seemingly not noticing anything but his own suffering. And Harry felt inexplicably like his heart was breaking just a little every second he watched, the other in such obvious pain. A part of him knew it was ludicrous to feel sorry for the murderer of his parents, for the man who had tortured and killed so many more. He should think the other way around. He should be sure that the Dark Lord deserved to pay for what he'd done, and rejoice at the sight of him like this. He should want revenge. He should enjoy seeing the other in such obvious pain, not be wincing at it and feeling sorry for him. But he still did. His previous interactions with Tom Riddle had taught him that while the current Voldemort was a cruel monster of a man, that he was still just a man. A man that had made many terrible mistakes and allowed himself to be consumed by darkness, yes. But still just a man. And seeing him like this, so broken down, Harry just couldn't bring himself to feel any of the hatred he usually had for the living version of the Dark Lord. Voldemort? He tried again, louder this time, but there was still no answer. He didn't even know why he was trying to get the man's attention at all. It would hardly help with the pain, it probably wouldn't do anything. But what else was he supposed to do? All he could really offer was a distraction. Harry took a deep breath, and staring at the trembling man who was still trapped inside a world of agony, he knelt down. Tentatively, carefully, as if he was afraid that Voldemort would break at the lightest touch, he put one hand on the man's shivering shoulder. He took a deep breath before speaking again. "Tom," he called then, gentler still. The sobs stopped, and the trembling subsided slightly, even if it was still present. A sharp intake of breath could be heard from the pale figure, then a sigh, as if a bit of the pain was being lifted off him. Bone-white face that could have as well belonged to a long-forgotten wraith rather than a powerful dark wizard, looked up at him then. The sight left Harry terrified, but above all, strangely concerned. Because this was not the Voldemort he knew. There was no illusion of power around him, no feeling of a swirling mass of dark magic so strong it threatened to suffocate him. Nothing at all. This was, for lack of better description, just an empty, washed-out shell of Lord Voldemort. His cheeks were hollow, thin lips parched and cracked, as if he hadn't had any water while crying for hours and hours. And the ruby eyes Harry usually found both terrifying and entrancing were just staring at him in a silent, desperate plea, empty of their shine, empty of murderous intent, empty of life, empty of hope. Crying. And those tears. Harry almost jumped back at the sight of them. Because they weren't tears, not really. Only when Voldemort finally turned his face up Harry's way, trying to focus his bleary eyes on the boy. Only when Harry had a clear view of his pained, tortured expression, of those empty irises, did the green-eyed boy realize what they truly were. The droplets pouring out of the man's eyes, staining his pale cheeks crimson, were blood. The boy's heart fell. He wondered what must have happened for the man to be reduced to this broken, destroyed vessel for a maimed, tortured soul that seemed to be seeping out of his eye sockets along with the blood. He wondered if this was Voldemort's future, if that was what would happen to him if he continued down on the path of destruction he'd chosen. He wondered if there was anything he, Harry, could do to change that. Something was tugging at Harry's soul as he watched the other raise a trembling, skinny hand and clench his own like a lifeline. Harry, the pale, gaunt remnant of what used to be the Dark Lord, breathed out, and a helpless, painful ghost of a smile spread across his cracked lips for a second, causing the parched, delicate skin to split open in places and start bleeding slightly. His voice was as broken as the man himself looked, and it betrayed all the emotions that failed to show behind the veil of pain in his stare. Voldemort was hurting, yes, but he was also scared, lonely, ashamed, and most surprising of all, sorry. There was a distinct undertone of a feeling dangerously close to remorse behind the single word, and Harry felt something pull at his heart painfully. It almost felt as if at the moment, Voldemort believed he had no right to even say Harry's name, to be in his presence at all. Still staring at Harry with those empty, bottomless eyes, still crying blood-red tears, the painful imitation of a smile disappeared. Dull red irises fixed upon the boy's green ones. He rasped out in what sounded like the most broken, hollow, desperate plea. "Help!" Harry woke up with a start. For a disorienting moment, He tried to focus on where he was. This was not the black and red world of pain, and there was no tortured Voldemort around, begging for his help. He was in his bed in the guest room of the black ancestral home, and the only living being around was Creature, who had come to check on him as apparently he'd been crying out painfully in his sleep. Upon seeing Harry woken up, the old elf relaxed somewhat. Master Harry Potter best distressed, the elf said sagely. Maybe hot shower best helpful from Master Harry. And with that, he hurriedly left the room. This, Harry thought, was probably the biggest show of concern he'd ever gotten from the old elf. Shaking his head, and still half in the nightmare-scape, Harry slowly got out of bed and walked to the ensuite bathroom. Like everything in this house, the bathroom was lavish and decorated with a very obvious Slytherin aesthetic in mind. The black marble floor and walls would be understandable, but why in the world did the legs of the huge bathtub have to be carved to look like tiny golden serpents? Although he'd seen all of this before, Harry sighed at the sight nevertheless. While taking his morning shower, Harry thought about what the dream image of a broken Dark Lord had said. He'd never heard a cry for help as desperate as the one produced by his nightmare image of the man. Back in the dream, he'd felt like he wanted to do anything and everything to provide the help the others so obviously needed. To be of assistance, to save the pale, wraith-like wizard. Now, though, under the hot stream of water that was slowly washing away the night's dread, he wasn't so sure anymore. Because this was madness, wasn't it? Sure, this hadn't been the first time that the idea of somehow attempting to change the Dark Lord entered his mind. But still, this night had been different. Because before, Harry realized he mostly wished it in passing, and most of the time more for the sake of others. Or, if not that, then maybe for Tom Riddle, the diary Tom, his Tom, the Tom in his head. Not the Lord Voldemort he'd seen emerge from the cauldron back at Little Hangleton Cemetery. Somehow, Harry could never connect those two together in his head, not with how fond he was of Tom, and how much hatred he had for Voldemort. Did he really hate him still, though? He wondered as he slowly got out of the shower. Because this time, perhaps for the first time ever, the awareness that beyond the face of the pale monster, Lord Voldemort was still a man who was possibly suffering, had stuck with him even upon waking up. And he still wanted Merlin, it sounded insane even as just a thought, to help him. Wanted to save the man from himself. He just wasn't sure how to go about it. The time at Grimmauld soon proved to be quite a pleasant one, despite the house itself still being as gloomy as ever. Harry and Sirius quickly adopted a custom of going for a nice morning walk around the neighborhood, the Black Lord always in his animagus form. This not only provided a reason for Sirius to be up at a reasonable hour, but also kept him from trying to drown his problems in alcohol. He didn't want to be hung over for such joyous occasions. Remus refused to join them at first, but by the third day, he finally agreed to, for Harry's protection, he said, keep them company outside. Sirius was thrilled with the arrangement and pulled off a perfectly behaved dog pretense almost all the time. Otherwise, not many Order members visited during the holiday times, opting to spend the season with their families. And it seemed that nothing was urgent enough to require immediate attention. Harry was having such a pleasant time, he'd almost forgotten that the Tom dreams haven't returned yet. Almost. During the days when he had Sirius and Remus to talk to, it wasn't so bad. But then evening came, and he felt empty, alone, going to sleep and knowing he probably wouldn't be meeting the Slytherin boy that night either. Honestly, the longer the silence between the two of them grew, the more he realized he really missed Tom Riddle. And every evening when he lay down to sleep, Harry hoped that maybe this time the shared dream experiences would resume. They did not. Instead, the nightmares were still occurring, and the more of a broken-down Lord Voldemort Harry saw in there, the more he caught himself wishing he could somehow save the man, turn him away from the road to self-destruction, stop him from becoming this sad excuse of a living being. And Harry wondered if he should talk to Sirius about it, ask for his opinion and his understanding. He so desperately wanted someone to tell him that this wasn't complete insanity. And yet, he just couldn't bring himself to say anything. Because what if his godfather didn't understand? What if he laughed at Harry's naivete? What if he outright dismissed the whole idea? Or even worse, what if he told Dumbledore? Besides, he didn't want to ruin the festive mood by bringing up unpleasant things. And the date of the Malfoy Yule charity ball was coming. Apparently, Draco hadn't been joking when he told Harry he was inviting him mostly for his mother's sake. Somehow, the word of him joining the event had gotten out, and now he was required to address the guests during Narcissa's welcome speech, as a very sorry Draco informed him through a letter just a few days into the holidays. It seemed that the promise of maybe having a chance to confirm whether the boy who lived was just a lunatic liar was drawing sufficient attention, and also as written in Draco's letter. A record number of beneficiaries had sent Mrs. Malfoy an affirmative response to their invitations. Harry had sent a slightly panicked reply immediately, asking what happened to it being a masquerade, and how was he to remain anonymous if he had to address the attendees, and so far hadn't gotten any reply yet. He had still dutifully prepared the green dress robes he'd worn to the Triwizard Yule Ball last year, unsure if it was fancy enough or not, but finding himself not caring too much really. He also had Creature procure him a simple velvet mask to put over his face, but honestly wasn't very satisfied with it since it didn't cover his scar at all. But again, did it even matter if he had to talk in front of everybody anyway? Apparently, it did not matter at all indeed. Because a day before he was to go to Malfoy Manor for the event, a box for him arrived, carried by 3 large owls. The accompanying letter said, "Potter, I figured you'd be as hopeless at dressing properly as you always seem to be, so I'm willing to help you out. Inside you will find 2 sets of dress robes and a mask. The first robes, the simple ones, you're to wear to the welcome speech. Afterwards, I've arranged a room and sufficient time for you to change into the mask and the other robes so you can remain as anonymous as possible. But Potter, please, for the love of Merlin, do something about your atrocious hair. We'll see each other at the ball, of course, hoping this makes you more comfortable about the prospect. Regards, Draco." Harry wasn't sure if he wanted to frown or smile as he read. The blonde pureblood was apparently, in his own, slightly unpleasant and snobbish way, telling him that he had tried his best to help him out in this difficult situation. How had Draco guessed his measurements? He wondered first. He supposed that it wasn't too hard. Basically, he just had to make the robes fit someone small. He didn't honestly mind the Slytherin, choosing his clothing as much. Although what he found inside of the box, especially the masquerade robes of deep black, with intricate details in shiny emerald and gold, which were obviously inspired by some old Venetian fashion, and came with a complicated ornamented mask, at least that would cover his scar for sure, seemed a little too much to him. Luckily, the speech robes, as he dubbed the other set, were less eye-catching, mostly just plain black and quite sleek, just with a little bit of dark green shimmer around the bottom part, which, Harry was sure, would only be properly visible under a certain angle and lighting. Why, he mused as he carefully folded the robes and put them inside the bag he was planning to bring with himself. Was Draco so obsessed with dressing him in green hues? He figured that it was probably something he just couldn't help doing, forcing one of Britain's most well-known Gryffindors into such blatantly Slytherin colors. But well, at least the details were in gold, not silver. That alone, combined with the fact that he'd prepared clothing for him, coming from a previously pure-blood git like Draco, was almost a miracle anyway. Even so, Harry immediately decided not to let Sirius see him wear the over-the-top robes, lest he became a laughingstock for eternity. "Do you seriously have albino peas in your yard?" was the first sentence out of Harry's mouth the moment he met up with his friend at Malfoy Manor. The pureblood family's ancestral home was huge, and honestly suited the prejudiced Wisingamot family somehow perfectly, with all the white marble and crystal chandeliers Harry could see so far that he somehow expected. But the strangely majestic white birds were a surprise. "Don't even start," Draco grimaced in response, which surprised Harry a little. There was some fidgety, nervous quality about the boy today. Harry couldn't really pinpoint the reason for it, other than the upcoming event, that is. But wasn't Malfoy used to those? Maybe it really was just having someone like him, someone with obvious prejudice against rich purebloods, enter his home. He decided to try and put the boy at ease. "You don't like overly expensive white birds or something?" he teased. "Not these ones," Draco grumbled. "They're menaces. Don't know why Mother insists on keeping them when it seems that their sole reason of existence is to peck viciously at whoever the closest victim is." "Oh," Harry said only, letting the subject drop. So, you think I look presentable enough? He asked instead, grimacing himself now. He tried, honestly, to look up to a pure blood standard, even brushing his hair and trying to sleek them back a little. He'd found out then, with a bit of surprise on his part, that his hair had grown considerably ever since checking the length last. As far as Harry knew, the last time he'd shortened his hair had been sometime before the last task. So, logically there shouldn't have been much of a surprise there, but he would be the first to admit that he didn't really notice things like that often. And so, subsequently, his unruly black locks were now somewhere around shoulder length. Maybe he had been subconsciously influenced by Sirius's hairdo as well. But honestly, he didn't mind that much. He would gladly keep his hair longer. Have you even tried to brush out that Potter mane? Draco scowled in response, and without waiting for Harry to say anything, to actually point out that he indeed did try to brush his hair, added, "We'll have to do something about that before the event starts." Draco still wasn't dressed for the evening, or at least Harry hoped so, because his robes were obviously just too plain and simple. Expensive still, yes, but compared to what Draco had sent him, the gray silk he had on now looked almost basic. Harry sighed, but decided not to object. After all, Draco was the one who knew more about pure blood gatherings and their rules, Harry only having listened to the boy talking about those a few times in passing so far. They then went deeper into the manor, Draco showing him to the guest room Harry was to stay in for the night. Nobody expects you to have to return home after the event. He dismissed Harry's objections the second he started to say that he thought he'd be going back to his godfather that night. Besides, me and some friends of mine will be having a little gathering of our own later, when it's socially acceptable to sneak out of the charade, and he suddenly looked nervous. Harry studied him curiously, and there was indeed a slight pink hue coloring the blonde's pale cheeks. Draco Malfoy was blushing? Harry blinked several times, sure that he was just imagining things. Well, continued the pureblood after clearing his throat rather nervously, since we too are the advocates of inter-house unity now, I thought maybe you could join us. He shrugged then, trying and failing, but Harry wasn't going to point that out, to seem nonchalant. For a reason unknown, this gathering of friends and Harry's attendance seemed to matter to the blonde a lot. We'll see, Potter said only, unwilling to promise anything more just in case. Maybe I'll go, but maybe I'll opt for just the escape and peaceful sleep instead. Draco smiled at that, relieved that his offer wasn't being dismissed completely. Fair enough. And with that, showtime, as Draco called it jokingly, approached fast. Chapter and notes. Yes, I'm evil for still not giving you the Yule Masquerade, but it will come next chapter, I promise. The thank you rant. Holy moly, Merlin's beard. For the past few days, I've just been staring at the stats for this FIC. And let me once again thank everyone who commented, left a kudos, or even just opened the story at all. Those numbers are absolutely overwhelming. Surprise face. Yes, I am aware this is still one of the least known fics on here, but still to me, this is big. I'm not lying or trying to be falsely modest when I say I've expected maybe 5, 10 people to even be interested in reading the story. Especially since I know my English can sometimes be a little hard to understand. I was absolutely terrified to post anything here, and I even debated on just writing the story in my mother tongue. Even though for the past few years, I've been reading the HP books and watching the movies in the original English versions, or not writing it at all / just keeping it to myself the way I do my original works. My native language is Czech, so I'm pretty sure the way I form sentences can sometimes get a little too Slavic, and my vocabulary is very limited. Also, I am aware that I combine British and American English a lot, since I usually know a certain word only one way or another. For that, I'm very sorry. I also didn't know if there would be anyone interested in the story itself. Honestly, there are so many LV/HP dream sharing stories out there, so why read mine, especially if it updates extremely irregularly due to my mental health fluctuations. And don't let me get started about the common anxiety, as I call it. I'm still waiting for the hateful comments to start for someone to be like, okay, but this is bull, and I hate it, or me seeming too dumb in the replies. I'm not joking when I tell you that whenever I decide to reply to any comments at all, I barely get through 1 to 3 before having an anxiety attack of some sort. But hey, I figured I might just use this as an opportunity to try and get over my fears. All in all, I just want to thank everyone for the overwhelming support on this. It means loads and loads to me. In the meantime, feel free to interact with me through my Tumblr or Instagram. Or not. It really depends on you. Also, my Insta is centered around creative journaling and scrapbook mostly, and I only follow back accounts that have something to do with that, or maybe art accounts, so beware of that, but I would probably reply the fastest over there if you let me know where you came from, laughing face. Also, if anyone ever gets bored and wants to draw fan art for the story, I'll probably print it out and hang it in my office. Honestly. And if I ever manage to figure out how to insert a picture in here, that too. But hey, that would be a completely different level of awesome, and I don't expect it to happen, perhaps ever, laughing face. Thank you again if you managed to read through this as well. And have an amazing day. Love. P.S. I got a pet snake after 16 years of wanting one. He is an albino western/plains hognose, and he's the cutest little noodle. I'll be posting his photos on my Insta page, Footy Ederu. Uter the hashtag Pankakita Snake if you'd like to see. Masked. Chapter summary. You'll masquerade? You'll masquerade. At some point, LOL. Chapter notes. Originally, I had wanted to post this sooner, but I've been honestly too caught up in doing Inktober and preparing for my first Ghost on Hallows Eve costume post on my personal Insta, but that's another thing entirely, so I only had time to finish the chapter after the busy month of October had ended. I hope it's to your liking. If you'd like to listen to the song that inspired the dance scene, lyrics used for that scene were taken from Life Eternal by Ghost, in case anyone is wondering. I thought it kind of fit. And also, let's not pretend I haven't been absolutely obsessed with the band lately. The point at which you can play it as a background song for extra immersion will be marked with a X symbol. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Tom Riddle was a coward. That much he had known about himself deep down for a while. But only when faced with Harry Potter's genuine wish to have been able to be his friend did he realize the degree of it. Only when faced with relief instead of anger at the boy's discovery of his realness did he see the true depth of his own cowardice. He was now sitting in the guest room of Malfoy Manor, Bellatrix currently positioned on the floor just a few feet away from him, seemingly content with just watching her master become more and more lost in thought. Disregarding her presence completely, Voldemort's mind wandered back to the last dream he saw Harry Potter in, which, admittedly, was almost a week ago by now. He remembered how he'd had no intention of revealing the truth to Potter yet, and wanted to opt for some kind of a vague answer instead. The boy was, after all, not yet ready, not yet, completely at his beck and call. And Lord Voldemort owed him no courtesy of truth, did he? But as he got more absorbed in the strange intensity of the dream, it seemed like his own plan had run away from him, replaced by an unnerving honesty in its wake. Lord Voldemort hadn't planned to tell the other boy of his past, the struggles of his younger self. He hadn't intended to lay his past life bare like that. But he did so anyway without even thinking about it. And at that moment, the absolute attention from the green-eyed youth he got in return, and Harry's obvious will to understand him, felt so incredibly pleasant. The sudden feeling of closeness was warming his mutilated soul. It was almost worth the slip-up, and yet, admitting to being real and only realizing what he was doing just a few short moments later, once the damned one-syllable word left his lips, he suddenly felt scared. Had he really just let his guard down so much he'd actually admitted the truth? Or, well, a shard of it? This was not a part of the plan, not yet. What if everything he'd worked towards during the past months went to waste now? Tom was almost sure the boy wouldn't be able to accept him as real yet. But Harry Potter once again surprised him with his reaction. He didn't mind, didn't want to flee. In fact, he was happy to learn those dreams were much more real than he'd thought, and wished for Tom to stay. Looking into those sincere, impossibly green eyes, Tom saw without a shadow of a doubt that Harry was not just saying those things to make him feel better. He meant them. And as something in the vicinity of Tom's chest clenched slightly at the realization, the world around started to spin. The sincerity was simply too overwhelming to him. He knew not how to deal with such kindness and affection, and like a terrified wild beast, he had decided to flee. Again, despite his earlier reassurances, he had failed to show up in the shared dreams ever since, strangely at a loss about what to do. He wasn't intending to not return, not at first, but as days went by, it became harder and harder to make himself tap into the unique connection again and entwine his subconscious with Harry's. He had to admit to himself, almost embarrassed to show his face back in the dreamscape. And so, like the immense coward he was, he'd made the decision to occlude his mind with the strongest shields possible, and waited long hours every night before allowing himself to rest, just to make sure the boy had enough time to fall into deeper sleep, and the Horcrux link wouldn't attempt to connect their minds subconsciously. What he was greeted with then, though, in place of those warm, fuzzy encounters with the boy who lived, were nightmares. Images of a black void sprayed in blood red, filled with anguish, desperation, and pain. So much pain. And even there, in those dreams, Harry would sometimes appear, reminiscent of the luminescence of vague redemption. And the pale man would beg him for help, even though this Harry was certainly just the byproduct of his own torment. Even though he had no right to ask for any of the boys' help at all. It seemed almost as if the nightmares were mocking him, telling him to stop hiding and just go back to Harry. Gradually, Voldemort decided to stop sleeping altogether. Just like he knew he could, he started relying on energizing potions to boost his energy levels. But of course, potions and tonics weren't the same as genuine night's sleep and seemed to lack the calming, rejuvenating quality his shared dreams with Harry had. He became more easily irritated, throwing around unforgivables with increasing frequency and at the smallest provocation. Something he hadn't done ever since the Harry dreams started, he now realized. And while some of his followers looked to be glad to see him back to what they'd expected a dark lord to behave like, he wasn't sure about this unpleasant personality shift. Truth to be told, he felt less and less like himself as the days went by. One especially memorable afternoon, he remembered he felt a slight nervous tingle come through the Horcrux link, and before he knew what he was doing, he was opening himself up to the sensation, too curious as to what was making the boy feel like that. There was a slight fluttery, hopeful quality to the sensation, and Tom wondered what brought it on. Was the boy nervous? Was he thinking about Tom, missing him already? Smirking internally, he allowed himself a curious glance through the boy's eyes, only half-heartedly hoping that the intrusion of mind would remain unnoticed by the other. He didn't like what he saw there, not one bit, because Harry, his Harry, was pressing his precious lips against those of an unknown, plain Ravenclaw. Tom's anger soared. He saw red slipping out of the other's mind rather abruptly, as if burned by the offensive sight. He didn't care if he left a tinge of pain in his wake. Maybe he even wanted to. And most importantly, he wanted to immediately dispose of the insignificant foolish girl who dared touch what was rightfully his. He did his best to block all thoughts about this detail at the moment, though, saving it for later. Only today did he close his eyes in order to allow himself to go back to that particular memory, to relive it and think about it properly, not stopping his mind's thought processes in his tired state. And just like back then, an ugly, suffocating kind of rage, different than the one he'd become used to over the years, filled his insides as the offending images replayed beneath his tightly shut eyelids. He could not believe the audacity of this girl. How dare she use Harry's innocence like that and take advantage of him? Of course, the boy wouldn't refuse her. He was too pure, too nice for that. He was having to endure having her filthy little mouth touch his, all the while surely wanting to escape the situation. He was surely as disgusted as Tom himself felt. Or was he? As if on cue, an earlier conversation with Harry popped up in his mind. Her name is Cho. She's the Ravenclaw Seeker, and she's literally perfect, you know? Harry had said. Was this Cho an actual, living, breathing human being then? The dawning realization hit him like a punch in the gut. Tom felt like such an idiot. He'd assumed her to be just someone completely fictitious, someone Harry had thought up to use as an excuse in order to, well, avoid certain situations. But there she was now, apparently very real, wrapping herself around his Harry like the devil's snare. The ugly feeling twisting in his insides grew, seeping through his very veins like poisoned blood, burning his very self with a desire to maim. This Cho was an unexpected thorn in his back, a tear into his perfect plans, a spit in his face, a leech selfishly sucking herself onto his precious little human Horcrux. She needed to be dealt with, removed, disposed of. Tom wasn't sure if he'd ever wanted anyone dead as much as he suddenly did this unsuspecting girl. At the moment, he'd even take priority to killing her rather than, say, Albus Dumbledore. This revelation was shatteringly shocking, yet did nothing to quell his murderous rage. He imagined snapping the girl's flimsy neck with his bare hands. He pictured sewing her disgusting lips together so they may never assault those of his precious Harry Potter. Or maybe cutting them off altogether. Maybe he would tear her skin open with a jagged knife, continuing all the way down to where her heart lay. Plunge the knife deeper, deeper, and deeper still. He'd watch the filthy little bitch bleed out on the cold, owl-dropping-covered floor of Hogwarts O'Leary. An ugly, twistedly satisfied grin appeared on his face. Near him, Bellatrix, who was still present, gasped audibly at his change of expression. He didn't hear her, though, lost in thought as he was. Instead, he thought of ways he could make this happen, ways he could let his anger go and remove this Cho girl from the equation forever. If he indeed did murder her, would Harry be shattered? Would it leave him broken, heart bleeding, open for comfort which Tom would be ready to give? Maybe it would. Maybe the situation, if he played it right, would end up pushing the boy in his direction even more. Hopefully. But most importantly, he had to stop this kind of situation from repeating itself no matter what. Maybe he really ought to stop hiding and go back to the dreams. The boy would surely be missing his confidant. He would surely want his Tom back. And he, being the merciful Lord he was, would provide. And by doing so, he'd prevent the other from catching unnecessary feelings towards the wrong sort of people. Or really, any people altogether. Anyone but himself. After all, he couldn't have the boy focusing on anyone else if he had to be fully, without a doubt, loyal to him. Oh no, he had to be sure Harry Potter was completely and utterly his. My lord! A voice broke him out of his reverie. He didn't even realize Bellatrix had gotten up and was now making her way closer to him, just to lean into his personal space, exposing the plunging cleavage of her black robes. How vulgar! He looked up, instantly reading the hungry expression on the woman's face. You look on edge, she said, voice low. He didn't deem her worthy of an answer. Perhaps I could, she purred, licking her lips, and looked right into his eyes with a lustful stare. Help you relax? She was undoubtedly trying to look and sound seductive, attempting to appeal to the carnal side of his subconscious. But her eyes were too dark, too brown, too clouded with obvious lust, her hair too curly, and her demeanor too eager. Such a disgrace. Before his attack on the Potters all those years ago, Voldemort remembered using the witch from time to time to get rid of certain urges. Sometimes her good-for-nothing husband would be forced to watch as the Dark Lord gave his wife something he was obviously not able to. He remembered reveling in the feeling of superiority. And even then, it used to be just something shallow, not something he'd necessarily needed. However, ever since his resurrection, Tom hadn't felt any fleeting semblance of need for those lowly pleasures. No sense of attraction towards any of his otherwise willing followers. Not Bellatrix, not anyone else. Maybe except Harry Potter. He sighed and tried to suppress the last little involuntary thought. My lord, Bellatrix prompted, slowly lifting her long-nailed finger, intending to touch. Leave, was his ice-cold reply, and the witch flinched back a little, as if burned by the coldness. Now, he commanded, wanting the disgusting piece of filth away from him. Her whole demeanor read disappointment, as she finally left him to brood alone. Tom Riddle was a coward. A tired, pathetic coward, planning to do unspeakable things just to get rid of his anger. Hiding behind the face of Lord Voldemort. But this time, he had no idea how long he would be able to keep hiding for. It doesn't matter what you tell me. I am not wearing eyeliner. Harry grumbled for what seemed like a thousandth time. Draco Malfoy, standing in front of him with said incriminating piece of makeup in his hand, rolled his eyes at him. So far, Harry didn't mind what the blonde did to his visage. Honestly, he was quite satisfied with the way Draco managed to somehow sleek his overgrown hair down and put it into a low bun. The bun itself looked messy, but the rest of his midnight locks now didn't stick in odd directions. Looking at himself in the mirror, he also somehow ended up wearing contact lenses for the first time ever. Seriously, how had nobody ever thought to tell him that there were magical contact lenses that would adjust themselves according to one's prescription? He concluded he could live with this. And honestly, he even thought that it might look sort of good together with the robes planned for him tonight. But eyeliner? Harry wasn't too sure of it. Seriously, Potter, don't be such a baby, Draco sighed. In response, Harry only frowned. I don't think not wanting my eyes painted makes me a baby necessarily, he grumbled. You said you'd trust me, Draco pointed out. Harry, remembering vaguely saying something like that, just glared at him. With my hair, not with... Why do you even want me to wear it anyway? He complained. Because it will look good, Draco exclaimed exasperatedly. It will make those gorgeous eyes of yours pop. Harry grimaced, but then a realization of what the blonde has just said hit him. Did Draco Malfoy think his eyes were pretty? That certainly was a nice revelation to have, and Harry found he didn't necessarily mind. But that didn't mean he couldn't tease his slimy Slytherin friend about it a little. Gorgeous eyes, huh? He repeated the other's words. Then a smirk formed on his lips. He was now trying to make the pure blood purposely flustered, anything to make him drop the idea of outlining his eyes with whatever abomination the eyeliner was. He was not really going to outright start flirting. Let's face it, he had no idea how to, and was mortified at the possibility of the other taking it seriously. But still, he fixed his gaze upon the pure blood, batting his eyelashes. Do you really find them that pretty, Draco? He asked, drawing out the blonde's first name a little. He was bad at this, not smooth at all, but it was worth a try if it meant the black damnation would not touch his face tonight. Yeah, Malfoy shrugged, admittance easy. There indeed was a slight pink tinge on his cheeks at that moment, but he seemed to not pay it any mind. Instead, he smiled rather innocently and added, in a very Draco-esque fashion, they're basically the one redeeming quality you have, so you better use them to your advantage. Harry blinked, backtracking immediately. What the other had said confused him a little. Use the eyes to his advantage? How? What do you mean? He asked, visibly confused. Draco sighed. Have you ever found my eyes pretty, Potter? He asked suddenly. Harry was taken aback by such a question. His first impulse was to deny any thought like that ever coming to his mind. But then, as he looked into the pure blood stormy gray eyes, he found that he did, in fact, find them pretty, in a way. He also immediately remembered this. Wasn't the first time he'd thought so either. Yeah, but I don't see the point you're trying to make with it, he grumbled. Draco was now grinning widely, as if he'd just won some sort of a grand prize. He looked so impossibly smug and pleased, and Harry had no idea how that came to be. The point is, he smirked amusedly, that I've been wearing light eyeliner for a while now, every day. It makes my eyes more entrancing, and it would definitely do so for yours too. He then proceeded to gaze into Harry's eyes some more, taking his time to show the other how exactly to flutter his eyelashes properly, making the black-haired boy exactly as flustered as he'd been trying to make him just a few seconds ago. Hell, Harry had to admit, Malfoy was way better at this wooing thing than he would ever be. Idly, he wondered if purebloods perhaps had some lessons on subtle, or not too subtle, seduction, or if it was just Draco himself. You see, Draco drawled, sounding smug and evidently enjoying this way too much. People are more prone to easy manipulation if you get them lost in your gaze. Having a sure way to hold one's eyes helps with legitimacy too. Plus, it goes so well with your slightly androgynous fit for today. You would simply look too ravishing to ignore. Fine, Harry interrupted him then, acknowledging his loss. Put the damn thing on me if you want to so much, but don't you ever stare at me like that again. Makes my skin crawl. It did, in fact, not make his skin crawl at all. But he definitely wasn't about to tell that to the blonde. Merlin. Maybe his attraction to Tom really wasn't inclusive to the memory of the Slytherin. Maybe boys in general really were more his thing than he'd realized. Or, who knows, maybe Draco was right, and it was just the damned eyeliner working its magic. No matter, he was not about to think about it too hard now. He had loads of time to explore his attractions later. If boys were indeed more his thing, he would deal with it in time. He would see if he takes a fancy to a classmate maybe. Maybe it would be for the best if that would be the case. At least he'd be fancying a real bloke now. Not a bloody memory shard stuck inside of his brain, a shard currently sulkingly missing anyway, he thought. First, he had to get through tonight though. And in the end, if Draco thought that eyeliner was appropriate for the occasion, maybe he should not argue. Narcissa Malfoy was, when not having to act her part of an I'm above all of you disgusted pureblood lady, surprisingly easy to get along with. Although she stubbornly called him Mr. Potter throughout the whole day so far, she kindly explained what was to be expected from him and reassured him there was no pressure for him to talk any more than a basic greeting, if he so wished. She assured him he looked simply charming, dressed now in the first of the two outfits for tonight, and offered a small smile as they approached the room, from which he could already hear many voices of the politically powerful witches and wizards. He thanked her gratefully, expressing hopes to not disappoint. And sooner than he'd like to, it was go time. He stood at the back of the big, lavishly decorated ballroom, hiding in the shadows as beneficiaries trickled in one by one. Some were indeed wearing masks that concealed their identities, playing into the whole masquerade theme. Others still showed dressed up, but were being blatantly obvious about their identities. Ladies wearing veils that barely hid a portion of their face. Lords showing up with intricately decorated Venetian masks fastened on short sticks, which they only held up to their faces from time to time. Tonight was a night of power plays, of pure blood mingling, and completely hiding one's identity for the festivities was never the true intention here. With an internal smirk, he thought about how the pure blood society seemed to not have changed at all. He himself had chosen deep black, elegant robes that upon first glance appeared to be just that, pure black velvet, darker than the darkest night. Only when the light hit it from a certain angle, or if inspected with particular care, did the magic take root, and delicate, intricately woven vintage patterns would be revealed around the hem of the robes, the high neck, and the wrists of his sleeves. The patterned sparkle was barely a shade lighter than the rest of the robes, giving the effect of a strange, glimmering void. His hands were hidden in high-quality leather gloves, and on his face, underneath a hood that completed his expensive robes, he wore yet another black piece, a Pierrot-style half-mask of matte black that ended just above his lips, and was adorned by one extremely detailed depiction of a silver viper, winding itself around the left cheek of the mask. In fact, everything about his visage was impossibly dark and dangerous, yet unexpectedly, unavoidably mesmerizing. He'd already caught a few interested stares his way, but made no attempt to converse or otherwise acknowledge the people who gawked at him so. He was here not to engage, but to observe after all. He was here to see how Harry Potter would fare tonight. When Draco had reported back that he'd indeed managed to convince Potter to come, Voldemort had been pleasantly surprised. Truthfully, he'd expected the Gryffindor to refuse to attend the party, no matter how friendly he was acting towards young Malfoy. But of course Harry agreed to attend, being the precious little soul he was. And so there he was now, stepping into the room together with both Narcissa Malfoy and her son, looking nervous. Voldemort didn't bother focusing on what exactly the pure blood which was saying in Welcome to the Ball quests, and studied the thin, dark-haired boy instead. The robes he'd had Draco send earlier, simple and elegant, black, made of the finest silk, and cleverly accented just by a tiny amount of the same shade of green as the boy's irises, hugged dear Harry's slender figure just splendidly. They made the youth look a tad taller, prouder, almost aristocratic. As the Dark Lord's eyes took in more of Potter's visage, he almost made a hum of acknowledgement, stopping himself at the last second, not wanting to draw attention to his obvious scrutiny of the boy, at the way he managed to comb his wild, slightly longer hair, and the fact he'd outlined those mesmerizing, Avada Kedavra green eyes of his with a hint of black, and for once decided to forego his atrocious glasses. The overall effect was slightly feminine, giving the boy who lived a look of a young, mischievous prince, the slightly, intentionally messy bun of black locks adding just the perfect touch of rebellion. The famous lightning bolt scar was now plain visible too, no longer hidden under the overgrown bangs of Harry's signature Potter hair. Sighing quietly, Tom imagined untying the silken green lace the boy had used to hold his hair in place, letting it fall freely in ebony cascades, framing all those delicate features of his face perfectly. He wanted to touch it, comb his hands through it, maybe pull a little. He could almost feel the hair slipping through his own pale fingers. Would it be as soft as that of his dream version of Harry? It certainly looked so. He was, to his own surprise, infinitely intrigued to find out. Meanwhile, the boy stepped up in front of the gathered pure-blood society and spoke in a quiet, collected tone that only betrayed a little bit of nervousness, just the right amount for him to seem endearing, rather than an embarrassing mess. "Good evening, everyone," he said simply and offered the room in general a small, polite smile. Did Tom's breath just hitch slightly at the sight? "I'm Harry Potter, or as many of you probably know me, the boy who lived. I realize my being here must be a surprise to everyone, given my reputation. However, the boy then took a dramatic pause, looking around the room and seemingly making eye contact with everyone present. Tom felt himself moving forward involuntarily, stepping out of the shadows slightly, subconsciously eager to be seen by the boy too. Unaware of the older man's inner turmoil, Harry continued talking. "As of late, I have made a great friend in Draco Malfoy, who's been showing me how little I'd known until just recently, and how ignorant I've been." You could hear a pin drop. That's how quiet the room had become, and all eyes were focused on Potter, and Potter only. And Tom couldn't blame anyone who found themselves under the youth's strange spell. Entrancing, that's what Harry Potter was. Utterly and completely entrancing. And suddenly, as he himself felt the incredible, magical pull towards the young wizard, Tom Marvolo. Riddle wasn't sure if having him come here tonight was a good idea after all. "Today I came here to rectify that. And in the name of my friendship, to see if a truly united wizarding society wouldn't be just a foolish boy's dream after all." As if slightly amused by his own words, Harry smiled lightly again. And while the little playful smile was still lingering on the boy's lips, once again giving him almost a mischievous look, those mesmerizingly green eyes looked around the room and landed on Tom. It only took a second before the boy looked away, and yet it seemed like so much longer. For that fleeting, yet never-ending second, the man wondered if the time had stopped suddenly. Has Tom's heart just skipped a beat? I truly hope that we, as a wizarding society, can learn to put aside our differences and start to coexist and prosper no matter our backgrounds or beliefs. Harry finished his speech. And I hope that thanks to my dear friend Draco and his gracious family, tonight will be the start of that dream. With it, the boy bowed slightly, indicating the end of his little speech. And then, almost as an afterthought, just as he was turning around to take his leave, he added, now full-on grinning mischievously, "Oh, and if any of you wish to talk to me tonight, feel free to try and find me. I will be hiding among the masks." Was it just Tom's imagination, or did the boy's eyes flicker towards him for another second just then, as if he was challenging Tom personally to find him? Tom's stuttering heart started to sprint frantically. Only then did the boy who lived leave, making his way through the side door, presumably to change into the mask, all the while followed by the sound of the crowd's clapping and murmurs. Narcissa Malfoy announced it was time for the ball to start now, and a band took the stage. Lord Voldemort retreated back into the shadowy corner and leaned his back against the wall. Truthfully, he hadn't expected Harry Potter to be quite so charismatic. But the chosen one once again managed to surprise him. He was a delight on stage. A delight that Tom, in spite of his earlier plans to only observe, now desperately wanted to steal for himself. Honestly, the evening wasn't going as bad as Harry had initially feared. Firstly, he'd somehow managed to get through the speech without making a complete fool of himself. And secondly, it seemed that the party attendees had an exceptionally hard time recognizing him as who he was. He was now dressed in the other set of robes. These were the ones he'd dreaded wearing, the deep black Venetian-style ones, with intricate details and shiny emerald and gold all over it. He also wore the matching mask provided with it, which conveniently covered only the upper half of his face, leaving space to eat or drink. The mask itself was a lot simpler than the almost over-the-top robes, probably not to take away from their beauty, only decorated a little in the same shapes and colors as the robes. To Harry's own surprise, looking at his reflection in the guest room's mirror after getting dressed, he'd found that he really liked the result. He looked almost like he just stepped out of a fairy tale. His slightly longer hair still held in that messy little bun, and kohl-accented eyes underneath the mask made any resemblance to the awkward, abused little freak that he was disappear. He felt not necessarily powerful or confident, but almost so. Almost. especially since the mask was covering his scar. The others, though, apparently only remembered him exactly for that scar, because once that was taken away, almost nobody recognized Harry. And so he was able to quite comfortably slip through the crowd, mostly just watching the others. Yes, from time to time, there had been curious looks his way, a few idle conversations, and he even got a few requests for a dance. Men, women, it didn't matter. And as Harry observed the mingling of people, he noticed nobody really seemed to deem genders and stereotypes important enough to worry about in the face of fun. He made a mental note to ask Draco about it, as it was in such a stark contrast to what he'd grown up being used to. One of those to find him was, of course, Draco Malfoy himself, who spent almost a whole song's worth of time literally just bragging about how he was right and Harry was now suddenly a very beautiful individual, thanks to all the fine clothing, the mask, and the eyeliner, of course, he said, and Harry couldn't help but laugh at that. The intermingled pure-blood society seemed keen to find him at first, and he had some encounters with those who guessed his identity correctly, but it was incredibly easy to convince them not to spoil the game for the others. Pure-bloods were, not really surprisingly now that Harry thought about it, extremely susceptible to the feeling of being special, better than everyone else. And he found that with a few nice words and compliments, and yes, making use of the eyeliner accented gaze Draco had told him about earlier, which of course worked even under the mask, he could really warp the situations to his advantage and make sure nobody performed any great reveal of his identity to the rest of the gathered purebloods. And as the event went on, even the attention he was getting started slowing down, leaving him more and more alone, which he definitely found more comfortable. But even though he felt steadily more relaxed as the evening progressed, he couldn't help feeling as though he was being watched. Truth to be told, he couldn't shake that feeling ever since his little speech. There was a moment then when, looking at the crowd, Harry's eyes had landed on the very back of the big room. And there, partially hidden in the shadows, a figure dressed in all black was standing. The man, or at least Harry had thought him a man judging by his physique, was tall and slender, wearing what were surely very expensive robes, complete with a hood. And although he couldn't tell for sure from such a distance, he could swear the stranger's eyes bore into him with an unexpected intensity. Harry felt simultaneously an edge of fear and an unexplainable pull towards the mysterious man. And there was something vaguely familiar about the feeling, almost as if. But no, Harry shook his head to clear it before he could allow himself to reach the daunting conclusion, sighing slightly and pulling himself back to the present. Draco was his friend, and he would surely not bring him here if the manor was unsafe. He was just being paranoid. To give his mind something to do, Harry busied himself with studying the musicians providing tonight's entertainment. There was a grand piano, or was it some sort of an organ? The sound coming out of it was very reminiscent of it. Some guitars, a drum set, and of course a microphone, all being used by the musicians for their craft. They were all dressed in simple black robes, no bling about them whatsoever, as if their entire goal was to just be virtually invisible. Harry thought it was clever, a way to make sure the listeners truly focused on the music. Every time a song ended, there was a slight pause, and the mingling crowd would clap a little before returning to, well, mingling some more. Not much attention was really spent on the musicians, and they didn't look like they minded at all. Harry smiled because honestly he could understand. Sometimes not being the center of attention could be just what one needed. And so, he remained almost the only one really watching the stage, just to glance around the crowd from time to time. He was almost beginning to enjoy it. Soon, another song was coming to a close, and Harry wondered idly what would be played next. He felt the presence of another person before he even consciously realized a figure had joined him in his little private corner of the room. Mesmerizing sight, isn't it? A male's voice spoke suddenly, and Harry's head turned automatically to see who had spoken to him. And there he was, the hooded man in velvety black robes he remembered seeing hidden in the shadows earlier, standing casually next to him. Being closer than before, Harry could see that even the mask underneath the expensive robe's hood was black. It only covered most of the face, the bottom part open to reveal the man's lips and a proud chin. The intricate silver viper that decorated it somehow matched the stranger's pale complexion. Harry couldn't decide if the man was keeping his eyes closed under the mask or maybe looking down, because for the love of Merlin, he couldn't spot his irises underneath the mask at all. The overall effect was slightly spooky, for a lack of better description, and Harry wondered if the paleness of the man's skin was somehow artificially induced just for tonight, for the purpose of this ball and this ball alone. But most of all, there was something incredibly, impossibly mesmerizing about the mysterious man, something distantly familiar about his quiet, slightly sibilant voice. Was he a foreigner with a very unique accent? A sort of power that froze him on the spot like a trapped prey in front of a predator. And yet, Harry couldn't say that beyond the creeping fingers of anxiety the other's presence brought, the overall feeling wasn't mostly pleasant in an alarmed, shocking kind of way that made one's breath hitch involuntarily. "I suppose," he replied, throat suddenly dry, causing him to stutter slightly. A small smile appeared on the pale lips of the masked man. "Of course, though, nothing here could be as mesmerizing as you tonight," he said, voice impossibly smooth, and gave Harry a small bow. Harry was incredibly grateful for the mask he was wearing then, because he was sure his cheeks were now flushed pink in a furious blush. Against his own will, his foolish little heart skipped a beat and started running in hypothetical circles frantically, as if trying to catch up to it. He didn't know what to respond, how to react. He opted for blinking at the other confusedly and taking a deep breath. "Why, you're looking quite, dashing yourself," he managed to respond somewhat shyly, earning an almost amused, "Oh, why, thank you," and another small bow in reply. The man was still observing him closely, his smile the only part of him visible underneath the mask. His teeth, Harry noticed with a kind of slightly panicked astonishment, were impossibly sharp, almost as if they were not human at all. He gaped, very obviously staring at the other. Honestly, nothing about him seemed human enough, now that he looked properly. Even though right now this person was not doing anything remotely threatening, only somehow making Harry more and more flustered as each second passed. The young wizard just knew that he was far from harmless. Literally everything about him screamed danger. There even was this distinct aura of danger hanging in the air around the man, an almost palpable feeling of magic which was reminiscent of a dark cloud of energy, power, and ruthlessness. Paired with the pale, almost white complexion of the man, with the sibilant quality of his voice, a terrifying realization started dawning on Harry. It might have been entirely possible that Draco had, in fact, been lying to him this whole time. After all, that the manor was indeed not safe for him, and that he'd been manipulated to come here for very nefarious purposes. And this man in front of him, smiling in such a predatory, yet impossibly entrancing way, was just seconds away from murdering him in cold blood. Was he really who Harry's mind couldn't help picturing he was? He couldn't be. "Would you do me the honor of joining me for a dance?" The same quiet, seductive voice snapped Harry out of his reverie, causing him to release a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. The man was now extending his arm towards him, expectant, and the beginning tones of another song, a slow, almost dreamlike one, sounded in the background. And Harry, despite the ever-present tinge of anguish, felt utterly, completely bewitched. The irrational pull towards this one, mysterious stranger, was almost shocking in its intensity. "This is going to get me killed," he thought as he slowly, deliberately took the man's outstretched hand and let himself be led onto the dance floor. Harry Potter somehow found himself feeling like a princess, a fucking princess of all things, as he and the man dressed in all black slowly danced. The two of them didn't speak, and so the only words slowly sinking into his subconscious, stitching themselves inseparably to the young wizard's memory of tonight, were the words of the song played in the background. "X, can you hear me say your name forever?" The mystery man, and at this point, Harry refused to even think of him as anything or anyone, just to save his dwindling sanity, was leading him around the dance floor so effortlessly he felt like he was moving on a cloud. In his arms, being led so expertly, and yet treated with such care and gentleness, Harry felt like he was floating, flying even, soaring to the skies of fantasy. He felt like, as cheesy as it sounded, that everything in his life so far had happened only so he could find himself here now, in this piece of heaven, in this inexplicably tender dream. Can you see me longing for you forever? The body holding on to him strengthened its hold a little, bringing the young man closer still. And Harry couldn't help it but shudder at the feeling of closeness. Tiny trickles of energy traveled around his entire body, threatening to pull him under a blanket of bliss, to consume him. He was becoming more and more lost with every second, every step, every breath. Would you let me touch your soul forever? A bittersweet feeling found its way in his chest, clenching his heart somehow, and Harry wondered what brought it on. It almost felt like his very soul was reaching out for the man who currently had him in an embrace. Like the two of them were meant to be here like this, connected, and who knows, maybe they could become something even more. There was an unexpected sweetness in the realization, and against all his earlier worries, Harry found himself hoping to receive even more of this connection tonight, to feel everything it had to offer. Why was he suddenly feeling like this? Surely he was losing his mind. Can you feel me longing for you forever? Forever? There was an indescribable longing and loneliness seeping through wherever their bodies touched, and it seemed like it was both too much and too little at the same time. Gradually, as they continued to circle in between the other couples, the feeling of needing more crept up his spine, and Harry felt like he was beginning to lose any semblance of sanity. The feeling, the sensations, the incredible pull he was unable to fight, felt reminiscent of the times when Tom Riddle got a little too close in his dreams. And yet this right here was something infinitely more. How was it possible? He thought, as his mind became more and more clouded with whatever strange spell the other had him under. If this was what being near Tom would feel like, were he to appear before him real and alive. But his foolish mind supplied at that moment. What if that was indeed what was happening here? Against all common sense and logic, Harry desperately wished for it to be true. This is the moment of just letting go. Suddenly, he had an inexplicable need to look up, to see the man's masked face, to peer into his eyes and see if, somehow, two incredible, red rubies would be there, looking at him. Because somehow, Tom being here, in the flesh, would explain so much about the past nights, the missed dreams, and even tonight's sensations, everything. He felt himself slowly lifting his face up, fully intending to see his recent crazy idea through. After all, what could happen? "Don't," whispered the man, noticing his attempt before it really came to anything, and his hold on Harry fastened. It was probably meant as a warning, but Harry couldn't help but feel so much more as connected as he felt to the dark stranger at this point. With every fiber of his being, he could feel that same, all-consuming loneliness in that one word, the incredible, deep sadness, and maybe even a little bit of fear, and it tugged at Harry's heartstrings almost painfully. Why would the other want to hide so badly? Harry found, and the realization probably didn't shock him as much as it would otherwise, wrapped in the other as he was, that he wanted to see the real face of his mystery dancer, even if it happened to be the one he feared, the one he couldn't even allow himself to imagine. Even if, unwittingly, he'd accepted a dance proposition from the Dark Lord himself. But his dance partner didn't wish to show himself fully, and Harry couldn't bring himself to try and change it. "Okay," he murmured only, as if to let the hooded man know, and he felt the other's grip relax once again, turning into the gentle, almost caressing touch from before Harry tried to look up. They just continued to dance in silence, both too caught up in feelings and sensations, and, although the whole situation seemed almost forbidden, almost too intimate, almost too much, none of them made any attempts to put an end to it. For all he cared, Harry wouldn't mind, even if the world around them exploded, as long as they stayed like this. If you had life eternal, Harry's brain, muddled by all the overwhelming intensity of it all, realized only when the song began to come to a close that his dancer had said those words aloud together with the lyrics, still speaking in the same quiet voice. There was a feeling almost akin to regret in it, still accompanied by the impossible longing, sadness, and loneliness. And Harry's heart was beating too fast, his mind blank. And then the song ended, taking some of the magic away with it. Almost as if the strange trance they'd found themselves in broke, the pair split almost immediately. Harry hadn't even noticed how, but they somehow ended up stopping exactly at the same place they began dancing from. He then risked looking up at his mystery dancer, careful not to lift his gaze too far, settling for a glance at the bottom half of the man's face. The man's lips were slightly parted as he drew in slow breaths. In and out, and Harry just knew, without needing to see it, that the eyes under the mask were closed. Was it possible that the dance, had had exactly the same effect on him as it did Harry? Slowly, gradually, those pale lips morphed into a smile. The man took Harry's hand into his then, bringing it back to his lips. "Thank you, Harry." His words were almost a purr as he placed a gentle, fleeting kiss on the top of the flustered teen's hand. And Harry didn't even have the time to wonder exactly how the other just apparently knew his identity. Because just then, for a single incredibly intense second, Harry could see the enigmatic man's eyes flicker to his. And they were the exact ruby shade of Tom's. Harry blinked, trying to make sure he was seeing right. But as soon as he closed his own eyes, for a second, the feeling of the other's hand wrapped around his own disappeared. And surely enough, the moment he opened his eyes again, the man he'd shared the most intimate of dances with was gone. And Harry felt strange, almost as if someone had taken the ground away from underneath his feet, leaving him to wobble in a never-ending void. The room was spinning slightly, and Harry stumbled a few steps backwards to lean against the wall for support, feeling his knees growing weaker. His mind was reeling. He wasn't even sure he could put to words what he'd just experienced. He could still feel the slight buzz of energy, the remnants of the connection and pull he'd felt during the dance, and a part of him longed to have it back. The other, more rational part, felt terrified. Because honestly, what exactly just happened here? The most probable, and yet the most irrational explanation here was that, as mad as it sounded, he just danced with Lord Flicking Voldemort himself. And that, ladies and gentlemen, even without all the sudden intimacy, was such an incredibly ludicrous notion that Harry almost felt a burst of hysterical giggles bubble up his throat. The world was certainly going crazy if this was the case. Or maybe the only one going crazy was himself. At this point, it was kind of hard to tell anymore. Pushing himself off the wall, he began pacing back and forth, lost in thoughts and wonderings, not really paying attention to his surroundings. His mind was just too full. He was too overwhelmed, too confused, too everything. Harry Potter. He heard his name coming from behind him suddenly in a man's voice. And before he could say anything, do anything, even turn around, a hand was wrapped around his torso, holding him in a vice grip, while he felt the other one put the tip of a wand against his throat. "Why dash?" he began to ask. But whoever the attacker was apparently didn't want to hear anything, as he jabbed his wand deeper into the side of Harry's neck. The assaulting wand's tip left a burning sensation there, and Harry swore he could hear a tiny sizzling sound as it literally burned itself into his flesh. That was it, he thought. In the end, he was going to die here, wasn't he? And as the feeling of panic at the immediate threat to his life slowly built itself in his chest, Harry realized one crucial, potentially fatal mistake he'd made. Earlier, while he was changing into the masquerade robes, in a haste, he'd forgotten his own wand in the pocket of the other robes. Chapter and notes. I hope the ball wasn't too underwhelming. And no, I definitely do not plan to leave this at a cliffhanger like that for another month before my useless, but can produce another chapter, at all. Also, slightly more androgynous Harry with longer hair and eyeliner is a thing, and I love said thing. Again, I wanted to thank everyone for giving the story a go, commenting, leaving kudos, anything really. And also, I'm sorry if where this is going or how it's going is not 100% the way you'd like it. I can't satisfy everyone, sadly, and honestly just have to continue writing the way I'm okay with, above all else. At this point, I'm pretty much counting on people giving up on this later on, and it's quite okay. You do you, read it if you want to, or don't if it no longer suits your tastes. We are beings of free will. After all, winky face. I also wanted to ask a question. Would you care for one-shots or shorter fix of maybe 2-3 chapters on the side? Could be HP related or otherwise. I'm open to suggestions. As long as I'm a part of said fandom too. Let me know if there is anything of interest to you, preferably via Tumblr, Mind Chronicle Sam Brainfluff, or Insta, Footy Brainfluff_Bujo, as I'm still slightly terrified of the comment section here, lol. The Unexpected Gift. Chapter Summary. Harry gets a very unexpected Christmas present. Also, Tom is slightly losing it. But what's new? Chapter Notes. Thank you so much for the 1K kudos on this. How did that even happen? What do you people see in this? I won't go into another rant, but just know that I love and appreciate you all. So, consider me posting this not after another month as usual to be a sort of a thank you. Laughing face. I really tried to write fast this time. I apologize if there are any mistakes. As always, I'm getting this out to you as soon as possible, and we'll be doing final checks a bit later. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Sweeping through the halls of Malfoy Manor, the Dark Lord looked more like a sinister cloud of dark magic, rather than an actual being of flesh and blood in his haste. But he didn't really care. He needed to get to his chambers quickly in order to get away from prying eyes, lest someone sees him in this state. Truthfully, he himself didn't even fully understand how he'd ended up in such an emotional turmoil. He, of all people, he who always foolishly thought to have conquered such trivial, unnecessary things as feelings. He who had cast them aside while splitting his soul. Before long, he was closing the door behind him, only to throw the silly masquerade mask across the room and finally give in to all the new, confusing sensations that have been threatening to drown him ever since he'd danced with Harry Potter. He hadn't planned to ask the youth for a dance tonight. He hadn't, in fact, intended to interact with the boy who lived at all. He wanted to only observe, to watch from afar. And yet, at some point, even though every single logical fiber of his being told him it was a bad idea, he couldn't help it. Seeing the raven-haired boy so close, almost in reach, but giving his attention to other, lesser witches and wizards became too bothersome, too unnerving, too much. Sure, he knew that the purebloods would instinctively flock around any new, shiny toy they got, the magpies that they were. Especially if the toy was the boy who lived. Logically, he realized most would also want to confirm whether or not the youth was indeed the lying lunatic the prophet was currently still painting him as. But he didn't think that young Potter himself would enjoy the attention, and he very surprisingly seemed so, and that he would be quite so charming, so capable of handling the social mess. Frankly, he'd counted on Harry simply feeling extremely uncomfortable here, certainly not adapting to higher society so well. He'd expected the young wizard to put more effort into hiding. Surely, he thought with a kind of foreign bitter anger bubbling up in his chest, he hadn't anticipated so much, mingling out of the boy. But then again, he hadn't foreseen that show girl being real either. And look where that whole fiasco went. Now every single time he glanced over and saw the boy talking, laughing, or even dancing with the other party attendees, he was reminded of that unfortunate incident from before the holidays. And his blood was boiling, stinging in his veins like a particularly nasty potion. He had this unrelenting urge to steal Harry away, to keep him from all external temptation, purely for his own plan's sake, of course. Or, well, mostly, but he refused to try and search for any other reasons. He just knew something had to be done about the situation. And so, before he'd even had the time to plan a different approach properly, before any truly rational thought caught up with him, he'd acted. Rather selfishly, one might say, and dancing with Harry had been a delight. It had also been extremely overwhelming. To be honest, Voldemort had no truly fitting words to describe the feeling of having his human Horcrux so close. To have him willingly pressed against his own body as they danced, basking in the other's warmth, his light, he'd felt like his own soul was out on display for Harry to see, to touch, to own, not the other way around as should be the case. And strangely, he didn't really mind at all. It had already felt so intense being in such a close proximity. Even if there technically was no contact of skin on skin due to his gloves, and he'd made up his mind to at least limit the interaction to only this tonight. And yet, the longer they'd remained close like that, the more evident it had become that soon it wouldn't have been enough. Lord Voldemort was, in essence, a very selfish entity. He didn't take kindly to having to share what was rightfully his, and often had to curb his urges a little to not jeopardize the bigger plan. But with Harry, somehow, Keeping the necessary control was becoming more and more of an impossibility. And a part of him had, at that moment, holding his human Horcrux so close, wished desperately to just let go. He longed to give into all those new emotions swelling up in his chest, to let madness take him all the way towards the gateway to ecstasy. What did it matter that the boy was not ready? What did it matter that removing Harry Potter of all people from Hogwarts would surely shine a spotlight on his return, a light so strong that even the delusional Fudge and his ministry would have to recognize it? What did it matter that Harry himself might not yet want to be taken? What did it matter that even if, disregarding every other aspect of this problematic situation, the boy was still simply that, a boy, not even of age and so much younger than the Dark Lord? Lord Voldemort hadn't felt so alive since before his first death, and subconsciously wanted to cling to that feeling no matter what. In the whirlwind of those incredible emotions, he'd made many mistakes. Many small missteps that he was sure were going to come back and haunt him later on, and the more time he'd spent basking in the immense luminescence that was Harry Potter, the more he felt himself slipping. Would it be so awful, he'd thought, if he simply stopped pretending? Maybe Harry, the sweet soul he was, would understand? He'd seemed to always attempt so, whenever they'd spoken about Tom in the dreamscape, so why not in this instance? He caught himself wishing that would be the case. And if he didn't understand, or wasn't willing to try, would just taking the boy in by force, locking him up somewhere nobody else would ever find him, breaking his fragile mind and reconstructing it according to the Dark Lord's wishes, be such a terrible thing to do? Being already removed from the situation allowed him to look back at it from a certain distance. He realized with slightly concerned astonishment that he'd been so ready to let all of his plans fall into shambles, just so he wouldn't have to wait anymore. Just so he'd have the boy for himself already. When had such a shift happened to him, that he no longer wished to murder Harry Potter and wanted to keep him instead? He wasn't sure. But luckily, the instant an intent to simply reveal himself and let the boy know the whole truth, to put everything out in the open, started to bubble up in Voldemort's chest. The end of a song had forced him to create at least some distance between the two of them. And that had been enough for him to, with an immense effort on his part, reevaluate everything. Luckily, he'd managed to remember all of his plans, all of the carefully calculated steps he'd prepared for, and as a result removed himself from the uncontrolled situation altogether, just in time, before he could act any more impulsively and surely ruin everything he'd been working towards just for a fleeting feeling of bliss. Mere moments later, Tom found himself curled up in an armchair, eyes closed tightly. He felt incredibly shaken. He'd had no control over the situation back there. He'd let all of the intense sensations take over him and his reasoning completely, as embarrassing as it was for him to admit even to himself. And he wished to get rid of the notion, to once again regain full control of himself. But even so, waves of foreign feelings kept assaulting him, clenching tight at something in the vicinity of his chest, each of them an echo of the other, a reminder of the, for lack of a better description, magical connection that had happened just moments ago, leaving him aching for more. He definitely hadn't counted on everything becoming so heightened in the presence of his human Horcrux, so intensified. Truth to be told, he didn't remember feeling this human-like ever, or at least not for a very long time. And now, in this cold, impersonal room, he felt incredibly empty. Alone. Nothing here was really his, he knew. He didn't really belong here either. Somehow, a part of him felt like he was back at Wolves for some inexplicable reason. Locked once again in the orphanage full of prejudiced muggles who feared him just for being different. Locked in a place where he didn't really belong. Although such thoughts were absolutely ludicrous, he still couldn't stop them from coming. And as his hands curled into fists, grabbing at empty air as though reaching for the light of Harry again, he found that he wanted to get the pleasant feelings the boy brought back. It had only been minutes, and he already craved the closeness, the connection, the warmth, and wanted to receive so much more of it this time. He wanted Harry here. Hell, he wanted the boy near him all the time. Dream conversations and light, innocent touches were certainly not going to be enough anymore. Not now that Tom had tasted the real deal. Half a mind to go back and seek the boy out. The Dark Lord slowly stood up from the chair. "Master Dark Lord, sir?" squeaked a little voice just then. Whipping his wand out immediately, Voldemort pointed it at a shaking house elf, which so unwittingly decided to just come in uninvited. The little creature was holding a bottle of what seemed to be some brand of fire whiskey, clutching it like a lifeline in its tiny hands. "What do you want?" spat the Dark Lord angrily. Waves of dark magical energy were seeping out of him, probably having done so this entire time, he noticed. They would have probably notified the elf of his inner turmoil, he realized. But still, it was incredibly foolish of it to just come in without being called. The Dark Lord seems to be distressed. The little creature stuttered, staring with wide, scared eyes at the wand which was still being pointed straight at its heart. Mindy feels it in Master Dark Lord's magic. Mindy thinks M may be what Master M. Malfoy uses to calm D. Down could also help. Voldemort only frowned at the elf, not shooting any curse yet, but not lowering the wand either. "Mindy just puts it here and leaves, yes?" The elf bowed, putting the bottle on the floor, and before the pale man could even consider throwing a spell at it, hurried out of the room. So, Lucius liked to indulge in liquor whenever in need of a good calming down? The thought might have been amusing to Voldemort under different circumstances. However, right now, he couldn't bring himself to feel anything much about it. Putting his wand back into its holster, he picked the bottle up and sat back down in his armchair, swirling the liquid around. He'd never been the one to partake in liquor, herbs, or any mind-altering substances, not unless a ritual or a social situation called for it. And even then, he always went for moderation, preferring to be of clear mind at all times. Certainly, he'd never even thought of using such methods to calm himself down. Usually, he would opt for meditation as the preferred method of cleansing his mind. Surely it would help in this case too. Setting the offered bottle aside with a frown, the pale wizard sat down on the plush carpet and closed his ruby eyes. He went through all of his meditative exercises, one by one, but somehow, not one of them seemed to do the trick. Instead of his inner mindscape becoming blissfully blank and empty, images and sensations kept floating up to the surface. Harry's mischievous smile as the boy addressed the crowd. Harry's laugh. Harry's tears. Harry's hand in his. Harry's whole body pressed up against him as they danced. Harry's kind words. Harry's warmth. Harry's impossibly green eyes fluttering shut as Tom leaned in closer. Harry's pink, slightly parted lips. Tom Riddle snapped his eyes open, once again clenching his fists almost painfully. This was not yielding any good results at all. If possible, he was now even more overwhelmed than before. Why in Salazar's name could he not rid himself of those images? And just then, an intense feeling pushed through his still cluttered mind. Any attempt at meditating was clearly not working at all, to Voldemort's dismay, originating in the Horcrux link. Fear and a hint of pain. His first impulsive reaction was the same incredible rage he'd felt back when he found out about the disgusting Umbridge woman hurting the boy. But he made himself not get swallowed by it. The amount of times he had to curb his murderous nature for this boy was honestly unbelievable. So, it has begun, he thought instead, the single thought somewhat grounding his mind. Fighting the urge to go and slaughter anyone who was hurting his precious little Horcrux was still vastly difficult, but not as hard as it would normally be. After all, unexpected intense feelings aside, he had the boy who lived brought here today for a reason. It was all a part of the plan, and as much as a part of him wished to, he wasn't about to ruin it. Not for pleasure, not for revenge. For the plan to work, Harry simply had to hurt a little. And Tom was not going to play savior for the unwitting keeper of his soul peace this time. He was strong enough. Maybe not strong enough to watch things unfold in person, though. He concluded reluctantly after a few seconds. Not now, with his own mind being so unstable. He'd just have to wait it out here, in a secluded room, and hope that the things he'd set in motion tonight would not spiral out of control. Once again, Voldemort's eyes fell upon the bottle he'd put aside before. But no! Today was not the day he would be trying a different approach to calming his nerves. After all, his work tonight wasn't done. Although there was just a tiny detail to be taken care of, it was a very important one. And it had to be done while the other living beings in the manor were being distracted by the show in the ballroom. Now was the perfect time to, because the little added detail would be crucial to his plan, assuming that the events he'd set in motion earlier went well. The Dark Lord then finally left his chambers, pushing all inner turmoil aside as he, now much more deliberately, strolled through the manor's halls towards his target location. No, he definitely would not be indulging in any numbing substances tonight. Even though he would not watch in the end, there was so much to be done anyway. The tip of the attacker's wand was still burning the side of his throat. Harry felt so incredibly stupid at that moment, being caught wandless like a complete idiot. Now he had absolutely no way of defending himself against the obviously armed man, who seemed hell-bent on hurting him. Probably killing him too. The teenage wizard's mind immediately began searching for ways to get out of this situation. But without his wand on hand, he couldn't think of anything. He wasn't skilled at wandless magic, nor was he strong physically after the years of malnutrition he'd had to endure. So, what to do? Foolishly, desperately, Harry even wished to be able to speak to his inner Tom for a second, because Tom would surely know of a way to handle this. But sadly, with the same amount of certainty he had in the memory piece's problem-solving skills, Harry knew that the Slytherin wasn't coming. Walk forward, the assailant instructed, and he felt himself being pushed in the direction of the stage, where the musicians were still playing. The moment they started moving, Harry, in a desperate attempt to free himself, tried to at least kick at the man holding him hostage. But it was like kicking an unfeeling rock. Whoever this was, he apparently didn't respond to pain at all. He didn't even budge a little, only continued towards the stage, dragging Harry with him with more malicious force. The man, Harry realized, was not tall at all, nor particularly strong, but the gloved hand holding him captive so effectively held on to him with such purpose, such force, he had no choice but to follow. The pair were too hidden in the shadows for anyone to notice anything yet. But that changed soon, as the two of them arrived at the front of the room. There, Harry was forced to climb up the stage, the assailant's wand still burning a red spot into the side of his neck, while all the musicians hurriedly fled the stage to put as much distance as possible between themselves. And whoever this was, "Incarcerous," mumbled the man, and Harry felt ropes wrap around his whole body, only seconds before the attacker released him. He was standing in front of the entire gathering of pure bloods again, only now he was so tightly bound it was taking all of his willpower not to simply topple over and fall on his face. "Ladies and gentlemen of the High Pure Blood Society," his assailant spoke, exclaiming in a tone of mocking, "for the second time tonight, I put in front of you the absolute pleasure by the name of Harry Potter." The man then stomped in front of Harry to study the boy's bound form as if in appreciation for a few seconds, before roughly yanking his mask off his head. The rough movement undid the green lace the boy's hair had been tied in until now, causing the ebony locks to fall freely in frame around his face in messy little locks. Harry wondered idly that it probably added a pretty neat dramatic effect to the whole gesture. And if he wasn't currently pretty much scared for his life, he had half a mind to congratulate the vile man on his unnecessary theatrics. However, as it now was, with himself bound and unarmed, he instead cast his eyes towards the wizards and witches present, towards those who'd applauded him earlier, in search of perhaps some help. And that's when Harry saw three things. In the crowd, Draco Malfoy stood, mask clutched in hand, and looked up at him with wide-storm gray eyes, utterly terrified, almost sorry, while the other attendees were also slowly removing their masks, supposedly to see the spectacle in front of them better. His attacker, on the other hand, never had any mask at all. And, most importantly, Harry knew the man. Pettigrew. He spat the name as if it was something especially foul and disgusting. How dare the traitor show up like that, with a clear intent to hurt him? Especially after Harry convinced Sirius to let him live back in his third year? Was this all that a life debt meant to the pest? "Hello, Harry," Wormtail smiled in a wide, disconcertingly sweet way. "Uncle Pete is here to teach you an important life lesson, since you know you dear mommy and daddy can't anymore." Harry's stomach turned inside out. He felt sick just having a look at the traitor of his parents. But hearing the vile excuse of a man speak about Lily and James like that, having him refer to himself as Uncle Pete, it made Harry see red, no matter the situation. He desperately wished to break out of the restraining ropes and at least land a good punch straight into the middle of the rat's face, given that his wand was still unfortunately missing. "Don't you dare even mention my parents," he growled in anger, but it only got him another wand burn. "Nah." Pettigrew shook his head, now stabbing the tip of his wand under the teen's chin. "You're not here to speak, but to listen." In fact, he turned around, wand still pointing at Harry, but now he was addressing the crowd at large. "Let this be a lesson to all of you." The more Wormtail spoke, the more Harry started to realize that this, the way he was acting, was strangely out of character for the cowardly man. Of all the people out there, he would have never expected a public display like this from Peter Pettigrew. Not after what he'd seen of him, what he'd heard from Sirius and Remus. Not after the last action he'd known the man to have taken had been to spend over a decade as a rat just to hide. This wasn't right. Either Wormtail was being forced into this, or he'd gone completely mad under the resurrected Voldemort's influence. Has the Silver Hand polluted his mind somehow? Or, of course, this could also be someone completely different, only posing as the rat Animagus. Harry felt incredibly confused. The anger, the disgust, the confusion, and yes, the fear were all mixing inside of the boy's mind at that moment. But there was something else too. Just before the traitor turned around, Harry saw something in Pettigrew's expression. In his eyes, there was a somewhat familiar emptiness, a fog of sorts he knew he'd seen before, but for the love of Merlin couldn't place. What was he not getting? What was the catch? The answer was right in front of him, so why did it keep eluding him like this? The lesson is, Wormtail spoke while slowly walking around Harry, just to stand at his back. You should never be so trusting as to let those who'd wronged you immensely live. Crucio. A sharp sting of pain went through Harry's body the moment the man cast the spell. He jerked around in his binds and finally fell down on the floor, hitting his face and feeling idly grateful for the fact that he was wearing contact lenses. His glasses wouldn't have survived this. His whole body was in pain, and he knew from the wet feeling around his face and metallic taste in his mouth that his nose was probably broken and bleeding. But the curse itself? Even though it made him fall down and spasm a few times, it wasn't nearly as powerful as he knew a Cruciatus could be. It felt almost as if it was offhandedly cast, without any malicious intent behind it. Almost as if the caster had no will over his own actions at all. Everyone gathered here tonight. Look at this pathetic little child. The Death Eater kicked Harry like he was just a bag of potatoes laying at his feet. Look at the boy who lived, who spoke so eloquently about an impossible dream earlier tonight. He's pathetic, just an excuse of a wizard, a disgrace to the House of Potter, a disgrace to all magicals. And then, just as the man was reciting the next part of his little speech, it hit him. Harry realized what felt so off about the man the whole time, why he was acting so out of character. Wormtail was clearly under the influence of the Imperious Curse. And so his own unforgivables especially wouldn't have much of an effect, being curses that drew most of their strength from the caster's dark emotions. How could they, when Peter so clearly wasn't really feeling anything at the moment? Not that knowing any of this was going to help Harry get out of here. On the contrary, he thought with a certain bitterness, the fact that Wormtail was only a puppet acting upon someone else's, and who was the puppet master wasn't really hard to guess either, orders, might actually make things worse for him. Because as he was now, Pettigrew was impossible to reason with. There was absolutely nothing Harry could say or do to make him change his mind. Truly, I hope that none of you were swayed by his pretty words earlier. Peter sighed. Equality? Don't make me laugh. We all know he just wants to stuff Dumbledore's propaganda down our throats in the end. Harry simply had no sway over him. But maybe he could stall for time at least? Surely, someone in the crowd would think to call the Aurors, or were they all in on this? Was this some big, elaborate plan of Voldemort's? Once again, Harry found Draco's eyes in the crowd, trying to see any lies, any deception, any proof of the blonde's betrayal in them. Tear was none. Instead, he only found a few, not very well suppressed tears. Help, he mouthed mutely in Malfoy's direction the moment Wormtail's gaze was once again turned away. And to his surprise, he got an almost imperceptible nod in response. Or maybe it was just a nervous twitch of the boy's head, who knows? Maybe Harry was just naively, desperately holding on to the hope of Draco, truly being an innocent party in this, truly being his friend. He just so badly didn't want Ron's warnings to become true. The pureblood boy disappeared from his view right then, as well as the rest of the gathered wizards and witches, because Wormtail decided to squat down right in front of him, as if to block the boy who lived from the view of the audience. All of us know who's going to stand victorious in the end, the man said with such a believable conviction in his voice that Harry wondered for a second if his imperious theory was even true at all. And I'm here to dispose of this little problem for him. Then, once more, Harry was yanked upward, Wormtail holding him in place for all to see, and a wand was once again stabbed right into the side of the teen's neck. "Say, Harry, tell Uncle Pete, how would you like to die?" Pettigrew asked. "Are you sure that's what Voldemort?" The tip of the wand burned deeper into his neck at the mention of the name. "Wants?" Harry taunted instead. "Last time we talked, he seemed quite certain that nobody but him could be the one to kill me." He desperately hoped that he sounded calm, nonchalant even, as he deliberately spoke of his own impending demise. He also took a time to look at the crowd again, hopefully that passed for a show of a lack of interest in Wormtail, while in reality he was trying to confirm one thing. Both Draco and Narcissa had disappeared. Admittedly, so had a few other guests as well, common sense and self-preservation instinct kicking in for them apparently. "I'm sure I'll be rewarded for getting rid of you for him," Wormtail spat back. "Oh, sure you will." Harry allowed himself an amused smirk. "With an Avada Kedavra to your ugly rat face." Wormtail punched him in the gut then, and Harry once again toppled over. He was pushing it, he knew, but he was going to try and keep the rat talking, just in case the Malfoys really want to try and get help. And he might as well do it properly. Let his anger fuel his words toward this disgusting pile of filth disguised as a human being. Thus, he looked at the filth defiantly. "But hey, isn't it just what you deserve anyway?" He smiled sweetly. Peter Pettigrew, loyal enough to the Dark Lord to betray his best friends, and yet not loyal enough, or smart enough, to stay away from what doesn't belong to him. Wormtail only growled, and the tip of his wand made its way to Harry's neck, producing a sizzling sound again. Harry smelled burnt flesh, but he didn't even think to stop. "I'm pretty sure he told you. I'm exclusively his." As he said those words, there was, for a fleeting second, a wave of extreme smugness and a sort of twisted satisfaction washing over him. And he was more than sure that those feelings definitely weren't his own. At the same time, an array of images of Tom's crimson eyes, his mystery dancer tonight, and Voldemort himself saying he's mine, probably back at the graveyard, assaulted his mind for a few moments. That all confused him a little, and Harry wondered what that meant, why he was even thinking those things in this situation. Only then did he realize how his latest words could be interpreted, and he felt his cheeks burning slightly despite the still present dread for life settled in him. "His to kill, I mean," he added hastily in a slightly embarrassed attempt to explain. Not that it mattered anyway. Wormtail, or anyone else for that matter, didn't seem to have noticed the slip-up. Only his own mind was now weirdly stuck on it. "He will reward me for this." Pettigrew only repeated the same sentence again, sounding just a tad more irritated now. "And since you spoke with such disrespect, I won't be making your death quick." "Oh no, Harry, Uncle Pete's gonna make you bleed." One or two, maybe 3 swift cutting spells later, Harry felt pain taking over most of his body, and there was warm blood trickling down his limbs, down his torso, staining the previously pristine floor red. Yes, it hurt, but the wounds weren't nearly serious enough, and Harry honestly mostly wished the man would stop referring to himself as Uncle Pete. Against all logic, this exact wording was slowly bringing up memories of his real uncle and the pain he had to endure under the Dursley's care. It was making it harder to keep up a brave face. "Do your worst," he still said though, keeping his tone mocking, "and I hope you enjoy this. Hope you make it a good show because he is going to kill you for it." More cutting curses followed, deeper this time, causing more blood to spill out. Wormtail's chuckles could be heard. Harry didn't attempt to talk again. There was simply too much pain and blood for that now. Not like he was going to be able to stall any longer anyway. He knew his time had run out. Pettigrew pointed his wand straight in between the teen's eyes, which seemed to close on their own accord. Stupefied, gasps could be heard from the remaining purebloods in the room as the stunner hit Wormtail right in his back, and his heavy, unconscious body collapsed, taking Harry's bound form down with him. The Aurors have arrived, and chaos broke loose. Not that Harry could see what was going on exactly. Wormtail was unfortunately laying right on top of his face. The traitor smelled of blood and sweat, and something that just inherently reminded the boy of a rodent. Perhaps the rat smell was just permanently ingrained into him after the years and years he'd spent in the animal form. The weight of an adult wizard felt, crushing slightly, pressing on his chest and the lungs inside, and Harry wondered if he was going to suffocate soon. He tried to turn his face to the side at least a little, trying to catch even a bit of air. Harry could hear shouts and also the stomping of heavy boots. "It's Pettigrew," someone screamed. "He's alive?" Another person shouted. "But what about Black then?" added a third in confusion. Harry wished so badly at that moment to be finally rescued from under the vile rat, so he could tell the Aurors about Sirius's innocence. He needed to convince them, needed to let them know the truth. Now that there was definite evidence in front of them, they would listen, right? Sirius was innocent. He tried to tell whoever was nearest. Peter was the secret keeper. He wasn't sure how much of what he said got muffled by the unconscious man's body, still laying on top of him, though. He also wasted precious breath by trying to speak. At last, he heard a voice that sounded somewhat like Kingsley's command. "Never mind that now. Get the boy from underneath him first." The weight of his attacker's body was then finally lifted off of him, and he immediately tried to sit up and look at what was happening around him. His head was swimming, he realized, and there was a rapidly growing pool of blood forming around him, originating in his still bleeding wounds. Harry slowly lifted one hand to look at the crimson droplets, fascinated by the sight, as everything around him began moving in slow motion. Suspicious, probably, but the boy couldn't bring himself to care. "Harry," he heard a voice shouting again, and to his immense relief, he immediately recognized it as Draco's. "Are you okay?" the blonde was asking, getting down on his knees next to Harry, apparently unbothered by the blood that was now staining his surely expensive dress robes. "I'm fine," Harry mumbled in response, lifting his glazed-over eyes up to look Malfoy in the face. Black spots were swimming around his vision. "You're bleeding," Draco exclaimed in anguish. "Doesn't matter." Harry shook his head, and the world was spinning more and more violently, so he tried to focus on the blonde's stormy gray eyes to make them the grounding point. "Need to let them know. Wormtail was the traitor. Sirius Black is innocent." Why was it so hard to speak? It felt like his words were made of syrup, sticky and thick and very hard to get out. "Someone heal him," Draco screamed then, and there was a sound of more footsteps coming their way. But Harry couldn't look away from the pureblood's eyes, from the pure, genuine concern in them. "And Ori, I ain't die. Oh no, why Tom can RLY kill me?" He got out, mumbling more than speaking. He wasn't even sure what he was trying to say here, not really. The words were supposed to be reassuring, probably, but he didn't remember. Perhaps he was just tired, so he should sleep. Maybe today, finally, after a literal attempt on his life, he would see Tom again. Against all odds, Harry felt himself smiling weakly. Slowly, deliberately, he closed his eyes. "Move, Draco." There was another familiar voice coming from behind the darkness of his closed eyelids, and Harry idly wondered what Snape was doing here. And how funny it was that even now, the potion master's voice sounded almost bored. Then, he thought he heard Snape again. Only now he was murmuring some sort of incantation. And the dull pain he had still been feeling up till now was finally fading away. The first thing Harry noticed upon opening his eyes was that he could no longer see clearly. The world was once again blurry around him, and he figured his contact lenses had been removed. He could still make out a lantern casting a warm glow on the room around him, but most of it was shrouded in darkness. The space was unfamiliar to him as far as he knew. Spreading his arms wide around him, he noticed that for one, they weren't hurting anymore, but he could feel multiple bandages covering his limbs. Also, he was laying on what appeared to be a king-size bed, located as he assumed in his guest room of Malfoy Manor. At least he hoped that was the case. He couldn't even fathom what disaster it would cause were he to appear at Grimmauld in his current state. As he lay there, trying to collect his thoughts. Vague images of the evening were taking more and more shape, bringing back all memories of both the dance with a mysterious yet charming man, and more importantly, Wormtail's attack. He knew that he must have lost a lot of blood, given how many cuts the lunatic rat had inflicted upon him. Harry now really wished the Malfoys hadn't decided to send him away. Sirius would probably freak out if he saw him injured like that. And the last thing Harry wanted to do was worry his godfather unnecessarily. It was just then that one of the shadows near his bed seemed to move. "You should be resting," it said in a very familiar, almost caring voice that made Harry's heart jump slightly. This was the exact voice he'd been missing so dearly for the past days, a voice he'd wished to hear again ever since the last shared dream. A feeling of warmth and contentment spread through the boy's chest, and he could feel himself smiling in reluctant wonder. "Tom?" he asked uncertainly, finding his own voice hoarse and somehow cracked. No answer came, but he wasn't even sure if he wanted to hear it. Because what if the voice spoke again and didn't sound the same anymore? He knew what he was hearing, and yet it was impossible for it to be true. And so there was just silence to be heard for the next few moments. "Drink this and go back to sleep, dearest," the mirage of Tom Riddle said, gently handing him a vial of some potion. "You've lost a lot of blood, and the replenishing potion needs time to work properly." Nodding, Harry obediently swallowed the liquid, all the while relishing in the sound of the other's voice. How was this happening? Was he dreaming? Was he still too out of it to recognize dreams from reality? He wanted to ask Tom if he was really here, if he was real, if it had been him who danced with Harry earlier. And if so, why hadn't he told him so, revealed himself? Hell, why hadn't he stopped Wormtail later on? But he found his consciousness slipping once again at that moment, probably due to the potion taking effect, and sleep began pulling him back under. This was all probably just a hopeful wish manifesting for him at the time of need. Perhaps it even was really his Tom. Only now he was putting in more effort to appear also outside of the shared dreamscape. Or who knows, this could very well really just be another dream. Either way, Harry was grateful for it. When Harry Potter woke up again, the room was lit with sunlight, the lamp on his nightstand had gone out, and he was all alone. Checking his limbs, he quickly found that the bandages were now off, and his skin looked smooth and healthy, like it had never been cut in the first place. His head wasn't spinning anymore either. Sitting up, he absent-mindedly reached for his glasses, knocking an envelope off the nightstand in the process. Confused, Harry picked it up. There was no address, no recipient, nothing written on it. But when he opened it curiously, hopefully it was his, given that it had been put on his nightstand, he found a neatly folded piece of parchment. Would he dare look at it? The curiosity was killing him. But on the other hand, what if it hadn't been meant for him at all? Before he could unfold the note, though, the door to the room opened. A house elf, carrying a tray with food and 2 kettles, entered, followed by none other than Draco Malfoy. The boy was holding what seemed to be a rolled-up copy of the Daily Prophet. Harry quickly stuffed the folded note back into the envelope, which he hastily stuffed inside of his pocket, while the elf put the tray down on a nearby coffee table and quickly scurried away. The blonde seemed to be studying Harry and trying to figure out what to say. There were a few beats of a somewhat awkward silence. "Good morning, Potter," Malfoy said finally, voice carefully neutral, or almost noon to be honest. Shrugging, Harry replied, "Yeah, kind of a difficult evening yesterday, so I had to rest a little." "The day before yesterday," Malfoy corrected. At those words, Harry all but jumped out of the bed. "What?" he exclaimed. "But I promised I'd be back yesterday. What am I going to tell? How is Dash?" He was now starting to panic. Did anyone contact Sirius? Kingsley perhaps, or Snape? They were both there after the attack. Harry desperately hoped they left out the more gruesome details and rather reassured the man that his godson was okay. "Black nose," Malfoy said simply. "He was there just yesterday to check on you before heading to court." Hearing that, Harry couldn't help but repeat himself with another "what? Court?" Malfoy sighed. "How about we sit down, have tea, and get some food in you while I explain," he suggested, gesturing towards the tray the elf had brought. Nodding slowly, Harry got up from the bed and sat in an armchair next to the coffee table instead. Draco made himself comfortable in the other one and poured 2 cups of tea. "So," Harry began, taking a sandwich from the tray and biting into it. What happened while I was out? They have Pettigrew this time, right? Draco nodded. Yeah, Shacklebolt and the others took him in for questioning even before you managed to pass out on the rest of us, he said. Apparently he confessed everything pretty quickly after that. Harry only hummed, mouth still full of the sandwich. Plus it seemed that Draco would rather explain without any interruptions. Black was called in for a retrial the following day, and it looks like he'll be getting a full pardon soon. Turns out he was innocent this entire time. It's all the Prophet has been talking about for the past 2 days, even printing 2 separate special editions on it. The trials and your incident at the ball, that is. There was a pause then, during which the pure blood took a sip of his tea. He seemed to be thinking something over, and his mask of calm he'd been presented so far was slipping. When he looked back up at Harry, he seemed concerned. Apologetic. Speaking of the ball, he said then, voice a little quieter. I must apologize to you. Harry had an impulse to immediately tell the other that never mind. It was okay, no real harm done. He was alive, after all, and it looked like Wormtail's attack ended up doing more good than evil in the end, but didn't get the chance to as Draco, very uncharacteristically, began to ramble. You must know I didn't plan for that to happen when I invited you. I didn't think it crazy. Death Eater would just attack you publicly like that. Honestly, I really thought that it was safe for you in that ballroom. And for what it's worth, I'm really sorry for putting you in danger by my careless invite. I hope you won't blame me for that. Or my family, really. We didn't know what would happen. Of course, as soon as we could, Mother and I called the authorities, but still, I feel responsible for your pain due to not being able to do it faster. There was much stress in the pureblood's voice now, and Harry could just hear that yes, Draco was truly sorry. Sure, some of the things were formulated in a strange, almost deliberately vague way, but his tired and overwhelmed brain just dismissed that. Draco was sorry, and Harry, remembering the true fear and concern he'd seen that evening in the other's eyes, the subtle nod in response to his request for help. All in all, Malfoy had acted like a friend would have, to his best knowledge and ability, and Harry found himself not blaming him in the slightest. Relax, Draco, he finally said. I know it wasn't your fault, or your doing. I don't think you want to hurt me like that. Maybe a prank at school or something, yeah, but like this? No. After all, you're my friend, right? Draco blinked a few times, looking positively shocked. Yes, he nodded quickly. I suppose we really are friends. Harry grinned at him, then, before taking a sip of his own tea. No worries then, friend, he simply said. Only then did he stop to wonder. Was Draco Malfoy really his official friend now? What a strange turn of events. But honestly, even if the blonde seemed not to have noticed, he really did what a true friend would have done. Bravely, almost too bravely for a Slytherin now that Harry thought about it. He'd been the first to move away that evening, risking the crazed Death Eater's retaliation. All to go call the Aurors. Draco Malfoy had been the one to call the much-needed help for him, and Harry would never forget it. Thanks, Harry, honestly, Draco only said. They talked a bit afterwards, Draco filling Harry in about the going-ons of Sirius's case as much as he could, even going through the Prophet articles together. So it was really true, Sirius was finally getting a proper trial. Hopefully, Pettigrew too would be getting what he deserved too. Harry wondered if there was going to be a hearing which he would have to testify during as well, or if the Ministry, and by that he meant mostly Fudge, would rather keep him out of the loop altogether. He also wondered how long the whole process would take. After voicing the last thought, Draco admitted to him that it might not be as quick as many might like it to, but at least it didn't seem like Black was to stay in Azkaban anymore, not until the trials got resolved at least. Apparently, Sirius was now on house arrest, a probation of sorts, and there were Aurors positioned at his home to guard him somehow. Harry hoped those Aurors were already a part of the Order, because otherwise, wouldn't everything just get unnecessarily messy? Surely, as the previous head of Sirius's case, Kingsley would be appointed for the duty, he hoped. Tell me though, Draco asked at one point, how did you know that Black was innocent? Harry just shook his head at that, telling the other it was not only his secret to tell, and he could not share it with clear conscience. Truly, even though he did regard the pure blood as a friend now, there were secrets he just had to keep, at least until everything got resolved properly. Draco looked displeased with such an answer, and decided to leave short after. Sighing, Harry slowly got up as well. Friend or not, Draco Malfoy was definitely still prone to react somewhat childishly from time to time. Harry walked up to a window, looking out over the manor grounds. This Christmas break had definitely not turned out the way he'd expected. Somehow, a magnitude of strange events happened in such a short time that he found himself feeling like he was sitting in a wobbly cart of a very unstable roller coaster. And he had no idea where it was going next, or if the whole thing would just fall apart along the way. He wanted so badly to talk to his Tom, to have the intelligent Slytherin help him make sense of things. Sighing again, he put his hands in the pockets of his robes. It was mostly a subconscious gesture than anything else, at least until he realized the envelope he didn't have the time to properly investigate yet was there. Taking it out and extracting the folded piece of parchment again, Harry once again gazed out of the window, stalling. There were tiny snowflakes now falling outside, covering the meticulously cared-for gardens with a fresh layer of frozen sugar. Finally unfolding the piece of parchment, Harry thought for the last time if it really was meant for him. It was. The note inside was simple. Merry Christmas and blessed Yuletide to you, Harry Potter. And yet, there was no package, no gift of any sort accompanying the little note, which was written in the sort of elegant script Harry knew only one person possessed. Chapter and notes. If you think that things are finally getting in motion now, you're right. I wanted to end this chapter right after the incident originally, but decided against it as a sort of a treat to everyone, to apologize for the terrible cliffhanger the last one had been left at. Haha. Interact with me through Tumblr or Instagram. Love. Of returns and visitors. Chapter summary. Harry's back at Grimmauld, and Dolores gets a surprise Christmas visit. Trigger warning. Light torture. Basically most of the Voldy scenes. Chapter notes. It took me almost a year to get back to writing after an unexpected incident last year that was followed with a rapid decline of my mental health. During that time, I had scrapped everything I had outlined for this work, moved away from any creativity altogether, and honestly from time to time, even thought myself unable to write anymore. But October seems to be kind of a magical month for me inspiration-wise, with all its cloudy weather and melancholy hanging in the air. So here I am, trying to get back to writing again. I won't say I'm sorry for leaving so abruptly for so long, because just a simple sorry doesn't seem like enough. I won't promise to be more active, because truth to be told, I'm not sure how long my surge of creativity will last for this time. Sadly, I'm still not 100% okay, and my condition could get rapidly worse any second. So just please, if I disappear again, know it's not on purpose or out of spite. That's just what tends to happen. Thank you for understanding, and on to the chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Dolores had never been a huge fan of the Yule season and Christmas celebrations, as these usually forced her to be around the impure, good-for-nothing relatives she was ashamed of. But as she got older, moved on from her family, and remained on her own, only in company of the kittens and the pictures on her walls and decor, she noticed a certain bitterness settling in her gut every time the happy season came around. Every time she ended up being alone during the time. She'd failed at keeping a real cat alive years prior, finding the living animal just too bothersome to truly merit trying again, and decided that inanimate versions were just better suited for her and her needs. And usually, she didn't mind not even having a pet at her side. She, after all, preferred the peace and freedom of not being truly tied to anyone, especially if any ties she could realistically have weren't up to the standards she'd have liked. In face of all the over-the-top merriment around this time of the year, though, she was forced to conclude that a part of her didn't enjoy the solitude as much. Certainly not when it was being thrown in her face, along with a sympathetic look or two from her coworkers even. Some that were nothing but meaningless ministry underlings, who were headed home early for celebrations, while she, the minister's undersecretary, High Inquisitor, and Shirley even, soon-to-be headmistress at Hogwarts, stayed late at the office to finish important work. She, after all, only had limited time to work outside of the school and wanted to use the calm of her own office where no danger of annoying children bursting in existed. But everyone else's work morale seemed to go downhill the moment their offsprings came home for the holidays. She felt extremely disgusted with those slackers and hoped their silly little celebrations would all get ruined. As the ministry offices slowly emptied on an evening a few days before Christmas Eve, Those good-for-nothings took their silly smiles and fake festive spirit with them. Soon, only she got left behind, and her foul mood gradually dissipated. She sat down in her office chair, comfortably, poured herself a cup of tea, and stirred the sugar in it idly with a small spoon, finally opening the day's prophet for some relaxing reading. She'd only skimmed through the issue quickly earlier, noticing that there had been a Death Eater attack at the annual Malfoy charity masquerade that took place yesterday evening. With a grin, she concluded, satisfied, that the pure-blood buffoons had that one coming. After all, they didn't even deem her, such a prominent ministry figure, worthy of an invitation this year. Again, soon though, she promised herself, she would rise so high up in the hierarchy that those useless snobs wouldn't be able to ignore her anymore. She was sure of that, because Dolores Umbridge stopped at nothing, and she'd use any means necessary to achieve her goals. Just look how easy it was for her to take over Hogwarts School and almost drive Dumbledore out of it for good. Just a short time, she knew, and the old man would make a mistake and would truly be forced to leave the school. Look how easily she convinced Fudge, the incredibly easily influenced fool of a man, to believe the, for now, headmaster was riling his students up against him and planning to overthrow his ministry. And oh, how laughably, effortlessly she took care of the pesky Potter boy and his attention-seeking little lies. Yes, she indeed didn't need to feel inferior to all the fools around her just because she happened to have nobody to spend the festive season with. She was much, much better than them, and her hard work would pay off in the end. Before long, she would climb the power ladder all the way to the top, and as the new minister, would rid the British Wizarding Society of all that was impure, imperfect, and simply bad. And everyone would bow down to her political power. It didn't matter that she was only average at magic. She had something much more important than that: connections, perseverance, and most of all, the willingness to do what was needed. She took a sip of her sweet tea, a girlish smile now playing on her lips. Looking at the stack of documents waiting on her desk, she decided to get them finished tonight, even though those weren't due for at least 2 more weeks. She just liked to have all her work done before going off on a holiday. She picked up a parchment and began to read through yet another boring report. About an hour into this tedious task, there was a knock on her office door. Confused as to who could want something from her at such a late hour, she straightened in her chair and called out for the visitor to come in. If this was some juvenile prank of her immature co-workers, or some trivial matter they wanted to bother her with, she had no qualms about taking this all the way to the minister. She didn't like being bothered for nothing, and would let her displeasure show if that were the case. However, the office door opened to reveal someone she was sure she'd never met. After all, her unexpected visitor wasn't someone one would just forget about meeting. In the door stood a tall, slender young man of pale complexion, dressed in impeccably styled black robes that Dolores just knew must have been expensive. His dark brown, almost ebony hair was combed expertly to only add to the sharp features of his face, to accent the indisputable beauty and elegance that was already there. Power and self-assurance emanated from his posture as he stood there, waiting seemingly patiently for her appraisal of him to inevitably guide her gaze upwards toward his eyes. And those eyes, they were nothing like any human eyes she'd ever seen. They held a certain danger to them, certain bloodlust, certain predatory quality. But most importantly, they were the color of freshly spilled blood. "My apologies for bothering you so late, Madam Umbridge," the young man said in a calm, collected tone of voice, and he entered the office, closing the door behind him. "But there is an urgent matter I need to discuss with you, and I'm afraid it simply can't wait any longer." There was a certain sibilant quality to his voice, especially the way he pronounced his S. Although her visitor was not doing anything even remotely scary, Dolores felt a sudden need to run away and never look back. She couldn't pinpoint the reason why her survival instincts just kicked in like that. Was he a vampire or some sort of a hell demon? She thought, almost instantly correcting herself internally. No, he certainly was a human, a wizard, a very powerful one. The power in the air around him was almost palpable. And yet, somehow, she, who had learned all and every influential person's descriptions by heart, had no idea who he was. "Who are you?" she asked, putting up a brave face, like she was above it all. Like she wasn't startled by his appearance at all, but on the contrary feigned annoyance at this man's sudden visit. After all, there was no visible reason to be scared. He just said he wanted to discuss something with her. Everything was fine, and if she sounded a tad rude, who could blame her? He was the one who decided a late-night visit to her office was in order, and even neglected to introduce himself before entering. Although the two of them had obviously never met before. The young man smiled, and there was absolutely no warmth to that smile. If anything, his lips curling upward made him look somewhat sinister, somewhat less human. "Oh, how rude of me not to have introduced myself," he drawled, all the while stepping slowly closer, that unnerving smile still present on his face. "But you see, most of the world seems to prefer not speaking my name." Dolores blinked, visibly confused. She had not the faintest idea what he meant. On the contrary, she was quickly recovering from the shock of having this unexpected visitor and becoming irritated. No matter how she looked at it, this whole situation seemed like just a dumb little prank, and she was having none of it. "If this is some kind of a joke," she announced, puffing her chest out in an attempt at intimidation, "it won't be tolerated, and the minister will hear of it." She really had no idea why the young man, no, the boy in front of her made her so incredibly nervous. Now that she could take a closer look at him, he seemed to be almost Hogwarts age, and if not, definitely not out of school for long. This child had no right to be in her office so late, and definitely no right to be making her uncomfortable. She refused to acknowledge she almost felt scared of him a few moments ago. He was just an obnoxious boy playing nasty tricks, and she would see him punished for this, the way all naughty boys deserve to be. To Dolores's annoyance, her words seemed to have absolutely no effect on the visitor. He simply looked at her like she was just being mildly annoying, not threatening him with the wrath of the minister himself. "Oh, I'm certainly not joking, dear Dolores," he said, and the sound of her name spoken in such a familiar way made her frown. "And besides, what I want to discuss is no laughing matter." She said nothing, just kept frowning at him, and hoped all the uneasiness she was feeling wasn't visible on her face. She wasn't sure anymore if she was afraid or just plain annoyed with the youth. Probably the latter, she decided, dismissing whatever he'd just said as utter nonsense. Yes, he'd given her quite the scare with his dramatic entrance earlier, but she was clearly the superior one here, and she was tired of this game the young man was trying to play with her. Truly, she had no time or patience for this. "But since you seem to lack the adequate intelligence to put one and one together," he had the audacity to sigh, as if she was the one who was annoying him to no end here, "I might just have to introduce myself properly. I really don't have the whole night for you, you see." She stood up then, aggravated, and actually took a few steps towards the boy, attempting to seem intimidating again. She just about had it with this insolent brat. "How dare you? I'm senior undersecretary to the minister, and you will show me respect." Her foot stomped on the floor angrily of its own accord as she made to spit the words right to the boy's face. She wanted her voice to sound different than what it came out as, cold or terrifying maybe. But what left her lips instead was a somewhat indignant squeak. He chuckled darkly and deliberately leaned in closer to her, entering her personal space. She could see it in his red eyes clearly then, the rage and the bloodlust, and she had to fight the shudder that was trying to overcome her body. The little spike of fear was back. "And I am the Dark Lord Voldemort," he said slowly, a terrible, cold nonchalance in his voice, and any semblance of a smile disappeared from his lips. "And you deserve no respect from me." Her eyes barely had time to widen in shock before the first spell hit her. She could have sworn he didn't even need to utter an incantation or take out his wand. But even still, it suddenly felt like someone stuffed a giant piece of sponge down her throat. The feeling of it was extremely invasive, even bordering on painful. Definitely not like being suffocated by an invisible hand, because there was no sensation of hands pressing on her neck from the outside. Instead, it felt like the spongy substance that suddenly found its way into her airways was controlling how much breath she could take in one try. And every attempt to breathe properly became increasingly harder, increasingly less successful, more pathetic. Some air was still coming through, but barely any. Enough for her not to lose consciousness, yet but too little to truly feel okay. Breathing soon became an indescribably difficult, monumental task. She gasped and gasped again for air, but her lungs were not getting enough of it. Not enough oxygen was entering her bloodstream. With a pang of true fear, she realized it then. She was going to suffocate here. Slowly, gradually, she was going to get less and less air in, the invisible sponge inside of her throat blocking her oxygen intake more and more, until there would be nothing more left to block. Terrified of dying, she frantically searched for a solution in her muddled mind. Her wand was put away safely in a pocket of her coat, and she'd never mastered wandless casting enough. Besides, no thought of a suitable counterspell was present in her thoughts amidst the anguish she was feeling. She wasn't even sure what spell was used to make her feel like this in the first place, so trying to magically defend against it would be futile anyways. She needed to find a physical solution then. As if on cue, her hands began clawing at her own throat in a desperate attempt to open a hole, to let more much-needed air in. Instead, though, her clawing, stubby fingers only slowly scraped away at the skin with her dull, short nails, first irritating it, but soon she could feel the wetness of her own blood settling beneath her struggling fingernails. But she had to continue. She had to get more air. But wait, was this really the way? The stray thought entered her mind, although her hands still continued their horrible task, although she was still trying to push enough air through the sponge in her throat. There must be some better way, right? She tried to draw in a deep breath again, in vain. She tried to speak, to call out for help, but no sound but a small, pathetic, barely audible whimper left her lips. She dared then to look at the person who caused it all, as if there were any answers hidden behind his cruel eyes. And when she did, a wave of true fear made her freeze in motion. The handsome young man was gone. In his place, there now stood a slender, pale man with a face similar to a bear's skull. Thin, almost non-existent lips wide in a lazy smile. There was something almost serpentine to his posture, the way he held himself. He looked barely human anymore. His long fingers were absent-mindedly twirling a wand around while a crimson gaze observed her in her unfortunate predicament. He appeared almost bored, and yet, in the depths of his irises, she saw a hatred so deep that it consumed her. She saw the bloodlust, the predator that was ready to strike at any moment. The true form of Lord Voldemort. She shut her eyes immediately, trying desperately to only focus on breathing again, to make herself stop clawing her own throat raw. As if the pale man was just an evil apparition, a trick her mind was playing on her due to the lack of oxygen. And just as she was beginning to feel like the state of almost suffocation would continue forever, she could breathe again. As abruptly as it began before, the choking spell suddenly stopped. Startled by the unexpected change, Dolores coughed, struggling for a few seconds to take proper breaths. Once she could breathe evenly again, she took a few more mouthfuls of air and just to make sure the choking feeling wasn't coming back. It felt like forever before her fear of an immediate danger in the form of suffocation left her mind enough for her to be able to focus on the other peril still present in the office with her. Even now, she could feel his gaze lingering on her crouched form. When did she end up kneeling on the office floor? She didn't remember falling to her knees at all. She didn't want to open her eyes. Didn't want to acknowledge the existence of that man. Didn't want to face the truth that has so painfully presented itself to her. With eyes closed like this, a part of her still wanted to believe this was just some stupid prank. Because the alternative, the possibility that he who must not be named has just appeared in her office, was torturing her and probably planned on killing her too, was just too unrealistic. Too cruel to be real. This simply couldn't be happening. No, it had to be a joke of sorts, or maybe a nightmare. Oh yes, that was it. She'd fallen asleep and was now dreaming this horrible, twisted dream. Maybe she wasn't in her office at all, and if she dared open her eyes, she'd find herself in the comfort of her bed. Yes, that was the most logical explanation. Holding on to that mindset desperately. Although subconsciously she knew she's just kidding herself, Dolores finally, slowly opened her eyes and looked around. It wasn't a nightmare. Everything around her was real. The hardwood floor pressing into her bruised knees, the darkened office, the pain and blood on her neck, and the pale wizard watching her realize the truth. from a few feet away. "You're alive?" she asked rather dumbly, her voice coming out in a broken croak. He didn't deign her question worthy of an answer. Instead, he only continued to look at her indignantly. The silence grew uncomfortable, and as Dolores continued to stare at the man with wide eyes, fearful of him, he in turn kept directing a bloodthirsty, hate-filled look her way. Tendrils of fear had enveloped her, squeezing tightly at something in her chest. It felt almost as suffocating as the spell before. "Why are you doing this?" Another stupid little question left her lips in the same weak croak as before. "You see, Madame Umbridge," he said, and the condescending tone of his voice was reminiscent of a viper's hiss. "You've been spreading some ugly, misleading lies about me, and we both know one must not tell lies." She shook her head automatically, and the wounds on her neck shot a bolt of pain through her in protest. "I was just saying," she started speaking, an excuse ready already. The same everyone else was dash. Silence. The command from the Dark Lord's lips made her stop speaking immediately, almost as if he just used another spell on her. And who knows, maybe he did. Maybe he could do spells wandlessly, wordlessly, just using the might of his will and magic. She could, in fact, feel the tendrils of said power creeping around the room, dark as the deepest night, cold as the deadliest blizzard in the dead of winter. The temperature around seemed to be plummeting too, as if now that the man had no need to hide his true nature anymore, he stopped bothering with any control at all. Even the thirst for blood, the urge to maim, was strangely palpable in the magic-infused air. It was almost hard to breathe, not because of a curse or a jinx now, but because the dark wizard in front of her was simply too powerful. Dolores had never been particularly sensitive to magical fluctuations around her, and yet even she was able to feel all of this in the atmosphere. To feel fearful right now was not a sign of weakness anymore. It was nothing but a natural state to be in. And this man was truly no imposter, Dolores realized. Lord Voldemort was back and alive, truly alive. No living witch or wizard could emanate such power, such ruthlessness. Nobody's presence could ever feel like this. All that she was so vehemently against this whole time was now glaring at her with a hate-filled red stare. Everything she'd convinced Cornelius were just lies and deception in. Dumbledore's scheme to take over the ministry was real. Everything the Hogwarts headmaster and that insufferable Potter boy were claiming was true after all. Her head was spinning and she felt slightly sick. But she heard herself speaking again, desperate to explain, to find a life-saving excuse. "I honestly just believe the minister, I dash." The ruby irises narrowed at her. "I thought I told you to be silent," Voldemort hissed, a warning, and Dolores shut up again immediately. "Besides," the dark wizard continued then, crimson stare still boring into her, "even if such was the case, you still harmed something that wasn't yours to harm, didn't you?" He got closer to her, towering over her like a pale omen of impending demise, and she found herself scrambling backwards to create at least a bit of space between herself and the approaching monster. If this is about Potter," she stuttered as her back finally hit the wall and effectively stopped her pathetic attempt at an escape. Those dementors weren't meant to hurt him, just make him break the law and dash. Pain. Tom wasn't planning to, but the moment the disgusting excuse of a human being mentioned the dementors, he sent a silent crucio her way. It was simply like a reflex. Up to this point, he was pretty much sure it had been Umbridge that sent the creatures after his precious human Horcrux, but had no definite proof yet. So having it confirmed by the woman herself, hearing the truth straight out of her lips, made something inside of him snap. The rage that had been bubbling beneath his skin for a while has finally reached its limit and became impossible to control. Only now it was different. Now he had an outlet for it, a target to destroy. Now there was no need to hold back anymore. He wanted to hurt this piece of garbage that dared call herself a witch. He wanted to maim her, to make her bleed, to give in to the monster inside of his mind and disembowel her right here in her own office. He wanted to watch as her blood splattered across the disgusting pink wallpaper on the walls and observe as her internal organs spilled out of her torn body. He wanted her gone so badly. And yet, he knew that to glean proper satisfaction from this, for his overall plan to work, he still had to restrain himself at least a little. That, however, didn't mean he couldn't have some fun first. "You don't get to make excuses," he growled at her. He didn't expect her to try and reply, not when she was so obviously too terrified already. But he still wanted to make sure she wouldn't, just in case she indeed decided to open her mouth and spew more falsificated nonsense. In fact, he continued matter-of-factly, "I don't see any merit in you being able to produce any sound at all right now." Silencio. Just a slight wave of his wand was enough to effectively shut the vile woman up completely. He could see her open her mouth in an attempt to speak, just then in vain. Voldemort took a few steps closer to her crouched form and couldn't help smirking at the way she desperately tried to inch away from him, like she had any space to back away to. She'd already managed to corner herself against a wall. Slowly, he produced a small blade with a decorated handle from the pocket of his robes and examined the light dancing on its reflective surface. Elegant. Beautiful. Maybe too much, so to be used on filth like her. He heard Umbridge take a sharp breath at the sight of the weapon. He weighed the knife in his palm, eyes flickering from it to the woman and back. Contemplating. "What do you think?" He directed the question at her, although, or maybe because she was currently unable to talk. "Does this seem good enough for you, Madam Undersecretary?" She began shaking her head. "No." His voice was innocence incarnate, as if he was asking her about a choice of a dessert, yet the need to hurt her still burned beneath his words. "Are you positive?" She shook her head again, so vehemently that the blood from the wounds she'd previously inflicted on her neck began bleeding even more. How pathetic could one human being be? He thought idly while he slowly put the ornate knife away. And how much could he do to her before she was inevitably broken beyond repair? He was, after all, still restraining himself, wanting to take things slowly, to drag them out as much as possible. And let's face it, as disgusting as she was, as much as he wanted to tear her limb from limb right now, Umbridge was still more useful to him alive than dead. "Let's do this another way then, shall we?" He smiled his unsettling, inhuman smile. Taking the last few steps necessary to close most of the distance remaining between them, he approached her slowly. Umbridge was sitting at his feet, all but crumbled against a wall, shaking, fearful. The scratches on her neck were bleeding, and he, not caring if he was hurting her more by this manhandling, pulled the woman up and forced her to sit behind her desk. It took him a little longer than expected to accomplish this, because her knees kept buckling beneath her own weight, and she was simply not cooperating with him at all. When the witch was seated, he put one of her own disgustingly pink parchments in front of her and smiled at her sinisterly. He knew there was no warmth in that smile, just malice and hunger for vengeance. Now, Dolores. Her name was spat like some kind of a disgusting slime from his lips this time, and he reached into the pockets of his robes. "You're going to write some lines for me, okay?" He saw her eyes widen when he shoved a familiar, impossibly sharp black quill in her trembling hand. She shook her head again, but this time, he wasn't going to give her any option to refuse. She tried to put the quill away anyway. "You are going to write the words," he said again, the command clear in his voice. And he put her hand with the blood quill to paper, enough so that it made a little red splotch appear, and the toady which winced in pain. "I must not tell lies." As soon as he let go, she immediately jerked her hand back and shook her head again. He sighed, taking out his wand lazily. "If you plan on being difficult about this," he intoned in an almost bored, almost disappointed tone, "I could always carve them into your skin myself, perhaps even deeper than the quill ever would. Or, who knows, decide that cutting your tongue out and sewing your mouth shut would make you stop spreading lies more effectively. The choice is really yours, though." Even as he said those words, he pointed the tip of his wand exactly in between her terrified eyes. Eyes that were now fixated on him once again. And as she stared at him, wide-eyed, the fear in those eyes was simply so delicious. He could taste it in the air. He could feel her anguish. Those feelings, the fear, were coming to him in trembling waves, engulfing him in the feeling of power, of control. He felt positively mighty. It was intoxicating in a way he hadn't allowed himself to indulge in for quite some time now. Because of Harry. He had been trying so hard to pretend, all for Harry Potter, all for his plan, for his end goal, for his human Horcrux. He just realized it now, but for the past few months, He was subconsciously striving to be, at least on the surface, the type of man Harry would deserve. Why, he was not sure, but it was still the truth. And sometimes he almost convinced himself that he could play the role if that was what the raven-haired boy required. Back at the Malfoy ball, he had to admit to himself, back when he held the boy's slender body in his arms and they shared the most magical of dances, he even caught himself wishing to change. It was a foolish wish, a momentary lapse of judgment, of course. Every little bit of kindness, everything that he was to Harry, even the face of Tom Riddle, was just a mask, a pretense. It had to be. And beneath all of that, he was still the same as he'd always been. A soulless, unforgiving monster. A monster who didn't take kindly to others hurting what was rightfully his. Earlier that day, Harry arrived back at Grimmauld Place just in time for an early dinner. After reassuring Sirius several times that he was indeed okay now, injuries healed and everything, they finally headed to the dining room to eat. Creature must have heard somewhere not only about what happened, but also what Harry's favorite dessert was.